Strange spatial portals have appeared in the world, and inside them are incredibly dangerous creatures. In order to survive, humans awaken the genetic code of the mutated beasts. Each person is only allowed to awaken one mutated beast, and its strength is assessed by its nuclear value. And our guy can awaken an infinite number of strange beasts. And his first monster was Godzilla. The value of his nuclear weapons is incredibly vast. Even the World Alliance's system can't determine his capabilities and keeps reporting errors. With only 10% of the power of the Gen Godzilla code, he became the top student nationwide. His second mutated creature was a colossal titan, with a body reaching a height of 1 kilometer. Not only that, he can combine genetic codes together, and even the admin doesn't know what kind of creature he'll end up becoming. And without further ado, let's begin. The story begins in a large room. On the wall were banners holding high, offering words of encouragement for the university entrance exam. The eyes were a mixture of confusion and bewilderment. Am I back before the high school graduation exam already? What a powerful kick. At this moment, in class 7/3 of Ha Kwak and Ta number 1 middle school, Dehoa slammed his hand on the table and shouted, startling everyone. He clutched his head, his face contorted with horror. What kind of terrible plot twist is this? If you want to be resurrected, wouldn't it be better to just be resurrected after going to university? For those who don't know, since ancient times, humanity on planet Earth has always faced a natural disaster called the invasion of mysterious realms. They are more aggressive than other creatures. The secret realm connects to another world, filled with terrifying monsters. They took advantage of the cracks in the secret realm to infiltrate the human world. These powerful monsters were capable of destroying dozens of nations, threatening the entire human civilization. To combat the monsters, humanity developed the monster gene system, injecting special genes into the body. Injecting monster genes awakens the monster's essence, unlocking its jealousy-related talents. Only such martial artists can save the entire human civilization. A person possessing the beast's gauntlet can fight a horde of monsters alone. This also leads to martial artists enjoying significantly higher status and treatment than ordinary people. The entire planet entered an era where martial arts were highly valued. Everything else was considered inferior, only martial arts training was considered superior. The system displayed confusing messages about traveling through worlds. At this moment, mechanical sounds emanated from Dehoa's head. He held his head and thought to himself, Dehua is a high school student. The whole class turned to look at Dehua and laughed loudly, saying, Look, that useless Dehua is daydreaming again. This kind of good-for-nothing even wants to take the college entrance exam. Dong Dong turned back and said to Dehua with a contemptuous expression, You should quickly drop out of school and go home. You useless person. Become a low-class worker, or just hide at home until you die. Dehua thought angrily to herself. Sure enough, in every story of a bullied protagonist, there's always a ringleader. He put his hand to his chin, deep in thought. It seemed the original owner's reputation in class wasn't very good, due to his parents' accident in the 11th grade. This left the original owner with no mental capacity to practice and study. As a result, his previously good academic performance plummeted, making him a thorn in the side of the class. So that's how it is. Dong Dong became angry when she saw the other person. What are you looking at? This is a martial arts class. Do you want to fight? Dehua thought to herself, feeling wronged. Did I look? I was just thinking for a moment. The original owner wasn't diligent in studying, but now I'm the unlucky one. The teacher, standing on the podium, said loudly to encourage the students. Are you all ready? The genetically modified injections are about to begin. Just believe in yourselves. All the effort I've put into training and improving my physical strength over these 3 years is for today, while those who don't try hard on a daily basis are the same. Dehoa raised both hands to her chin, smiling as she thought. It's ridiculously funny that I, the original owner, didn't practice diligently. Why should I be ashamed? He flashed a dangerous smile and said, But since I've taken over the original owner's body, I should help him clean up some of the mess first. All the students are gathered in a room, for boxes are neatly placed on the table, and the students are talking to each other. Tell me, what kind of monster will I awaken? It could be a level 3 mountain dragon or a level 4 sea dragon. I bet it's a level 1 farting beast. Suddenly, the box opened, and a cloud of white smoke billowed out. Inside the box were tubes containing a blue liquid. This is the Gene Awakening reagent containing all the genes of the types that the martial artists have collected so far. The teacher picked up a syringe containing the blue liquid and explained its purpose. After the injection, it will absorb any of them that begin to awaken. In general, the stronger the body, the stronger the awakened beast gene. You mustn't rush. After the injection of the reagent, the gene that receives this power is awakened. When your name is called, please come up here to receive your test kit. As the drug was injected into their bodies, each student began to emit different colored energies. Dihua turned around and said, "They all seem so strange after getting the injection. It seems like it hurts a lot too. It seems this won't be easy to achieve." He gritted his teeth and injected the drug into his body, saying, "Let them be. I'll just take the risk." His eyes were wide open, but he showed no reaction. He looked at the teacher and said, "Teacher, did I mistake it for a fake?" The teacher, looking at him helplessly, said, "Dihua, it seems you haven't changed at all." A burst of laughter rang out. It was Dong Dong's laughter. She walked closer, speaking sarcastically. "Look, guys, it seems like he hasn't woken up from his delusion." She approached, poked the strange man in the face with her finger, and said, "A martial artist who hasn't awakened their power is like a bird without wings. Doesn't that mean the strange man can only wait to die? Isn't that perfect? If that's what you want, then there's no need to become a martial artist anymore. Just go home and wait to die." Dihua thought angrily. This girl is so hateful. Could she be the one leading the bullying? Just then, a sensation began to stir within him, and the system's voice rang out. Dong Dong, with a puzzled expression, asked, "What are you doing? If you can't wake up, just accept it. Why pretend?" Dee tried to kindly remind them. "You guys hurry up and go." She didn't understand and asked again. "Try to remind them where you're going. Otherwise it will be too late." At this moment, a monster emerged from within Dihoa's body and sent the copper coin flying far away. The power emanating from Dihoa's body pushed all the nearby students away. The students took turns shouting, "The shockwave is too strong. Has someone awakened something? I can't handle this energy field." Tan Truck was surprised and turned to look at So Chow, glancing over, thinking to herself, "Is there someone stronger than me?" The system voice sounded again. Legendary Gila-level prototype, bloodline ability, atomic breath, bloodline pulse, absorbs atomic energy. The Crimson Gila evolution form is only activated when compatibility is 100%, compatibility is 3%. He weakly stood up and said, "A-class Godzilla prototype, infinite monster prototype." He looked at his hand and said, "Could this be the golden hand the system gave me?" Some students looked at Ehe with apprehension and said, "Was that Ehe's doing just now?" In just a moment, he blew away everyone around him. Wang Tongtong fainted after being thrown around. The students said Wang Tongtong was also blown away, but he awakened a level 2 fire lizard beast. What kind of monster could he awaken? Ehe walked away, laughing. Really, there was a lot of noise. I woke up a bit too loudly. I told everyone to get out of the way, but they didn't listen. A loudspeaker on the wall announced, "All 12th grade students who have completed their gene injections are invited to move to the stadium for blood vessel testing." Genetic breakthrough testing equipment can test animal traits and martial arts proficiency. Ham Nguyen's information panel appeared. Li Xin Yuan from our class has awakened the level 3 insect gene. How lucky. Before awakening, he was only average, but now he's suddenly risen to first place. Bloodlines are truly difficult to explain. Suzhou truly lives up to his reputation as the top student in the class for all time. Not only is he a 9th-level martial artist, but he has also awakened the Ice Demon Dragon, a top-tier bloodline level 3 expert. This time, the top scorer title in Anqing will definitely belong to him. At this moment, Tan Truck's information panel appeared, causing many people to murmur. "Look, Miss Liu also has a level 9 item. I wonder what she'll awaken. I possess a rare 4th-level bloodline. The Underworld Sparrow is definitely at the top. A level 4 bloodline demon beast, once it reveals its true form, can devastate more than half a city. Martial artists in front of it are no different from ants. To oppose it, one must at least be a martial grandmaster." Dihua stroked his chin thoughtfully. The monsters they had awakened were all level 3 or 4, so why was his level A? Then, the announcement from the loudspeaker of Class 127 startled Dihua. Is it really necessary to be so ostentatious? All the students looked at the strange fire and whispered, "That shockwave was so strong just now. Who knows? He might become a big shot in the future. Now I have to befriend him, so I can cling to his coattails later. Oh, a nom then. He thought to himself, this world truly worships the strong. He stepped into the testing device. Everyone looked at the strange figure with admiration. Now that the strange figure has arrived, the aura he just displayed must be of a high level. What kind of bloodline could unleash such power? He must be incredibly powerful. This time, Anqing No. 1 High School is going to explode with excitement. At the end of the line, Suzhou looked at the strange flame and thought, so his name is Ihi. That certainly makes people look forward to it. The information board about the Discord appeared, causing many people to wonder. 127 unknown third-level martial arts practitioners with demonic beast bloodlines. At this point, the students burst into laughter, shouting, a mere high school martial artist, even my younger brother, who's in middle school, could defeat him, regardless of his bloodline. Don't say there isn't any, is there? Isn't that right, martial arts? A level 3 martial artist might be able to awaken something good, but that's embarrassing. Excessive pride and disharmony will inevitably lead to a worthless person remaining a worthless person. Dihua stepped out, thinking that Godzilla had indeed not been detected by the scanner, despite the warnings about the infinite monster prototype. While I was thinking, the system panel appeared saying, the unlimited monster template upgrade guide can be obtained by completing quests or upgrading reputation, and you can receive additional time to extract live monster templates each time. He had chuckled to himself, thinking that his prototype level, though different from theirs, was quite interesting. Dihua, with a terrifying expression, said loudly, as long as I meet the requirements, I can extract and use the monster template countless times, so wouldn't I be the king of monsters? Anqing No. 1 High School, he turned his head, while sipping tea and said, what, you want to take a leave of absence to study until the college entrance exam? Oh, I definitely won't be able to, he said to the boy with a dark expression. Dihua, you must know that the only way to become a martial artist is to enter the gates of a university. I know you've awakened your bloodline, but you lack the fundamentals. You can't possibly pass the university entrance exam. So, you should prepare well for the retake next year and try again. There's no need to rush. With a sparkling expression and bright eyes, Dihua said, Teacher, only by sprinting can one make progress. Perhaps you don't know that I have now awakened a powerful bloodline. With diligent training, I am sure I can succeed. Look at the sincerity in my eyes. Teacher, I'm not lying to you. The teacher said, startled and breaking out in a sweat. That's a very sincere affirmation. Okay, if that doesn't work, then you'll have to come back and study again next year, all right? A center called the Haitan Martial Arts Center. Dihua Coachball walked and talked. The house my parents left me is worth 6,000. Including the compensation for their accident, Han has over 1 million yuan now. I have quite a bit of money to start my business. My immediate priority is to increase my martial artist level by 2 levels, which is to improve compatibility with the Godzilla prototype. He was pondering the system's mission, thinking to himself, the information in the infinite monster samples shows that each newly released sample only has 1 compatibility point, but the legendary Godzilla has 3 compatibility points. Where did the other 2 come from? An image of a syringe of experimental medicine flashed through his mind. The answer was that only 1 sample absorbed the power, awakening the genes and providing 2 additional compatibility points. Dihua walked and laughed at the same time. This shows that the genetic science and technology of this world can upgrade one's own prototype capabilities compared to the extremely arduous training that is often just thrown away. The money spent on potions to level up is more suitable for me. He continued, we need to buy some gene-enhancing drugs quickly. Go to the gate and scan your student ID card using the scanner. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw something. The martial artists passing by thought to themselves as the monstrous creatures emerged from the strange bodies. Everyone here is a martial artist who has awakened their bloodline. After I awakened the legendary Godzilla form, I gained the ability. Its unique sensation comes from the life field. His beast emerged from behind the strange figure, lost in thought. Godzilla can sense life signals emitted by living beings through its life force field. I can clearly feel the blazing blood and the beastly roars running through the veins of these martial artists. Dihua smiled and said, the beast warrior can no longer suppress the desire to fight within his body, and after all, the legendary Godzilla is the king in the monster world. Yes, I want to conquer all creatures on this earth. But right now I'm just a newbie. I can only silently endure the seething rage within my bloodline, waiting for myself to stabilize and mature before I can display the power of the Monster King. Suddenly, someone patted him on the shoulder, startling Dihua, and a voice rang out. Hey, buddy. Dihua turned around and saw a girl with a prominent mustache who spoke up. Don't stare at people like that. Dihua said. Sorry, sister, I didn't mean to. Liang Lei replied. It's okay. You probably just awakened your genes, right? It's normal not to be able to control your power. What are you doing at the martial arts center? He replied. I came to buy gene medicine, but it's so big here, I haven't been able to find the beautiful lady yet. Can this show me the way? She said. Do you want to buy gene therapy? Do you need it urgently? Is there anything to avoid? Luong Le shook his head in reply. Conversely, it's not just that this drug isn't cheap. On the other hand, it easily develops resistance, and its effectiveness will gradually decrease. The man named Lu raised his finger and continued. To maximize the effectiveness of the medicine, martial artists often use their own blood vessels to break through the bottleneck before using the medicine. How much does one vial cost? At this stage, you can only use basic strengthening medicine, which costs around 400. Dihua choked on her drink, thought to herself, and then said, even if I withdrew all my money now, it wouldn't be enough to buy 5 more jars. So, do you know anyone who could give me a little favor? Liang Lei took out a business card and handed it to him, saying, Here, take my business card. If you're referred by an experienced martial artist, you might get a discount. Dihua turned away and said goodbye to Luong Lo. Thank you very much. Liang Lei greeted the strange fire, pleased to meet the little friend again. A pair of blue eyes looked and said, Okay, so next, you'll go to the cashier, then you'll go to the weapons store and frantically shop. At this moment, the system sound rang out. The legendary Godzilla monster template compatibility 3% to 4%, hosts overall physical aberration 8 to 10, 10 to 15, martial artist level 7. The aberration tired, dropped to the ground and complained, This is truly a refreshing level up warning. But currently, each time I inject my physical gene, it increases by 2 points when I use the last one. The physical fitness score only increased by 1 point. It seems to be accompanied by a gradual increase in physical fitness. If you continue using this method to improve your physical fitness, it will become increasingly difficult. But that's not so bad. Just a dozen minutes of practice can be compared to 3 years of arduous training for others. This is just the normal state of the body. If you activate the power of the blood vessels in your body, look at your hands and smile. I'm not guaranteed to win the top spot in university. If even that arrogant attitude couldn't defeat those geniuses, then hacking is completely useless. Upon entering the secret realm, the images that appear show islands divided into different levels. The secret realm is divided into 6 levels, from S to E. The higher the level, the more powerful the magical beasts inside the secret realm. The monsters inside the S-class secret realm are something that humanity has absolutely no way of controlling. Once they enter the world, reality will bring calamity upon humanity. In Ton number 3 secret realm, level E, Dihua walked along with his hands in his pockets, saying, There are fewer people here than I imagined, probably because the secret realm was discovered a long time ago. After all, it's an old secret realm, and all the treasures within have been taken away. Dihua said to the gatekeeper, Hello? I have reserved a ticket to secret realm number 3. The gatekeeper replied, Sign the life or death commitment form. Here is the ticket. In front of Dihua was a blue gate. And you said this is the rift to the secret realm? He said with a smiling face. This is the beginning of the journey to becoming the king of beasts. When Dihua had grown up, she ran through the gate. I'm coming. When you entered, it was like falling into a lake. A moment later, the harmony landed on the ground. Strange flowers appear in a forest in the sky, which are planets. He looked around and said, Although textbooks describe what mysterious places look like, they can't compare to seeing it with my own eyes. It was truly magnificent. He walked and talked, unaware that a rabbit had just appeared behind him, and that he could now see the blue sky. The information panel appeared, showing a level 1 monster, a saber-toothed rabbit, a fanged earth creature bearing its teeth and growing claws. It lunged towards him at high speed. At this moment, the man reached out and grabbed the rabbit by the head. He laughed and said, Fool, do you really think I can't sense you? The information panel appeared, indicating the possibility of a template from a reincarnated life. Dihua ruthlessly crushed his head. The rabbit that appeared in his hand was a magic core. Shihua said, "The common white-blooded saber-toothed rabbit's magic core sells for 1,000. But after entering for only a few minutes, I earned 1,000. That's quite a high efficiency. An average person working hard for a whole month can only earn enough to buy 3 tables." Dihua held up the magic stone to examine it and said, "A shadow flashed past behind you. And taking many magic cores from level 1 demonic beasts is useless. It's best to use a level 2 or higher demonic creature." A monster appeared and an information panel popped up. Level 2 demonic beast, the corpse worm. Dihua drew out his sword and laughed. Speaking of Cao Cao, Cao Cao's Anqing number 3 secret realm, level E. At that moment, he was fighting the demonic insect. He glanced back at the demonic insect and said, "I've seen in the demonic beast catalog that compared to the sturdy armor on its back, the belly of the demonic insect is obviously easier to penetrate." Just then, the beast coiled up and lunged towards the strange fire. At this moment, he still had strength in his hands, creating a blue light source, and said, "Martial arts." A beam of blue light shot from his hands towards the monster. The beast shot 2 rapidly rotating teeth toward him. He looked at it and thought to himself, "Can it even shoot out teeth?" He leaned to the side to dodge the 2 teeth that shot towards him quickly. Dihua angrily said, "Damn you, you monster. Do you know how much this shirt costs?" He looked at the monster and fell into deep thought. With my current martial arts level, I'm ultimately incapable of dealing with the demonic insect. Without the support of powerful martial arts, no matter how profound the internal energy and blood in the Dantian are, it is impossible to unleash even half of its full potential. Also, because the original owner was too lazy, all he could do was sing. At this moment, the veins in his eyes bulged as he screamed loudly. The blood vessels in his body were activated, and his eyes turned blue. The image of the lost ghost appeared, and his hands transformed into claws. The beast opened its huge mouth, and the strange creature stomped its feet and rushed towards the beast. Blue cuts appeared on the monster's body, and patches of skin were torn along those cuts. He passed through its body, his body emitting a white smoke, and said, "After my physical strength points skyrocket to 21, I'm more than capable of dealing with a level 2 demon insect. To reverse the transformation, the internal thermal energy must be eliminated. My body makes me feel like a jet plane." Dihua looked at the newly purchased knife and sighed. This newly bought knife has already been corroded by the toxins of the demonic corpse worms. Equipping 250,000 basic Korean equipment is a complete waste of resources and of such poor quality that it's impossible to deal with a level 2 monster. He rubbed his rumbling stomach and said, "This is my first time hunting monsters, and it's so exhausting. I'm starving, and I didn't bring any dried food either." He smelled a fragrant scent and exclaimed, "What is that smell? It smells so good." He looked at the magic stone and thought to himself, "It's a demon core from a corpse worm, and it seems to have a very appealing scent." He opened his mouth, dropped the magic stone down, and swallowed it, saying, "Never mind." He swallowed the stone. The stone gradually dissolved. The system's voice rang out, and the anomaly's body emitted a blue light chamber, saying, "The monster's compatibility has increased." Dihua said happily, "I spent hundreds of thousands to buy a bottle of medicine, and it only improved my compatibility by 1%. But after eating just one of these green magic stones, it increased by 3% already. If it's 3 or 4 pills, wouldn't that be equivalent to a whole bottle?" This proves that the white magic stone of this rabbit toothache must have at least a compatibility rate of about 1%. He cried and lamented, "Damn it, money, money." He took 2 fingers that emitted blue light and placed them on his forehead. Let's turn this pain into motivation. Tonight, in this chaotic night, we must hunt to our heart's content. Then the circles began to spread out around. The life force field is activated, and the system voice sounds. The Mad Emperor's compatibility template has a 9% physical strength rating and a total strength rating of 158. The eccentric man calmly stepped out of the gate of thought. After compatibility reached 9%, swallowing the white magic stone no longer increased compatibility. It seems the only option is to sell it for money. The buyer exclaimed in horror upon seeing the pile of magic stones. There are a total of 20 white magic stones and 1 green magic stone. Is this real or fake? You're just a high school student. yet you've managed to hunt down so many magic stones. So what? He turned away, leaving behind admiring glances. According to government regulations, the fake samples must contain multiple components of the harvesters above, and for each green magic core obtained, 5 white ones must be submitted. At another gate, there was a group of people nearby discussing a matter. Manhwa said, "The last time we searched this place, we successfully found the approximate location of the blood jade fruit. But because Old Chun was injured by a monster, he can't enter the secret realm with us this time." Xiaohua said, "So there are only 5 of us." Xiaowu put his hand on the table and added, "That's right, but the rules are that way. There's a place where at least 6 people can enter the D-level secret realm." Lin He turned around and pointed to a young man wearing a hat, saying, "It's all right. I've contacted a representative and introduced us to someone who wants to bid on a new place." He picked his nose and pointed at Lin He, thinking to himself, "Because I'm still a student, I'm not qualified to enter the D-level secret realm, so I can only find a black market broker to make a deal for me." He used a fake identity to join the team, and yet he spent 100,000 of my own money. That's truly a black market scam. Lin He asked, "Did you threaten him into becoming a 9th Dan martial artist?" He replied, "Yes." Lamha said, "Delala, this name isn't very good." Dehoa said with a dejected expression, "There's no other way. Just read it at random." The two stood facing each other and talked. Lamha said, "Never mind. It's just a pseudonym anyway." With his 9th level martial artist skills, the entire team boarded the vehicle and set off through the gate, revealing a vast desert landscape. At that moment, everyone was chatting amongst themselves. The strange flower looked out dejectedly and thought to itself, "Last time it was a tropical rainforest. This time it's a desert. It seems this place is quite different from the world we've already passed through." Just then, several monsters appeared from behind. Ho Duk shouted to the captain, "Captain, there are earth demons. They are sending messages to us." The captain ordered, "Ho Duk, deal with them." And he obeyed. He turned his back and threw several shooting stars at the beast. The monsters were instantly annihilated, and the entire team sped across the desert. Ho Duk turned back and said to the captain, "It's done." Dehoa thought to himself, the martial arts techniques and throwing darts, after hitting the target, would explode like a bomb. This guy is definitely a man of few words. At this time, along the road, several planets and a large oasis appeared. Everyone got out of the car and walked in the direction they were standing. Dihua asked, "Why aren't you driving anymore? There's still some distance to the oasis." And Lin Ha replied, "Because the monsters in the oasis are extremely sensitive. They will definitely detect the sound of the off-road vehicle." Assigning tasks during the trip, Tamha spoke up and assigned tasks to the team members. Little Xia will throw a stun grenade later to lure that beast out. Xiao Yu and Hu to set a trap. Old Lu Yeji will hold them off while I take charge of the frontal assault. He pointed at Diha and said, "Did to say YRA, you stand and observe." Diha replied dejectedly, "Okay." At that moment, something glowing shot straight up into the sky. It exploded and broke into many small pieces. The stun grenade contains the pheromones of high-level monsters, causing some monsters to believe their territory is being invaded. From there I lured it outside, and a monster came running quickly towards me. Monsters, 2nd tier, earth dragons. Everyone, shout warnings to each other. Newcomers, be careful. The monsters have arrived. The figure of a man passed by the intersection where Ho Duk Phi was. That man picked up a knife. A bald man laughed and licked the knife. Giant planets appear. Lamha fought the monstrous beast all by himself. As soon as he had subdued it, 2 men ran up, one of them shouting loudly, "Team Leader Lin." Someone else then reported that the Earth Dragon had been dealt with. Lin Ha smiled and put away his weapons. "Let's go find the blood jade fruit." Suddenly the beast's claws attacked him from behind. Lin Dui was being cautious, when suddenly someone leaped up. Dihua appeared coldly. Then he unleashed a column of power that struck the monstrous creature directly. Lin Ha looked back with a frightened expression and said, "He's only a first-stage martial artist, yet he was able to shake the power of a second-stage demonic beast." Xiao Xia ran over and said, "That move was really powerful." At this moment, the young man beside Iha clapped his hands and said, "Your Chaolang Mountain Fist is really amazing." Xiao Yu put his arm around Iha's shoulder and said, "You actually managed to kill a 2nd-tier demonic beast." Lin He, standing outside, watched and said, Thank you for saving me. We'll be friends from now on. He has stood in the middle with a calm expression and said, It's nothing. A man shouted loudly, holding a blood-red gem in his hand, and said loudly, The blood jade fruit has been found. Xiao Xia pointed to the blood jade fruit and said, This time we also harvested quite a few earth dragon cores. Xiao Yu leaned on her thigh and looked up, asking, Is this bright red thing really worth anything? Yi, standing far away, drooled, thinking to herself, It seems like the sacred name of the fruit is indeed valuable. Manhwa smiled and said, Although this time it's a bit dangerous, we can successfully defeat the blood-seeking earth dragon. Manhwa suddenly cried out, and Ho Duk, from behind, stabbed Manhwa with a knife and said, It's useless no matter what you think, team leader Lam. At this moment, Xiao Yu and Xiao Xia shouted loudly at the same time. Forest team, old Lu exclaimed. What happened? Manhwa asked, gesturing behind her. Ho Duk, what are you doing? A tall, imposing figure walked up beside Ho Duk and said, What is he doing? Look here, isn't it obvious? Of course he's doing something that can make him rich. A voice spoke up. Hua Bang. He turned to look at Xiao Yu and asked, Do you know this bald-headed guy? Xiao Yu clenched her fists and said, Hua Peng. That guy specializes in robbing the spoils of war that martial artists explore in the secret realm, and yet he set his sights on us. Damn it. He trembled. The knife is poisoned. You traitor. How did you know about this place? Even my teammates only learned the location of the blood jade fruit when they entered this secret realm. At this point, the eccentric man suddenly remembered that it was a throwing dart. He hit his breath on the dart. Ho Duk's expression changed. You're quite clever, aren't you? Ta-Si La, you're probably still a student, right? The university entrance exam is coming up, and instead of studying properly at school, you insist on going on this trip with the black and white impermanents. Hoa coldly replied, That's right, the college entrance exam is coming up soon, and I'm really looking forward to winning the top prize. At this moment, Ho Duk threw his weapon towards the opponent and shouted, Arrogant. Hoa blocked the dart with 2 fingers. A sycophant like you, who goes with the flow, daring to bark like a dog in front of me. That's truly arrogant. Then he crushed the weapon in his hand, making a lot of noise. I want to deal with this piece of trash. Hua Peng then strained his neck and said, You little brat are really interesting. Huda, I want this kid's head. Ho Duk immediately responded by attacking the discordant side. Hoa quickly braced herself and created a shield to block the attack. A moment later, there was no one in front of Yi, and someone reminded him, Ta-Si Lap, be careful, Huda is nowhere to be seen. A second later, Ho Duk appeared, and that person reminded me that it was upstairs. Hoa quickly made a hand gesture in the middle of her forehead. It's the perfect time to test out my newly acquired skill. A second later, he controlled it to pierce through Ho Duk's original body, the earth element heart. Manhwa gaped and said, He killed Huda with just this move? Was he really a martial artist? Hoa blew the dust off her hands, coldly turning her back on Huda's falling corpse. On this side, Hua Bang pointed in astonishment. Genetics, you are a descendant of this great family. The shadow of the cold, discordant figure is revealed in its true form. Clan, I am a member of the Demala clan. Are you planning to kneel down and beg for your life? At this moment, Hua Bang revealed his true strength. Little devil, even if you have the genetic ability, you can't possibly compensate for the huge gap in martial arts. A second later, a ferocious bear appeared behind him, his blood activating a terrifying savage rage, his entire body surging like a wild beast charging towards the strange martial technique of the mountain peak. Hoa bent low and launched an attack, first targeting the lower body of the man. A second later, Hua Peng's arrogant voice rang out. My feet. As soon as the opponent raised his attack, the strange flower leaped high into the air, and Hua Peng also jumped up. He extended his large hands towards his opponent. A second-stage martial artist is indeed different. Even such atomic breath energy couldn't dissolve his ankle. Hua Peng clapped his hands together as if swatting mosquitoes, when suddenly a strange phenomenon appeared from behind him. Are you done fighting? It's my turn next. Hoa clenched her fists, emitting a cold aura. Hundreds of punches rained down on Hua Peng in quick succession. He was beaten and lay sprawled on the ground, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. So strong, so very strong. Hua Peng has a cat-like face, yet his genetic engineering contains a kind of poison. How despicable. People like you, evil martial artists, will surely be punished. I curse you. His face darkened, his eyes glowing. The number of people cursing me is only increasing. What do you think you are? The scene shifts to the center of Anqing, at the stadium, where a major event is taking place. Hello, students. The entrance exam for the Martial Arts University is about to begin this year. First of all, I would like to wish you all the best in the martial arts competition. The MC in the audience will keep talking nonstop. The university entrance exam uses a competition format. Candidates will compete in pairs, and the winner will advance to the next round. The exam lasts 3 days, the first 2 days being the preliminary round. High school students will take the exam on Tuesday. Strange symbols appeared on the large board. Each student in the preliminary round must compete in 3 matches. Students who advance to the qualifying round will have to compete further until the winner of this year's university entrance exam is chosen. The MC's face is full of excitement. You carry the future of humanity on your shoulders, for yourselves and for humanity. Showcase your abilities in the university entrance exam. I declare the Anqing University entrance examination officially commenced. The scene shifts to ring number 1, where 2 contestants are lunging at each other. The scene shifts to ring number 6, where 2 other contestants are also competing. The scene shifts to ring number 6, where only 1 person is present. The MC's voice rang out. There seemed to be a problem in ring number 6. 1 candidate is still late. The MC adjusts the microphone. I'll take a look. Both contestants are Huang Tongtong and Yi He, both from Chang'an City No. 1 Middle School. Now there is only 1 Huang Dongtong on the stage. According to the rules, if a student is not present after the match has started, they will be considered to have forfeited their right to participate. Dong Dong put her hands on her hips and spoke up. The Jean Convention was a humiliating experience that will haunt me for life. Initially, I intended to use my blazing fire to humiliate the Yoa, ethereal flame, but that weakling just kept hiding and wouldn't come out, which was a real turnoff. In the stands, the crowd was growing impatient. It was frustrating. They didn't even dare to come to the college entrance exam. They were probably shivering under their blankets at home. People like this don't even deserve to go to high school. They should just go sweep the streets. At this point, the referee blew the whistle. The time has come when discord will unite us as one. Suddenly, someone below seemed to see something. Something was coming. The cold, bearded man said, with a powerful aura. A lone blue sphere fell from the sky. Is that a person? Dihua's bright blue eyes were wiping himself down. How powerful was it that he could fly through the air? A second later, he landed forcefully on the ground, causing Tong Tong to recoil. She was a little wary. What kind of trick was this? A second later, something appeared in front of Tong Tong, then directly sent her opponent flying away. Dihua covered her mouth with her hand, pretending. You really are something. You almost came again next year. On this side, the man lay unconscious on the ground. The MC's voice rang out. Dihua, we won. His face was full of bewilderment upon hearing this. So you won, right? The crowd quickly changed their tune, like flipping a pancake. This discord is truly powerful. 1 kick finished off the opponent. That's a really cool way to get the kill. Is this really a technique that fell from the sky? Suddenly, the system notification and his body's expression darkened. Lin Duan, as a token of gratitude, gave him a blood jade fruit. The blood jade fruit requires some time to improve his physical condition. Next, we can watch a funny play. The rankings are rapidly improving. The next match saw the opposing team deliver a kick. Long Tao of Anton Tu Trung clashes with Dihua of Anton Not Trung. After winning the next round, Dihua kicked his opponent straight away. Long Dao and Tan Tam Trung clashes with Dihua and Tan Not Trung. The harmony wins. The crowd cheered with joy. The harmony sect is too powerful. Every match is settled with a single decisive blow. There's never any dragging on. That's truly a superhero kick. Dihua clenched her fists. Dihua and Tan No. 1 Middle School won all 3 matches and advanced to the 3rd round of the qualifiers. The scene shifts in the room, and a voice is heard. You should check out Dongshan University if you're interested in learning about Iyawa, exotic flames. Suddenly, Iha gained many fans. One girl said, Iha, join the C Na Tin group. Another said, Student, although we are a private university, we have abundant scholarships and tuition subsidies. Would you like to learn more? Others crowded around. Young man with the Iyawa, exotic flame, ability. Our university desperately needs a powerful martial artist like you. The man in the blue robe interjected. Young man with the exotic flame ability. Do you have a university you'd like to attend? Hearing this question, he turned around. Which university do you want to attend? Dihua excitedly pointed to himself and said, Sorry, I want to apply to Huadu University. A second later, the crowd dispersed, saying, You're already like this in the finals. Wait until you get slapped in the face and then come begging us. Dihua, if you fail, remember to contact me. He was startled. Seriously? They don't trust me at all. But he couldn't blame them. Huadu University, the best martial arts school in Xia Kingdom. The top 5 globally, is a sacred place in the hearts of all martial artists. He flashed a sly smile. Like in Tan, a second-tier city, only a select few top leaders are qualified to enter that sacred place. Well, after all, martial artists have to rely on strength to speak. Wait until I win the championship, then we'll see what you all have to say. Suddenly, 2 cold-looking people walked in. Fellow practitioner of Yiawa, Ethereal Flame, please cooperate with us. Now we need to reevaluate your martial arts skills. The bodyguard picked up the treasure in astonishment. A 9th Dan martial artist, a fellow student of the Yiawa, Ethereal Flame. Yet half a month ago you were clearly only a 3rd Dan martial artist. After hearing that, he looked at the other person with suspicion. 3 short months couldn't possibly lead to such rapid progress. You mean you suspect me of cheating, right? The other person continued. After we discovered that you frequently visited the Level E secret realm after leaving school. Why did you come to such a dangerous place before the period of harmony? Putting on a show so that I could calm myself down? Before my father passed away, he left me a saying, to surpass humanity, one must abandon being human. Therefore, I have been constantly going to the secret realm to fight. In each battle, I broke through my own genetic lock. That statement left the other 2 speechless. What, you said a gene unlock breakthrough? The next second he ran off shouting. This can't be left unchecked. I have to report it. Immediately, after hearing this, I felt a strange sensation, as if I had inexplicably become the target of special surveillance. Dihua sat watching the interview. The camera panned to a father, saying, Keep trying, son. Then to the mother, and finally to the daughter. Just do your best. Cam Lia to another person. Old King, once you pass the entrance exam to the top school, we'll throw a celebratory party for you. Di Huang leaned back and said, There's also a live interview with the candidates' parents and relatives. He looked up and said, It seems like no one can motivate me to try harder. Honestly, nobody cares about an orphan over here. Your teacher is very worried. Come on, Yihua, come on. On the stage, Yihua coldly looked at his opponent. The MC's voice echoed. First round of Anqing number 1 middle school, Yihua, facing Anqing 3rd middle school, Luo Xian, he said arrogantly. That's La Huan. I remember he was the top student in his 3rd year at Tam Trung High School. Brother La Huan has a cultivation level of 8th stage martial artist, awakened a rare 2nd stage demonic bloodline, and both his parents are martial artists. His opponent is finished. The mutated creature scratched his neck and said indifferently, You go first. Hearing this, La Huan's veins bulged with anger. Don't you know who I am? Whether you know me or not doesn't affect the outcome of the competition. The next second, he transformed into a beast. You were right. The result is that I will definitely win. A second later, he rushed towards the strange fire, hoping his luck would be a little better, so he wouldn't die right there. His claws approached the strange flame, only to see the flame coldly block the attack, though it was still far from the impact of the bald man. La Huan's face turned pale. My hand. A second later, Dihua forcefully raised his hand, then used his strength to pin his opponent down. Dihua smiled eerily, not at all like a contestant. Her voice resonated softly, her demeanor calm and composed, her harmony surpassing even the most harmonious. La Huan lay unconscious on the ground, defeated by another move, and moreover, the one who was defeated was none other than the number 1 seed, La Huan. Voices of astonishment rang out from everyone. Damn, La Huan's aura looked so powerful. How did he collapse in the blink of an eye? He's so different from others, effortlessly climbing to the top of the live stream, displaying the demeanor of a true master. His abilities are not on the same level as the other contestants. The gap is too big. He's so handsome, I want to have children with him. The crowd cheered incessantly. Even though he used his hands this time, He only managed one move, which was incredibly powerful. No wonder he's a one-kick superhero. Dihua, I love you. Dihua will definitely be able to make it to the finals. La Huan was brought out by the officer to be questioned about the match, and Suzhou stood coldly and called out his name. He frowned. No wonder he's the kind of man I'm looking at. I'll definitely beat him in the finals. Scene change at the online admissions office of Hua Tua University. Someone shouted, "In half an hour, I want all the information about him." Elsewhere, the second round of promotion qualifiers in the group stage is in full swing. A comment popped up. The battle between the genius beauty Su Lu Ilio will be watched under her real name. Tai Xiaoling is known as the queen of Anqing's second middle school. She pointed and said, "Miss Lu, I really hate that robotic expression of yours." Tan Truck stood silently facing him. Lu Qingzhu, the aloof flower of Anqing First High School, sparked lively discussions. "Come and watch beautiful women fight." The boys with shrimp-like hairstyles calmed down. The whistle blew. The match began, and Fu Lin rushed towards the opponent. All right. Let's see how you can hold up when I throw you to the ground later." Tan Truck coldly unleashed her attack, her martial arts revealing the secret technique of the Bichuan talisman. The power enveloped Xiao Ling's legs, and a second later, she was thrown flying. Fu Lin responded like a wild beast, seriously telling me to leave. Seeing Tan Truck attacking again, Fu Lin became worried. "Damn, I've fallen into their trap." She panicked, her hand caught in the swirling air current, unable to pull it out. A second later, a surge of power flashed across Xiao Ling's face. Witnessing that scene, the MC excitedly shouted, "Martial arts master Xin Huang. A high school student actually mastered the Xin Huang martial arts technique? Such talent doesn't need to be proven by passing the college entrance exam anymore. He could even be admitted directly to Huadu University." A mighty tiger appeared behind Xiao Ling, and it powerfully lunged towards Qingzhu. The MC's voice rang out, unexpectedly revealing that this little girl possessed the third-level royal bloodline, the Shadow Tiger King. A bloodline of the king level is very difficult to control, let alone a tiger-like creature known for its ferocity. This little girl has a bright future. Xiaoling Xiaoxing said, "Release the bloodline Dark Sparrow immediately." Qingzhu coldly replied, "This is enough." That statement angered Xiaoling. "This is enough. Do you think you can defeat me just by using martial arts?" A moment later, the two lunged into a fierce battle, Tan Truck gracefully parrying her opponent's attacks. Xiaoling used her leg to strike her opponent's groin, but Qingzhu's eyes lit up. She calmly parried the attack, and the two fought like a whirlwind. The MC's dramatic voice rang out. The weapons of Lu Qingzhu and Xiaoling clashed fiercely. The arena was covered in dust, and in the stands, the crowd looked bewildered. Who would win? Later, Xiaoling's stiff face became visible from behind the dust. It was Xiaoling, still standing on the stage. The MC's voice was hesitant. "Wait a moment." Xiaoling's eyes glazed over. The MC's emotional voice rang out. Xiaoling's strength was exhausted, and she collapsed. Lu Qingzhu was still standing on the floor. Tan Truck stood calmly amidst the MC's words, having defeated Tai Fu Lin solely through martial arts. "You are a 9th Dan martial artist, and you have awakened a king-level bloodline. No wonder you are a once-in-a-century genius." Lu Qingzhu's comments surfaced this month. "The Willow Goddess is too powerful, far surpassing others. I told you, who could possibly compete with the top scholar of Anqing? Others say that someone upstairs claims she's the top scholar in Anqing City. Do you know what her awakened bloodline is? It's the 4th stage Netherworld Sparrow bloodline." A comment popped up. 4th stage bloodline. What kind of monster is this? Then most martial artists wouldn't be able to defeat her. A large sign displays the inscription indicating the draw for the 8 Kings tournament. Dihua stood coldly in front of the drawing table. Below is the draw for the first middle school and Tan team. Having said that, he drew a ballot. Luo Su, tall and imposing, held armor in his hand and said, "I'm also in armor. It seems we'll be fighting each other. My name is Shun Guan. I attend Qingfeng Private High School." Upon hearing this, Yi coldly replied, "Dihua and Tan not Trung." Then Luo Su pointed to the side. "We're going to play our second match, so let's watch their first match first." The MC's voice suddenly rang out. The first match of the promotion quarterfinals. Qingfeng Loxi Private High School versus Zhong'an High School, the top school in Chuzhou City. Suzhou stood coldly watching through the big screen. Luo, she was very formidable. He's a repeat student, trying to get into Huadu University this year, so he's extremely proficient in mastering bloodline awakening. But facing the situation in that continent, he's truly powerless to resist. Suzhou's cold face appeared, and when the strange flower repeated the other party's name, he immediately replied, "That's right. He's also from our Anqing #1 middle school. Don't you know?" The MC interrupted. And Tan Not Trung So Chao Tang. On this side, the principal of Shu Qingfeng Private High School was trembling with anger. Damn it, he lost as soon as he started. At this moment, Yi turned to ask the other party, "How does Luo compare to you?" He scratched his head and smiled, replying, "Compared to me? I'm the top martial arts instructor of Shu Qingfeng Private High School. In terms of combat strength, the other two companions combined couldn't possibly defeat me." A second later, his eyes suddenly narrowed. "Actually, in this college entrance exam, I think you're my strongest opponent." Lack glanced around, taking in his opponent. "I've had a keen sense of perception since I was a child. I can sense that your abnormal fire is like a dormant volcano." Inside his body was a giant beast. Returning to the present, Luo Shi smiled, pointed, and said, "Let's go. It's our turn now." The two quickly advanced onto the stage. The MC announced, in the second quarterfinal match, a clash of physiques will take place between two teams, the third-ranked Shu Qingfeng team and the most powerful team from Anqing. Under the stage lights, the MC's voice resonated. The martial arts finals of the Anqing University entrance exam are underway and are incredibly exciting. The two sides are locked in a fierce struggle, with discord and conflict between officials. The strength of both sides is evenly matched. The light of power caused the crowd to cover their eyes, and Luo Yi gritted his teeth and said, "Nosebleed, is this your bloodline power?" He said with great enthusiasm. "It's truly strange. It can directly target and destroy cells." On this side, Yi secretly thought his body had already used his weapon to create a shield around his body, blocking the nuclear radiation from the outside. His eyes shone brightly. His martial arts were miraculous. This creature before him was a monster worth conquering. Luo Shi immediately unleashed his full power. "Then I'll let you witness a little bit of the martial arts passed down through generations of our family." A python opened its mouth wide, seemingly intending to strike. Two fists were raised a second later, locked eye. The discordant look in his eyes suddenly changed. He thought to himself, that was quick, and a powerful punch was aimed straight at his stomach. The MC's voice rang out. "That's too much. Mystic Flame, you've always been known as the one-kick superhuman, but this is the first time you've been hit by someone else. The blow caused you to cough up a little blood, which shows just how powerful your body cultivation fist is." Dihua stepped back, clutching his stomach, but still not giving up. He charged forward forcefully, shouting, "Where are you running to?" The small Dihua stood his ground, fending off the attack. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, the bodyguard's attack wasn't just a purely physical assault, but also incorporated weapons into his body, causing double damage. Previous opponents were all weaklings who had never fought against a powerful and experienced martial artist. While he was still thinking, a hand wrapped around his back, a powerful force surged forth, and it tightened around his neck. "You're half right. I can not only transfer martial arts techniques into your body, but I can also lock down your martial arts techniques, preventing you from using them at all." Then Luo Su coldly and forcefully tossed his opponent high into the air. Luo Su crawled on the ground, then jumped up and tossed the strange fire around. He attacked his opponent fiercely and relentlessly. Dihua covered her face with her hands, and Luo Shi's voice rang out. "Dihua, you can't beat me." Next, a column of power poured down. Luo Su laughed heartily. The MC's voice rang out, and the official unleashed a series of moves that left He with no strength to retaliate. Two paramedics quickly arrived, and paramedics outside were ready to come in. That technique, combining the mental and physical forms of the body, would have cost even ordinary martial artists half their lives. It seems the victory and defeat have been decided. Qingfeng Sila High School official. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Luo Su suddenly became alert. A powerful figure appeared, exuding an incredibly strong aura. A claw appeared, and the alien spoke. "You are truly very strong. To reward you for being the first to witness this side of me." The MC's voice, filled with dramatic surprise, rang out. "Is a demonic beast in its true form." Unexpectedly, in a small place like Anqing, besides Lu Qingzhu, a martial arts genius, there is also another bloodline genius. Luo Su's eyes were filled with astonishment. The demonic beast's true form approached with a strange harmony, its voice resonating with Luo Su's, his awakened bloodline able to reach such a high standard. The old man with the long beard was immediately annoyed by the MC's comment. Each judge will be equipped with a monitoring headset to observe the contestants. His expression suddenly changed when he saw the immense power of the nuclear weapon. What's happening? The nuclear radiation has exceeded the limit. A huge sphere has appeared. The MC said, "It seems the judges have discovered something wrong with the true form of the demonic beasts of those who practice the ethereal flame technique, and the crowd is constantly discussing it. Is this the true bloodline of the Yaowa exotic flame? That's awesome. Does anyone know which type of demon beast bloodline he awakened? I'm at number 1 high school, and I heard that his bloodline awakened, but I don't know for sure. How could you not know about such a powerful monster?" His gaze was filled with judgment. It seems that Planet Lam Tin doesn't have any of those demon-eating creatures either. It's no wonder they didn't know. Luo Su looked at the blood and started having a nosebleed again. It seems my weapon's protective shield is no longer able to withstand the energy of the Yaowa ethereal flame. It seems I can't get involved with him for much longer. He immediately awakened the beast. The MC's voice rang out, once again revealing a third-stage royal bloodline. This year's university entrance exam is truly a gathering of top talents. Dihua coldly stared at his opponent, and the two quickly lunged at each other. A surge of green power was unleashed, causing Luo Su's arm to ache. My hand. If I hadn't managed to neutralize the force of the blow in time, I'm afraid my entire arm would have been crushed. I was boasting so confidently before, but now I've suffered a painful blow to my face. Dihua stepped forward and said, "You've been very outstanding, my lord, but unfortunately, you can't change the outcome." Luo Su gritted his teeth. The true form of the demon beast, Luo Su and Dihua, are evenly matched. The MC's voice rang out again. In the second match of the 8th round of the university entrance exam, unexpectedly, a third-stage king-level bloodline appeared, and moreover, the opponent possessed an unknown and powerful demonic beast bloodline. This is truly rare. Luo Su's heart was filled with turmoil. The true strength of the awakened anomaly was unfathomable. He had no way of grasping its complex martial arts, and now he could only retreat to advance. At this moment, a sudden disturbance has erupted. The big guy shouldn't be careless. He advanced, pointing his claws directly at his opponent. Lack Tuc retaliated, his arm wrapped around the other person's arm. Luo Su slipped behind him and said, "As expected, I couldn't pull you over, but my goal was to get behind you." Then he leaped up forcefully, his feet firmly planted, and a large column of light shone above his head. Lack Tuc's foot struck down with such force, it was as heavy as a temple pillar. A second later, he jumped and landed, his eyes suddenly freezing for a few seconds. Dihua stood coldly with his arms crossed. Then a second later he lifted one leg and said, "Next, it should be my turn." Dihua gathered his strength, and a powerful blue light appeared. Just as he was about to charge in, Luo Su suddenly knelt down, then bowed his head and said, "Brother, I surrender." Dihua was taken aback and opened his mouth wide. "Brother, I had everything ready. How could you ambush me like this? This will make me extremely uncomfortable." A second later, he relaxed his grip, forgot about it, let out a loud burp, and said, even holding back his energy felt incredibly uncomfortable, so he transformed back into his human form. In any case, according to the rules, after one side surrenders, the other side has no right to attack. At this moment, the MC's voice rang out, announcing the end of the competition. Anton High School, Ihi wins. The crowd was cheered by fans. "He's so awesome. He's so awesome. He's so good." Online, people were constantly commenting on the match. His image quickly climbed straight to the top of the trending search list. The fan group of the different harmony group on top is named XXXXX. The first 3 groups were full, and the battles were all filmed in detail. To watch the entire college entrance exam match, follow me. His impressive shots are becoming increasingly popular online. The top scorer in this year's university entrance exam is definitely our eccentric friend. What is this Chuzhou? Even Lu Qingzhu is no match for him. On this side of the Tanfeng Private Association's leadership seat, he was furious. "Luo Shi is lost. I've bet everything on that official," he shouted, pointing at Tuc. "How dare you admit defeat? Do you know how much money we spent to train you? You're a complete, ungrateful wretch." If you don't pay back all the money, don't even think about going to university. Suddenly, Luo Su placed his hand firmly on the other person's shoulder. What do you want to do? Luo Su looked at the other person and said, I can't handle that one book. I had to admit defeat in order to avoid fundamental bodily harm. If I don't concede defeat, could you take over the franchise in my place? Finally, there's the compensation money. I'll pay it back gradually later. But please know that it is impossible to intimidate a martial artist stronger than yourself. At this point, he turned pale. Okay, you're right. 4 of the strongest individuals appeared on the large screen. The MC's announcement rang out. After fierce competition, the top B of this year's college entrance exam has officially been revealed, and Ta number 1 high school has emerged as the biggest winner. 44 seats have already occupied 3 seats. On this side, the leader of Anton Not Trung sat with his mouth wide open, grinning. It seems that old Lu has dedicated so many years to the school. It's time he was promoted a little. M's teacher is happy on this side. Dihoa is so talented. The MC's voice rang out, and the draw for the semi-final round began below. Dihoa looked back dejectedly at the armor. Suddenly, Tan Truck picked up the slip of paper and said, I'm also a Jyap, a specific type of auspicious animal. Later, the MC announced the first semi-final match of the college entrance exam. Encheng number 1 middle school's internal conflict versus Lu Qingzhu. After hearing it, the online comments continued to be lively. I've been wanting to see them fight for a while now. The most intense battle in the history of Anqing's college entrance exam. The Willow Goddess cheered, looking at the other party with a mixture of apprehension and disapproval. Tan Truck was full of hope for the battle. The most anticipated showdown ever. He who is different will surely win. Tan Truck stood coldly, displaying her supernatural abilities. Upstairs, I feel that the Willow Goddess has a greater chance of winning. News has now leaked that she has mastered 2 profound martial techniques, and based on that alone, she crushed the bloodline of the king-level expert participating in the Tai Shaolin competition. Among them, the Netherworld Sparrow bloodline is not yet fully awakened, and the other side's anomaly is no less powerful. Her own bloodline is also a king-level 3rd stage bloodline, which has been crushed by the anomaly to awaken. Although the lineage of the heterochromatic being seems very high, presumably also a long-standing bloodline, it cannot compare to the goddess who also possesses a long-standing bloodline and has a profound martial arts foundation. All the comments online seem to agree. The scene shifts to the semi-final arena, where the crowd is cheering and shouting incessantly, their voices filled with betting excitement. And Tan Not Trung, Lu Tan Truck, and Tan Not Trung, Dihoa. Immediately the referee shouted, the match begins. Dihoa stood coldly with his hands in his pockets. If Tan Truck was affected by his breath, the power of his breath made her cover her face. From the dust, 2 glowing eyes appeared, startling Tan Truck, and her gaze became intensely focused. Dihoa, I hope you're strong enough. Regarding the competition with Lu Qingzhu, which had just begun, the strange harmony suddenly released a large amount of energy that enveloped the entire arena. Several voices rang out from the stands. What's going on? What happened? I can't see clearly, the host shouted excitedly. Lu Qingzhu, the genius girl of the Lu family, faces the dark horse in this year's college entrance exam. How will the Yaowa, ethereal flame, cope? Let's wait and see. Could the ethereal flame awaken its bloodline? In the white smoke, the ethereal flame gazed at the dark shadow, contemplating how Lu Qingzhu's martial arts far surpassed his own. Thanks to those miraculous martial techniques, no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't harm her. With an unwavering gaze, this type of martial arts genius also possesses an extremely high intelligence quotient. The longer the battle lasts, the more disadvantageous it becomes for me. Certainly, one time you have to use all your strength. Then, he immediately used the Lap Sun fist, swinging his fist forward. Across from me, Tan Truck placed her hands together, seemingly initiating an attack. Then I will use defensive weapons to counterattack. But Dihoa, being extremely powerful, bowed her head low. Seeing his attack, Tan Truck scoffed slightly. How terrible. He's playing tricks. His movements are incredibly skillful. He claims to be using fists, but in reality, he's using a steel whip. The huge mouth, filled with countless sharp teeth, opened wide, and strange flowers flew down from the sky, preparing to strike. While Tan Truck was using both hands to block the blows, a few lines of commentary appeared on the screen. Such despicable discord, yet so deceitful. Lacking martial virtue, the poor goddess Willow is truly pitiful. In combat, martial artists do not resort to deception. At this moment, disharmony seems to be gaining the upper hand. Danger. The Willow goddess is being disrupted by this energy and is about to be cleansed. Tantruk was punched in the middle of the body. The attack from the alien was too fierce. Lu Qingzhu basically had no chance of escaping, so he used both hands to form a cross shape. Dihua used her weapon to knock Lu Qingzhu away, and this time she was able to escape. As soon as the sharp claws appeared, Tantruk quickly turned her head back. It wasn't going to be that easy, and she immediately dodged the powerful attack. Tantruk's eyes widened. Her claws were covered in weaponry. She tried to lift herself up to avoid the aura. Then a secondary explosion occurred where the light came from. But suddenly a strange phenomenon appeared right in front of her. Grinning, he said, "Don't run away, classmate Lu." Then he repeatedly hit Tantruk, who used both hands to shield herself while deep in thought. With this kind of high-intensity attack, isn't he tired? His physical strength is too good. I possess two Xianhuang martial techniques. One is defensive, the Willow family secret technique, the floating flower shadow, the stream of thoughts appearing one after another, and the other is offensive, the soul origin jade finger. If I can unleash either one, I can escape the situation of being pursued and killed by the Yifeng, ethereal harmony, sect. Tantruk's body was standing very close to the edge of the abyss, but unfortunately, the fundamental disharmony gave her no chance. She couldn't hold on much longer before falling off the platform and losing. The pink eyes remained unwavering. There was no other way. At this moment, a feather appeared from the part that the strange being was staring at intently, its eyes suddenly turning a brilliant purple. This could only be the final trump card. The bloodline awakened. The netherworld sparrow gradually took shape. Then something quickly flew upwards. Its wings spread out, and a few feathers fell. Qingzhu appeared in a completely different form, having awakened her bloodline. This is the first time Lu Qingzhu has displayed her demonic beast bloodline. Yumin Tuak, she said softly, "My fellow student with the Ioa, ethereal flame, you must be careful. In this form, I have no way to control the power." But the eccentric woman, unafraid, grinned. "Is that so? Those words from you are enough, because so far I've only unleashed 5/10 of my power. Next, I want to respond with all my might." Then he growled, and behind him, Tantruk hovered, using the Xian Huang martial banner's Hun Yuan Jade Finger technique. Done. Dihua refused to give up, displaying an excited expression. Atomic Explosion Fist. Two streams of blue and purple power clashed fiercely against each other. It made everyone in the stands gasp in admiration. It was too strong. The attack was too intense. I couldn't even open my eyes anymore. Up in the sky, Tantruk covered her face with her hands to avoid the powerful aura of her opponent. Something in her purplish-pink eyes drawing her attention. In front of them, a body with bulging muscles appeared, its eyes shining brightly, its mouth constantly gaping open. The first semi-final match of the university entrance exam. A drop of sweat glistened on Tantruk's cheek. This type of energy fluctuation is not good. The powerful voice of the presenter rang out. What's going on? The true form of the demonic beast of the anomaly is actually accumulating power. It recounts what is happening. The spinal column growing on the back seems to be accumulating enormous energy. The mouth full of teeth gaped open, revealing a dazzling light inside, which was gradually moving towards the mouth of the strange flame. The opponent slightly bent over, using the primal energy of the martial arts, and a dazzling beam of light enveloped Tantruk's entire body. She used her wings to cover her body. After a while, Tantruk gently opened her eyes, her potential awakening. At this moment, a strong blue light shone directly on her. Meanwhile, Tantruk is trying to use Vu Lap's reflexes. Done. The presenter's voice still boomed. This isn't good. The breath of the anomaly was reflected back by the feathers on Lu Qingzhu's body. This scene frightened some people. In the air, there were countless honeycomb-like fragments of golden light, with a few blue beams piercing into this side of it. And it's the same on the other side. Immediately, the mayor of Anton, Hong Qin, gradually appeared. He whispered, "Look carefully, the strongest scholar in our Anqing's history will be born today." Seeing this, the host was extremely excited, but luckily Mayor Huang protected the viewers. Blood dripped onto the floor. The tattered bamboo pole beneath him stood wearily. His legs bent, his eyes half closed, a trace of blood still on his mouth. He shattered the defenses of his underworld phoenix with just one blow. Can I really defeat him? Images from my childhood gradually appeared, accompanied by echoing voices. Lu Qingzhu, you are the hope for restoring the Lu family's reputation. You cannot lose. The ancestors of the Lu family throughout generations are watching you. Don't let us down. But Tan Truck only knew how to stammer to me. The white-haired woman was also pressing down on her head. Tan Truck, your mother has used everything she has to nurture you so that one day you can restore our Lu family. You mustn't act on impulse. Tan Truck hesitated slightly. Mother and daughter argued back and forth, saying that not only did the daughter have to win this match, but she had to win continuously in the future. But Mom, I can't breathe anymore. Eyes filled with worry and confusion. I'm so tired. While observing her opponent, she remarked that the strange fire was truly powerful, her expression remaining completely unchanged. Facing such a strong opponent, it's only natural that I couldn't win, right? Done. Tan Truck quickly rushed forward to attack, revealing this vulnerability. Perhaps the discord can be resolved? Hurry up and deal with me. When she struck her opponent in the chest, Tan Truck was utterly astonished. Why didn't you dodge? Without any surprise, Dihua replied. Qingzhu, why do you have no fighting spirit anymore? These words stunned her. Meanwhile, Dihua only whispered, Are you serious about fighting me? He raised his fist and swung it forcefully. I'm going to fight to become the top scholar in a fair and square match. But Tan Truck was still amazed. The discord didn't stop there. They punched each other straight in the face. He slightly opened his palm, warning, Be serious with me. Then, the man kept relentlessly questioning, Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? At this point, Tan Truck couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, This wicked man, from childhood to adulthood, no one has ever dared to hit me like this. She bowed her head, covering her face, and continued, Clearly, you wanted to hand the victory to him. So why are you still clinging on and refusing to let go? Don't use all your strength to hit a woman in the face, you bastard. But the discordant one remains utterly indifferent. That's exactly how it is. If you don't want to get slapped in the face, then be serious with me. At this point, Tan Truck used her forbidden technique, the blood-burning technique, her true form as a demonic beast, and a few lightning bolts flashed in her eyes. You fire-wielding fellow, as you wish, I will use my strongest form to attack you. Dihua witnessed Tan Truck walking down to her place. Perhaps you've been waiting for this moment for a long time, finally revealing your true form as a demonic beast. This is much more interesting. Dihua also quickly unleashed her power. If that's the case, then I can't be slow either. This technique is also known as hard Qigong. This is a martial art combining hardstyle Qigong with the demon beast emperor's demonic flame, called nuclear light tactics. You even challenged me to a good fight. Tan Truck, now unwilling to back down, unleashed Fong's devastating attack, capable of obliterating everything in its path. The battle has now become intense. The two strongest are fighting each other. Discord quickly escalated into violent, destructive power. Tan Truck seemed to be carrying out a plan to suck all the evil spirits into her mouth. She's like a madwoman, radiating all sorts of horrible things. The two people, one on top and one on the bottom, are both striving to defeat each other. He stood firm in anger, ready to unleash an even more terrifying force. The eyes of the strange fire were filled with calculation. Does she think only she can make the call? The electric current has penetrated her, causing it to crack and shatter into pieces. Tan Truck is no ordinary person either. She unleashed all the power she had, using the same technique as before. This time I won't back down. She made a promise to herself to cast aside her defenses and unleash the most powerful technique of the Lu family. I will confront you face to face. Tan Truck used the atomic earth technique to destroy everything. She's like a madwoman who wants to cause trouble. With the power of her bloodline, Tan Truck continuously delivered deadly blows. If the opponent isn't strong, they'll be defeated immediately. In the Yu Min blood war, the two sides' powers are about to merge, and it's unknown who will emerge victorious. The earth element of Yi He and the netherworld blood thorn of Qing Zhu created two powerful attacks. Those discussing the match were more enthusiastic than anyone else. This isn't good. The kind of power that would result from a collision isn't something those two martial artists can control. Inside the formation, Yi devised another method. to sit still and cultivate until he succeeded. The human body's magical technique has been deployed. The Earth's vain divine wall. This thing might be able to take down the opponent. The rocks could not withstand such strong forces. Even those observing from the outside had to admit that the impact was incredibly powerful. Was that just now caused by the mayor? Did the mayor want to stop the attack between the two of them? If the mayor hadn't intervened, I'm afraid we would have been affected. Even Huang Jing seemed to be pondering something. The three Earth Vein Divine Walls were prepared too hastily, so they cannot be as stable as usual. In the end, the two attacks of the Yaowa, Ethereal Flame, and the Green Bamboo still collided. Who would have thought that this year's university entrance exam would have two candidates who were so incredibly strong? Tan Truck's hand was bleeding. She clutched her injured arm in pain. The power of the true form of the demonic blood beast has also been completely depleted. I can't give up. I can still fight. At this moment, Dihua's footsteps were approaching. His figure was truly towering. Dihua felt that Tan Truck, in her powerful form, was not just an equal match, but a formidable opponent. My attack clearly hit him, yet he wasn't injured at all. He even warned her that if the nuclear shield on his body wasn't removed, he might be crippled later. Tan Truck trembled when she heard about its terrifying consequences. She angrily lifted her face, her eyes filled with tears. I didn't want to fight you to this extent in the first place, so why did you drag me into this? Dihua silently sat down, facing her. He said each word clearly so that Tan Truck could hear it distinctly. Are you really unwilling to fight me? Or are you rebellious and unwilling to acknowledge your own strength? Just now, when I risked my life fighting you, I could feel your burning desire for victory. Now she has no justification left. After thinking it over, she felt it was absolutely right. He's right. I really did want to defeat him just now. That's why I dropped my defense and launched a full-force attack. But what's wrong with me? Clearly, I hate fighting and just want to defeat him quickly. But during the recent battle, I truly felt that exhilarating feeling of fighting, not for anyone else, but just for myself. Dihua gently brushed Tan Truck's hair aside with her hand, causing her to blush intensely. He placed his hand on her shoulder, his fighting interspersed with many distracting thoughts, which is why he failed. Hearing this, Tan Truck extended her hand to examine it carefully. The wounds and radiation on his arm are healing very well. Even Dihua couldn't deny it, but he's still the strongest opponent I've ever met. Next time, if I have the chance, I'd really like to have a proper fight with you. Tan Truck's eyes widened in surprise. You're learning the Yaowa, Ethereal Flame. The fog has dispersed. As a being with a different kind of flame, he was still standing in the arena. The semi-final match has ended. Dihua and Tan Not Trung Tang. After the Dihua defeated Qingzhou, Chuzhou also, as expected, achieved victory. The biggest climax of the Anqing University entrance exam. The battle for the top scholar is about to begin. This was a fierce battle between Anqing No. 1 Middle School, Iha, and against Anqing No. 1 Middle School, Chuzhou. The number of live viewers for this match has been steadily increasing. The final round of the Anqing University entrance exam is now beginning. Suzhou had a cold expression on his face. Please give me your instructions. Dihua is also in a state of readiness for battle. Ride your horse here. He pierced through layers of membranes, hurtling forward as if ascending to heaven. He stood there waiting without hesitation, his posture confident and fearless. The combined strength of these two individuals becomes a formidable force capable of defeating anything. Adam, as Suzhou approached, he quickly used his explosive fist to shatter everything in his path at top speed. He was trying to dodge to avoid getting hurt, too lazy to search for his true body, and instead used simple, brutal techniques to bombard all the clones. Suzhou tried to find a way to fight back against his own defenses, but he was essentially unable to stop the destructive power of the Yaowa, Ethereal Flame. It's safe to say, among those of the same age, is there really anyone with a fake persona who can engage in close combat with a being of the opposite sex? He's truly a monster. If there's no way to get close enough to fight you, then I'll wear you down from a distance. He decided to use the method of awakening his bloodline ability, and a fire-breathing dragon appeared. So Chao is very confident in his abilities and capabilities. This bloodline of ice power can be defeated if one is not careful. Someone commented, praising him for this match. Yet Chuzhou was able to create an ice mountain of this kind of freezing power, truly like a living demon dragon. So Chao is really cool. There were also fans of the hegemonic power who voiced their support for the battle against the hegemonic power Great Demon King. Come on, brother, you can make ice. Currently, the powerful ice energy of Chuzhou has formed an ice mountain in the arena. The strange harmony and icy chill within the ice mountain had worn off, and Chuzhou was gradually running out of strength. Suddenly, he felt a pang of sadness. Such powerful icy energy was still a burden on his body. We see that the iceberg has begun to melt. The ice has been broken and its power is being released. He widened his eyes, unable to believe it was true. How is this possible? How could it be so easily destroyed? Suzhou tried to control the power rushing towards him, but it all exploded and burst forth. The iceberg was so strong, yet it shattered so quickly. The footsteps of discord have come to a halt. Your ice dragon power has no effect on me. He was covered in icy smoke. It seems my side of the coin is more suited to you, to the point that even Chuzhou now has to admire him. The difference in strength is truly enormous. Mysterious Flame, take this final move of mine. This is the limit of my current martial arts. Initially intended for Tantra, he became more frenzied than anyone else, using all his power to unleash the soul-piercing sword intent. Huang Jing had been observing the match from the sidelines all this time. This is sword intent. How old is he? Yet he possesses such strength? So Chao rose up, wanting to bring strength to the enemy, but drops of blood, seemingly from nowhere, began to fall. Dihua had his own plan. Waiting until he got a better sword might give him a slight chance. He suddenly noticed something. A piece of the sword had fallen to the ground. His sword, under the disdainful gaze of Chuzhou, asked the strange flame, "How great is the chance?" He chuckled happily. It's slightly greater than the chance of success for the flash dog. Then Chu raised his arm in surrender. I give up. In the final round of the Ankin University entrance exam, the opposing side won. The fans were screaming and cheering nonstop upon hearing this news. I definitely didn't misjudge you. You're so cool and unique. Although So Chao is also very strong, it is simply no match for the forces of anomalies. This strange black horse truly has a dark lineage to the very end. I heard that last year he was the bottom student in the class, but this year he beat the top student to win the top prize. So inspiring. The standards of this year's university entrance exam are significantly higher than in previous years, but it is still possible to overcome this challenge. Dihua is undoubtedly the strongest top scholar Tan has ever had. Until later, no one could outsmart him. The number of fans of the heterogeneity is growing, and they are willing to stand just to wait for him. The commentators on the match became even more enthusiastic. Spectators present at the scene and watching via live stream of this year's Tan University Entrance Exam 24. After 3 days of fierce fighting, the Trong Nguyen martial arts of the Tan University Entrance Examination was finally born. He is the unique flame of Anqing No. 1 Middle School. He also got to interview his classmates with the Yaowa supernatural flames. I heard that your strength comes from long-term development and accumulation. Now that you've won the top prize, do you have anything to say? Dihua thought to herself. As expected of a cultured person, even the use of force is discussed in such a subtle way. Before speaking, he cleared his throat and said, "First of all, I must thank my teacher. It was you, teacher, who didn't abandon me when I was at rock bottom, who encouraged me, and that's how I found the motivation to keep fighting." His teacher, who was watching on the screen, was also moved and hugged him. I truly don't deserve your praise, my fellow fire spirit. He was just a teacher who didn't want to lose his job and failed to recognize your potential. The teacher felt truly guilty. Even the principal was here, and so was I. Dihua was extremely surprised. She could never have imagined that the principal would be here. The principal raised his hand and gestured. 2 million in exotic flames. Spread the word about our Anqing No. 1 Middle School a little, and I will reward you with a 2 million scholarship. As soon as Dihua saw the money, her eyes lit up, and she had to thank my school, thank my principal. Without the wise leadership of our teacher, how could we have achieved what we have today? Finally, I want to thank myself. Without my own hard work and intelligence, the Dihua group could absolutely not have achieved the glory it has today. Congratulations, host. You have received the title of top scholar and are rewarded with 1 random monster sample draw. You had no idea you'd receive such a great reward. The title of top scholar. It turns out that monster specimens can also be obtained from system achievements. At this moment, in the stadium corridor, the fans were going wild. He's out. Fellow student of the Yiwa, Iwa, oh, do you feel any pressure winning the top spot this time? How did you become so strong so quickly in just half a year? Iwa, do you want to go to Huadu University? You ran away because you were scared. Don't chase after me anymore. I need to go to the restroom. Someone even ran up to him and asked directly, Student Iha, who do you think is more beautiful, Qingzhou or Shaoling? Or do you prefer Xinguan or Chuzhou? Iha really didn't want to answer such questions, so he quickly ran away. I don't have time to waste with these journalists. You two are at odds. Wait a moment. My fellow students are at odds, but I still have one last question. The sunlight on the basketball court in the morning is so beautiful. Dihua could finally breathe a sigh of relief, feeling as though she had escaped those reporters. The transformation monster isn't unique. Unexpectedly, it's also possible to obtain rewards through the system. No sooner had he finished speaking than a figure appeared there. Fellow student of the Yawa, Ethereal Flame, congratulations on winning the top position. At that moment, he froze, wondering if there were still reporters around. The man took off his hat and explained, Don't misunderstand. I'm not a reporter. I'm from Huadu. Let's talk about the gene locking issue next. Dihua had never heard of this issue before. Jealousy lock? I didn't unlock any genes either. All of my abilities come from monster models. Could this person possibly know my abilities? Who exactly is he? The man asked Dihua a question. Did you hear about this gene key from your father? He immediately replied, That's right. Based on the original owner's memories, that's how it was. That guy took some kind of paper out of his bag. Iha, aren't you curious how your father, a mere taxi driver, could know words completely unrelated to his profession? Iha looked at him suspiciously. Could he be a master? Then the man handed him some kind of paper. Because your situation is special, Huadu can declassify some of the top secret documents for you. Dihua opened it and examined it carefully. This was formerly a research institute in the field of genetic engineering on planet Earth, once a powerful organization. But due to an event, the entire institute was hunted down and blockaded by various countries. A large number of core research staff were forced to remain anonymous and live in hiding within the city. Gene locking technology is a key project of the anti-corruption campaign. Previously, disagreements could not maintain composure. I never imagined you would consider my convenient father to be a senior researcher at Tamai, while I am the product of CA Mana's secret research. What? He even offered words of reassurance. Don't worry, the country won't make things difficult for you. I came here just so you could understand the situation. After all, you're involved and have the right to know. You can tell at a glance that this person is overly anxious. Brother, I'm telling you, I'm calmer than you right now. Do you believe me? The man continued to explain. Besides, you're a keen national talent being groomed, and we'll always protect your safety. You've been holding back your laughter for a long time now. How annoying. The more famous a person is, the more attention and trouble they receive. This society is truly full of power. He finally said goodbye. Then I'll go first. Dihua's been waiting for this moment for a long time, and finally she's gone. This time, the college entrance exam at this location was quite successful. Not only did he get a place at Huatu University, but he also received a 200 million yuan scholarship from the principal, plus an additional 800,000 yuan in prize money. Of course, the most important thing is that I can draw another new monster with a unique ability. He excitedly started drawing samples, and I couldn't wait any longer. A mysterious circle has now been discovered above. Dihua looked up at the scene in astonishment. A circle can attract anyone who is fascinated. You are facing a bizarre monstrous form. A D-class specimen. A super D-class specimen. A personified giant. A bloodline ability. A 60-meter giant. A high-temperature vapor. And its advanced form is a personified element. This is the first time I've heard of the term heterogeneity. A personification of a supergiant? The abilities of different ability types can be superimposed on each other. What would happen if the personified giant's archetype combined with the demonic emperor's archetype? It would probably transform into a monstrous, mysterious king. In a different setting, in a dark room. Brother Huolong, do you mean you have personal matters to attend to soon and won't be accepting any more assignments? That's right. I will complete all my scheduled tasks in the coming time. Okay, I understand. The ceiling above is cracked. His footsteps could bring it down. Moreover, his eyes were filled with danger. Unfortunately, we did not find your brother's body in the secret realm, but we did discover some remnants at the location where your brother's signal appeared. Through testing, it was found that there was a small amount of nuclear radiation inside. He shook his head, knowing this truth beforehand. My dear brother, I've told you before, don't get involved in society. Don't get involved in society. Why didn't you listen to the advice? Mom told your brother to take care of you before he left. In the Intan final, the draw resulted in a victory for him, and he stood there gazing at the boy's face for a long time. Manhwa is certainly a rare genius in Intan. Hwada University will also compete for this person. Unfortunately, Iha University will not be able to wait for Iha to enroll. A package arrived at Dihwa's residence, and he was very curious about the new sample he was planning to test in the secret realm. Who sent this to me? The sender is So Chao Dihwa. According to an investigation by the Central Research Institute of Huatu, a new secret realm rift will open at Gongshu Mountain on the outskirts of Anqing City at 3:00 p.m. today. The secret realm is expected to be around level C. I want to go explore this hidden realm. Do you want to form a team with me? After reading those words, Dihwa felt incredibly disgusted. No way, big brother. What era are we in now? And you're still using letters? Is this guy a time traveler? At the peak of Anqing Mountain, Gongshu Mountain, people have been crowding here since very early in the morning. There are so many people, at least 1,000 of them. As expected, new secret realms are always highly sought after. As soon as Su Zhou saw Yi, he greeted him, saying, "You've gotten even stronger." Dihua forced a fake smile, surprised that this Chu Zhou's senses were so sharp. I used the number I got from the university entrance exam to buy some medicine. Genes have increased the compatibility of the anthropomorphic supergiant model by up to 35%. It seems that low-level monster models also have their advantages, being able to deliver quick results. He asked Su Zhou, "Which university are you planning to apply to?" He hesitated before replying, "Huadu University." Dihua replied warmly, "Consider us classmates from now on." Chu Zhou's expression was slightly off. Suddenly, everyone shouted, "The power of the secret realm is about to open." The fire dragon monsters have appeared. Appearing before everyone was the form of a monster, a three-headed vulture that spread its wings and flew out, attacking the astonished crowd below. A martial arts instructor below pointed upwards towards the monster. The three-headed vulture is calling everyone together. The secret realm has opened. Brothers, kill that monster and storm into the secret realm. Then many other martial artists rushed forward, each filled with killing intent, gathering their energy and unleashing their attacks towards the monster simultaneously, as if they had spotted a treasure. It cried out in fear. "This is bad. I put too much effort into coming out. Why are there so many martial artists here?" Roar, 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 roar. Retreat quickly. There's no turning back. It's trapped. In a moment, the bird was left with only a few feathers. It had been brutally beaten, and the poor bird kept crying. Indeed, even early birds can be beaten by people. The Shushan River secret realm is actually a strange, wild forest where the trees grow in a very unique way. Those outside quickly stepped inside, and the strange creature also slowly entered. He had a dignified and calm demeanor, walking naturally without haste. Somewhere, a pungent smell wafted up, wafting past the alien's nose and making him uncomfortable. The smell of blood was overwhelming. Only then did he realize it was a beast tide. These beasts have been lying in ambush here waiting for us. A horde of incredibly hungry monsters appeared, their faces made of human skulls. Surrounded by magical energy, they charged forward, eager to fight the martial artists. On this side, the martial artists also eagerly rushed towards the monsters, using all their strength, some shouting. All martial artists, in accordance with national laws, prioritize eliminating demonic beasts to resist the beast tide. During the battle, a martial artist beheaded a monster. Next, a python was brutally killed when a martial artist plunged a sword straight into its head. So Chao, with a sharp gaze, raised his ice sword, channeling his bloodline power, and then slashed at the approaching monster, creating a powerful shockwave. Suddenly, a monster rushed forward from behind, attempting a sneak attack on Chu Zhou, but he spotted it. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Atomic explosion fist!" A beam of light flashed across, striking the monster that was trying to ambush him from behind, causing its internal organs to shatter and scatter everywhere. He used his right arm to dodge, avoiding the damaging force of the flying debris from its carcass. Dihua rubbed his left wrist, looked at Chu Zhou, and said, "Be careful behind me." Dihua saved you from a sure defeat, something you should remember and thank me for. At their feet lay the carcasses of a group of demonic beasts, their flesh and blood scattered on the ground. Dihua told him that none of the magical beasts in this secret realm could defeat him. Showing contempt for the low-level monsters made Chuzhou tremble. Suzhou's face showed a stunned expression as he spoke. Has Dihua really killed this many already? I think the beasts he killed seemed to have their flesh and blood completely dissolved. He used nuclear radiation on a large scale, and the sight of the decaying bones on the ground filled him with immense fear. It was impossible to resist, and the event unfolded in silence. The most frightening thing is that it attacks living cells directly. At this moment, this discord is no different from a true demon descending to Earth. Everywhere he goes, monsters are destroyed by atomic chemical radiation emitted from his body. Everyone looked at him as if they were seeing a devil incarnate. Damn it! How did they attack so quickly from behind? Could it be that they have high-level martial artists helping them? Everyone looked towards the direction of the anomaly, marveling and thinking, isn't there a top scorer in this year's college entrance exam in Anqing among them? Someone spoke up to answer the question. Another man was still stunned. Isn't the top student in the university just a martial artist? How can a martial artist kill so many magical beasts? The kid behind me asked if I hadn't watched the live stream of this year's exam, right? That's right. What's so great about watching high school students fight? The kid said, laughing. You idiot. That high school student could beat up 10 people like you. That made the man shiver with fear. Afterwards, many martial artists gathered before him and wanted him to lead them in eliminating the demonic beasts, driving the monsters towards the champion. A man holding a sword stood in front, shouting. Beneath the canopy of the forest, people passed the words from one person to another. With the signal from the front, the leader of the beast horde has been eliminated. Everyone cheered joyfully. We've won. But they continued to advance, fighting back against the horde of monsters. The beast tide has begun to retreat. So Chow wiped the sweat from his tired face after the battle with the beast tide, sighing in relief. Phew. Thankfully, we managed to withstand the first wave of beast tide. Everyone around looked extremely tired. Following this battle, initially there were over 1,000 martial artists gathered, but now only over 800 remain, with many more wounded. Everyone's hearts are heavy with sorrow over the sacrifices of their comrades and friends in the fight against the demonic beasts. He had carried a rock with crystals on his shoulder and sighed wearily. Phew. Suzhou, how am I supposed to carry all this loot back here? Suzhou looked helpless at the enormous bag of goods, bigger than himself, which surprised him. How did you manage to get so many demon cores? Suzhou took a small ring and gave it to Ihua. This is my spatial ring. First, put everything into it. Hearing this, the smile of the eccentric man gradually lost its humanity. Wow, a space ring worth thousands of dollars. I can't believe you're so rich, Chuzhou, yet you're thinking of something so wicked. A martial artist said. The group led by the martial arts boss has returned. The two looked towards the source of the voice. Luckily, he eliminated the Lord-level beast. Otherwise, we would surely have died of exhaustion amidst the pack of beasts. Everyone looked admiringly up at the tall figure approaching them. He said, Hello, you're the top scorer of the Anqing University entrance exam, right? I'm Vo Sam, the team leader of the Anqing Vo Non-Lang branch. He looked down at the strange flame, and the martial artist reached out his hand to shake hands with the strange flame. I just heard the members talking about your valiant performance. I wonder if you'd like to join our martial arts troupe. Joining won't affect your university studies. On the contrary, you'll receive a preferential allowance. Wu Shun, I'm ready to sign an S-level membership contract with you. Dihua looked up at him, and the other martial artists' eyes lit up as they watched the two of them. And yet, Big Brother Vo Sam personally invited the Yaoa, exotic flame, to join the group. This is truly a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Without support from a martial arts school, relying solely on an independent martial artist would hardly be enough to cover the costs of land acquisition on the path of martial arts. Moreover, the Silver Wolf Martial Arts Troupe is one of the largest martial arts troupes in the S-Class Confederation, a group that even ordinary students in Huadu might not be able to join. A girl with short purple hair riding on the back of a tiger-like monster approached. Vo Sam, I was wondering why you were running so fast. It turns out you were the one who butted in between the two of you. She looked at him. My fellow student, please join our successful martial arts troupe. Although our martial arts school is a little smaller than Silver Wolf's, she smiled. I can guarantee that after joining, you will receive 15% of the school's training resources each month. The martial artist beside her had eyes that glowed and hearts that radiated from them as they looked at her. What? 15% of the cultivation resources, isn't that equivalent to becoming a shareholder? A high school student is causing two major martial arts guilds to compete and make such frantic concessions. Dihua scratched her ear and looked away. I'm sorry, but I don't currently have any intention of joining any martial arts group. Vo Sam chuckled softly. It seemed that winning the top prize in the university entrance exam was indeed not an easy task. No problem. Consider this disagreement as a way to make friends. If you need any help in the future, just contact the Silver Wolf Martial Arts Group. We're available anytime. The two men shook hands, and we, the Tondat Martial Arts team, were also ready to await orders. She replied in a harmonious tone. Although we can't join, we can still be friends. Was that the hand you just used to clean your ear? He didn't pay attention. Don't pay attention to the small details. When So Chow approached, he had already repelled the beast tide. Now you can begin exploring freely. This place is a huge forest. Let's climb up the tree to observe the situation in the area before deciding what to do next. Dihua agreed. Okay. Dihua used her flying ability to leave. So Chow chased after them. That was quick. The two stood on the red canopy of trees. Looking around, Suzhou gazed in astonishment into the distance. What is that? In the distance were huge, towering figures that he couldn't make out clearly. A body this enormous must be over 1,000 meters tall. It's truly hard to imagine. Dihua looked at them excitedly. It wasn't hard to imagine that since we're still young, in a few years we might not be unable to conquer the demonic beasts in the secret realm, or even uncover the truth behind it. Now, as he spoke, his eyes lit up. Suzhou was sweating as he looked at him. It's no wonder they're so different when faced with powerful beings whose origins haven't been fully revealed. I feel scared, but my fire is confident of defeating my opponent. He gazed intently at the overly excited man and thought, it seems I'm not only inferior to Yihua in martial arts, but also in willpower. Harmony is the mark of a true martial artist. Your demon cores will sooner or later belong to me. He unleashed his life force field. How strange. My life force field can detect the distribution of life forms throughout the entire secret realm. His eyes turned blue as he looked straight ahead. But to the southeast, there is a body of amber, which is like a completely empty vacuum. A monster rose from the sea, creating a huge wave that rocked the large ship. Every unusual event has a cause. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. The boy's eyes lit up as he looked towards the sea, raising his hand and pointing forward. There's a lake there. Let's shout. Xiaozhou looked southeast. There was a lake there. Let's go take a look. Observing her surroundings in a terrifying forest, Dihua unexpectedly felt happy. Vulu Thursday surprised So Chow. Vulu Thursday greeted cheerfully. Isn't this our top scholar? I didn't expect you to be so amazing, little one. Headprick stood beside him with his arms crossed. Oh, Vulu, you know our little top scholar from Intan? And that cheerful girl with glasses? That's right, quickly introduce her to us. The original champion was truly majestic and awe-inspiring while fighting against the beast tide just now. Dihua moves forward. Vu Thursday Lu, how long have you been here? Then Vu Thursday Lu replied. We had only just arrived when two of our teammates, who were skilled swimmers, went down into the lake to scout the route. Suddenly, a young man surfaced from the water, breathing heavily. He happily shouted, We've struck it rich. We've struck it rich. Wu Shu Lu calmly replied, Explain yourself. How can we strike it rich? He immediately retorted, There's an ancient relic at the bottom of the lake. We're about to strike it rich. Wu Shu Lu was pleasantly surprised. Really? That's fantastic for us. The emperor asked in bewilderment. What are relics? Why are they so excited? Then Shu Zhou explained. In the secret realm, there are some mysterious structures suspected to be left behind by a previous civilization, which experts collectively call relics. It is said that the theoretical foundation of modern martial arts and many genetic technologies originated from those relics. The older brother suddenly paid attention and laughed loudly. Someone else immediately drew their sword. He fiercely asked, Who are you two? How dare you eavesdrop on our conversation? Wu Shulei immediately stopped him, halting his hand. Vu Yang, Yi He, and Chu Zhou were the top scorer and second highest scorer in the Anqing University entrance exam. This time, their strength far surpasses that of most ordinary martial artists. This time, let them join us. Dihoa nodded in agreement. That's right, old man. Don't get agitated. We too can still help you. Exploring the ruins. He was agitated, and when asked about the spoils of war, the others raised their hands and said, "We are external aid, and we divide the spoils according to our efforts. We get as much as we contribute." He thought for a moment and said, "All right then, I'll let you join for now, but don't do anything bad and then think twice." The top scholar and the second highest scholar. Those two are destined to be great figures in the future. It's best not to make enemies. Underwater, the older brother led everyone to follow him into the cave. My brother explained, "Go through this cave, and inside is the ruins." Then he turned around and looked everywhere, searching. "That's strange. Where's Li Wei? Didn't we say he was supposed to be guarding here?" The bald-headed man said. "Who knows? Maybe he discovered some treasure and went ahead on his own." The older brother pointed. Hey, Li Wei, answer me. Hey. The older sister wearing glasses asked, "Did you guys check this underground cave for any signs of magical beast activity?" The older brother replied, "Li Wei and I released bait to lure magical beasts, but we didn't see a single magical beast hair." The older sister wearing glasses trembled. "This place seems quite dangerous. Li Wei has also disappeared. Should we continue exploring?" The older brother shouted angrily. "Explore, we must explore. Wealth and glory await you right before your eyes. But if you don't dare to seize them, you will remain a low-level martial artist for the rest of your life. If you're afraid of dying, get out of here immediately. If you want to get rich, stay." Everyone was worried. The older brother continued, "If no one is leaving, then let's go." The older brother led the way. Everyone followed behind and entered the cave. A few footprints appeared in the flashlight beam. Dihoa silently observed, then unexpectedly used her mouth to form words. "It is inappropriate to fear the agreement of the continent." That's right, the times don't match. Hongvu Lu said that her team had only just approached the lake, within just over 10 minutes, but they were able to enter the cave beneath the lake, traverse the underground passage, and find a secret path leading to the ruins. It was truly like opening a map view in a game. Suzhou clearly indicated there was a trap. Should he warn his acquaintances and leave? He smiled. "Don't worry, I have a trump card. There are many vines inside the cave." A voice rang out. "This is a demon core. It has lost its light, seemingly exhausted long ago. No wonder, we didn't see many demon beasts underwater when we went down. It turns out they've all been devoured." Wu Lei worried. "Duyong, where did you say the ruins are?" The girl with glasses suddenly shouted. That's to draw everyone's attention. "Li Wei is dead." Everyone immediately panicked. The older brother clutched his head and shouted, "Where are the relics? Why are there no relics here? Where did the relics go?" He clutched his head. "Li Wei is dead. How did you die?" Vines. I think I'm also caught in vines. You guys run." Then it exploded a second later. Thousands of vines flew out, and everyone was terrified. Bouillon, could it be that he was instantly blown away by a beam of light? He remained calm, not expecting the magical beast to possess such intelligence. He looked at the red sphere and said, "After hunting and killing 2 martial artists, it even parasitized the brain of one of them, using him as bait to lure more prey. It seems we've been lured into its hunting grounds." Everyone shouted anxiously. "The monster has blocked our way in, and it doesn't want us to escape either. So Chow, stay calm. I've seen this kind of vine-controlling magical creature in books before. A type of second-tier king-level demonic beast. The demonic vine, which Wu Lei Shu fears, and a king-level bloodline are fundamentally impossible to evaluate using normal ranking systems. This level of power is basically not something that first-level martial artists like us can contend with." Dihua was furious. "I don't care what rank it is. Let's see how I'll blow it to pieces." The cave suddenly exploded, and a martial artist appeared out of nowhere. "Hegemony, I've come to take your life," he exclaimed, surprising everyone. Qi Shuelang Yan is an 8th Dan martial artist. Dihoa turned around and asked the name of the big, massive man behind her, whose body was bigger than a mountain. "Does anyone still remember me?" He looked down at the strange scene from above like someone standing on a peak looking down on mortals, a smirk on his lips. "I heard that in the Gongshu Mountain secret realm, someone used nuclear radiation power to fight against the beast tide. I was certain you were there. All I needed to do was follow the trail of residual radiation to track your whereabouts." to avoid being discovered by him. I held my breath and concentrated. I followed him all the way to the underground cave. But unexpectedly, he still discovered me and used large rocks to block the way, preventing me from entering. My heartbeat and breathing have completely stopped. You feigned death, yet you still recognized me. No wonder you're the one who once drove us brothers to the brink of despair. Dihua put on the most innocent face possible. What a stupid mouth. Who is this uncle? Suddenly barging in and spouting such strange nonsense. Do we know each other? The burly man angrily raised his fist, emitting a bright red light towards the strange flame, cursing, "Don't pretend, just die." He waved his hand, his voice trembling with anger. Is this the lair of the demon vine? I've come to the monster's lair only to have the monsters attack me? The huge, horse-like titan shouted in indignation. His mouth was wide open. You could probably fit an elbow in it. Damn it. Was this also part of your plan? Exotic flame. He punched the air wildly, muttering incessantly. The characteristic of the demon vine is that it absorbs weapons and secretes neurotoxic poisons. If this continues, I'm sure I'll lose my life here. Damn it. You dare to play a trick on me. Even Dihua, observing him from afar, couldn't help but complain. Uncle, you're imagining things a bit too much. This is our first meeting. The big guy was furious, punching so hard the earth shook. Then he started yelling after punching himself, wishing he could die. My target is that eccentric bastard, not this haystack. The people of the Lu dynasty were terrified as large and small rocks fell from above. This is bad. This cave is about to collapse because of their battle. She turned around in confusion at the voice coming from behind her. Get out of the way. A golden sword, whose name was unclear whether it belonged to a person or a monster, began to emanate from the mouth of a glowing blue sphere, its pressure enveloping the entire space around it. He spat out the sphere, and wherever it went, the space seemed to be torn apart by a blinding blue light. The seawater violently swept up the large rocks, which were flung apart by the pressure from the sphere. So Chao urgently shouted to Luongla, Sister Vu Lu, you all go ahead. Bat Dote swung his fists like a raging storm, gnashing his teeth menacingly. Don't even think about running away. Filled with compassion and sorrow, Chuzhou deployed a technique as sharp as ice to block his ferocious punch. His bright blue eyes flashed with a cold glint. With me here, you won't be able to harm even a single hair on Dihao's head. The man wearing the gold jewelry flashed a crooked smile that stretched all the way to his ears. His pupils narrowed as if stimulated, and he sneered, You little brat, I'm a gold-bearded martial artist, and you think this little bit of ice can hurt me? The alien emperor, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, taunted, You talkative old man, where are you looking? Simultaneously, he raised his fist, which was increasingly turning into ice, unleashing a powerful energy blast, a whirlwind-like attack that struck directly at the man, sending him tumbling backward. Dihua stood in front of Chuzhou, speaking without turning her head. You go first. This guy is a high-ranking martial artist. You'll have a hard time dealing with him right now. Leave him to me. Luong Lu and everyone else, their bodies soaking wet, looked down at the calm lake, and she was worried. The bitter demon has gone completely insane. It wants to stir up the entire lake, turning everything into a chaotic mess. So Chao emerged from below, struggling to lift his heavy body. Liang Lei immediately approached and asked, Where is Iha? Chuzhou only turned his head, looking down at the tranquil lake without answering. The surface of the lake suddenly rippled violently, a tremendous surge of energy shattering its inherent tranquility, like a lightning strike deep within the lake. The giant rose up, dragging along another small figure, its withered body no longer recognizable as if burned, suspended in midair. Suzhou and everyone else looked up in apprehension as the giant gradually blended into the smoke that covered the blue sky and disappeared. So Chao rushed to where Di-Ho was trying to crawl ashore. Dihua, naked and struggling, opened his mouth. Xiaozhou, lend me some clothes. Xiaozhou asked, What was that explosion? Dihua, propping himself up on his thighs as he sat on the ground, replied, That mysterious martial artist actually brought along an electric bomb with a demonic vine and an endless stream of ghosts. Xiaozhou asked in surprise, Bomy Blasoma, isn't that a forbidden item in the military? What kind of person could possibly get their hands on that? Moreover, I feel that the explosion just now seemed even more powerful than the electric bomb from Soma. So Chao continued to search his memory. In the swirling mist, there seemed to be a strange, pale giant with a forced smile that couldn't be more strained. No, it must have been caused by the explosion. You're mistaken. You're saying one thing, but thinking another. Luckily, you managed to fool them. It wouldn't be good if they found out about my monster form's abilities. I might as well be too harsh. I crushed that martial artist's name into dust. His body can't be found anymore. Luckily, I managed to obtain the demon core of the demon vine. Liang Lei waved goodbye and left with the others. Dihoa, we'll be going now. We're very sorry not only for making your trip a waste of time, but also for making you have to save us. We will compensate you once you leave the secret realm. Dihua replied politely. Don't be so formal. Ms. Vulu. This time I'm repaying the favor you did for me in the past. If you really compensate me, wouldn't I be indebted to you for another favor? After saying that, he turned and gave Chu Zhou a mischievous smile. Next up is some fun monster grinding time. 3 days later, upon landing at the entrance to the Gongshu Mountain secret realm, the two looked up with stunned eyes, their voices trembling with surprise. No way. In just a few days this place has been developed into a small town? And they even have transport machinery. The construction capabilities of the Xia Kingdom are truly terrifying. Dihoa placed the bag containing the terrorist attack on the reception desk, and the receptionist gently offered a suggestion. Sir, please be gentle. If these things get damaged, it won't be to your advantage. Ihi reached out, rubbed the back of his head, and replied with an embarrassed smile. I'm sorry, but I have too many things in my hands. If I don't quickly take them out, you might have difficulty completing the inspection before noon. The receptionist continued. Please rest assured, sir, we are all professional staff. Dihoa calmly took out the ring on his finger, then pulled out 4 connecting bags from the ring, which enlarged like a storage warehouse. Breathe a sigh of relief, the last bag is gone. The receptionist's face turned pale, thinking to herself, are you trying to sell these bags? Trembling, she opened her mouth. Sir, are you finished? Dihua gave a sinister smile. It's done, but you need to hurry up and do the accounting. We still have quite a few elixirs left. At the Medicinal Herb Appraisal Center, the noisy crowd looked at the pile of medicinal herbs on the table and took turns shouting in astonishment. This 7-star leaf is at least 300 years old. This type of medicinal herb usually only grows in extremely secret places, and even professional herb gatherers find it difficult to spot. What kind of rotten luck does this kid have? He actually found the 6 Harmonies flower, which is a crucial ingredient for making the Qi Si pill. Even if these elixirs don't look appealing, their market value is at least 30 million, and some rare elixirs might be even more expensive. This martial artist's name is truly incredibly lucky. He struck it rich overnight. Old man, are you really out of your mind? How could he have collected so many spiritual herbs? How could it be just luck? Someone with such abilities absolutely cannot be offended. Dihoa looked at the noisy crowd from a close distance and muttered to herself. Now that the blue and white magic circuits no longer help me improve, I can exchange them all for money. But the greatest harvest was obtaining 5 blue magic veins from a level 3 demon beast, along with the green magic veins and runes dropped from a level 2 monster. The amount deposited into the card is 27.5U7. Dihoa walked out of the center, still talking to herself. The demon core has been processed. Now we must find a buyer to sell the already valued pile of elixirs. Suddenly, a luxurious foreign car stopped in front of him. An old man with graying hair approached and introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Dihoa. I am Lai Hu Dying, the owner of Hoa Bin Pharmacy. I heard you collected a large quantity of medicinal herbs from Mount Gongshu. Would you be willing to sell them to me? I'm willing to buy them at a slightly higher price than the market rate. Dihoa observed him and pondered. Indeed, personal information is not secure. It seems my information has been leaked by the old-timers at the valuation center. Anyway, it's fine. It's just the right time to sell these medicinal herbs, and someone came to my door to do business, saving me the trouble of making a trip myself. A little while later, the luxury car drove away, not forgetting to leave a farewell message. Next time you have a miraculous elixir, remember to find me. Your friend, the fire elemental, has transferred 7,500,000 to your bank account. 64,000. The strange flower muttered. With so much money, it would be more convenient to just use it to level up by another 10%. Strength with a master is the true essence. The common gene-enhancing drugs on the market and those bluish-white magic cores are almost impossible to upgrade anymore. He sighed. This monster's taste is really picky, even pickier than its host like me. What kind of blood jade fruit is that? Even I don't have the qualifications to compete for those high-grade genetic enhancements. That's right, there's still a way. He remembered a martial art. During the college entrance exam, his abilities had completely overwhelmed the likes of Luton Truck, entirely thanks to the powerful abilities of the berserk monster, Damala. But in terms of martial arts skills, I'm still far behind those martial arts geniuses, so what I need to do now is find those powerful martial arts techniques. He hurriedly sped off, not forgetting to shout, "Old man, I've come to find you to get some gold." In the principal's office at Anqing No. 1 middle school, the principal poured tea, placed the teacup on the table, and seated the boy in his principal's chair. Clearing his throat, he said, "Dihua, you still keep in touch with your old school, and you've come back to visit." Dihua smiled awkwardly and replied, "Principal, you don't need to be so polite." The principal retorted, "How can that be? You were the top scorer in the university entrance exam, a role model for me, for the school, and for all the teachers and students." And Tan Dihua handed the bottle to Mr. Bin Duong and said, "Principal, this is the medicinal wine I brought from Mr. Lee's Hoa Bin Duong shop. I am not offering gifts here, but rather showing my respect and filial piety to my elders. This is a fine tradition and moral principle of our Xia kingdom." The headmaster's eyes lit up at this. "Dihua, look, he's truly a student who is both well-mannered and academically gifted. Respecting teachers and valuing education is truly a good example." Dihua immediately got to the main topic. "Principal, actually, it's like this. I want to learn some powerful martial arts techniques. Do you have any connections? Right now I'm not in university, so I can only seek help from martial arts families." He advised, "You've already been admitted to Huadu University. It's not in question that you'll be accepted. Why don't you wait until you go to university to learn martial arts? You're in too much of a hurry." Dihua looked directly at the principal with eyes sparkling like gemstones, shining brightly. Persuading, "Principal, I want to improve even more." He finally gave up in the face of the boy's enthusiasm. "Okay, I can help introduce you to this matter a little. After all, you are an exceptional talent. We are educators, and naturally we must teach students according to their individual talents. We cannot continue to be stuck in a dead end." Dihua leaned close to him, beginning to flatter him without restraint. "The principal is right, rules are fixed, but people have to live. The education sector is fortunate to have someone like you, someone who understands change." The principal's eyes lit up, and he grinned widely, chuckling, "You're too kind, too kind." The following afternoon, Dihua received a call from the principal. A voice rang out on the other end of the line. "Dihua, I've made all the arrangements for you. You can leave now." Dihua asked again, "Thank you, headmaster. May I ask which martial arts family you belong to? You seem a little confused. Is it the Liu family of Anqing who are willing to teach me their family's secret techniques?" In the outskirts of Anqing, a car sped along the highway, the blonde woman behind the wheel exuding an air of sophistication. "Kiet is driving too fast. He's too powerful." The young master saw this and turned his head. "What does this even count as? You're still stronger." Before he could finish his sentence, the strange guy's duck-like face leaned closer, and he friendly reminded him, "Brother, don't lose focus when driving at high speed. Driving improperly can bring tears to the eyes of your loved ones." The young master jumped in surprise and shouted, "Damn it, are you crazy? You scared me to death. You dare race me on a public bicycle?" he said, then aggressively twisted the throttle. The man behind him let the discordant seethe smoke, his mouth still spewing insults. "Someone of your status is not worthy of being compared to my young master." The blonde woman continued to praise him. "Kiet is so strong and manly." When Dihua was insulted, she narrowed her eyes. A second later, the young master and the blonde woman were startled by a sound like an explosion behind them. A Canadian phantom on a bicycle sped past the young master like a rocket. "Let's go, guys." The car sped up more and more, leaving a dazzling blue trail behind it, terrifying the other two people and making them sweat profusely. Can all beautiful cars go that fast? This speed is almost like an airplane. How long will it take to get there? Daiwa got out of the car, shielding his eyes from the sunlight as he looked up, muttering, as expected of a martial arts family, "Even their residence is this luxurious?" Several extremely powerful auras also appeared within the life force field. The gate opened, and beautiful feet approached. Beautiful Tan Truck waved in welcome. You've arrived, my friend Dihua. Dihua greeted. Student Tan Truck, why are you so unhappy to see me again? Tan Truck shyly lowered her head. No. Dihua continued to tease. So you mean you're very happy to see me? Tan Truck urged hesitantly. My mother told me to come pick you up. Now let's go meet her. Dihua followed Tan Truck across the vast grounds, and they entered through the Crimson Gate. Tan Truck looked up and announced, Mother, the peace treaty has arrived. Her elegant feet descended the stairs. The head of the Willow family, Mrs. Tan Lam, greeted him warmly. Dihua and Dihua gasped, their faces flushing red as they saw the beautiful woman, thinking to themselves, Prime Minister, I finally understood. After the university entrance exams ended, at the magnificent mansion of the Liu family, Qing Zhu stood before Mrs. Liu, deep in thought, closing her eyes and sighing. She opened her eyes wide and looked at her mother. Mom, I'm here. Tan Lam waved his hand dismissively. Tan Truck doesn't need to be stressed. She was still choked with emotion and couldn't speak. Mom, I remember my daughter's match on live stream. She gently comforted. I watched the live stream of the battle between you and that boy named Dihua. You performed very well. Even in the Hua Tuo University entrance exam, the strength of the heterochromatic individual would make him a formidable opponent. You don't need to blame yourself. Tan Truck still stood there, trembling sadly, not knowing what to say. Qin Lan stood up and continued. My younger brother has limited talent and is fundamentally incapable of inheriting the Liu family. In the Liu family, even in my generation, only I am capable of carrying on the legacy. She went over, lifted her daughter's face, and whispered, After all, you are a daughter, and so beautiful at that. Your father died young, and now our Liu family has no grandmaster to rely on. The powerful clan was forced to retreat to a small place like Intan. If a powerful family wants to arrange a marriage alliance with our daughter, we basically have no right to refuse. And that also means the Liu family will be swallowed up. Their century-old legacy will be handed over to someone else. Mother wants the two of you to be together. What do you think? Upon hearing Qin Lan's suggestion, Liu Qingzhu's eyes widened in astonishment. Qin Lan continued to offer convincing reasons. A truly exceptional talent, with extraordinary abilities, from a humble background, and with unlimited wealth. From my mother's observation, he doesn't seem like a ruthless or ambitious person. Wolf, she stammered hesitantly. She interrupted decisively. You don't have to answer now. First, let's try to make contact with the discordant element and see what happens. Shortly afterwards, the Liu family invited Yi to their home. He was standing in front of Lady Liu, clearing his throat a few times to hide his embarrassment, then bowing his head in greeting. Hello? This is a small gift I brought. Qin Lan stood there and replied politely. Welcome to the Liu family. Diho's sharp and captivating face lit up with interest as she asked. I heard the principal of Not Trung High School say, the child wants to learn some advanced martial arts. He nodded and replied, That's right. Let Tan Truck take the child there. Dihua thought to herself, somewhat surprised, agreeing so quickly. She stepped down and walked past him, instructing, Qingzhu will take you to the Liu family's martial arts library. Because martial arts techniques are not allowed to be taken outside, I only have one day to learn them. Deep within the martial arts library lie 3 sets of profound and mysterious martial arts techniques. Whether you can learn them or not depends on your own abilities. At this point, Qin Lan's eyes involuntarily gleamed with an unfathomable depth. Dihua clasped his hands, bowed his head, and sincerely replied, Yes, this Dihua thanks the Liu family. Qin Lan glanced at him, thinking to himself, He's thanking the Liu family, not Qin Lan himself? It seems this means he's made a promise to the Liu family. Very good. Yiwa, exotic flame. Later, the Liu family will let you fulfill that promise. This child is really smart. The more I look at him, the more pleased I am. Her eyes immediately sparkled as if she were looking at a treasure, making him feel a little uneasy. He always felt that her gaze towards him was somewhat strange. Liu Qingzhu stood in the distance, her face full of question marks, not understanding what was happening. Then she led him into a cold, stone passageway. Dihua walked behind her, seizing the opportunity to ask, Reader Tan Truck, why do I keep feeling like your eyes are avoiding mine? Tan Truck jumped back in surprise and denied, I'm not. He moved closer to her, his face full of teasing, and asked, "Really?" She recoiled in shock, her face flushing red, and stammered a few steps back. "What do you want? Getting so close?" Dihua laughed, delighted at having successfully teased the girl. Arrived at a massive, monolithic stone gate, Lu Qingzhu turned to introduce. "This is a door made of power-enhanced stone, a special type of stone unearthed from within a secret realm, capable of neutralizing attacks from a Xuanwu master without breaking." He stared at the door for a while, then asked, "Can I throw a punch?" She reluctantly replied, her face showing 7 parts questioning and 3 parts contempt. "Go ahead and hit me." Inwardly, I silently judged. This person's thinking is strange. They should be marveling at the miraculous nature of this stone. He gritted his teeth, assuming a defensive stance and gathering spiritual power into his fist. Seeing this, Tan Truck recoiled in fear, haunted by the sight of the martial art emitting a blue light, and terrifying memories flooded back. Dihua unleashed a powerful punch, testing the wall with a resounding crash. Yet the wall remained completely undamaged, as if the previous blow had merely burned through stainless steel. He clenched his fist, pouting in a confused and bewildered manner. Strangely, the feeling upon touching the cliff was like throwing a punch into the sea, falling into a swamp, with more than 90% of the force absorbed. Lu Qingzhu's voice rang out. "Let's go. I'll take you inside to learn all the martial arts." Her voice sounded normal, but in reality, she was secretly giggling with delight. Even discord can sometimes be so captivating. The two entered the library, where countless martial arts manuals were neatly arranged and categorized. Tan Truck walked and introduced, explaining that the martial arts here are categorized into levels based on footwork, defense, body training, and swordsmanship. If you want to learn a particular skill, just use this card to unlock the access rights for that skill. Dihua immediately wondered, "What about the Xianhuang martial arts?" She led him to the door at the end of the room and replied, "Inside the deepest, smallest stone chamber, entry is also required via a card." She simply pointed to the secret room in front of them, kindly reminding them. But the profound martial arts techniques were something he couldn't possibly master in a single day. At most, he could only learn a little bit. "I feel that my mother giving you the right to learn the Xianhuang martial arts might not necessarily be beneficial for you. I can help you choose a few martial arts techniques that are only one level below the Xianhuang level, but are suitable for you." He stood next to me and started teasing me with his questions. "Are you worried about me?" Tan Truck felt a burning sensation, even more intense than eating chili peppers, but she still had to restrain herself. "I don't want to talk to this awful person anymore." He coughed a few times and continued, "You don't need to worry about me. I know what I'm doing. If I'm going to learn, I'll learn the strongest. If you don't dare to learn the Xianhuang martial arts techniques when they're right in front of you, then just obediently go home." He paused for a moment, then suddenly realized and asked, "This door is made of black energy-infused stone." Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the entered password will play. Lu Qingzhu explained while pressing the button. The secret room for storing the Xianhuang weapons naturally has to be more strictly guarded. This type of black metamorphic rock is extremely rare. To gather enough stones to build this black, fused stone wall, I started collecting them from the time of my great-grandfather. The secret chamber door slowly opened. The black baseboards of the entire room automatically lit up. Inside the room were 3 enormous safes. Inside, the cabinet in the middle contains the martial arts technique of the mysterious yellow flesh-imprisoning demon. She continued to explain the rules. The method of cultivating Xianhuang martial arts is not by reading, but by feeling the martial art itself and the essence of the martial arts creation preserved within it. If one cannot sense, or if the martial artist's attributes conflict with the martial art's inherent power, then they cannot begin cultivating the Xianhuang martial arts technique. Simply put, the Xianhuang martial arts are living things. It's not the martial artist who chooses the martial arts, but the martial arts that choose the martial artist. At this moment, Dihua burst into a wicked, gleeful laugh. "Well then, good. The physical body imprisoned by demons, I am the one chosen by this martial art." The safe door creaked open, and he looked inside, sweating profusely from the stiff, glued seal. Mysterious martial arts. Not a book but a statue. Before you is a statue, somewhat ugly and rough, but sitting in a very impressive pose. Di Huang leaned against the partition, glancing back at the statue behind him. His sharp eyes recognized. Is this what they call martial fortune sensing? Have I now entered the world of martial fortune? Is the Xianhuang martial arts scripture not a book, but a statue? Qing Zhu had reminded him of this earlier. It wasn't just statues, but paintings or magical artifacts. Anything could become a vessel for martial fortune. This is the miraculous aspect of the Grandmaster. At this point, her eyes lit up with admiration. Only Grandmasters can refine martial arts techniques and imbue them into artifacts to pass down to future generations. From now on, it's up to you. After saying that, she left. Di Hoa, confused, called out, I'll rely on myself. Sister, you still haven't told me how to learn this thing? Lu Qingzhu coldly left with only one sentence. Sensing martial energy, if you have the destiny, you will naturally sense it. Di Hoa's face was as long as another pump, full of question marks. Huh? Then he decided to lie down comfortably and declared, if it's fate, then it's fine, right? Well, I'll just sleep it off quickly. In the monitoring room, Lu Qingzhu was trembling with anger, clenching her fists and muttering, Mysterious flame, I can only say that it's truly worthy of you. In another space, he stood discussing with the system. So this martial arts world is similar to the spiritual world, right? Right now, I don't have any weapons. I can't even conduct the nuclear reaction of the Demon Emperor monster sample. It seems I've returned to my weak, ordinary human state. The system's emotionless voice reminded him, checking and detecting that the host's consciousness was in a special space to prevent the host from exploding with power. The attribute panel would be applied to the host's spiritual body. Di Hoa breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the monster specimen was still there. The statue, which had been there moments before, suddenly burst into laughter, its voice full of arrogance. The martial arts of Lao Tzu can only be inherited by true men. Otherwise, it's better for it to rot in the ground. By then the statue had transformed into the figure of S. Spider-Man perched on a tree branch, grinning wickedly and provocatively. Little one, prove to me that you are a man of steel. He stared in astonishment, thinking, this person looks exactly like that statue. The figure of that Xinhuang martial artist began to unleash another long stream of energy. Wait until there is a thunderstorm and a chariot of demons is on a night march. At that time, you must guard and protect this dilapidated temple for me, and not allow the benevolent bodhisattva to be defiled by evil spirits. If you succeed, I'll reluctantly pass on my skills to someone in the family, but if you fail, well, you'll be devoured by 100 demons until you go insane. From then on, he never practiced martial arts again. If you are weak and timid, then run away quickly. The ceiling beams, for some unknown reason, had streaks of water that collected and then flowed down. Drops trickled down onto his face. Emperor Di looked up. Is it raining? Looks like the training has begun. It wasn't just a small puddle of water. Before him were perfectly round droplets of water, frozen in place. He drew his sword and gripped the hilt tightly. Suddenly, hundreds of blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent appeared before him. His initially amiable expression gradually turned into a stern, cold one. The soul-shattering beast shrieked with terrifying sounds and charged violently towards him. Di Hoa nimbly dodged. Then Ta Da Hu single-handedly fought back, wielding his sword and slashing, scattering the remnants of their souls. After fighting for a while, he laughed, realizing that the test couldn't possibly have a martial artist fighting against 100 demons with bare hands. There must be some hidden prop somewhere. In the midst of a raging storm, he charged into the mountain of vengeful spirits, without hesitation, furiously slicing them one by one. The spirit of the Xianhuang martial arts sat atop the roof of Aoi, disdainfully judging. In this martial arts training, all the 100 demons are imbued with the old man's killing intent. A mere martial artist dares to rush out from under the protection of the ruined temple. He's truly seeking his own death. It seems that the person who came to participate in this trial is another idiot. These martial artists are truly inferior to their predecessors. Every time, I have to personally go and collect their corpses. Below, the anomaly was still struggling with a horde of demons. One demon seized the opportunity to attack him from behind, but as soon as it touched the anomaly's body, it slipped aside like a banana peel. Xian Huang exclaimed in astonishment. Huh? Even the 100 ghosts couldn't get close to his body? That ghost earlier sprayed glue, enough to make his face full of question marks and self-doubt. Looking at his own body, Ihua realized that in this spiritual world, the attribute panel automatically protected its owner, keeping him immune to all attacks. His face gradually turned vile, and he laughed loudly in triumph. Isn't this the invincible golden body? Then a golden beam of light shot up into the sky, piercing straight through the horde of demons and scattering them. Martial arts master Xian Huang was still mired in awkward, questioning thoughts. How could this kid be unaffected by martial arts? How on earth did he do it? The strange flower burst into even louder commotion than a bomb-carrying group. It's nothing but hard work and dedication. The 100 demons also knew it was difficult and retreated, gradually moving further and further away from him. That guy's loud voice started again. If you diligently practice and train hard, and you can subdue all the demons, I will naturally not break my promise and will pass on the inheritance to you. But it depends on whether you can accept it. In the chaotic rain, his face expressionless, standing silently amidst the thunderous lightning, the temple, now in ruins, revealed a well filled with chilling, murderous intent. He stepped 1 foot onto the edge of the well and looked down below, his Xianhuang martial skills still booming as he continued. This well contains the essence of killing intent that I have accumulated throughout my life, and the body-imprisoning demonic cultivation technique is also down there, if you can refine it. Before he could finish speaking, he jumped into the well, and the man sprayed glue on him, leaving him speechless. Excellent, excellent, excellent. A junior with such a personality. This is the first time I've seen something like this. Back when I was alive, at my peak, I was an outstanding figure in the world, surpassing even the 5th-level secret realm. My success was due to my demonic body, and my death was also due to this demonic body. As one ages and their vital energy begins to weaken, the suppressed malevolent spirits and vengeful ghosts within their bodies start to backfire, leading to mental derangement and even the murder of close relatives. To avoid making any more mistakes, I can only take my own life. Before my death, I merged all the vengeful spirits and energies into my martial prowess, casting them into the vessel contained within this statue. Although 100 years have passed, and the murderous aura in the martial arts space has dissipated considerably, it is still too much for a mere martial artist to bear. If one can subdue this murderous aura, then on the path of cultivating this demonic body, they will certainly surpass themselves. In the monitoring room, the mother and daughter of the Liu family were still observing the situation. Liu Qingzhu was startled and anxiously asked the person next to her, "Mother, what's happening?" On the monitoring screen, the alien's physical body suddenly flew up, trembling uncontrollably, and was covered in blood. In the monitoring room, Liu Qingzhu's face was filled with bewilderment, her voice betraying her anxiety. Just moments ago, she had been sleeping soundly, a smug smile on her lips, as if dreaming of something very pleasant. Now, she had suddenly convulsed, her entire body bleeding. Standing beside him, Tan Lam calmly smoked and said, "This 3rd set of Xianhuang martial arts techniques is something my grandfather happened to acquire in his old age. He had once tried cultivating it, but unexpectedly, with his grandmaster-level cultivation, he was directly repelled by the martial energy within this martial image, and even suffered internal injuries. From that point onward, no one in the Liu family was able to successfully cultivate this martial art technique anymore. If it is indeed an extraordinary power, then the way to obtain that power must not be something ordinary people can endure. To wear the crown, one must first be able to bear its weight. If he had chosen to accept the power of this martial art, then as he said this, her eyes widened in astonishment. Di Hua on the screen woke up, stretching and yawning with great satisfaction. Tan Truck now happily made a joke. "Mother, the cultivation of the Yaowa, exotic flame, doesn't seem as intense as you said. Just now, he successfully absorbed all the malevolent energy in the well and turned back to thank the statue. Thank you, Senior, for passing on your teachings." The statue no longer had that arrogant look, but rather resembled a gentle elder offering praise. "Young man, you are the greatest genius I have ever met. Perhaps you can uncover the truth of this secret realm, something none of our predecessors have ever done. Now it is handed over to future generations like you." Di Hua, with a despicable expression, started laughing heartily online with great pleasure. "Senior, you're mistaken. I'm just opening my eyes wide. Blood and flesh imprisoned by demons like Azura. Although the attributes on my status screen haven't increased at all, With the mastery of the Xianhuang martial skill, my combat power is at least double what it was before. Clearly, after absorbing the secret technique, a completely different aura emanated from the person with the unusual temperament. The mother and daughter of the Liu family rushed in, asking questions. Dihoa, have you mastered it? He winked mischievously, seizing the opportunity to impress the girl. Yes, I have mastered it. Tan Lam, somewhat disbelieving, pretended to ask again. How is that possible? Even with Qing Zhu's talent, to even begin to grasp a profound martial art technique, she would have to stay awake for a whole week in the martial arts space. How long have you been using the Yaoa exotic flame? Only an hour. Can you really learn it just by sleeping? Lu Qingzhu looked at him, lost in thought. Everyone else calls me a genius, but the real genius is right here. Yeah, feeling smug and boastful, said, It seems you two don't believe me, do you? Well, let me show you. Having said that, he unleashed a torrent of murderous intent like a tsunami. This is the killing intent that I have comprehended from the world of martial arts. If I had to explain it, it's like the ghost side effect in the game. Playing like that can bless your weapon, greatly increasing its damage. He tensed his gluteal muscles, tightened his buttocks, and clenched his hands, controlling the immense flow of power. Lu Qingzhu's eyes flashed with shock. The waves are so strong, it seems like I can hear a demonic screeching sound coming from within. Perhaps this is the murderous intent that the disharmony was referring to. Qin Lan was so moved that she stammered. You really are a strange person. A mischievous prime minister stroking his beard and joking around. Madam, our daughter is still standing here. Could you please restrain yourself a little? I don't want to be given the title of prime minister. Lu Qingzhu extended an invitation. Student of the Yaoa, Mysterious Flame, School. If you've already mastered one Xianhuang martial skill, would you like to learn the remaining two? You still have one day to learn. This made Qin Lan cover her face and sigh. My dear daughter, are you pretending to be stupid, or are you really stupid? You say you don't want to be with the Yaoa, Ethereal Flame, yet you turn around and hand over our family's assets to him? Even though we invested in the Ethereal Flame and prepared ourselves to accept him as our son-in-law, we can't just give him all of the Liu family's assets at once like that. Dihoa skillfully declined and found an excuse to leave. No need, you're learning Tan Truck. One profound martial art is enough for me to digest for a long time already. I won't add any more martial arts. What? I'm a little tired, and besides, there are a few things I need to take care of at home. Tan Lam stroked his chin and agreed. Okay, then Tan Truck will see Dihoa off home. Andy heard the housekeeper say, You've been using public bicycles. Do you know how to ride one? Gaga, go to the garage and pick one up. It'll be convenient for you anyway. Speaking of vehicles, you suddenly remembered cars, right? Now that you mention it, I just saw a pretty cool guy on a motorbike. He was so stylish sitting there, and he even laughed at me, making fun of me for being poor. He politely asked, Auntie, do you have a motorcycle? Mrs. Liu quickly replied, Yes. Dihua likes motorcycles, just like my son who can't help but worry about others. What was the most precious gift I gave you before? At this moment, Tan Truck's younger brother was strolling aimlessly around the grounds, talking to himself. I heard from the housekeeper Hong Di that mother has managed to find another son-in-law to live with us. Let's see who this character is. My sister is exceptionally talented and beautiful, a rare genius in Anqing. A beauty not just any ordinary person would be worthy of. Recalling the scene of that wretched poor man riding a bicycle, he couldn't help but feel angry again. That kid on the public bike earlier was so annoying, he scared away my younger sister whom I just tried to woo. Don't let me see him again. In a flash, the strange man on the motorcycle sped past him like a bolt of lightning. He was startled and turned to look in that direction. That thing that just passed by, wasn't that the guy on the bicycle earlier? Moreover, what he was riding was my motorcycle. Dihua quickly returned to the residential area, where a bowl of magic herbs and several kinds of dipping sauces were laid out before him. He muttered, Last time I swallowed the demon core raw, the taste was awful. This time, I'll add some soul-enhancing dipping sauce to make it more flavorful. His face was now full of anticipation as he picked up a piece, dipped it in the divine sauce, and prepared to eat the sauce-coated demon core. Eat the blue one first. As soon as the magic stone was swallowed, a notification popped up from the system. Host of the Yaoa, Exotic Flame. Overall physique 23.8. Monster model compatibility with the Berserk Demon. Monster model compatibility 21%. Monster model compatibility with the Supergiant transformation Compatibility 85%. Distributable points. Dihua looked at the virtual screen and pondered. The attribute panel has increased. It's time to allocate points. Last time in the Gongshu Mountain Secret Realm, they used a supergiant monster model, about 50 meters tall. Although it could be considered enormous compared to ordinary magical beasts, it was still too small compared to the mysterious creature in the Gongshu Mountain Secret Realm, which was as big as an entire mountain range. After talking for a while, he made a firm decision to go even bigger, investing all his points into the giant monster model, and then adding another piece of magic stone to eat, plus a golden magic core from a level 2 female demon vine. After eating, the older brother immediately erupted with immense energy. The attribute panel immediately appeared, displaying a notification that the berserk demonic creature was absorbing the gene sequence of a special plant organism, causing a unique mutation. May I ask if the host wishes to stop the mutation process? Below are two options, stop or no. He widened his eyes, surprised to see the word mutation, then hesitated, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Mutation means becoming a monster with different attributes. If it becomes a beneficial attribute, that's good, but if it becomes a detrimental attribute, then it's reverse evolution. But too much of that is pointless. Take a chance and you'll turn it into a motorcycle. After thinking it over carefully, he immediately pressed G, and the system displayed a notification. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the S-rank isotopic monster specimen. According to the system, something brilliant began to sprout. He looked up, his mouth agape in astonishment. During the evolution of that thing, the system continued to introduce new things. When the Demala Berserk sample reaches 100%, there is a 2% probability of it transforming into a Demala pillar. Dihua clenched her fists, overjoyed. The name, Pillar of the Demonic Beast, sounds powerful, but the current model needs to reach 100%, so I need to upgrade it quickly. Suddenly, unusual air raid sirens blared outside the window. He glanced around in confusion. What the hell is this? A terrorist attack? Armed police were marching noisily down the street, blocking all entrances and exits to the area, preventing them from escaping. Search for me. Don't miss a single corner. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking sound at his door. He glanced towards the door of the room, frowning. The original owner had an eccentric personality. No close friends would come to visit at this time. 42. I didn't order any food or packages, so who could be outside at this hour? He said, his tone changing to one of annoyance. Do you know who it is? Sister. The girl standing outside the door in a relaxed, Spider-Man pose continued. Huh. It seems this young man is no ordinary martial artist. Initially, my sister only intended to hide something here and conveniently manipulate your memories. But since you found out, you'll have to put up with it for a while, and remember not to try to hide. He thought for a while, then smacked his lips and said something unrelated. Oh well, anyway, with this much money saved, buying another house is fine. The girl was a little surprised. What did you say? He pointed directly at the other person and declared, What did you say? I told her she was dead. Outside, Chugi's accomplices were still fighting with the police. When the police saw that Kim was covered in injuries, they started whispering to each other. The enemy revealed a weakness and captured him. Chunia still wore a wicked smile, showing no sign of fear. Yaoimai, you must definitely bring the golden jealousy out. Chunia, I will draw the fire for you. Then he burst into a wild, provocative laugh at each of them. Come here. His life is worth it in exchange for you. While practicing the blood-forbidden technique, unexpectedly, a beam of green light suddenly shot down towards him. He was terrified but quick-witted enough to escape with his life. Just as Lan finished her role in the bento box fight, she panicked and said, Are there still enemies? Chunia had already recognized the person who had fallen. Yaoimai, the nano-armor you're wearing is white, so why is it as black as charcoal now? My dear sister, I risked my life gathering all this, hoping you could get the supplies, and now something has happened to you? Yaoimai secretly transmitted this message to him. Chunia, I've hidden the items. Let's retreat first. They made a loud bang, sending clouds of dust and smoke billowing into the air, then disappeared, leaving only the manhole cover still spinning. In a desolate, ruined area, the two of them finally stopped to rest. Yaoimai breathed a sigh of relief, finally escaping the group of police officers. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. No wonder the nano battle suit recovered so quickly after the recent strong impact. From somewhere, someone rustled in and began to question him. Beautiful lady, you still haven't explained to me why you trespassed into my house, have you? You must have realized a very serious problem by now. Initially, they intended to choose lucky neighbors at random, but unexpectedly, they chose us, the original inhabitants, to be here. Those who trespass into people's homes must receive a fitting reward. Let me have a proper fight with you guys. That man is our Lord Clown. Strange fire, Chunia gasped and shouted. How did you find us? Dihua could sense that Yao Imai was exposed to nuclear radiation. He smiled and said, if you can fight, then don't talk so much. Then he unleashed his killing intent and lunged forward, intending to strike the other man, as he needed someone to test the durability of his demonic body. All he could do was raise his hands to defend himself. This isn't good. Dihua unleashed a Lanshan fist strike. A massive surge of energy erupted, taking on the form of a majestic dragon. Chunia was punched, so hard he vomited blood. The cold, sinister gaze of the other party was decisive, sending him flying and hitting the wall. Yao Yi witnessed the incident and was terrified. Your martial arts are incredibly powerful, little brother. Which master did you learn them from? He, with his hands in his pockets, struck a handsome pose and laughed heartily as he replied. Learning from Demala. She thought to herself, she had never heard of Demala, and she didn't expect that such a small but peaceful city could hide so many skilled fighters. She didn't expect Chu Yi's voice to still be heard. Kid, don't get cocky. This is the true form of a demonic beast. He humbly transformed into a beast, regaining his confidence. I am a dignified 6th-level martial artist, not someone a mere young martial artist like you can control. One step from him is enough to crack the ground. He rushed towards him, displaying his martial arts techniques and years of knowledge. His face was filled with delight, and he laughed strangely. This is more like it. Yao Imai suddenly appeared from behind and launched a sneak attack. Kid, didn't think my nano armor could become invisible, did you? I'm the real attacker. He lightly flicked his hand, sending out a strike that pierced through her, then dismissed her as an obstacle. He quickly knocked her out. Chui frowned and thought to himself, this useless Yao Imai. Even her sneak attack failed. I have to rely on myself. After saying that, he immediately charged forward to attack. Dihua smirked and uttered 2 words. At this point, the fists of both sides clashed, creating deafening sounds. He said in surprise, the defensive power has increased so much. Chu Yi laughed heartily and growled. Kid, the true body of my Iron Crown Demon Beast can easily withstand tank fire. What do you intend to use to break through it? Not only has the defensive power increased, but the offensive power has also increased significantly. The tip of the man's knife had pierced through and was only a few centimeters from his head. This one punch of his seemed to have gathered all his strength, aiming to take you down immediately. Go die. In a desolate small town, Zhong Yi said smugly, little devil, no matter how arrogant you are, you can't withstand a single blow from me. Tai Guanxi. As the dust settled, he stammered, realizing something was amiss. Where are you? Sensing something, Chu Yi turned around and saw the gigantic beast transformation of the alien creature. He screamed in terror. What the hell is this? He asked, his voice trembling. Is this a demonic beast? Where did he come from? Could it be that little brat transformed into one? Without saying a word, Dihua spread his large hand and swatted at Chu Yi as if swatting a mosquito. A single, gentle tap from him was enough to make the ground tremble and shake. Chunia still managed to quickly dodge this attack. He started facing him again and continued. Bang! With his blow, dust and smoke billowed up. He raised his enormous fist, as big as a meteorite, and repeatedly slammed it towards Chui. The system displays a notification. Host is in disharmony. The state is a personified supergiant. Overall physical strength, 23. 8 to 294. Yao Imai witnessed this scene and was so terrified that her legs froze, her face filled with despair and bewilderment. I'm really stupid. Why did I even want to provoke this monster? Yao Imai looked around, calculating. If things continued like this, Chu Yi would be beaten to death. There was no escaping, so she could only risk a fight. She flew to the roof of a building on the right. Out of sight, a nanowire in her mouth, hurtling down and wrapping around the alien's head, saying, "This is a nanowire from the nano armor. Its strength is enough to cut through high-grade composite metals. Although some kind of magical transformation could turn someone into a giant, even if they were powerful, the weaknesses of their body would certainly not be changed. The nanowire easily severed the head of the anomalous creature in its beast form, and she landed safely on the ground. The beast's head crashed down in front of Yaoimai, and only then did she dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Did we succeed? Unexpectedly, the beast's head suddenly opened its mouth wide, gathering spiritual power extremely quickly. Yaoimai could only despairingly utter a few words of protest, calling it a strange creature. The last image in Yaoimai's memory was an endless stream of blue light, a chaotic burst of atomic energy so powerful it could pierce through a building. After the explosion, with smoke and dust filling the sky, the anomaly transformed back into its normal form. A figure shrouded in incense smoke slowly emerged from the rubble. He walked up to Chunia Tanta, who was dying and coughing, and softly uttered a sentence that sounded like a death sentence. "It's your turn now." Chunia, his face covered in blood, was weak and frail. "You're a monster." Dehoa stood there and said coldly, "You killed someone who was prepared to be killed. This is perfectly fair." Out there, somewhere, the faint sound of police cars can still be heard. Chunia closed his eyes and burst into laughter. "If I have to die so soon, then I must drag you down with me." Yaoimai, the woman he had just killed, had hidden something in his room called the Golden Jealousy. He had become insane, screaming wildly. "Now it belongs to you, but you will face endless pursuit. Hiding and sneaking around. I'm waiting for you to come down from hell." Dehoa Tung took a gentle shot like Ronaldo, aiming precisely to smash his face in, and yelled, "Go hide. You talk too much." He glanced towards the sound of police sirens and thought to himself, "The police are here. I need to quickly dispose of the body. This time it's a bit excessive too. Yeah, this guy went a little overboard and shot through a skyscraper." After returning to the strange fire area, the strange fire sat on the couch and sent messages to gather information. "Aunt Chin, how are things going with the police questioning?" His phone screen lit up. The conversation the two of them just had. "Nothing. But the strange fire has not been at peace lately. You should just wait patiently and then go to Huadu University to study. Don't worry. Aunt Tin understands me. The child is very well behaved." "That's good then." Having finished the job, Kwong called and sat back down, feeling relieved. "Luckily, I had greeted Aunt Chin beforehand. Otherwise, with his easily recognizable nuclear energy blast technique, the police would certainly track him down later." He picked up the cylinder and examined it. "Is this the golden seal that those two were talking about? I've seen this symbol before in the P file that the person from Huadu gave me earlier. This is the symbol for Lei Shan Yao, a giant in the field of biotechnology. The pillar is engraved with the symbol of a skeletal thunderbird with outstretched wings." After some thought, he concluded that the two men had apparently stolen this thing from the thunderbird and were being pursued by all sorts of people while fleeing. Judging by his tone, he's already thrown this thing to me. Looks like we'll have to move. I'll find a hotel to stay in tonight. He looked at the enormous, perforated artwork on the wall of Ngao Nan's room. Level B Secret Realm. Deep within the mysterious Swan Lake, several martial artists were discussing matters while trampling on magical beasts. "No matter how well you harvest, you'll still make a little profit." The red-haired girl screamed in terror. "This isn't good. Captain, look." A swarm of monstrous creatures, a horde of creatures, is crashing down across the screen. Each and every one of them was hideously ugly, vicious, and bloodthirsty as they charged forward. There was a monstrous beast, 10 times larger than all of them, roaring in waves. It was exposed and looked like a snake, with something sitting on its head. The beast sitting majestically like a toad perched on a pile of skulls is none other than the five-tailed, blood-eyed, black ape, a supreme-level beast. The martial artists scattered in all directions. "Quickly go and inform the army that a supreme-level monster is leading a massive beast tide." Anton could not withstand the attack and had to request the nation to send martial artists of the Grandmaster or Supreme Grandmaster level to provide reinforcements. Damn it, high-level magical beasts clearly rarely leave their territory, entering the area where low-level magical beasts operate. Why is this happening? Blood-eyed black ape, leisurely watching the spectacle with its head propped up, suddenly had its eyes flash a blood-red color. The snake-shaped magical beast, its mount, roared, its mouth wide open, and immediately a rain of huge, heavy objects fell from the sky. A martial artist was running while trying to make contact. Emergency situation. A tyrannical beast of the beast tide type has appeared in the Swan Lake secret realm and is spreading. We need reinforcements. Before he could finish his sentence, his voice choked with fear as he looked behind him. With a loud crash, his entire body was instantly crushed to pieces. The walkie-talkie lying nearby continued to emit voices. News of the Hegemon's invasion has been received. Respond, respond. Hello, hello. Blood Copper Black Ape stood up, crossed his arms majestically, and gave orders to his disciples with a wild, maniacal laugh. Attacking at full speed, a mysterious purple space-time black hole immediately appeared in the sky above the secret realm within the city. Everyone was bewildered when they heard the announcement. A massive beast tide in the Grade B Swan Lake secret realm in Onshing is about to attack, expected to break through to Onshing in 20 minutes. The army has now been deployed to the front lines to fight against the beast tide, and everyone is trembling with fear. The army, following orders, set off with a resounding roar, the mobilization call still echoing. I call upon all martial artists in Intan to come and provide reinforcements. All martial artists, come to provide support. At Intan train station, staff used loudspeakers to announce, please do not push and shove, maintain order, the beast tide is attacking. Currently, only children and students are allowed to ride the train. Children are the hope of the future. If Intan falls, then the future of Intan must be taken with it. In the mayor's office, Huang Jing leaned on his hand helplessly, lowered his head and asked, I told you to go and ask for reinforcements from other cities. Which cities have agreed to send troops here? The secretary, holding a tablet, reported from behind. Mayor, this time it's not just Onshing that's being invaded by a massive beast tide. Many places across the country are also experiencing beast tide invasion warnings. Now they haven't even finished worrying about themselves. As she spoke, she scrolled through information on her tablet. Cities that had not yet experienced a tidal wave all declared that they needed to build defensive fortifications. Are we taking precautions against the possibility of theft? Huang Jing asked anxiously, turning his face away. What did the Huadu side say? Can the martial artists of the Grandmaster level or higher that we requested reinforcements from come to help? Even one person would suffice. The secretary continued, a Class S secret realm has appeared in Guangshan City, next to the demon capital. All martial artists of the imperial capital must go to Guangshan City to prevent the expansion of the Class S secret realm. This news caused him to collapse in despair. Then he regained his composure and said firmly, we have no time to waste. The battle to defend Intan has begun. We can only rely on ourselves. On the other side of the government office, two young men were sparring in martial arts. Dihua jumped up and punched her opponent in the face. So Chao still managed to raise his hand to block, but he was nonetheless thrown far back. Dihua smiled and praised. Well done. You managed to block one of my attacks. Suzhou wiped his sweat and asked, when did you start learning the Xian Huang martial arts? Dihua stretched casually and replied, I've been learning for a month, and I'm pretty good, but you're the one who's better. Why does it feel like a month has passed since we last met? You've regressed so much. Suzhou replied with a forced smile. It's not that I've regressed too much, but rather that you've become abnormally strong. Suddenly, the air raid sirens blared loudly. So Chao frowned and said, something has happened in Intan. This is a warning of a beast tide invasion. His phone rang with an announcement. Encheng University's preparatory students have priority to leave. Students should go to Intan Airport to catch flights B521 and B753, or go to Intan High-Speed Ferry to catch train A423 to leave quickly. So Chao held out his phone. It was an evacuation message. Dihua, with his hands in his pockets, asked, You're not planning to leave, are you? Suzhou half closed his eyes and lowered his head, asking in return, You want to stay too? I think with your talent, it's best if you leave. Dihoa's strange laughter interrupted. You talk too much. Why didn't I realize you were like that before? If you're not going, just say one word. Killed at the Liu family's mansion. Liao Qingzhu clenched her fists and resolutely said, Mother, I want to go and reinforce the fight against the beast tide. Qinlan sighed and asked, How confident are you that you can survive and return? There are about 30,000 martial artists in the city, plus some retired old martial artists and martial apprentices who volunteer to fight. That's about 50,000 people in total. This many people facing the beast tide is like a small boat before a tsunami. Once struck, they will be buried in the sea of beasts. As for the supreme-level demonic beast, it's not a monster that Chung can currently confront. It was an existence that only the Grandmasters could reluctantly resist. Truck, your life is not just yours, but belongs to the entire family. These words silenced Liao Qingzhu. Her face darkened with anger as she left. A martial arts family that cannot withstand the demonic beasts probably has no value left to exist. He stormed out of the room, slamming the door shut in anger. Tan Lam calmly lit a cigarette and gave instructions. Aunt Hong, let's leave Anqing. Aunt Hong, standing behind, softly asked, "What about that male student named Iha?" Her eyes flashed with coldness as she replied, "Send him a message. Let him choose." The secret realm of Swan Lake. The people behind him scoffed. "Old man Tran, you're already 60 years old. What are you doing here joining the fun? Hurry up and take your granddaughter away." Old man Tran cursed. "Damn you, you son of a bitch. If I, a perfectly healthy man, can come, then I can't." Old Zhang continued. "I never imagined that after 30 years we would be standing on the same side fighting against the invading beast tide." Old Chen coldly replied, "That's right. It's been 30 years. That leg of yours was also lost in that beast tide invasion." "Hey, Old Zhang, wait until we've repelled this beast tide. Are you still planning to go to your son's place to retire? Your son lives in the prosperous capital of Jinzhou, and you're just a country bumpkin. Won't you be ridiculed?" Old Zhang confidently retorted, "Even if you leave, I'll stay in Anqing and continue playing chess with this terrible chess player of yours. I was born in this city, and I must die here." The crowd began to charge. The Swan Lake secret gate, the last line of defense. We are the last line of defense of Anqing. We must guard strictly and not let any monsters enter the city. Under Emperor Huangjing's command, 60% of Anqing's army, along with high-level martial artists from the rank of martial master and above, entered the secret realm. They were called the Vanguard, and their sole mission was to gather basic information about the beast tide and try to gauge the strength of the Lord level, or even tyrannical, magical beasts within it. Then he had to survive and bring the information back. Hong Qin suddenly froze when he saw something. A martial arts master, covered in injuries and breathing heavily, approached. Huang Jing hurriedly shouted, "Medical staff, emergency." The martial arts master struggled to crawl forward, stammering as he called out to the mayor. He held up a USB drive, trembling as he spoke each word. This USB drive contains all the spoils of war that the Vanguard team has captured. Hong Qin hastily asked, "Where are the others?" He replied, "He's dead. They're all dead, completely crushed by the beast tide. Not even the corpses could be brought back." His eyes held a malevolent glint. "We must be very careful of that name, Blood-Eye Black Ape. It plotted against us. Otherwise, at least several thousand of us might have been able to get out." Suddenly, a vortex appeared in the sky. Falling from the vortex onto a massive, hard rock, Huang Jing screamed in panic, "Danger!" As fragments of rock rained down, Huang Jing suddenly realized its target was the defensive landmines placed beneath the building. The falling rocks created a series of massive explosions, shaking the ground. Hong Qin informed the others that his objective was to detonate landmines to destroy the defensive structures under construction. Damn it, it's an attack from the secret realm. The tank company, without hesitation, aimed directly at the secret crevice and fired its cannons. The Imperial capital managed to withstand the shockwaves caused by the massive explosion. He muttered, "Instead of using monster cards, they're using long-range attacks first to wear down our forces. How could a magical beast possibly know how to use military tactics like a human? Hateful, damned beast." Then, sharp rocks fell from the swirling vortex in the sky, the second wave of attack. This time, the number of stone trees suddenly increased. The streams of water flowed down and plunged into the ground, and the tremors continued incessantly. A commando noticed something behind him, turned around, and instantly shouted, "Watch out!" The enemy attacked, and the monstrous beast swiftly lunged forward and bit off his head. The monstrous beast swarmed forward. The emperor shouted orders, and the stone platform was once again used as a launch chamber for the beasts. They flew out of the secret water crevice through those stone pillars, and were then released directly into the rear lines of the battlefield to cause destruction. "Damn it, don't let those rocks fall. Block them all for me." The blood-black copper orb, guided from the secret realm on the other side, was excited and enthusiastic. Almost enough. Humankind has no more strength to resist. The warriors will crush it for me. The funeral procession advanced en masse, the giant gorilla using its paws to crush the commandos to pieces. Dihoa stood leisurely on the rooftop of a nearby building, observing. He muttered, "After today, who knows what Intan will become? Even though I've only been transmigrated here for a few months, I've already developed some feelings for Intan. I cannot let these beasts ruin the peaceful days I have worked so hard to achieve, so I must." He swooped down, transformed, and unleashed a massacre, smoke billowing across the battlefield. The younger brother cheered him on, saying, "He's truly worthy of his name. He's already defeated 5 monsters." La Huan received 9 times the praise. Fu Lin laughed mockingly. "You've only killed a few low-level monsters, and you're already bragging? La Xian, you're only capable of so much, aren't you?" The title of number 1 at Anqing Third Middle School is definitely a bit exaggerated. La Huan was agitated. Suzhou arrived. When Luo Xin saw him, she was stunned. In So Chao, with the green magic vein in his hand, he personally defeated a 3-stage demonic beast. "What?" Chuzhou said. "I didn't expect to meet you all here. Why didn't you all choose to retreat? Our parents are both martial artists, fighting against the beast tied here. As their children, how could we possibly run away alone?" Luo Xin's mouth dropped open, and he pointed behind Chuzhou's head. "Watch out." Suzhou turned his head. A tank was hurtling overhead. The battlefield was chaotic. Dozens of monsters were hovering in the sky, and the tank was surrounded by other monsters. This place is now nothing but a desolate wasteland. La Huan was terrified and couldn't help but blurt out a curse. "Damn it, who threw that tank?" Suzhou slowly drew his sword, a chilling coldness emanating from it. He swung his sword effortlessly. The tank split in 2, with the halves falling to either side. Fu Lin stared up in stunned disbelief, stammering. Just looking at this figure made her tremble. He was the first Lord-level creature to emerge from the secret realm. Why did it charge all the way to the rear lines? Xiaozhou calmly reassured him. "Calm down. It's not a Lord-level figure. Its physique and aura are different." The 3 of them stood frozen in place, watching the fist descending from above. Suzhou was astonished, and a warning sound of danger echoed in his mind. Suddenly, a blue light, like lightning, struck the monstrous gorilla. The monstrous creature gaped, its tongue hanging out, and collapsed to the ground. Its hand reached out, trying to grab the one who had just struck it. Before his hand could even touch it, it was easily stopped by a harmonious force without any direct contact. He flashed a smile like a titan, revealing all his teeth. Time for oral hygiene. The monstrous creature opened its eyes wide in fear. Hegemony seized its upper jaw. He used force to pry open its jaws, peered inside, and smirked. "It's so dirty. How many people has it eaten already? It needs to be thoroughly cleaned." From the mosquito net, a kind of blue light shot into the monster's mouth, like rinsing its mouth. The monster's body was torn apart by the blinding light. La Huan urgently said, "While the demonic beasts are fighting amongst themselves, let's retreat quickly." Xiaozhou was also surprised and stood there stunned, replying, "Don't be nervous. That's a strange fire." Luo Xian shouted in disbelief. "Strange fire? That little demon beast that was rinsing its mouth is a strange fire?" Xiaozhou looked at the strange fire's back and replied, "That's right. With him here, perhaps our Anqing can overcome this ordeal." Dihua turned around and gave a strange smile. "Xiaozhou, I'll leave this place to you guys. I'm going to help elsewhere." After saying that, he flew away. Wherever it flew, smoke and dust followed. He hovered high above, looking down and observing. The strange flower closed its eyes and scanned its mind. Where are the most monstrous beasts gathered? Found it. The defenders repeatedly fired at the mammoth beast, but it backfired. The captain shouted, "Guns are useless against this beast. Load them." The entire squad raised their swords and advanced towards the ferocious mammoth. Its tusks tossed soldiers into the air. Its legs, like pillars, crushed other soldiers to pieces. A soldier shouted, "Captain, leave quickly. We can't hold out here. We're just ordinary soldiers. We can't fight these monsters." The captain resolutely held out, beheading a low-level monster. He said emphatically, "We are soldiers. Even if we die, we can hold out until the warriors arrive." At that moment, streams of demonic energy slithered in like snakes. The soldiers were bewildered. What kind of demons are these? Could these be martial artists arriving? The streams of energy enveloped the mammoth beast. Instantly, a blue light shot straight through it. The mammoth immediately fell, creating a massive impact with the ground. Seeing this, the low-level demonic beasts rushed forward, barking. The strange creature, its ears ringing, raised its claws and lunged at them. The monstrous creatures were mercilessly flung into the air. In other war zones, Xiao Wu Huang chased away the demonic beasts. The monster has fled. He felt as if he wanted to run to another place. Xiao Xiao pointed to the phone and told him it was the top student in Anqing's Heavenly Flame competition. The Dihua faction has joined the battlefield. Monsters from all over seem to be surrounding the top student to hunt him down. Xiao Yu said with a serious expression, "No, we can't let a group like Master Lu's be killed by these beasts. We must go help him. He's still just a child, the hope of our Anqing." They went to ambush the beasts, protect the top student, and one of the beasts had a piece of its head blown off by the beasts. The rotting corpses of the monstrous beasts, beaten to a pulp, piled up like a graveyard. Monster beasts kept coming to ambush the strange flames. Xiao Yu ran while shouting, "Be careful, a lord-level creature has set its sights on the Yao, exotic flame. Protect the exotic flame." Hearing this, the crowd challenged, "Damn it, you want to kill the top student of our Anqing city? You'll never get past me." He said, "Kill him. We'll be saved. Humanity will prevail. You beasts, all of you go to hell to defend me. Our top student will arrive shortly. You old geezers are not even as good as a high school student, are you? Don't let the younger generation laugh at us for not needing to wait for the top student. Seeing our stronghold destroyed, drive out all these demonic beasts. Don't leave a single one alive for me." The monstrous dinosaur charged forward, attempting to ram through the wall blocking its way. The imperial capital loomed large in midair, with walls below forming a circle. Huang Jing muttered, "This earth-vein divine wall can only contain a portion of the demonic beasts. To completely resolve this beast tide, we must eliminate the dominant beast." A monstrous creature leaped up from the wall. It lunged towards the imperial palace, but he remained unwavering, clasping his hands together to create a golden light, then directing that dazzling light towards the monstrous creature. Hong Qin felt something behind him and quickly turned his head around. The old musician from Tram's son looked like a huge, terrifying crocodile, lurking right behind him. The emperor's face was stern, the music of the mountain was solemn, and the lord's tomb was of the fourth rank. He frowned thoughtfully. The mount of the blood-eyed black ape, the mount of the overlord, had made its move. It seemed that Monkey was no longer sitting still. Huang Jing landed atop the divine wall, clasped his hands together, and summoned the genetic magic technique, causing mountains, rocks, and seas to roar. The ground on the battlefield was bent like waves. The giant mountain of Tram's sun glared, its eyes narrowing, and everything above it was drawn together into a ball of fire. The emperor emerged from the sphere, speaking to the demonic beast. "Why do you think I would use the attack system you're most familiar with?" Its half-closed eyes now widened in terror at the ever-approaching light. Huang Jing kindly explained, "It's precisely to get closer to you." The Xianhuang martial arts, the mountain whale, and the Shunshan Juyu were enraged and shouted angrily. The windows on the buildings shattered from its screams. The sharp rocks could pierce anything that protruded from the ground. From a distance, Hong Qin witnessed the devastation that Tram's son Siu Nak brought, even though it had only just appeared. He looked at the situation and pondered. "Fortunately, I received intelligence about the giant mountain of tranquility early on and managed to get away from the group of martial artists just in time. Otherwise, who knows how many people would have died." Hong Qin Lao arrived and shouted at it. "If all of your true forms had entered in Tan, I might have been 3 times weaker than you, but you only revealed one head, and that was just a goat waiting to be slaughtered." He seemed to sprout a dozen extra arms behind his back, his eyes blazing with intense, killing intent as he advanced. Hong Qin repeatedly struck its long snout. The giant mountain of Tram's sun glared, its pupils shining brightly like those of a crocodile. Hong Qin tried to support his body, avoiding the stalactites that were growing on him. Numerous lithophils grow densely on the body of the giant mountain. Huang Jing sighed. As expected of a prince of the earth element, he can still grow stone golems on his own body. From the giant stone slab emerged an ugly face, its sinister eyes glowing red. Huang Jing sensed the murderous intent and turned around, realizing there was an ambush. A hairy hand grabbed Huang Jing, who was still stunned. Blood-eyed black ape flashed a cunning smile. Little human, what are you doing to my mount? Huang Jing froze, his mind a complete blank. The blood-eyed black ape was hiding inside the stone gourd. The blood-eyed black ape flashed its fiery red eyes and let out a ferocious roar. Now let me crush your head, so you may know just how insignificant humanity is before me. Having said that, he slammed his arm, which was tightly gripping the imperial capital, to the ground. The city was now a pile of ruins, with long, thick logs protruding from the ground everywhere. Xiantong He Yuan, a renowned warrior, burst into laughter. Although I could have avoided the explosion in an instant, I've confirmed that there are no stronger martial artists in your entire city, so I can confidently go on my killing spree. Hong Qin had now escaped from its grasp, but he had also been seriously wounded. He glared at it with a grim expression, seemingly deep in thought. Then, immediately, Hong Qin raised his hand high, drawing in an incredibly terrifying surge of magical power. His magical powers created a giant dragon soaring through the sky. It opened its mouth, seemingly spitting fire, a night-blooming storm. That supreme-level demonic beast showed no fear of Huang Jing's threat. It laughed contemptuously and said, "Human, your resistance is meaningless. You are only delaying your death." Then it picked up the magical ball attached to the conical pillar like chess pieces intended to oppress mankind. This battlefield no longer has natural enemies. It has now become a game. A game that terrified and drove humankind to despair. I eagerly await the look of despair and fear on the face of the strongest of mankind. Without making it wait any longer, Huang Jing's demonic dragon quickly advanced, opening its mouth wide to swallow the black ape of the mysterious copper. Yet the dragon's magical power was nothing compared to that of the supreme-level demonic beast. It was like an ant scratching an itch. It's ridiculous to utter such sarcastic remarks. The speed isn't bad, but the power is too weak. Before it could finish speaking, Hong Qin immediately tore off a piece of the ground and threw it towards it. Seeing this, Xiandong He Yuan replied triumphantly, "His strength is not bad, but his speed is too slow." It swiftly leaped over each of the external obstacles, speeding forward. It has now advanced to the vicinity of Huang Jing. Xiantong He Yuan shouted threateningly, "Kneel down. I don't like creatures inferior to me staring directly at me." He turned pale for a moment, his eyes filled with panic, unsure of how to handle the situation. With those words, the enormous monster swiftly swung a powerful punch forward, sending Huang Jing flying to the ground. Xiantong He Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Despite enduring such a powerful punch, Huang Jing was able to stand firm without injury. He glared at it, radiating a murderous aura. Under this terrifying pressure, the monster, somewhat panicked, let out a cry. "Damn, why aren't you afraid at all?" Huang Jing slammed his hand down on the ground, creating a huge flame. He shouted, "Beast, you think you're clever, but you've miscalculated. Ultimately, they are nothing more than arrogant wild beasts." His magical power quickly bound the black ape, preventing it from escaping. With the blood-forbidden technique, this supreme-level demonic beast naturally wouldn't surrender. It raised its hand and shouted, "You deliberately led me into your seven-star formation?" The Earth's veins were sealed, dark clouds gathered in the sky, obscuring everything. In the center, the black ape of the mysterious copper was still tightly held captive by the power of the yellow whale. He angrily cursed at him. "Is this your trump card? You want to seal me underground? How naive you are, humankind." Then he flashed a mischievous smile and continued, "You cannot hold me captive forever. If your sand loosens, even slightly, I will break free and tear every single person in this place to shreds." Huang Jing smirked, confidently replying, "This is not the trump card, but the hymn." Saying this, he forcefully pulled back his shirt to reveal a large wound on his chest and continued, "It is the hymn of mankind, the epic of courage." Having said that, Hong Qin punched himself in the chest. This was unexpected for the monster. It cried out in panic, "What do you want to do?" He stabbed himself in the chest to activate the switch in his heart. Blood spurted from Huang Jing's mouth, but he replied without hesitation, "From the very beginning of the war, I buried Anqing's only tactical nuclear bomb under Swan Lake. The trigger has been implanted right in my heart. If my heart stops beating, the nuclear bomb will be activated." Huantong He Yuan shouted excitedly, "Damn it, are you threatening me? Who would use their life as a condition? Do you think that's enough to scare me?" Huang Jing's face was pale from excessive blood loss. He struggled to utter his last words. From the beginning, I never intended to return. After all, I am the mayor of Anton. My name is Hong Kin. Memories of the past suddenly surfaced. The image of him making a vow to the people became even clearer. I am Hong Kin, and I vow to dedicate everything to Anton and its people, including my life. He closed his eyes tightly and spoke his last words. Now I think I've done it, right? Instantly, the bomb was detonated and a massive explosion occurred. His body gradually disintegrated as a result. The bomb blast shook the entire city of Anton. Its destructive power is undeniable. Everywhere was engulfed in smoke, dust, and flames. No scene appeared. A trembling hand clutched a phone displaying an urgent text message. All soldiers and martial artists immediately withdrew from the area. Around the entrance to the Swan Lake secret realm, nuclear tactics about to be activated. Emergency retreat. A single tear falling onto the phone screen. He was on the verge of tears, trying to suppress his emotions so he could finish his task. All the soldiers simultaneously placed their hands on their foreheads to commemorate the sacrifice of Hong Kin. The martial artists stood respectfully, expressing their sincere gratitude to him. A giant mushroom-shaped cloud, like a tombstone, suddenly rose into the air. All the people turned their eyes towards the source of the light. Those martial artists who received advance warning and withdrew from the area affected by the nuclear explosion all harbored deep reverence in their hearts. This was a momentous funeral. The nuclear bomb explosion created a massive crater in the heart of Anqing City. The mysterious black ape beast is now nothing more than a dried skeleton. Suddenly, a bright ball of fire appeared. The sphere quickly drained all the life force from the monster's skeletal remains. Instantly, its bony hand was bound tightly by ropes, emitting an overwhelming demonic aura. Hundreds of ropes began to intertwine, enveloping the skeleton. It quickly spread throughout the entire head of the black ape. Instantly, its eyes widened, filled with demonic energy. The monster gradually regained its original form. He struggled to stand up and said, "I didn't think about it. I almost got outsmarted by that lowly human." Dong Hak Veen angrily opened his mouth wide, revealing his sharp teeth, and roared, "I want to kill every single person in this city. I want all human beings to die in the most cruel way possible." It slowly dragged its body forward, first returning to the realm of sin, waiting for me to recover my strength before leveling this place. The realm of sin is the name given to the secret realm of demonic beasts. A sound rang out, causing the monster to panic and turn its head. "Where do you want to go?" From high above, a familiar figure in iron armor, radiating a murderous aura, looked down, causing the monster to gape in astonishment, thinking, "I remember this human. This is one of the biggest obstacles in this invasion by the Beast Dynasty." A terrifying human genius. Dihua glared at it angrily with a resentful look in his eyes. "Finally found you. But unfortunately, I'm a step too late." With that, he lunged towards it at a terrifying speed, unleashing a powerful energy punch. His punch had an incredibly devastating force. Nothing could stop it. Suddenly, Dihua looked up. The monster had dodged the attack and was beginning to retaliate. It angrily shouted, "Stupid human genius. Instead of hiding behind the lines in such an important battle, you foolishly chose to stand at the front. Indeed, this is the best opportunity to destroy you." Dihua unconsciously gave a confident smile, raising his hand to his face and saying confidently, "If you want to run, my giant's little nuclear weapon might not even hit you. Now, please accept another one." Hearing this, Dong Hak Veen turned pale with fear and exclaimed, "You humans are truly something else." This explosion turned the monster back into a skeleton. Lightning flashed down from the sky. Dark clouds and dust gathered thickly, and a huge, bright sphere appeared inside the skeleton. The second explosion instantly wiped everything out, shaking the entire city. This scene astonished the martial artists. "Look, why is another nuclear warhead exploding? What's going on there? Could this be a contingency plan left behind by Mayor Huang Jing?" Truly, Mayor Huang Jing lives up to his reputation. The black ape monster was now seriously injured. It struggled to stand up and looked ahead. Dong Hak Veen's face turned pale, and he trembled as he spoke. "Monster," that was its feeling when standing before the monstrous creature it had created. Emperor Kai, a giant. It roared defiantly, "Hey, why do you look even more like a demonic beast than me? Even a normal lord-level demonic beast doesn't have the aura you have." Dihua, in the form of a monstrous beast, replied disdainfully, "I'm not like a hairless monkey like you." With those words, he raised his claws towards the black, bronze beast, giving it no time to react. Immediately, another explosion occurred, almost leveling the ground. The black ape of the eastern black ape, having no strength left to resist, was quickly flung far away. Dehoa still wasn't ready to stop. He excitedly said, "Don't run away, little vassal." Lan Shan's black flash fist was provoked in the right spot, and he immediately turned around, swung his fist, and shouted, "Damn it, don't underestimate the Overlord." Then both quickly rushed back into the fight. Instantly, a beam of light shone down from the sky, illuminating the swirling dust and smoke. The arm of the estranged man was stained with blood. He said angrily, "After all, it's a supreme-level magical beast. Even if it's severely injured and emaciated like a monkey, it's still a monkey." He looked at his palm and continued, "In the form of the giant Emperor Mara, my combined strength has surpassed 30 points. Yet I still couldn't overwhelm you in power, and you even injured my arm, but that's still not enough to make me take you seriously." Below the ground, the blood-eyed black ape, in a state of severe burns and horror, said, "My full force attack inflicted damage, yet you recovered so quickly." Its eyes showed resentment as it exclaimed, "No, I can't defeat this genius." Saying that, it immediately turned and fled for its life, muttering repeatedly that it wouldn't fight back. But how could he let him escape so easily? Dihua radiated a menacing light towards it, coldly saying, "How could you, a mere beast, possibly deserve the life of the mayor?" Instantly, his demonic beast opened its mouth wide and unleashed an incredibly terrifying attack, a nuclear breath of energy. Then, the physical body of Ha Dong Hak Veen quickly vanished, leaving behind only the hateful, genius-like void of humanity. The beast of the strange world spoke. That monkey had burrowed underground and was feigning death. A circle of magical energy instantly appeared around the strange fire. He said, "But feigning death also means it's scared, afraid of being discovered. It's been severely injured like never before. This is the best chance to kill it." It seems that a supreme-level demonic beast can conceal its aura, making it undetectable to others. Yihua continued, reproachfully, "If we could have found it sooner, Mayor Huang wouldn't have been here." The beast's paws quickly used its magical power to control the situation, but now it was severely injured, and even its ability to hide would be affected. Anyway, even the slightest sign of life is something I can sense. His eyes were drawn to a strange, long line on the ground. Dehoa exclaimed excitedly, "I found you, you damned monkey." With that, the monstrous beast opened its mouth wide again, unleashing a tremendous surge of power. The sudden flash of light frightened the black ape, causing it to emerge from the ground. It angrily shouted, "Damn it! I almost felt the entrance to the sinful realm nearby. If it weren't for that damned human mayor setting a trap for me." Before it could finish its sentence, a giant fist was closing in on it. The monster was easily punched away by this attack. Dihua angrily retorted, "This is the price you pay for daring to slander Mayor Huang. I will make your life a living hell." The monstrous beast, now severely wounded, trembled as it held the fireball in its hand, saying, "Don't you dare take advantage of me, you vile vermin." It lifted the fireball high, resolutely saying, "I will drain the last bit of energy from your demon core to drag you down to hell." The arm of the black ape quickly recovered. He leaped high, throwing a punch at Yi and saying, "Go to hell." But he wasn't going to give up so easily either. Dehoa quickly swung her fist forward in retaliation. Lanshan Fist's black and humiliating fist. Two attacks colliding rapidly instantly created a massive earthquake. The monster's arm easily dissolved into dry bone and then shattered. Thus, the Yawa, ethereal flame, completely destroyed the black ape of the mysterious copper. It fell weakly to the ground in pain, and blood also flowed from its mouth. He laughed and said, after the desperate attack, the demonic beast timed it perfectly. The black ape fell, immediately opened its mouth wide, and unleashed a finishing blow. Strange sounds suddenly rang out, crackling, 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 causing my head to ache terribly. He cried out in difficulty, "My head hurts so much. All my thoughts feel chaotic. This is a mental attack." Dihua quickly glanced behind him and said, "Are there still masters? Right at your feet, thousands of arms are reaching up." These hands lifted the monster high into the air. Don't even think about running. Instantly, strange hairs sprouted rapidly from the deformed hand. In the joints of the superhumanoid figure, arms sprouted again. Those were dense, constantly moving hands. These arms were jammed at the joints. My body was unable to move. The eccentric man chuckled coldly. Don't think that's enough to imprison me. With that, a surge of demonic energy emanated from the superhuman form. The arms were quickly burned to ashes. The eccentric man enthusiastically replied, "Feel this fierce, dry fire burning." Even the arms reaching from beneath the ground are completely consumed by the flames. The remaining forces are still trying to drag the black ape of the mysterious copper into the abyss of sin. It kept urging us on. Now we're almost at the gate. Suddenly, it looked up in confusion, the flames having completely consumed everything around it, leaving nothing intact. Seeing this, it panicked even more and shouted, "Hurry up! That giant is catching up. His whole body is on fire. Hurry, run." An increasing number of arms joined it in the abyss. Arms quickly covered the face of a strange person. The sound continued to echo. "Lala lala, brother!" Iha exclaimed in surprise. "What is that monstrous thing? Is it also a demonic beast?" The giant arms quickly fused together, forming a massive mountain. With such terrifying power, could he really be a supreme ruler? If his true identity were revealed and he were to descend, I'd probably be kneeling down the very first second. The city of Intan was now nothing but a pile of rubble surrounded by smoke and dust, strange arms encircling and obscuring the eyes of a mysterious figure. It quickly opened its monstrous eyes wide, and immediately the monster opened its mouth wide, as if preparing to unleash a terrifying surge of magical power. Exhausted, the strange flower clutched its head and said, "I clearly blocked the superhumanized auditory perception. Yet that bizarre sound still penetrated my brain." The monstrous creature of the anomaly quickly opened its mouth wide, preparing to retaliate. But Dihua clenched his fists, angrily saying, "You've killed so many people, and you're just going to leave Anqing like that?" He raised his head and angrily shouted, "A pipe dream." Dihua quickly lowered his hand, and the skeleton of the supergiant appeared. He swiftly entered the depths of the beast's lair. Dihua raised a friendly finger and smiled defiantly. "This is a special kernel from our homeland. I hope you like it." "What a scoundrel!" With those words, the demonic beast opened its mouth wide and unleashed its demonic power towards the blood-eyed black ape. Its eyes widened in astonishment, unable to react, and then another explosion sent it hurtling straight to the ground. The martial artists below exclaimed in astonishment, "Look at the secret rift. It seems to be exploding. This isn't right." These demonic beasts suddenly went berserk? Could it be that Mayor Huang Jing has succeeded? Everyone regained their composure. They shouldn't let Mayor Huang Jing's sacrifice go to waste. Our Tan is safe. Perhaps it was because the remnants of the blood copper black ape were finally destroyed by the giant's nucleus. The hordes of monstrous beasts that had been relentlessly pouring through the secret rift into Anqing began to dwindle. It seems the other world has stopped encroaching on Intan. The martial artists of Intan began hunting down the remaining demonic beasts within the city. This hunt lasted for a full day and night, until every single monster that could be found had been annihilated. Only then did the exhausted warriors stop. The final battle to defend Intan was won, although the price paid was that nearly 80% of the martial artists and soldiers were either killed or severely wounded. The aftermath of the nuclear explosion at Swan Lake is devastating. By this time, Dihua had returned to his original form. He lay stretched out on the ground, his gaze fixed upwards. Then he struggled to sit up, wondering how long he had been asleep. Although he had channeled all the nuclear energy in his body into the personified supergiant to unleash the explosion, this place was already full of nuclear radiation and residual atomic fission energy, essentially recharging the battery right there after it ran out. He gazed into the distance, sighing in admiration. This battle was truly arduous. Mayor Huang Jing personally entered the fray, luring the blood-eyed black ape to the explosion point, severely injuring it. He then used the terrain of the nuclear explosion zone to continuously detonate the bomb, ultimately killing it before the woman could rescue the blood-eyed black ape. Reflecting on everything, he continued, "Although my infinite monster form is very powerful, it still can't defeat a supreme-level monster." This time, victory was also thanks to favorable circumstances, a little bit of luck, and the right timing. Dihua stood up, and said with a smile, "Given enough time, sooner or later I will stand at the pinnacle of the Xia Kingdom's fighting strength." But this latest riot at the peak of the secret realm leaves no time for further maturation. I don't know when I'll be able to extract the next sample, and even if I do, it's not certain that the type of gold that fuses with the core of the demonic pillar is the fastest way for me to become a peak-level expert. Therefore, I can only speed up the collection of plant-based magic cores that are highly compatible with that sample. And then there's Vo Kai Huan Hong. If the infinite monster model can help me cheat in infinite space, then I must definitely grasp the supreme martial artist system. Although the development of the martial arts of the mysterious emperor was slower, its potential was enormous, as it was, after all, a cultivation system of the high-level martial arts world. Dihua turned his head to look towards the rising sun, as if looking into a bright future awaiting him. He said, "Perhaps my transmigration to this world was to fulfill a mission that belongs to me." 1 month after the Intan disaster, a bronze statue of Hong Qin was erected to commemorate his great sacrifice. Dihua was sitting on a bench, watching the news on her phone. This time, a total of 18 cities across the entire kingdom were attacked by the beast tide, of which 12 cities completely fell. In that year, the city of Guangshan experienced an S-level secret realm, with the entire city covered in an unfathomable layer of gray mist. He listened silently to the news coming from everywhere. The National Martial Arts Organization of the Great Dragon Clan sent 30 Xuanwu martial artists along with 5 Grandmaster-level powerhouses. Under the guidance of Grandmaster Du Kinmin, an investigation was launched. News on the phone was constantly being updated. This beast invasion was anything but ordinary. Even a level E secret realm had appeared. The strongest martial artist of the Lower Kingdom, Vice Commander Hong Shang, waited at the edge of the secret realm, but the martial arts team failed to break through. Seeing his image in the announcement of his arrival, Vice Commander Hong Shang personally entered Guangshan City. 8 hours later, he emerged with 2 surviving Grandmasters, severely wounded. Since then, China has ranked Guangshan City as the 11th most life-threatening area globally. Confirmation that 10,000 people in the entire city had died. Hearing this, Yi exclaimed in utter astonishment. Even the martial artists of the nation's guardian must be aware that the survival of humanity on planet Earth has become this urgent. No, I can't wait any longer. In a suburban villa, the telephone rang. "Auntie Tan, I need your help with something." Tan Lam, dressed in seductive pajamas, answered the phone while lying on the couch. "You want to learn the remaining 2 sets of Xianhuang martial arts techniques of the Lu family." Dihua forced a smile, thinking, "Am I that kind of person in Aunt Qin's eyes?" Then he awkwardly replied, "It's nothing else. I want to ask you to help me acquire some high-quality plant attribute magic cores, preferably blue or even purple Lord-level magic cores." She asked in confusion. Plant-type magic beasts are already rare. Lord-level magic cores are even rarer. You have quite a big appetite, wanting so many. What can you offer in return? Dihua immediately replied, "Every year, Huadu University holds a secret realm examination for new students. You can form a team with Lu Qingzhu." Helped her win first place. Qinlan's eyes suddenly lit up. She replied, "You're underestimating the top-scoring geniuses from other provinces." Annie could only tell him that Tan Truck's abilities in previous years at Imperial Capital University were only average, not yet among the top performers. Although he had outmaneuvered Tan Truck in the previous match, compared to true prodigies, he was still a little short. He confidently replied, "But Aunt Qin, isn't the only way now to bet on the revival of the Lu family on me? I can write a promissory note. If I don't win first place in the freshman competition, I'll come to the Lu family later to work as a servant, taking care of them in their old age." She tiptoed down, smiling. "Are you going to be my servant?" Qinlan looked down through the glass, happily agreeing. "Okay, I'll help you one more time." On a beautiful morning, Dihua went to Intan Central Hospital to visit Sochao Hospital. Although his purpose in coming here was to visit a friend, not to attend a fan meeting. Yet, on the way there, he was completely surrounded by fans. "Look, it's a strange fire. I heard that he killed a lot of demonic beasts in this secret realm. Can you, fellow fire spirit user, befriend him through the rules? He truly lives up to his reputation as a martial arts champion. We were all injured so badly, yet he wasn't hurt at all. I'm a fan of yours, my friend. Could you sign an autograph for me?" Thank you, sir. He never imagined his name would become so famous. I never expected to be so well received. After a chance encounter between fans, Ihi finally made it to the hospital room. I don't know if he came to visit or just to tease me, but as soon as he opened the door, he couldn't stop laughing and pointed at him. Isn't this Chu Zhou, the most handsome man in Anqing? So you finally met your match? Chu Zhou was puzzled to see you carrying so much stuff. Although she knew he was there to visit her in the hospital, what was going on with those things in his hands? Fan had given them to La Huan on the way, and before Dihoa appeared, she raised her hand to greet him. Is this Dihoa? Who would have thought that someone so different from Dihoa wouldn't recognize him and know who he is? Hearing this, La Huan felt a little awkward and reintroduced herself. I'm La Huan, your first opponent in the promotion match. How could you forget me so quickly? It seemed that upon hearing this, Dihoa noticed something special about the person in front of him and was slightly startled. La Huan understood perfectly why he was so concerned about his amputated leg, and he quickly shared, "Don't look at me like that. My leg isn't healed yet. Why are you looking at me as if I'm about to die?" Well, I can have limb reconstruction surgery. If that's really not possible, I can also get the latest combat prosthetic limbs that Lei Shan Yao has just released. Before La Huan's heroic bravery, Dihoa couldn't help but admire him. To protect Intan, even at a young age, La Huan lost a leg. He is truly admirable. Suddenly, at that moment, the phone in his pocket rang. Dihua immediately picked up the phone, extremely annoyed. Lately, I've been getting so many harassing calls, it's killing me. But just as he was about to put the phone back in his pocket, it started ringing loudly, startling him so much that he couldn't stop. No sooner had she answered the phone than she was met with a furious outburst from the principal. Dihoa, why did you block a big shot from Huadu? Unblock him immediately. To avoid making things more complicated, he replied, I know, old headmaster. Immediately afterwards, Dihoa didn't dare delay any longer and picked up the phone to call. Hello, Dihoa. I am Vong Dao, the admissions officer of Deta University. This time, I'm letting you know that Huadu University will be starting classes a month earlier than usual, and a special train will be coming to pick you up in 3 days. Meanwhile, Suzhou also received a phone call. Hello, So Chao. I am Professor Liu, the admissions officer of Huatua University. Everyone followed the organization's instructions. Okay, I'll definitely be there on time. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Seeing that both of them were constantly being recruited, La Huan felt a little envious. A 3-person hospital room. Except for myself, everyone else is highly capable. It seems I shouldn't be in bed. Probably at the bottom of the bed, because Dihoa is still busy today and could only visit them briefly. Excuse me, I have something else to do. A few days later, at the site of the Swan Lake nuclear explosion, the giant mushroom cloud created by the blast hurled hundreds of tons of dust into the atmosphere. The sky over Swan Lake and dozens of kilometers around it was covered in thick clouds, plunging the world below into eternal darkness. Dark clouds swirled like a velvet curtain covering the sky, leaving only a few stray rays of light shining down on the gloomy world. The strange flower remained motionless like an ancient rock amidst the chaotic heavens and earth. His soul sank deep into a state of meditative absorption, and the spiritual body within him gradually began to transform. White foam swirled like clouds, and shimmering dragon scales enveloped his body like a divine cloud summoning a mythical beast. His eyes shone brightly, reflecting an ethereal blue hue like the bright moon illuminating the starry sea. Infinite Monster Pattern, Flame of the Undead, Composite Card 27.41, Berserker Demon Body Pattern, Compatibility 38.9, Super Giant Fusion 90%. During the battle with the Blood-Eyed Black Ape, the compatibility with the Berserker Demon Emperor's Lapa monster type increased by another 5%. That's already a very high number. And with the added nuclear radiation and residual energy from atomic fission here, it truly is a sacred place for cultivation. During the past 3 days of training, my compatibility has increased by more than 6 points, a truly remarkable improvement. Giant feet stomped down on the ground, creating a tremor that spread like the roar of a mountain beast. But unfortunately, I have to leave now. At that very moment, the anomaly transformed into a lightning-fast beam of light, tearing through space and soaring into the sky, like a sacred dragon shedding its skin and flying to heaven. At that time, Suzhou was also present at Anqing Station. Greetings to our esteemed passengers. Train G66 departs from the current station. Its destination is Huadu West Station, with 5 minutes remaining. Passengers who have not yet had their tickets checked, please proceed to the station as soon as possible. He was standing there waiting for his train in a state of extreme anxiety. But after hearing the commotion, he immediately realized that he had arrived. A flash of light suddenly appeared in the clear blue sky. And shortly after, Dihua also had a spectacular landing after speeding here at breakneck speed. Dihua also breathed a sigh of relief that she didn't miss her flight. There's still time. Wherever the Discord goes, it will take over Sportle. Everyone was in a frenzy at his appearance. That is a strange fire. Oh my god, that surge of pressure just now almost killed me. I thought another high-level monster would appear. The terrifying aura was overwhelming. Even high-level martial artists burning their vital energy and emitting smoke as a warning sign might not be able to withstand such pressure. Truly a source of pride for our Anton. At this point, Suzhou also realized the change in the Yiyao, ethereal flame. He had to become stronger. Dihua looked ahead with eyes full of anticipation for the journey that was about to unfold. Anton will soon have to leave this place. This is my first stop since transmigrating to this world, and also the beginning of my journey. Goodbye, Anton. The train stood silently on the platform, as if it had been waiting for them for a long time, waiting only for the moment of transformation. He clenched his fists, his eyes shining with excitement, his imagination soaring about the land ahead. Soon, the train stirred and sped off, leaving behind a whole area of the sky shaking. No sooner had he sat down than Suzhou spoke. Dihua, can you be a little more honest? Dihua asked, leaning back in his chair. Is this train full of top-scoring students from other provinces? He quickly confirmed and added, not only that, even the train cars are built with the most advanced structures and materials, easily withstanding impact forces of up to thousands of tons. But even so, the martial artists escorting the Huadai ship, whether secretly or openly, were certainly no fewer than 5, and there might even be a grandmaster-level expert guarding it. Anyway, the people on this train are the most brilliant geniuses from an entire class of students in the Xia Kingdom. With its keen senses, the strange flower had no difficulty assessing the situation of the other passengers here. I use my life to sense and smell. It's true that there are some masters like him who can withstand 3 moves from my hands. No more than 5 people. I thought this train would roll along peacefully. Yet, not long after that, another calamity struck. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. The Huadai ship is under attack by an unknown enemy. Suddenly, an urgent announcement blared from the train's loudspeaker. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. Flower ship under attack by unidentified enemy. The professors and other teachers are investigating the situation and are urging the remaining students to quickly leave the train carriage and absolutely not engage in combat with the enemy. All the passengers on the ship were terrified and jumped to their feet. Impossible. How could anyone dare attack Huada? Is this just a drill not meant to test the abilities of our new students? I'm not sure. Right now, the country is at its weakest. The national-level martial artist is injured and in seclusion. One of the 3 great national protectors, Grandmaster Du Jingming, has disappeared, and many Xuanwu grandmasters and martial artists have died in the beast-tide attacks on Guanshan City and other cities. It's quite normal for nations and powers that were once oppressed by foreign powers to begin to rise again. So, should we leave the train or not? At this moment, Suzhou and Yi were still unaware of the impending disaster, and both were wondering, what are you thinking about? Yi was really annoying. I've been practicing too intensely these past few days. I was just about to take a short nap to recover a bit, but after thinking about it again, Dihua still preferred to get some exercise, so she stepped down. His eyes were now filled with excitement as he was about to face a new challenge. Go and see what's happening. The train continued to speed forward, despite the extremely violent upheaval occurring inside. Suddenly, as the 2 of them were heading towards the front carriage, a classmate, covered in blood, ran towards them in a panic. Classmate, hang in there. What's happening up ahead? The freshman, Chu Kim Hien, hurriedly recounted everything in a state of panic. The enemy has captured the first 3 carriages. The enemy possesses a special domain that can pull people into an independent space, preventing the aftershocks of battle from affecting the outside world. In it, there are also terrifying enemies hunting everyone down. Our teachers, who were martial artists of the Xuanwu Guardian sect, have almost all sacrificed themselves. They worked together to get me out of that area, telling me to tell everyone to flee quickly. This is not a drill inside a train carriage. At this point, with things spiraling out of control, it was inevitable that people would become anxious. Suddenly, at that moment, a voice spoke up. Where's the evidence? You said it's dangerous ahead, so you need to provide proof. The tokens that the teachers gave you, or those given to the other injured people, why were you the only one who managed to escape? I have a friend in the carriage in front of me. His abilities are sufficient to compete for the top spot among freshmen. I didn't believe he could get out, but he couldn't. After hearing Kim Chu-hyun's answer, his subordinates also found it reasonable. That makes sense. This head monk is right. But DM Chan Hung folded his arms with a serious expression. Move aside, I want to go to the front. Despite Chu Kim Hyun's desperate warnings, he paid no heed and pressed forward to show off. Seeing them like moths flying into a flame, he tried to persuade them once more. Wait a minute, I'm serious. It's really dangerous ahead. Why won't everyone listen to me? Don't go looking for death anymore. After failing to stop them, Chu Kim Hyun turned her attention to him. Are you a heterodox person? Heterodox also began to look at him with a suspicious gaze. This life form senses that this classmate is very unusual. It's me. How do you know me? After he confirmed it, Chu Kim Hyun explained the situation. There's a girl named Lu Tan Truck who showed me a picture of you. She asked me to tell you, under any circumstances, not to go forward. Hearing that familiar name, my heart suddenly skipped a few beats. Did she ask you to tell me? Yes, she was seriously wounded by a sword blow while shielding me. Although the matter is not yet over, Chu Kim Hyun is crying uncontrollably as if the world is ending. If they want to die, I can't dissuade them anymore, but I must fulfill that girl's last wish so that you can survive. Faced with his pessimism, Chu Jinha lost his patience and hit him on the head, scolding, Damn it, you're not dead yet. Don't curse me to die. Do you still want to go? Chu Jinha, puzzled, immediately clarified. It's useless. I've already agreed to the parents' request, but he doesn't want me to step into the fire and immediately blocks my way. No, I absolutely cannot let you pass. At this point, he couldn't help but wonder, although it wasn't entirely relevant. How could he, with his wretched appearance, have received an acceptance letter from Huadu? While Yi was still trying to persuade Chu Jinha with words, Chu Zhou, with his hot temper, had already resorted to a tactic. Su Zhou and Chu Jinxian couldn't understand why they were so recklessly charging forward, despite their best efforts to stop them. I'm trying to save you all. Why are you being so unreasonable? If things don't go your way, you're ready to attack. Student Tan Truck is such a refined person. How could she possibly be friends with these two rude guys? Who would have thought that the next second he would lose his patience with him and kick him straight in the stomach, telling him to stop talking nonsense? While Chu Kim Hyun was still trembling and struggling with this body, they quickly moved forward. His strength is truly immense, definitely not on the same level as mine. Sorry, I'll leave this blood chi pill for you. We were in a hurry, and despite Chu Kim Hyun's attempts to stop them, they ultimately put themselves in danger. So Chow, let's go. Don't go in danger. At this moment, Yi was standing in front of a ladder, and the floor number displayed on it was the 3rd floor. Before him now was a stream of purple space leading to another dimension. This must be the so-called entrance to the independent space that the freshman was talking about. However, Iho wasn't careless enough to barge inside, so he picked up a suitcase to explore, testing the waters as he went. Immediately afterwards, the animosity instantly and mercilessly threw the suitcase straight back into the source of space ahead. After waiting for Mrs. Tan Xian to finish and seeing nothing happen, Dihoa also had a guess. There was no reaction, not even a sound could be heard, and even her own life force field couldn't detect any energy within. Just now, many new students entered here. It seems they've all been here before, and feeling certain there are no traps waiting for them inside, they immediately rushed into the spatial rift, entering directly with great interest. As soon as he entered the inner space, he glanced around at the purple aura emanating from him. But beneath the chaotic path, a gleaming white road now appeared, making him question how perplexing life truly was. What kind of trick is this? Strange, it's clear that at the same time, Chu Zhou is suddenly gone. There's light ahead. Let's go first and then talk. Time is running out, so there can be no more wasted effort. We must move forward as quickly as possible. But after walking along that bright white road, he arrived at a very eerie and desolate Canadian city, where the buildings seemed to be upside down. What kind of godforsaken place is this? He raised his hand and examined it. The life force field showed no reaction. Could this place be isolated? The strange flower no longer hesitated, shooting up like lightning, leaving only a streak of light tearing through the air behind it. The old method was still the most effective. In the blink of an eye, he landed on the roof of a nearby building, his posture as steady as a hawk stalking its prey. His gaze was cold as he stared straight ahead, then raised his hand to summon a blazing energy sphere, its aura swirling around his palm. Don't pretend to be a god or a demon. And the very next moment, the entire space seemed to tremble from a tremendous explosion, energy rising in a cloud of blue smoke that filled the sky. Blow up for me. A huge explosion rang out on the roof of the apartment building, blinding the entire sky. They all looked up simultaneously and spoke in turn. What the hell is going on with such a huge explosion? Who's that expert? They appeared with such a grand display. On the road, a figure wielding a sword rushed forward, while Truck sat weakly leaning against the wall. She watched the explosion from above. Dike Hoa warned me not to let him come. On the rooftop of the D Hoa apartment building, he stood with his arms crossed, looking down. It seems my move has attracted not only classmates and teammates, but also enemies. The pig-headed gang leader slowly approached him from behind, holding a hideous, glue-stained knife in his hand. As soon as he got close, he immediately turned around and unleashed his attack, wearing a pig's head mask. It was obvious he wasn't a good person. Damn it, still playing these devilish tricks. My lord, I will take this fake head off. He gripped the knife tightly in his hand, in a ready position. Both of them simultaneously lunged towards each other. After taking his punch, the pig's head remained completely unaffected. Seeing that surprised him a little. He took my nuclear punch and was still unharmed. He gripped the knife tightly in his hand and plunged it into the man's body, while the head was simultaneously regenerating itself. Dihoa looked at it disdainfully. You didn't expect your self-healing ability to be so fast, did you? Just by using your muscles, you can grip my knife tightly. My strength isn't great, but my weapon is very special. You seem capable of penetrating any defense. What kind of monster are you, anyway? Let me examine you. Then he used his hand to pull its mouth open, and taking advantage of this opportunity, he unleashed a surge of power directly into its body. Here's your old phlegm. I'm a decent person. I told you I'd make you fall on the spot, and I'll definitely do it. In just a moment, its body turned to dust. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual and glanced downwards. Hey, is there something inside this head? It's a pendant. So this is really Hua Da's training exercise? Monsters drop loot? He picked up the necklace and immediately put it away. This masked man's weapon must have been blessed by a master, making it incredibly sharp. Once the weapons vanish, they will once again become ordinary objects. What is this pendant for? Do I have to find a lot of masked people and steal the pendants from their fake heads? That's definitely a survival game. From a distance, a sword flew towards him from behind. She quickly unleashed her spiritual power, immobilizing the arrow in midair. Seeing the monster behind him, he exclaimed, "It's already your turn? I hate sneak attacks." Just as he turned his back, another arrow suddenly flew towards him from below. The monster high above relentlessly hurled arrows at him. The arrow instantly pierced his chest. He not only didn't seem to know what harm had been done, but he also tilted his head and looked at it with a devilish expression. You just want to kill me? You're too naive. He immediately unleashed his ultimate attack on the beautiful woman, an immense surge of power enveloping every muscle in his body. The source of his power was so immense that his body felt like it was swelling up. It was this very power that caused the building to be destroyed. A young man standing nearby witnessed this scene and exclaimed in astonishment, "What on earth happened over there?" The whole building has collapsed. Turning towards the strange fire, he slowly walked forward, holding the arrow that had just attacked him. I need to see clearly who this person is who almost turned me into a skewer. Could a rabbit's head be one of the 12 zodiac animals? The monster swelled its body. Then, holding an arrow, lunged towards him like lightning. He launched an attack kick at it. He was somewhat surprised by its martial arts skills. Heaven and earth know all about archery. Its arrow flew straight to his face. Suddenly, another source of power surged forth, protecting him. The ice wall, the collapsing building, suddenly stopped. The monster was surrounded and restrained by a source of icy power. So Chow, armed with a weapon, charged down from above towards the monster. What a dangerous, strange flame. Leave this rabbit to me. Immediately afterward, he launched an attack. But the monster was one step faster. It leaped to dodge his attack. It let out a soft cry, then continuously broke through the ice with its arrow. But just a few seconds later, he froze its weapon. So Chow raised his hand in front of his eyes, unleashed a move, and sent it flying away. It held its weapon up in front of its face, trying to block the attack. It looked up with a slightly surprised expression, but immediately afterwards countless other powers simultaneously rushed towards it. Another monster lunged forward, finally catching him. Little cutie. On the other side of the building, an incredibly powerful being erupted, shooting straight up into the sky. A few minutes ago, her voice echoed from the rooftop. Why is there no activity on the other side? The guy who entered the high-profile battle won't be dead, will he? He's definitely dead. Those masked men were surrounded and attacked by more than a dozen of us, yet they were completely unharmed. The weapons in their hands can penetrate any defense. They are absolutely no match for us at this stage. That guy who just arrived and started shooting fireworks is so arrogant. He's probably just a student from some small place who passed the entrance exam to Hua University. He's just sitting at the bottom of a well, thinking he's so great. To be honest, top students in big cities are basically not on the same level as those from smaller places. I heard that Yin Zhengxiong and Ouyang Zhe in the Demon City, Wan Yusi in the Deep City, and Xian Chun on Liuli Island have all started hunting down the masked men. I really don't understand how they do it. That strong? Then this year's freshman leader will probably be among them. No. The freshman leader each year is always a local from the Flower City. Compared to the monstrous talents of Huadu, students from other regions of Xia Kingdom are simply incomparable. Said, from a young age, I had access to vastly different martial arts resources, and unexpectedly, on the opposite side, an immense source of power was soaring into the sky. He, witnessing it from the side, couldn't help but tremble as he asked, what was that beam of light that was? An electronic cannon? She trembled just as much, replying, don't talk nonsense. How could there be an electronic cannon here? The figure of immense power continued to soar into the sky, merging with the large clouds. Zheng Xiong tilted his head and asked his teammate, Azay, what do you think? Yang Zhe replied indifferently, that kind of attack doesn't seem like the masked group style. It's most likely a move from some new student. A large sword was plunged deep into the monster's chest, and in its hands were chains with green jade pendants. Newcomer, besides those in Huadu, who else possesses such extraordinary power? We must definitely go there. After all, we've already collected 4 pendants: rat, dog, monkey, and horse. Lam Vu 2 in Shenzhen has at least 1 goat pendant, and Tan Tran on Liuli Island has at least 1 snake. There was also a new student named Lu Qingzhu who, it was said, had defeated the leader of the group and obtained the pearl pendant. If the masks really represent the 12 zodiac animals, then only 5 remain: pig, rabbit, rooster, tiger, and dragon. And as for dragons, you already know about that monster. It is an existence where touching it means death. You can only flee, not fight back. It's a real boss. As for the remaining pendants, the newcomer who just shot out a beam of light is certainly holding a few. Tan Tran and Lam Vu 2 will most likely also be attracted there. That's right, this game has reached the finals, and if we want to win, we can only steal it from others. On the side of the discordant group, he held a pendant with a green gem in his palm, so Chow was a little puzzled by this. This is the Demon Emperor sitting on the ground, staring intently at the necklace, and replying, before you arrived, I had already taken down a masked man with a pig's head, and then obtained another pig-shaped pendant from his hood. If I'm not mistaken, this challenge requires us to collect enough pendants from the heads of the animals, he asked, tilting his head. So we have to actively go find those masked guys? He replied, yes, there's still one of them sniping at me on the rooftop right now, probably also a masked man. He ran away frantically, but his arrow hit me. I can follow that trail to track him down. After he stood up, the boy suggested, let's go towards the row of dilapidated buildings. Looking at the battlefield before them, Di Hua said, there are traces of fighting here. Someone attacked before us. Xiaozhou stepped forward, placing his hand on the burning ember to feel that it was still warm. The enemy hasn't gone far yet. After considering the situation, a slight panic seized him. Being nearby, he quickly drew his weapon, raised it to his face, and stared coldly ahead. From the ground, countless ice arrows shot up, trailing in long streaks. Wuxi hugged her arm and said coquettishly, "My optical invisibility has been discovered again." On the side of the collapsing apartment buildings, Chuzhou used his sword to create large ice walls to attack her. Hiding nearby, he has ill intentions. Tan Tran suddenly advanced forward, unleashing his technique, quickly dodging the flame demon battle body gene technique. He unleashed a move to intimidate the chief. A giant hand appeared, and after the attack, he slowly pulled out a pack of cigarettes, preparing to smoke. "You've been discovered, Lam Tu Vu. Your invisibility optics are so useless." Dihua suddenly spoke up. "Do you need to worry? Are those two ambushing us?" Seeing him approach, Wuxi whispered, "Little brother, you've misunderstood. We just dealt with one of the masked men, and Yinming only wanted to lure out the other masked men." Tan Tran lit a cigarette, his eyes coldly glancing at him, and asked, "Is that so? What does this mean?" But immediately afterwards, he grabbed her neck and lifted her up. After being released, she angrily bit her nails. Even her doppelganger had been discovered. "It seems this young man has some real strength." Xian Chin chimed in from the side, hoping she could successfully defeat him. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Tan Tran stepped closer to them, still needing to see me. He took a deep breath, his cheeks puffing out. Then he exhaled, releasing an enormous stream of hot air. This black, hot stream of air caused the people in front to immediately retreat. Wuxi took out her fan and smiled gracefully at them. "Don't try to run away." Her eyes lit up, and she raised her hand, fanning herself with her fan towards them. A cloud of smoke billowed from Fong Lai's reputation, enveloping them. Tan Tran, who was nearby, immediately unleashed his technique, creating a massive flame. "It's not over yet. Let me show you my torch." The black gas and the huge flame simultaneously crashed into each other at the same time. He looked towards them, smiling smugly and arrogantly. "No matter how strong they are, they can't defeat us." His voice rang out. "What are you two laughing at?" His hand appeared with immense power, easily shattering the techniques of the two of them. Tan Tran was utterly terrified at this sight. How could a mere clap of hands dispel my fiery cloud? What kind of power was this? But before he could finish speaking, his fist had already lunged forward towards Lan Shanquan. He spun around and threw a punch that sent him flying 1,000 miles away. Upon witnessing this scene, Wuxi immediately broke out in a cold sweat, his expression one of extreme fear. "Currently, we do not have any techniques that can help us break through to the martial artist realm. We are stuck at the martial apprentice level. Furthermore, physical strength is also blocked by a membrane. Even if freshmen at Hua University have a higher limit in the martial arts training stage, they still cannot break through. But this young man's physical condition is not at the level of a first-year university student." That's it. I was so focused on that punch from the younger guy that I forgot there was another younger guy as cold as ice. Her feet were now frozen, and she couldn't move. She turned her gaze to him as he approached, surrounded by an aura of intense hostility. Even if Tan Tran and I joined forces, we couldn't defeat them. That's truly a monster. Continuing the fight is simply impossible to win. In an attempt to resist, she immediately grabbed a weapon and raised it in front of her, trying to fight back. A few seconds later, she finally freed herself from the ice. Wuxi immediately turned around, intending to run away. He had to run, but before she could run, his hand grabbed her leg. She turned her head, her eyes filled with panic. "It's ruined." The wicked man, showing no mercy, forcefully pulled her leg, slamming her body to the ground. "Come down here for me." Not stopping there, his other hand raised in a fist, ready to attack. Mysterious yellow martial technique, but she cleverly unleashed a move immediately. Invisible, my body split into many clones, then we dashed away to escape. Seeing this scene, his eyes became even more furious, and he wanted to run away. Immediately afterward, his body radiated an immense surge of power. Her physical body imprisoned by demons, a scene of ecstatic, ghostly visions, her body gradually surrounded by spirits. She remained motionless, screaming incessantly, her body unable to move. What kind of monstrous thing was this? He looked at her with a sinister smile. She couldn't fight back, nor could she escape. She had no choice but to accept her fate. After a while of fighting, Wuxi finally had to admit defeat and give the necklace to him. "I surrender. I'll give you all the pendants." Dihua held the stolen necklace in her hand, her eyes filled with joy. Isn't it finished by now? Tell me what news you have. My aunt knelt beside me with a resigned expression, saying that to win this trial, she absolutely had to collect all 12 pendants. We are now entering the final stage of the trial. Even if you don't actively steal from others, others will actively come and steal from you. Ouyang Zhe and Yin Jingxiong of the Evil City are the night watchmen among this new batch of students. I guess they've already stolen quite a few pendants. So, do you need me to take you to find Ouyang Zhe and Yin Jingxiong? However, as she spoke, she secretly thought to herself, since she had no hope of winning anyway, she might as well stir up trouble and let them all kill each other. As if understanding her intentions, his face darkened and he looked at her, saying, "That's none of your business, but I think your fan isn't bad at all." In another corner of the ruined city, Yang Zhe and Zheng Xiong sped away like the wind. As they walked, Yang Zhe spoke up. "By now, I'm afraid Xian Chun and Lan Yuxi have already arrived, right? It doesn't matter, whoever wins, we can just snatch the pendant from them. All they can do is help us keep it for a while." Qin Heng was astonished to suddenly see something unusual in front of him. A trach, look at that corpse. Before them lay a corpse covered in cement, sprawled on the ground. As soon as they saw the familiar face, they both exclaimed in unison, "That is Tan Tran." A few minutes ago, Tan Tran was attacked by a strange fire. Tan Tran wandered alone through the city. That name is truly monstrous. Lam Vu too must be dead by now, right? It seems like that guy has marked me too. He'll definitely come looking for me. It seems we need to team up with those two evil guys, Ouyang Zhe and Yin Jingxiu. Suddenly, a strange noise came from behind. He was startled and turned his head around. At that moment, a monstrous creature emerged from behind, wielding a cold sword, its eyes blazing red and incredibly terrifying. Upon seeing it, Tan Tran trembled uncontrollably, his body shaking so violently he could barely stand. Is the length of a spark that flashes across a streetlight. The streetlights, which had been off, suddenly switched on. The monster's blades slashed through him, sending sparks flying and filling the space with the color of sparks. With a simple move, the monster easily killed him, then stole the two necklaces. Qin Heng slowly walked towards the corpse, bending down to examine it. How did Tan Tran die here? And what about this sharp slash wound? Yang Zhe, standing beside him, chimed in. It was the divine dragon who delivered this decisive and precise strike. A fatal blow showed that the opponent had completely overwhelmed Xian Chun in terms of strength. Only the dragon mask among the 12 imperial mask swords could achieve this level of power. He recalled their previous encounter. But the dragon mask, wasn't he only supposed to operate in underground parking lots? Back then, I even brought over 20 people chasing after him down to the parking lot, only to run into that dragon. In the end, only the two of us survived and escaped. I can't even believe he actually killed someone. Didn't we say this was just a training exercise? But those hot-blooded moments back then didn't seem fake at all. Yang Zhe's face also began to turn pale with fear. Seeing this, he looked at him and asked, "What should we do now?" "It seems the pendant on Tan Tran's person has also been taken." Yang Zhe continued. "The fact that Shenlong was able to leave the parking lot is most likely because our freshmen have met some condition. For example, once all the old masked figures have been eliminated, only then can the final boss, who is clearly visible, have his restrictions lifted and be free to act. Just as ordinary zodiac masks automatically hunt down newcomers, the divine dragon will likely actively hunt down those of us who possess zodiac pendants. We cannot confront the divine dragon directly. We must act before him, snatch the pendant from the others, and absolutely not let it fall into his hands." As he spoke, his eyes flashed, radiating a great source of power. He unleashed his bloodline awakening technique, Golden Dragon Rock, and 2 pairs of long, radiant golden wings suddenly sprouted from his body. He turned and lunged forward. "Now, what we need to do is proactively send out a signal, luring those holding the pendants to come closer, deciding to fight a life-or-death battle, unleashing an incredibly powerful gust of wind from the wings, shaking the entire space." Somewhere in the city of the dead, Qingzhu leaned against a stone wall. She had originally traveled to Huada by carriage, but inexplicably found herself drawn into this so-called city of the dead. Many new students have already been killed by the dragon-masked man. I and another survivor met the teacher, who said he could only get one person out at a time, and I still couldn't leave. At such a dangerous time, I must definitely tell that eccentric fool not to get involved. I wonder if that classmate who escaped has encountered any trouble. Unfortunately, I don't have the strength to go look for him right now. With his immense strength, as long as he doesn't encounter the dragon mask, he should be fine. While she was holding her phone, looking back at memories, a strange noise suddenly came from a distance. This made her a little panic. Have I been discovered? In my current state, I certainly can't escape. The opponent has locked onto my aura. They will definitely come to steal the pendant from my hand. Although I don't attach too much importance to this, I have a feeling that the rare flower will definitely need it. Now I can't confront them directly. I can only lure them to that place. That was Yang Zhe, hovering in the air and looking down. It was Lu Qingzhu during her college entrance exam. He heard that the declining Lu family had produced someone with the awakened bloodline of the underworld sparrow. Since we both share the bloodline of high-level divine beasts, I checked Lu Qingzhu's records, and she seems to possess a pearl pendant. That was an unexpected joy. She is moving to a place. You want to take me to the Dragon God's parking lot? She's adorably stupid. The divine dragon has now taken his sword and left. That underground parking lot is now completely empty. Right, you stay here and wait for me. I'm going to catch someone first. Then he turned around and prepared to jump down. A series of explosions occurred in quick succession in the apartment building. Yang Zhe hovered in the air, looking towards Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu, you can't escape. But suddenly he sensed something unusual. That voice is long. How could it be that he has to go out and hunt down the person holding the pendant? The divine dragon suddenly appeared behind him. Wait a minute. If Long's target was the people holding the pendant, upon seeing it, his eyes would immediately become fearful, and he would involuntarily shudder. Then he immediately remembered that he was carrying many necklaces, and he had 4 pendants on his person. He would definitely prioritize going to the place with the most necklaces. That's true. Excessive arrogance only puts oneself in danger. The monster's eyes glowed brightly, his gaze wide with a hint of fear. Seeing the divine dragon charging towards him, he immediately assumed a defensive posture. He flew high into the air, looking towards the divine dragon. Is this a domain? I didn't expect the divine dragon to be able to unleash such a technique. Just looking into the eyes of the user will pull you into this special domain, and only by eliminating the user can you escape. Unexpectedly cornered, it wasted no time, immediately lunging towards him, preparing to attack. Immediately, the people extended their wings, forming a protective shield around their bodies, and simultaneously attacked with their wings. It arrived. It roared with a deafening bang, and the whole city seemed to tremble. Qin Heng raised his sword to block the attack, his eyes coldly fixed on the man. Damn it, are you turning up the voice volume for the entire server here to provoke me? Suzhou approached him from behind. This strange painting, this person is assigned to me. I want to test my own strength a little. This Hung, wielding a sword, charged towards them from the front. Do you think you've caught me? With a mischievous grin, he immediately drew his weapon and unleashed 2 ice-based attacks. He attacked simultaneously, while he used his weapon to block the attacks. Seeing him dodge the attack, where did he immediately turn and run to? Without a moment's delay, he immediately raised his sword again and attacked downwards. So Chao turned his head to look, his expression slightly panicked. But thanks to his quick reflexes, he managed to block a blow. He unleashed a sword technique imbued with soul-piercing intent, his eyes coldly fixed on her. The swordsman merged with the star. Behind him, 2 enormous spirit beasts suddenly appeared and roared. At the same time, Qin Heng swung his sword down, and the ice spirit of So Chao also simultaneously charged forward to attack. Dihua sat nearby, resting her feet on her hands and observing the group stage match with an extremely bored expression. Qin Heng genuinely sensed that something was wrong with his spirit beast, and his eyes immediately filled with panic. Sensing a Shui's aura, he was calling for help and instinctively dodged his attack. Then he turned around and shouted, "If I didn't have urgent business this time, I would have at least smashed 8 of your bones to pieces." Suddenly, a voice of an anomaly rang out from the smoke, and at the same time, he threw a punch and lunged forward, uttering those fierce words before attempting to leave. "Did I give you permission to leave?" He seemed surprised himself. Because he didn't have time to react, he was immediately hit by one of his moves. With just one punch, he was sent flying far away. Qin Heng struggled to get up, blood gushing from his mouth at the same time. What the hell? Was I just sent flying by a monster? Was it you who ambushed me? In response to his question, he calmly replied. It was me who sent you flying. Anyway, your scream was too deafening. I just hit a little too hard. I don't think this is an ambush. It's clearly because your brain is slow and you couldn't react to my punch in time. Hearing this, he immediately jumped up in anger, shouting, Arrogant fool, the Earth God wants your life. 3 minutes later, looking at his flat, miserable face, the voice of the man next to him rang out scornfully. Don't be too self-important. Being able to last 3 minutes under my hands is already impressive. That rookie was sent flying by a single punch from me. Your weapon is quite heavy. I'd like to borrow it for a bit. You don't mind, do you? He calmly gazed at his sword beside the battered body of the man, but still felt the need to strengthen it a bit more. Suddenly, countless large thorns appeared from his feudal system. Suzhou held the necklace and walked towards him. He's incompatible. The pendant wasn't found in his spatial ring, but this one was found. This pendant keeps flashing continuously. It seems to be sending some kind of signal. Feel. At this moment, Suzhou's body was so severely injured that its original form was unrecognizable. Sio's body was covered in blood, and he weakly spoke, surprised that he could only go this far. I've used up all the artifacts I brought out from the secret realm ruins. All I need to do is stab him in the heart to seal his weapon and the energy flow it transmits. Sadly, I paid the price with an arm, yet I still couldn't stab the long nail into the heart of the divine dragon, missing 3 fingers. I've lost the only chance I had to kill the divine dragon. Halong approached him, roaring loudly, then disappeared after a moment. All that remained at the scene was a pile of ashes and his body with a knife plunged deep into his heart. Inside the building, Tan Truck could slowly try to leave, persevering a little longer, and she would reach the rooftop immediately. That guy named Shen Long is terrifyingly powerful. That guy named Cho Nyo is simply not on the same level as him. That Ouyang Zhe won't last much longer. The divine dragon's next target is me. If I want to survive, it seems I can only think of a way to get Ihao to come here and take me away. This is the tallest building here. The signal flare from the alien fire has given me a hint. I also want to fire a signal flare towards the alien fire. She was illuminated by a beam of light, then unleashed her technique. Her bloodline awakened. The netherworld sparrow, a purple energy radiating around her. Just a few seconds later, she immediately slumped down, breathing heavily and exhaustedly. It hurts so much. I hope harmony can be achieved. Her eyes suddenly lit up, then widened. Hearing the familiar sound, she herself seemed unable to believe that this sound was anything but. She slowly looked down and saw the divine dragon approaching her. The moment she saw it, her face contorted, her eyes filled with extreme terror and panic. How did he find me so quickly? No, I must quickly send a signal back so that the anomaly can leave here immediately. Its eyes lit up, and the rooftop of the building instantly exploded. He slowly walked towards her, sword in hand. He dropped the sword high, preparing to strike. Tan Truck was so scared that tears streamed down her face, and she spoke with a trembling voice. Oh no, it's too late. Suddenly, long cracks began to appear in the nearby wall. Iha, wielding a sword, leaped out from behind the wall. I have agreed with your family. I say I can do it, and I can do it. As soon as she saw him, she felt like she had found a lifeline and screamed loudly. Halong, seeing his appearance, immediately tilted its head to look over. The older brother's eyes flashed with electricity as he looked towards it. And what are you? Immediately afterward, he unleashed a move, slashing at it with his sword, instantly splitting the entire building in two with a single strike. While he managed to restrain it, he immediately looked towards her and spoke up to dissuade her. Tan Truck, So Chow, and Tuda, whom I recently recruited, are in the small alley to the east. You go first. Hearing this, she immediately asked, What about you? He replied, Let me go and give this dragon mask guy a good beating. A bolt of lightning struck, and the two of them then left the building. He held his sword and stepped forward, warming up his hands as he went, looking towards the divine dragon who was following behind. It's this field again. When I received Tan Truck's distress signal earlier, I already suspected there was something fishy going on in this eerie place. Are you only capable of fighting while cowering in this area? A nail appeared on its chest, its indentation causing the man's eyes to widen in astonishment. The tree, its eyes flashing, let out a loud roar towards him. Could this be the plan that DM Chin Hung mentioned that could deal with Long? He didn't show any fear. He immediately drew his sword and looked at it with amusement. The speed is indeed fast. He raised his sword, then used it to block the attack of the divine dragon. I'm really looking forward to it. Sounds of wind blowing across the roof, followed immediately by a surge of power that split the building in two. In an instant, the building collapsed into a cloud of dust and smoke. The divine dragon relentlessly attacked him, opening its mouth wide, sticking out its long tongue, and roaring loudly. He gritted his teeth, trying to block its attack, but his strength was insufficient, and he was immediately defeated. From within the swirling dust and smoke, a beam of blue light suddenly emanated, its eyes bloodshot as it stared at him. From that light, an immense power suddenly burst forth, shining straight up into the sky. Large electrical currents continuously emanated from him, and his body was now transforming. Dihua's eyes narrowed coldly as she advanced forward. Since arriving in this world, she had finally met someone who resembled a worthy opponent. He would frown, his expression wary, thinking to himself, so he won't be easily defeated like that, right? From below, a hand suddenly grasped the rock, and the divine dragon, covered in wounds, stood towering before him. Dihua glanced around with a smug smile. That's more like it. Boss, who was supposed to be an invincible divine dragon, was defeated so easily. What kind of dignity is that? Without saying a word, he immediately grabbed his sword and charged towards the man like a storm. His eyes lit up as he stared at it, quickly dropping his sword and unleashing a slashing attack to block its assault as it lunged towards him. He gritted his teeth and frowned slightly. It was too fast. After the mask was struck, not only his speed, but also his strength increased. His eyes suddenly widened, and he lunged forward, pulling the sword down, creating a long streak. Thanks to his agility, he quickly leaned to the side and successfully dodged the attack. Seeing his sword broken left him utterly shocked. The sword was broken, and he stepped back a few paces, heading towards him, but he had already lost his advantage. It drew its sword and attacked, as if it hadn't expected the anomaly to rush forward and bite down on the sword with its teeth. Seeing that he had managed to restrain it, he glanced over, thinking, finally, I've caught you. While it wasn't paying attention, he suddenly threw a punch, its eyes widening in shock and astonishment. Unexpectedly, it took the full force of his devastating punch. His face turned upwards, and at the same time, the mask shattered. But he didn't stop there. He immediately grabbed her hand. It's not finished yet, customer. Technician number 23 is at your service. Then he raised his other hand and threw another punch at it. With such immense power, its face appeared to be twisted to one side. The more they fight, the more energetic they become. He looked at it and smiled with complete satisfaction. The acupoints of the body Taiyang, Yithu, Xinjue, Pyron, Shun, and Xiayin are all fatal weaknesses of the human body. Moreover, the person had already been pierced by Ouyang Zhe's bronze-colored needle, causing blockages in the meridians and hindering the smooth flow of martial energy. These blows, infused with vital energy, penetrate these vital acupoints and meridians, causing deep internal damage. Suddenly, it glanced downwards, reaching for the sword that had fallen to the ground with one hand, then picked it up and threw it straight at him. Before it could act, he immediately drew his weapon. I knew early on that he wouldn't give up his intentions. The only chance someone has of killing me is right when I arrive, taking advantage of the information gap to trick me. Even then, there's only a 30% chance. He opened his sharp fan and slashed straight at it. He tilted his head and shouted, "Fly up for me." Amidst a blazing red energy, a massive whirlwind formed, sweeping away everything in its path. A violent, bright red whirlwind erupted right in the middle of the buildings, devastating everything around it. Wu Yinzi was blown into the air, swirling vortices around him, inflicting damage to his flesh. The fan, now enhanced with even more power, is far more potent than when it was in Lan Yuxi's hands. A man leaped up from below, his eyes gleaming with a triumphant smile. "It's not over yet," Wu Yinzi said, clenching his fist, a surge of power enveloping him. First power, the power of the core and the swinging of the fist. In midair, a tremendous force exploded everything, creating thick clouds of smoke. Wu Yinzi had no strength left to resist, flying through the air, yet that immense power did not stop. He continued with his next move, the second punch. The villain rushed forward and punched him straight in the face. Lanshan fist Black Thorn. The explosions create a path of impact on the surrounding buildings. Wu Yinzi was sent flying straight into a wall, unable to move. Everything around us completely shattered. Dihua hovered in the air, observing the scene before her. What kind of dragon is that? I thought it was very strong, but it's just a bug. With bloodshot eyes and trembling hands gripping his sword, Wu Lian, using his remaining strength, muttered, "Kill, kill him." A sword, seemingly from nowhere, flew straight and slashed his neck, sending blood splattering into the air. In just a few seconds, Wu Lian's head flew off and landed on the ground, his body pinned to the wall. Beside the strange fire appeared a necklace with a jade green stone pendant. The dragon pendant is finally in his hands. It's time to end this game. Zhang Xiong's face darkened. He seemed to be deep in thought. Behind a group of people chatting, a girl said worriedly, "You shouldn't go fight that dragon-masked man alone." Xiao Zhou replied calmly, "Besides causing discord, our going would only create more trouble." The girl gently lowered her gaze, her face filled with sadness and contemplation. Su Zhou was right. He himself was so injured that he couldn't even perform his martial arts. He claimed to be assisting the Yaoa, ethereal flame, but in reality, he was only distracting Su Zhou so that Su Zhou could protect him. It would be great if I could become stronger, then I wouldn't be dragging down the harmony anymore. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared before her, startling her. "What are you thinking about?" She shyly turned her face away. He said, "The ox pendant. Do you expect me to just snatch it away?" The jade green pendants, engraved with different characters, were placed on the ground. Based on the order of the 12 zodiac animals, try starting from rat to pig. Dihoa rubbed his chin, lost in thought. So Chao stood behind him, arms crossed, watching him. Nothing happened. Maybe the order wasn't right? Dihua nodded. Hung, standing beside him, also trembled on one leg as he looked down, lost in thought. This dragon pendant is the most special. Originally designed not as a masked figure who could be hunted, but as a hunter created specifically to track down those who possess the pendant. So, under normal circumstances, there's probably no need to attach a dragon pendant to pass the challenge. Then he held up the necklace with the unusual stone pendant. Suddenly, a loud noise occurred, and everyone turned to look at the girl, saying, "Did it succeed?" Even Hung was surprised. Did some mechanism get activated? High in the sky, thick clouds gathered, and a ray of light appeared in the middle. The buildings below are shaking. The strange creature looked up in surprise and shouted, "Look! What is that in the sky?" In the middle of the vast sky, a huge eye opened. The swirling clouds gathered around that eye, all completely unexpectedly. What the hell is that? The dissimilar body slowly floated into the air. He was sucked towards the giant eye. Behind him was a pitch-black space. He shouted, "Triplet!" Then the commotion suddenly stopped. On a large, crowded ship, people were bustling around, talking amongst themselves. "This is the Huada train, am I back? Wow, I'm still alive. I remember being killed by the masked man. Just a moment ago, I was in a strange city. How did I end up back here?" That's right. I remember many of us were killed by that guy long. Was it really just a dream? How could so many people be dreaming the same dream? Dihua and Chu Zhou watched as an announcement rang out. "Din dong, please don't panic, students. Just now, all of you were drawn into the illusion created by the magic eye. This is the Imperial Capital's entrance examination for new students this year. Please stay relaxed. Special announcement. In this freshman entrance exam, the team from Incan, along with the team from So Chao and Luton Truck, have collected all 12 zodiac pendants and won first place." Dihua remained silent, continuing to listen. In this program, students with outstanding academic achievements will receive special awards after enrollment. The students on the bus, upon hearing this, huddled together and began discussing. "Dihua? Who is Dihua? I'll die young and won't know the details. Could it be that Ouyang Zhe also couldn't win? What kind of city is Anqing? Why are all the freshmen from big cities losing to Anqing? How is it possible to collect all the pendants? I couldn't even defeat a masked man. Maybe he's the illegitimate son of some anonymous martial arts family. I definitely need to get to know this strange person." A stream of blue light appeared in front of the strange flame. Finally, it had arrived, and a message appeared. "Congratulations, host. You have passed all the freshmen's examinations in the Imperial Grand House and received the reward of one monster sample draw." He thought that perhaps all he needed to do was meet certain conditions to be able to draw a prize once. Then Dihua said, "Xiao Zhou, give me a wet wipe. I need to clean my hands thoroughly." Then a card appeared. This time it was definitely a black line. A monster with a red body and blazing red eyes appeared before them, accompanied by the message, Level 3 Vampire Monster, Bloodline Power, Infectious, Blood Control, Immortal Body, Compatibility 1%, Evolutionary Form, Slitting Hole. The Magnolia Train. A black train speeding along the thick track. The strange flower, seething with anger, gritted its teeth. The vampire, inwardly screaming, I've drawn the S card. Although this bloodline isn't worth mentioning, the evolved form of this monster has a function that can temporarily stop time. This is outrageous. Suddenly, a young man came up behind him and asked, You are the Yaowa, ethereal flame. The one who just spoke was Yang Zhe. How could you defeat the divine dragon? Zheng Xiong, standing behind him, glanced at him and thought to himself, Aja, calm down a bit. If a conflict arises with the Yaowa, ethereal flame, there's no hospital on the train. Dihua turned her head and glanced back, clarifying that it wasn't a beating to death, but a hacking to death. Upon hearing the answer, Traik Duong was surprised and killed him. After a few seconds, Jiayang shouted loudly so that everyone on the ship could hear. Dihua, I plan to establish a new student association at Huada University, completely different from the student council. I hope you can join. I will appoint you as village head. For many years, the positions of top freshman and student council president have been firmly held by local students at Huada University. He was extremely cheerful and, with great sincerity, extended his hand. Yeah, your strength shows me an opportunity to break the traditions of Hua University. Join us. Everyone on the ship was extremely excited to hear that, cheering enthusiastically. Who said he couldn't compare to Ouyang Zhe? Yet, they even proactively invited Iha, and even made Iha the village head. Who knows, this might be the beginning of a legendary organization within Hua University? This is a historically significant scene. However, Iha gently tilted her head in refusal. Sorry, I'm really not interested in things like power struggles with the student council or forming organizations. I prefer being free and alone. Hearing her answer, the surrounding crowd became even more agitated and started discussing further. Iha actually refused. Oh my god, what a historic rejection. What is the true origin of this eccentric person? Even Ouyang Zhe refused him? What a pity. Jiayang handed him a piece of paper. No problem, here's my business card. We'll always be waiting for the opportunity to collaborate with you. At Dihua, the sun slowly set behind the clouds. So Chao looked outside and saw they had arrived. Dihua slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he looked outside, he gasped, his eyes widening as he screamed. Looking at the tall buildings outside with their vibrant colors, Hoa softly exclaimed, Is this really a flower? It truly is a big city. As dusk fell, people began to disembark from the ship. The tour guide standing by the door gestured, asking the new students of Huadu University to go this way. Ahead is Huadu University. The new students quickly moved outside, all of them stunned by the sight before them. A huge airplane with advanced engines appeared before everyone. Then a voice announced, Students, please board the plane in order. Please compare the seat number with the seat number on the cruise ship when you left. Students are invited to board the plane in order. Dihua used her hand to make a gun shape and poked it at Luong Tan truck, saying in a mocking tone. Little Zhu Zhu startled her. She remembered her mother's words. Qing Zhu. Remember, although you and Ihi are engaged in name only, you are not married yet. When you're outside, don't be too intimate, and don't let that kid take advantage of you. You must know how to protect yourself, understand? Tan truck angrily shouted. What are you doing outside? Dihua looked at her suspiciously. Outside? Are you sleepy? I want to ask you why we have to take a plane. Tan truck felt helpless. Why did my mother marry me off to a country bumpkin like you? Then she pointed to the sky, because Hoa Dai was in the air. The scene repeats itself in the air. The city in the sky. At Huadu University, advanced equipment swirling within thick clouds, the plane carrying students flying through the protective system. Dihua placed his hand on his chin, gazing outside thoughtfully. This electromagnetic laziness network is meant to prevent magical beasts from invading, right? After entering, even the range for detecting life force magnetic fields is narrowed. As expected of Huadu University, the students began to descend the stairs. The tour guide stood below, handing out student ID cards to each person and instructing them to keep their cards safe. Dihua held his card in his hand, staring intently at it. The train started moving again with an announcement. please go to Huan Fu Station to board the train to the student dormitory. In front of everyone was an extremely large and modern building. Di-Hoa pointed upwards and laughed. We've arrived at the highest city in the world. Everyone. The students around him looked at him with unusual eyes, their minds racing with thoughts. What is he talking about? What kind of idiot is this? He seems to have a problem with his brain. Everyone was taken into the elevator to go up to the floors. My room is on the 42nd floor. Unit A3, So Chow Building. Which apartment are you in? I'm in apartment B7 on the 45th floor. Taller than me? Then I guess I'll have to get off first. Di-Hoa opened the door, looked inside, and said excitedly, a typical room is hundreds of square meters. University students live such a luxurious life. He toured the room, admiring the latest model computers and the truly comprehensive equipment. Di-Hoa opened the bathroom door, smiling excitedly. There's even a cool, refreshing bath. No one can refuse a cool, refreshing bath. After a while, he lay comfortably on the large bed, feeling like he was in a 5-star hotel. He smiled dangerously, but he still had the main business to attend to. First, we must pull out the sample of the vampire monster's tail. Then Di-Hoa sat up and dialed the number on her phone. Just now, while I was hovering on the ship, I finally understood how to use my student ID card. Using a phone to scan the dedicated barcode on the card allows you to log into Hua Dai's private application, Hua Dai Tong. In Hua Dai Tong, there is a shopping mall for the Urban Academy, and only Hua Dai's digital currency, student points, can be used for payment. I withdrew all of the remaining more than 30 million yuan from the bank and converted it all into student points. After staring at her phone for a while, Di-Hoa's face darkened upon receiving a notification. Tin and Hoa Dai announced that money has arrived. 322.43 academic points. He held the phone close to his eyes and said, 100,000 yuan in this country only gets you one expensive academic point. Wow. Di-Hoa looked at the brightly lit phone screen, but the goods in the Academy's shopping mall were truly high quality. There were many items not sold in the market, but they could be purchased officially here. This kind of privilege can also be considered a special benefit for Hua University students. Buying all the magic cores related to blood attributes should be enough to summon a monster with a blood-related attribute, right? Anyway, the previous anthropomorphic giant monster model I invested in cost less than 10 million and already achieved over 90% compatibility. A package was delivered by a flying robot along with a message. You are a student of Iawa, Ethereal Flame. Thank you for your purchase. May your cultivation progress smoothly. Remember to give it a 5-star rating. He speaks so fast, and he even gets deliveries by courier. Di-Hoa opened the package. Inside were sparkling stones. I gotta take a bite right away. A hand with sharp claws trembled as it clung to the edge of the box. Humph. Eating this much at once, my body can't take it anymore. A notification appeared. The vampire monster model is 100% compatible. Hint. Bypassing the fake loophole has unlocked the infinite monster pattern. The host's overall physical constitution is 29. The disharmony was reflected on the glass with bloodshot eyes and a gray face, but the effect was very clear. Canine teeth erupt, and even the canine teeth become sharper. These fangs are extremely unusual. There's even a blood groove behind them. If you can bite into the enemy's flesh, drinking their blood would probably be easier than drinking bubble tea. Sharp, reddish-brown nails also grew on the hands, and the nails became even sharper. Di-Hoa looked down at his changed body. Now he had a rather daring idea. Then he thrust his hand straight into his neck, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Di-Hoa hurriedly ran into the bathroom to check her current condition and pain. His body was now covered in his own blood. His eyes gradually sunken, but shortly afterwards, the wounds on his body began to heal. Di-Hoa assessed the situation objectively and surprisingly said, it's a little faster than before, and the vampire's self-healing ability is also impressive, but the mutations on the body are all minor things. The most important thing is my new strength. The world of Ngal Lo De truly lives up to its reputation as a martial arts worshipping place. Even university dormitories have training rooms. Di-Hoa extended her hand forward, concentrating on her practice. When his eyes opened again, they were filled with an unbelievable determination, and at the same time, the giant demon appeared right before him. It seems like it has been waiting for this battle for a long time. Without hesitation, the cold and aloof Hua looked straight ahead and threw a punch. Upon hearing this challenge, its power completely erupted. A new layer gradually appeared in the air. This time, the giant knight summoned another figure behind him, providing support for himself. To avoid wasting time, it quickly threw a punch straight forward. Instinctively, the strange flower hastily reached out to catch it. A deafening explosion resounded, the scene now becoming utterly chaotic. He felt the bones in his hand shatter completely in an instant. His small body thrown backward without time to react, his hands completely destroyed. Even so, he still wore a smug smile. Very good, very intense. Next, check the time-stopping capability. Tuan's mind was in a state of stagnation, pretending to be oblivious to the situation. Time gradually passed. First 1 second, then 2 seconds, and then 3 seconds. The limit is gradually stretched. Up to the 5-second mark, the limit finally showed a complete crack. The face of the discordant man trembled unsightlyly. He thought desperately, is 5 seconds the absolute limit? No, I have to keep stopping time. Even though it's said that way, the truth is very difficult. Blood continued to gush from his body because of this effort. In just 5 seconds, the anomalous flower was instantly annihilated by the counterattack right before their eyes. The space here instantly shattered, leaving nothing behind. Dihua, trembling, calmed down and wiped the blood from her face. Indeed, 5 seconds was the original owner's limit, but not mine. Time flew by, and the bustling streets were now filled with the sounds of the early morning hours. As she walked, Dihua kept complaining. The sunlight today is a bit too dazzling. So Chao was surprised to hear this. Is that so? He nodded in confirmation. There's a little bit. Although he had secretly thought about it, after merging with the vampire monster, he suddenly felt a hatred for sunlight, though not to the point of dying at the sight of light like a real vampire. At that moment, Suzhou quickly asked, have you seen the academic reform this year at Huadu University? He was startled by this and replied, haven't seen it yet. He silently recalled yesterday's events. Last night, I fought with the fake Wu Luda all night, so I probably didn't pay attention to anything else. So Chao then slowly recounted everything that had happened. This year, Huadu University has changed its previous class-based model to a group-based system with instructor guidance. Basically, each academic year will be taught by a main lecturer, and during that time, students can also apprentice under additional lecturers. Upon hearing this, Emperor Di Hong looked bewildered and asked, so we have to go find a master? He announced with a sigh, it's not us. It's me who needs to go and apprentice under a master, but you don't need to. He was still bewildered. What does that mean? He quickly held the phone forward. Check out the announcement on the freshman forum last night. There's an article there stating that the school is awarding a special prize to the new student who has collected all 12 zodiac pendants. The healthy ant has the right to directly assign any instructor to her, and that instructor is not allowed to refuse. Suzhou chuckled, quickly adding, and you're even announcing it on the forum? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? The scene quickly shifted to the sports hall in Area A. All the students were gathered right there, excitedly discussing. There are too many people. It seems like 3 people will be grouped into the examination room, and then the instructor will turn on the lights to select them. Feeling this was too much trouble, Dihua turned and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye. Suzhou, you go in first. I'll go take a walk somewhere else. Anyway, I can choose my lecturers freely, so I can choose them whenever I want. I'm so bored. Suddenly, a familiar smell of blood wafted to his nose, drawing his attention. The light in his eyes seemed to have recognized something serious, the smell of blood. If it were just the normal smell of blood, there would be nothing strange about it. But within these 10 dishes lies a dark and sinister undercurrent of murderous intent, as fierce as an underwater current, which awakens murderous intent within my body. I must find its source. The sight before them left the disharmonious figures frozen in disbelief. In front of him was a small girl who was still focused on eating. On the rather deserted road lined with green trees, Dihua displayed an extremely stunned expression. Is this lovely girl the source of that malevolent aura? I must be mistaken. The little girl glanced up at the strange fire, with her big, round eyes, then, holding a cake in one hand and putting the other in her pocket, she asked the strange fire, Kid, have you practiced the body imprisonment technique? After hearing the question, the strange fire raised her hand to her chin and pondered for a moment. She knew that the girl standing opposite her was also wondering in her head, clearly a child, yet acting like a little old man and calling her a kid. Because I helped little tiger perfect this martial art. At this moment, a vague image formed in Dihua's mind. Little tiger. The person she said wasn't that image, replied proudly. Yes, it's him. The girl put her hands on her hips, looking even more smug and boastful. Lu Qinghu, over 90 years ago, he was my disciple. Emperor Dihong heard this and couldn't believe it. Are you kidding me? The lifespan of a martial artist can truly surpass the limits of humanity. The Grandmaster can still maintain a youthful appearance even in his 80s or 90s. But what's with this little brat with milk still on her lips? For a martial artist who cultivates special martial techniques, adjusting their boneless form to the size of a child isn't impossible, but she's worried about this white-haired girl right in front of her. That appearance, if described in terms of high EQ, is innocent and naive. To put it in terms of low EQ, it's foolish and incompetent. If it weren't for the singing ability, it would be absolutely impossible to perform. Noticing the obvious suspicion in the strange flame, she glared at him and asked, "What's wrong? You don't believe me?" The strange flame raised both hands and chuckled. Trusting her is like trusting me, the first emperor, instead of believing her. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi opened her eyes and found her head lying directly beneath a blade. Immediately afterward, the blade fell with incredible speed, giving no one time to react. The head of the hermit was severed and rolled right at her feet. At this moment, the strange figure opened his eyes wide in shock. Is this an illusion? Is there such a highly pure substance that it's causing me to have the hallucination of being beheaded piece by piece? But she didn't let him finish speaking and quickly slipped a candy into his mouth, a soft strawberry-flavored candy, my favorite. Her appearance now was completely coquettish, a stark contrast to the wicked, demonic image the strange fire had just seen in its hallucination. Sorry, kid, I think I went a little too far. Please don't report me to the school. Now I can only go outside for 1 or 2 hours a week to get some fresh air. That's so pitiful. Dihua, with a strawberry-flavored candy in her mouth, looked down at her. Who is she? She mischievously winked at the strange fire. My name is Kung Ka. I am an extremely powerful grandmaster, and I'm telling you that the principal of Hua University is also named Tikin Van. When I was little, I used to make him cry. Dihua immediately knelt down after a brief introduction by Kung Ka. You've identified who's standing in front of you. Kung Ka is the one who perfected the Xianhuang martial arts, so she can certainly help me break through the barrier. She's a grandmaster of killing, a perfect match for me. The investment will not result in a loss. Having wandered aimlessly for half my life without ever meeting a true leader, I, being of humble origins, am willing to become your disciple, hoping you will grant my request. Faced with the incredibly rapid change in attitude of the Yaoa, ethereal flame, Gong Ka was somewhat stunned, unsure how to react. The scene shifts to the gymnasium, where the deans are seated at the first row of tables, while the students below observe, feeling both pressured and expectant. Unexpectedly, the deans of the 5 major academies at Hua University are teachers. This semester's freshman orientation suggests that if one of the deans chooses him as a disciple, his life will be secure. What are you thinking? Those are the 5 deans. How could they possibly value freshmen like us? So what are they doing here? Wasting their time? Of course not. Haven't you heard? That new student named Ethereal Flame has completed the Zodiac trial. These deans must have come because of the strange fire. They recalled an event from the past. Unbeknownst to the freshmen, the Zodiac Animal Contest was being broadcast live, with the entire faculty of Hua University as the audience. From the moment the warning was broadcast on the ship, the teachers began monitoring each student's ability to respond to sudden emergencies. Through data on who selected the facial expressions, each person's responsibility was scored. Those who think this is just a test, who rush into the Zodiac City space without any preparation, will receive low scores. Later, after each person arrived at the Zodiac City, during the brawl with the masked Zodiac wearer, their fighting skills, practical combat ability, and organizational skills were all important criteria for evaluation. Even if the freshman doesn't successfully hunt down the masked Zodiac animal, simply excelling in one of the above aspects will earn them a high score. As for the Yaoa, Ethereal Flame, he was the only freshman who consistently received the highest ratings from beginning to end, but that alone wasn't enough to impress the 5 deans. What surprised them was that he had killed a seemingly insignificant divine dragon that was not a target of the trial's attack. A dean said to the person next to him. Perhaps even the eccentric himself didn't know which divine being the dragon he had killed actually was. That's the model trained by the female supercomputer of the Xia Kingdom, based on the data left by Vice General Hong Shang, a national-level martial artist. Upon his enrollment at Hua University, even a supercomputer could not replicate the twin gods' double pupil ability within the illusory eye realm. But Fo Hongxin is the strongest martial artist in the history of China and even in the world. The record he set at Hua University has not been surpassed in the past 100 years. Di Hua was able to kill the training model of the divine being. Even if he didn't replicate the original owner's full strength, it was enough to prove his extraordinary talent. As long as you don't cause trouble on your path to maturity, you can at least become a grandmaster of a generation, or even climb straight to the level of a supreme grandmaster. What we need to do now is control our emotions and continue waiting for the Yaowa, mysterious flame, to come and apprentice itself to us. Suddenly, a man rushed in, breathless, to announce something. This isn't good. The headmaster is at odds with him. He's currently apprenticed to Confucius. The man, formerly a professor at the Imperial University, is now a special agent. All the deans were simultaneously astonished after hearing the news from him. What? The scene shifts back to the quiet, tree-lined road where Iha is meeting Gong Ka. Di Hua was tightly embracing Gong Ka's waist, determined not to let her go. Gong Ka helplessly asked, "You want to become my disciple?" Di Hua answered without hesitation, "Yes, I've decided, master." This lie seems to be over 100 years old. Otherwise, kneeling before Lai in broad daylight would at least result in a 3-year sentence. Gong Ka casually closed his eyes and said to the eccentric, "But it seems I've already been dismissed by Emperor Desha." Di Hua looked up at Gong Ka with her sparkling eyes and made a suggestion. "Teacher, you said you could only go out for 1 or 2 hours a week to get some fresh air. If you accept me as your apprentice for 2 years, I will find a way to help you regain your freedom." Just hearing that made Gong Ka's eyes light up. "Really? Okay, then I agree." Di Hua secretly gloated, having successfully persuaded them. But he couldn't have imagined that his moment of victory would be short-lived, as someone immediately appeared to stop him. Wait a minute. A strong gust of wind blew towards them. Seeing the heads of institutes appear, they looked quite disdainful. "A group of meddlers has arrived." A golden stone statue spoke up. "Senior Gong Ka, wasn't it agreed that you wouldn't interact with students while you were out enjoying the fresh air? Moreover, your current mental state isn't suitable for teaching students." A director also agreed and went along with it. "That's right, Senior Gong Ka, you should go home quickly." Gong Ka listened to the advice and indifferently turned his head slightly towards Di Hua behind him. "Going home. All right. What's your name?" Di Hua respectfully clasped his hands in front of him and bowed. "Master, I am Di Hua." Then, immediately afterward, the two of them walked away in a different direction. "Good. Yaowa, ethereal flame, come home with me." The scene shifts to the Great Flower Research Institute, where not a soul is seen inside the vast building. Di Hua put both hands in her pockets, walking closely behind Gong Ka while glancing around. The two of them approached the wall, and just when it seemed there was no way out, a tile on the wall split open, revealing a hidden door. As they both entered the elevator and waited to go up, Di Hua turned to ask Gong Ka, "Teacher, you live in such a remote place?" Gong Ka heard his question and replied, "Yes, mainly because I had a bit of an illness a few decades ago and often injured others. After that, Hua Dai arranged for me to stay at this research institute. In recent years, I've been able to control myself, and finally I have the chance to go outside and get some fresh air." In other words, you're the first student she's had in decades? You certainly have a strange way of thinking. Aren't you afraid? The eccentric face contorted upon hearing this question. He asked her again, "Are you afraid she'll chop me up?" The electronic display showed the floor number 666. After the elevator doors opened, they were faced with a long corridor and a clock at the end of it. After observing for a while, Di Hua wondered, why is the corridor so narrow in such a large research institute? Hearing this, Gong Ka explained, "Because only I can use it." The clock had been ticking nonstop. Di Hua asked again, "There are numbers on that door. Is it a countdown?" But this time, Gong Ka didn't answer Di Hua. Instead, she rushed towards the clock and shouted, "Oh no, there's no time. Hurry in." Di Hua, still confused and not knowing what the clock was, tried to ask Gong Ka one more time. "Miss, what is that countdown clock?" Gong Ka said in a panic. "Every time I go out, the electronic clock starts counting down. If I don't return on time, The alarm will sound in the principal's office at Hua University, and then you'll be wanted by the entire Hua University. Only then did Di Hua understand, uttering a meaningless exclamation. Is it really that bad? But he also understood the critical situation, so he immediately rushed after the other prince. Both of them arrived safely just as the clock struck 0. Immediately after the time ran out, the heavy metal door slammed shut, surrounded by a pink protective layer. Di Hua finally calmed down and thought, this is really dangerous. This place seems to have a special magnetic field. My martial energy is difficult to gather outside my body. In other words, when I use martial techniques here, their effectiveness will be greatly reduced. As if Kung Ka could hear all the thoughts in Di Hua's head, she said, of course, because this place is my temporary detention cell. To prevent me from getting out, the kids' Kin Van built me a 3-story house for entertainment, with everything for practicing martial arts. But at the same time, they also set up a high-power magnetic field to restrict the martial artist's weapons, to prevent me from breaking down the door and escaping because I was too bored. After seeing firsthand the extremely comfortable and luxurious living conditions of Gong Ka, Di Hua secretly thought, it's called a prison cell, but this place is truly a high-class apartment. All living needs are met. It feels like I'm pampering teacher Gong Ka here. The scene shifts to Huadu University. Huadu University President Shi Jingwen is sitting quietly, looking at his phone. A voice filled with urgency came from the phone in his hand. The principal isn't very good. The eccentric Hua has already bowed to Gong Ka as his teacher. Contrary to that haste, the principal calmly said, don't worry about him. Remember, the current reform goal of our Hua University is not to train a bunch of average pillars, but to cultivate a top-tier expert who can shoulder the burden of the Xia Kingdom and the destiny of humanity, provided that we provide sufficient resources for geniuses. Let geniuses develop freely. Let the heterogeneity follow the path of learning first. The freshmen at Hua University are about to finish their special training at the summer camp. Then let the heterogeneity follow. This whetstone is used to sharpen newly formed swords. A voice immediately came through the phone, incredibly clear. I already know, Principal. At that moment, other information also appeared on the principal's computer screen. Principal T. Tan, along with the dissenting students, followed the guard into the prison cell. Everything is fine for now, but according to big data calculations, even with top-tier combat skills, there's still about a 5% chance of losing control when sharing a room with someone else for an extended period. Special grade combat power, 5 to 14% chance of losing control, 95% safety rate in the central chamber. Target in the central chamber with the ethereal flame. 3% chance of target injury. 3% success rate of rescue. Safe rescue time, 1 to 3 minutes. Students with a mixed personality have an 89.7% chance of not being able to hold out until reinforcements from the capital arrive. And even after being rescued, they have a 95.3% chance of not surviving. The principal's office is surrounded by glass doors that offer a view to the outside. He walked closer to the glass, looked out at the clear blue sky, and muttered to himself about what he called special-level combat power. Firstly, there are martial artists whose executions are suspended, and secondly, there are powerful martial artists who, for various reasons, cannot control their own strength. Normally, the country would restrict their freedom. When the lower kingdom faces a serious crisis, they will be deployed to the front lines as a national defense force. Faced with this terrifying presence, I think the students of the discordant class have already prepared themselves mentally. If one isn't mentally prepared to be killed, how can they go far on this path of slaughter? The Xia Kingdom's time is running out. The fools in the Northern White Federation and the cultists in the Divine Descent Heavenly Kingdom, superstitious about the secret civilization, are both eager to act. Younger generation, grow up quickly. Scene shifts to the 3rd floor of the prison cell. Training area. Kung Ka was saying to Di Hua, come on, it's been decades since I last taught anyone. Let's have a trial match first to see what your strength is like. Di Huang heard this and asked again to be sure. Are you going to suppress your cultivation to the martial apprentice realm to fight me? At this moment, Gong Ka glanced at He with a lazy expression, almost forgetting about suppressing her cultivation. Di Hua also began to twist his wrists, then turned to Gong Ka and said, Miss Gong Ka, I'm ready. I really don't want to remember that guillotine incident. The very next second, Kung Ka dashed forward at the speed of light. Her eyes glowed bright red as she began to act. Dihua was startled to see Gong Ka's outstretched hand just graze her neck, wondering, wasn't this just a test, aiming directly at a vital spot? She had already simulated dodging in at least 5 different directions. Yet, each time, Kung Ka's hand-slashing attack was accurately predicted, leaving him with no choice but to confront the nuclear war sphere head-on. At this moment, Dihua had transformed, her hands now possessing sharp claws and rough, scaly skin. He clenched his hand into a fist and, without hesitation, threw that punch at Kung Ka. She was extremely amused and even more excited by Dihua's resistance. Gong Ka grinned and asked, "Want to use your awakened bloodline to speed up, both defending against my attacks and counterattacking me? Kid, too bad I'm even faster than you." Soon, Gong Ka had completely enveloped the entire body of the anomaly. She sprang backward, delivering a powerful kick to the back of the fire creature. Immediately, he screamed in pain as he felt the throbbing pain of his spine being crushed and bent backward. In the blink of an eye, Gong Ka had flown away to a considerable distance from the anomaly. At this moment, the strange flower looked incredibly disheveled, with blood gushing from his eyes and arms, but he could still manage a smirk and say to Gong Ka, "They really showed no mercy. Teacher, even after awakening my bloodline, I was beaten back to my original form." Kung Ka was licking the fresh blood that had splattered on the corner of her mouth with her tongue. As she tasted the blood, she said, "It's been a long time since I've tasted fresh blood." Dihua wiped the blood from the corner of his eye to see more clearly. Then he said to Gong Ka, "Master, in terms of martial arts, I'm absolutely no match for her. Next, I will demonstrate some kneeling martial arts techniques. Please give me your guidance, teacher." Personification element. Luckily, I recharged the supergiant personification monster sample last night. Looking at the monster form that the anomaly had just transformed into, Gong Ka thought to himself, such powerful martial skills. Were they really performed by a martial artist? It seems I've acquired a terrifying monster as my student. If that's the case, then this ant must also show some skill. The heaven-destroying ring instantly unleashed an immense power, emitting a red light like a massive wave that engulfed the monster of the Iowa, ethereal flame. When Kung Ka's surge of power reached the monster, it instantly caused a terrifying explosion, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. The monster seemed completely unharmed by Kung Ka's attack. It leaped high into the air and lunged towards Kung Ka. The disharmony hidden within that monster also spoke loudly. The split form of elemental personification, the personification of realms. Kung Ka's red eyes glowed as he watched every move of the monster charging towards him. What a majestic scene this was. On one side was a ferocious beast, and on the other was the figure of a small girl who, without any fear, stood defensively against the charging opponent. In a moment, prepare to welcome the monster. Kung Ka raised his hand and playfully blew lightly on it with his lips. Then her hand instantly transformed into a weapon. The fingers, straight and sharp as knives, shot forward. Layer after layer of the monster's armor was torn apart by Gong Ka's hands. Inside that monster, Dihua was astonished to think that, based on the outer layer of the Demon Lord's armor, the personified flesh and blood armor had at least dozens of times stronger defensive capabilities than the personified supergiant form. Was he really going to be so easily torn apart by her? His eyes, which had been filled with a strange intensity, now flashed with murderous intent as he realized the situation was not at all favorable to him. Kung Ka approached very close, and she spoke in a scrutinizing voice. "Dihua, little brat, are you hiding inside this armored mouth? Your senses are truly terrifying. Clearly, I've already used up all the life activities of my being. Get out here right now." Dihua immediately used another technique, a split meteor personification, only the tactile sense. Kung Ka was unexpectedly pushed backward, so he rubbed his hand against the ground to create friction and prevent himself from being pushed further away. Seeing this, Dihua exclaimed to Gong Ka, "Teacher, your slashing attacks are so powerful. I wonder if you can open this." His eyes lit up as he said, "Teacher, you certainly won't be easily melted by the Earth Energy Core, will you? But how do you intend to defend yourself?" But immediately afterward, thorny chains appeared from nowhere and swung into the air. Soon, they had locked onto the entire body of the anomaly, and he found his head lying right under a blade. Dihua looked up and said dejectedly, "This place still can't escape the guillotine, can it? Don't wait any longer. The sharp blade is falling, ready to sever the head of the alien. Immediately shout, pretend to be dead. Immediately afterwards, the alien transformed into an alien with a rose on its head. He stood up straight, braced himself to block the blade, and then calmly considered how to escape this illusion created by the bow. The teacher was cornered and then dragged the student into a situation that threatened her own deed. This place is not a real space, but a mental illusion created by murderous intent. To escape this predicament, one must use mental strength to resist it. Immediately afterward, the rose mutant unleashed thousands of lightning-fast punches, each generating scorching, blazing energy that shot towards the blade. Soon after, the illusion shattered into hundreds of pieces. At this moment, Iha slowly opened her drowsy eyes. Kung Ka stood with his hands on his hips, looking at the strange figure lying on the floor amidst the shattered pieces. She asked, "Are you awake?" That turtle shell next to you, seeing this scene, seemed to realize that she had been violently dragged out of the room by the teacher, who was essentially personifying her. And the hardened crystalline protective layer that I had condensed on my body to protect myself has also been shattered by that brutal and violent force. But this is absolutely not something a martial artist can do. The teacher shouted, "Cheating, right?" Hearing the question from the teacher, Kung Ka turned away and said coquettishly, "What cheating? I, Kwang Min, defeated you fairly and squarely. Where did I cheat?" Dihua asked again, "Is that really true?" Kung Ka didn't look at him and said, "I just used a little too much force. You know, the teacher is very strong, so it's definitely difficult to control the force of one or two blows." Dihua Zheng looked dejected, no longer wanting to argue further. Feeling that Dihua had become quite quiet, Gong Ka also secretly glanced behind her, and suddenly she rushed forward and shook Dihua's shoulders. "Hey, I won't cheat next time. Don't be angry anymore. Is that okay? Please don't leave. I haven't played with anyone for decades." In the stark white training room, Hua immediately stood up to comfort Gong Ka when he started crying. "Hey, don't cry." She then looked up, her eyes still glistening with tears, and asked, "Aren't you going?" Upon hearing this, the demon emperor broke into a mischievous smile. "I worked so hard to get your permission. Teacher, why would I leave?" Kung Ka immediately jumped up, regaining her usual indifferent demeanor. Ba leaned on his hands and said, "I wasn't crying just now." Seeing this, Dihua thought to herself, "That's cool." Then she went to open the refrigerator, took out a drink, and said to the strange flame, "Well, now I basically understand your strength. Although still far behind my former self, compared to others, I can still be considered very talented. We can start learning now. What do you want to learn?" As if he had been waiting for this question for a long time, Dihi said, "Advanced martial arts techniques, and how you can cut through the lightning that pierced my anthropomorphic arm." Gong Ka asked again while opening a can of soda. "Slashing? That's very difficult to teach. You'll only develop a sense of feeling after slashing many things. Regardless of whether it's a human body, a magical beast, or any other object, there exists an ideal cutting point along with a line that can be easily sliced through. You could call it the path of slaughter. The master of the slaughtering path is not like the divine dragon. He is also skilled in killing techniques. If the dragon god's slashes pursue extreme power, dominance, and sharpness, then the teacher is like Ding Jianyo, pursuing precision and technique." Kung Ka lazily told him, "Learning this is very troublesome. I advise you to first break through to become a martial artist. If your martial arts cultivation level doesn't improve, then you won't be qualified to learn many of my martial techniques either." 2873. Do you know the difference between a martial artist and a martial apprentice? Dihua immediately asked. "What is it?" Kung Ka continued to explain. "It's not about physical progress. Rather, the spirit of a martial artist, compared to a mere martial apprentice, possesses an additional important ability, inner insight. After acquiring inner insight, a martial artist can transition from cultivating martial arts at the macro level to cultivating at the micro level. Through internal observation, martial artists can see the vital meridians, 5 organs, and 6 viscera within their bodies and use martial arts to strengthen and expand their physical limits. In other words, mental strength comes first, then physical strength." Dihua thought with great satisfaction. "I didn't expect Professor Ka's teaching skills to be so high. She truly lives up to her reputation as a professor at the Imperial University. Even if she's become somewhat dull-witted, her initial knowledge level hasn't declined." But speaking of mental strength, after merging with the vampire monster and awakening the power of the god-slaying Loda, are there any differences in the cultivation methods for ascending to the level of a martial artist? Gong Ka replied. She said, I feel that my mental strength has increased significantly, which could provide a great help to me. In the martial artist stage, the Heavenly Gang, Earthly Fiend, Mysterious Yellow, and unranked cultivation techniques and martial skills are divided into 4 levels. Heavenly Gang, Earthly Fiend, Mysterious Yellow, and unranked. Universities students evolve, martial arts practitioners at universities or regular schools. When advancing to the martial arts level, schools can only provide low-grade breakthrough techniques. University students can only obtain low-grade breakthrough techniques. The advantage of these breakthrough techniques is that they allow for rapid breakthroughs, with almost no threshold requirements. All that's needed is sufficient accumulation of vital energy and martial arts skills. Over 80% of martial artists use low-grade techniques to break through ordinary realms, while students at Hua University also use techniques to break through realms starting from the Xianhuang level. Hearing this, Di Huang stroked his chin and asked, what about the Heavenly Gang and Earthly Fiend levels? Gong Ka continued to explain that the Heavenly Gang level techniques and martial skills were almost all ancient copies brought out from secret relics. Looking at the whole world, it's not even certain if there are 10 copies. Even if our imperial court possesses a copy, with your current abilities and authority, you certainly cannot access it. But you can learn the Earth-level breakthrough technique. The Bodhi Heart Sutra, the Earth-level cultivation technique I possess. Little Tiger's technique of imprisoning the physical body of a ghost was inspired by this method of mine and was created from it. The discordant gaze lit up when these names were mentioned. He said excitedly, I want to learn. Kung Ka said to the strange fire ass. He threw the empty can into the trash can. Okay, let's start now. Carefully feel the murderous intent I've created for you. He grimaced as he recalled the feeling he had experienced in the hallucination. No way, again? But in the blink of an eye, he was once again standing amidst the dark scene, tinged with the red of blood and fire. Meanwhile, Kung Ka licked the salt with delight and said, I like blood the most. The scene shifts to another location under the magical moonlight. It was the end of school hours, and someone was walking right behind the strange fire. That person quickly recognized him as Chu Zhou. He stepped forward, trying to strike up a conversation with this strange flame. Dihoa, how was your first day of school? I heard you bowed. But suddenly, Su Zhou saw a sword poised to strike his neck. So Chao immediately bent down and held his weapon ready. Dihua seemed to regain his senses and was a little stunned. He then turned his head slightly, glanced back, and said to Chu Zhou, Sorry, Chu Zhou, I got a little agitated. Xiao Zhou was a little confused seeing Yi's strange expression that he hesitated. Before asking, you. Yi interrupted Xiao Zhou with another question. What happened today? The scene shifts back more than 10 seconds, showing the surroundings covered in blood and hordes of monsters charging towards them. Where is that sound coming from? Gong Ka's voice was both near and far, forbidding him from using any martial arts or supernatural abilities. He was only allowed to use the sword in his hand to deal with the zombies. Dihua panicked amidst the encirclement of Tang Fei, who swarmed in from all sides. He asked again, with so many techniques, are you only using this blunt sword? Gong Ka calmly said, using a sword is to familiarize yourself with the feeling of the blade cutting through flesh and bone, thereby training your muscle memory so that you can instinctively determine the precise path of the strike and quickly hit the target's vital weak point. His eyes lit up with determination as he listened to Gong Ka's explanation. So that's how it is. Then I'll begin. Immediately afterward, he drew out his sword and powerfully slashed away the surrounding zombies. Kung Ka observed seriously and exclaimed, This eccentric kid, cultivating his earth-shattering technique in this illusion is truly dangerous. Martial practitioners are fundamentally unqualified to cultivate it. If it weren't for the fact that his spiritual value far surpasses that of ordinary people, he would have been invaded by the killing intent and suffered from chi deviation. The Iowa, exotic flame, truly lives up to its reputation as the shining star of Shi Jingwen, and even of Hua University. I'm really looking forward to your future. The scene shifts to the dorm room of the Iowa, ethereal flame. He is soaking in a hot tub. It's only the first day, and I'm already exhausted. The #1 university in the Xia Kingdom truly lives up to its reputation. The phone suddenly rang. Dihua exclaimed in surprise when she saw the caller's name appear on the screen. Distinguished guest. The scene shifts to Lu Qingzhu's dorm room. A voice came from the phone. Is something wrong, Tan Truck? Tan Truck said, leaning back on the bed. My mother sent what you needed, and it's in my hands now. She also told me to thank you for helping me get first place in the freshman training group. The person on the other end of the line replied, Really? Then I'll come to your dorm room to pick it up later. Tan Truck was startled to hear that. Huh? No need. You don't need to come. I'll send it to you via dollars. The other side replied, Okay. Have you found a teacher today? Who is your supervising teacher? Tan Truck replied, It's Director Bai. She said I'm very talented and accepted me as a student. The voice from the phone came through again. Really? That's great then. Qing Zhu asked again. What about you, fellow student? Which dean have you pledged allegiance to? He thought to himself, it's better not to tell Lu Qingzhu about rejecting the 5 deans, otherwise someone might lose sleep tonight. I bowed, but Tan Truck couldn't hear clearly because the monk was speaking while submerged in water. A strange fire. What are you talking about? 6 months have passed. The first year of university is almost over, and for the freshmen of Hua University, this semester has been full of interesting events. For example, at the beginning of the semester, Ouyangze collaborated with elites from many provinces to form the Blood Dragon Society, quickly gaining significant influence among freshmen. As expected, after the freshmen from Huadu finished their summer training camp and returned to Hua University, they clashed with the Blood Dragon Society. As the conflict escalated, members of the Blood Dragon Society and students from the Flower City Department began to step into the arena for duels, and the result, of course, was more defeats than victories. The Blood Dragon Society began to decline from that point onward. Currently, the only famous freshman in the first year is the top-ranked swordsman, and that's not enough. He should be considered extremely famous nationwide, because he was the top scorer in the Hua Tua University entrance exam. No one remembers him anymore. Anyway, he's been out of public view for over 3 months now. And what about the infamous discord that caused such a stir at the beginning of the school year? No one remembers it anymore. Anyway, he's been out of public view for over 3 months now. The scene shifts to the underground of the Magnolia Research Institute, where someone shouts and urgent calls can be heard. Hurry up a little, even faster. With each step you take, you will infuse your body with the pure, refined martial energy I have cultivated. This weapon also contains my insights from the Bodhi Inner Sutra, which will help you consolidate your newly broken up martial artist realm, and you can also feel my jade foot. It's really convenient for you. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain radiating from his body being trampled by Gong Ka, thinking to himself, convenient my ass. She sealed my weapon. Doing push-ups like this is like carrying a mountain on my back. The teacher's weapon was running all over his body, and it was unbearably itchy. Kung Ka mocked Di Hoa's pained expression. You can't even handle these new fish? There aren't even 1,000 of them yet. Di Hua gritted her teeth, her face flushed with pain, but still managed to speak in a strained voice. Who are you calling a little fish? Watch me speed up. Kung Ka showed no mercy, jumping up and stomping down as if using all the strength she possessed. Great. Come on, go faster, faster, faster. Use more strength. Use more strength. Di Hoa shouted loudly as she propped herself up and down, looking both pained and strong and utterly determined. Suddenly, at the location of the anomaly, an explosion occurred, sending smoke billowing into the air. Kung Ka managed to leap high into the air just in time. When the dust and smoke cleared, a new, strong figure emerged. Di Hua said excitedly, this feeling, the blood splattered, tearing through the old, aged muscle tissue, transforming it into new muscle fibers that are poured into the weapon. Kung Ka's eyes lit up when he saw Di Hoa's new body. Oh dear, your shirt's gone. Di Hoa criticized the current mannerisms of Gong Ka Tu Lu Man, who, when covering his eyes, closed his fingers together. Don't peek. Then he turned his back and walked away. It's time to leave the palace. Kung Ka stood there, a hint of reluctance in his voice as he asked, You want to leave already? Di Hua replied without further hesitation. That's right. I've been stuck here with her for 3 months. I should go out and get some sunshine too. Kung Ka immediately put on a coquettish expression, her eyes welling up with tears as she asked, Then will you still come back? Di Hua glanced behind her, a slight smile playing on her lips. Of course, you're terrible at gaming. Before you come back next time, remember to practice properly. The scene shifts to the outside. 3 months without seeing the sunlight. It truly evokes a sense of nostalgia. Although I don't really like the sunshine anymore, it's been so long since I've been outside, it feels like I'm worlds apart. But this time, leaving the palace wasn't just for a stroll, there was something important to do. At Hua University, an extremely important component of a student's semester achievement is extracurricular activities. The mission content largely involves hunting down illegal criminals or investigating the situation in secret realms and assisting in combating beast tides, but also includes missions to suppress illegal organizations or even foreign forces. Shifting to a university student activity center, Dihua said to herself, "First, I'll go to the operations center to receive my assignment, and while I'm at it, I'll meet my close friend. It's been a long time." Xiaozhou also smiled slightly in response upon seeing the strange fire again. "You've finally come out of seclusion. You've kept me waiting for so long." The people of Dihua and Dihua warmly raised their hands in greeting. "Xiaozhou, how are you? How much has your strength improved?" Xiaozhou replied, "I broke through to the martial artist level 2 months ago. This is the first time I've seen Ihua in 3 months." It seemed that Ihua hadn't changed much in terms of aura or physique, but this is the most terrifying change. How much has his strength improved? Can he keep up? 3 days ago, I was invited to watch a private match between Xiang Jianwei, the new student representative of Huadu, and Ouyang Zhe, the vice president of the Dragon Blood Association. The result was not surprising. Ouyang Zhe only fought Xiang Jianwei for 10 minutes before being defeated. Faced with this achievement, I can sense that Hankim Hui hasn't used his full strength yet. Can Yi defeat Xiang Jianwei? He probably wouldn't be a match for Yi. Even the current Xiang Jianwei. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out. "Sorry, I'm late." Dihua crossed her arms and asked when she saw her. "Tan Truck, anything else?" Tan Truck hesitated. Tan Truck recalled what another girl had said to her. "Tan Truck, remember, now you and Daikoa are a couple, so you should act like a couple on a daily basis at school. For example." Tan Truck's face started to blush as she said, "Do we have to do the things a couple should do right now?" Seeing Tan Truck pouting at him, Dihua asked, "What's wrong? 3 months without seeing me, and you don't even bother to say hello?" Hearing this, Tan Truck turned away sulkily. She hated him the most. Then the three of them looked up at the large screen displaying a lot of information. Suzhou began to explain. The information on the large screen showing recent hot missions along with the trainees who had completed them successfully. "Tan Truck and I have completed 3 tasks already, so we've exceeded our target." "That's right. I came here this time just to team up with you." Tan Truck swiped her finger on. "I passed to view the information." She said, "The 3 current tasks are a perfect fit for us. 3 missions. Serial killers in Hengqing, investigating the beast tide phenomenon in Lianqing, and anomalies in Linshui County." Initially, these were all level 2 tasks, but the task in Linshui County has been upgraded to level 3. The off-campus tasks of Hua University staff are divided into 5 levels. With the higher the level, the greater the difficulty. Freshman university students typically only receive level 1 assignments. The only second-tier mission that I and So Chao ever participated in was a 10-person team mission. If a small group of 3 people, such as freshmen, participate, it is often very difficult to obtain a level 2 assignment. But Dihua held up a card and winked at Tan Truck. "No problem, I have a privilege card." In Dihua's mind, he recalled what Gong Ka had said to him. "Xiaohe, you can handle it on your own now." In his first and second years, there were hardly any people left who could compete with him. What you need now is to find some high-difficulty tasks to practice on. With this card, you can freely accept any university-level assignment at the school. However, don't just randomly accept level 4 or level 5 missions. Those tasks involve too many variables. Even Xuanwu martial artists risk failure. Tan Truck immediately turned to ask the fire spirit, "Where did you get that privilege from?" Xiaozhou interrupted again. "Ihua, what do you think of these 3 tasks?" Ihua thought furtively, considering that benefits and risks always coexist. Luckily, So Chao changed the subject. The first task was simply to apprehend them. "Personally, I believe the efficiency in handling this task will be very low. This is, after all, the notorious rat that the criminal investigation team had been searching for months without success. The difficulty of this mission lies in the investigation phase, not in killing it." The second task is to assist in the investigation, and I feel it's highly unlikely we'll gain any experience or progress from it. With the Great Dragon Lord there, we'll certainly only be assigned to do the tasks we need to do. It's very simple, whether it's combat or main reconnaissance. It's not our turn to get involved. The third task is entirely under the control of the three of us, although no one can guarantee anything, leading to many significant variables, but the higher the risk, the greater the reward. If you're constantly afraid of danger and grow up in a glass cage, what kind of martial artist are you? I, Tien, am interested in taking on the third task, and I agree. Suzhou also agreed, saying, I agree with Ihua. Yi immediately said, okay, then we'll set off today. At that moment, in the waiting room, a girl was standing with her hands on her hips, saying, isn't this causing trouble? Didn't you see how a second-level squad was defeated in Linshui County? You three freshmen dare to take on a mission at the third level? You're too arrogant. Just then, Iha held up his card and said, excuse me, miss, I have a privilege card. That girl is gritting her teeth again. Have you learned how to lie? I'll call the department head right away to expose you guys. But then she turned away again to talk on the phone. Yes, head of department. Yes. And her subsequent attitude toward the discordant crowd reversed completely. She said warmly, may you all have prosperous martial arts careers. She really likes your arrogant demeanor. Dihoa went ahead and said to Tan Truck and So Chow, you two get ready first, I'll go get the things. Scene shifts to the forging workshop of the Academy of Mechanical Engineering and Magical Instruments. Dihoa was standing in front of the door, from which a voice rang out. Identity verification successful. Dihua spoke to the person standing inside. Dean, I've come to claim the first prize weapon from the battle for the survival-enhancing pendant. That person immediately turned around and replied, Dihua, you chose a weapon instead of the earth-shattering martial technique. You certainly have a discerning eye. If Senior Gong Ka hadn't taken the first step, he would have immediately taken out the weapon and introduced it to the ethereal flame, saying, I won't say much more. Come and see what I've created for you. Although it has no special attributes, it's a top-tier divine weapon crafted from a special-grade star-shattered alloy, renowned for its durability and ability to conduct weapon energy up to 95%. This horse-slaying saber is about 1.2 meters long, with a wide and flat blade. The blade's color is somewhat dark, but it shimmers with sparkling spots like a starry sky. That's characteristic of fragment stars. The spine of the blade is also covered with densely packed serrated edges, increasing its weight and destructive power, resulting in astonishing force with each swing. The hilt of the sword is wrapped in special, non-slip black leather, with metal wires running through the inside of the leather. This is also the fragmented star that helps martial artists easily transmit their weapons and tools. Each swing is accompanied by a whistling sound of wind and a dazzling light that makes people flinch. Dia tried out a few moves with the weapon and praised it. Not bad. The weight is just right. It doesn't feel flimsy, and it fits perfectly in the hand. After all, this was made based on my old body measurements from 3 months ago, and unexpectedly, after 3 months, it still adapts well to my strength, even after I've broken through to the martial artist level. It must be said that he truly lives up to his reputation as an imperial swordsmith. He's absolutely top-notch. The man was also pleased with this compliment and replied, that's only natural. I'm sure even the most experienced forging masters would have to call me father when it comes to forging. Someone reminded him, director. The director was startled and immediately reminded them of the harmony clause. This section about harmony should absolutely not be mentioned to money. Listen carefully, Beigong. The scene shifts to Linshui County. Suzhou tells Yi, due to the confidential nature of the mission, this time we will be here for our internship as ordinary university students. Dihua thought to herself, first, I'll use my life force to sense it a bit. Over the past half semester, I've raised the sample of Emperor Mara to 71%. The field of life can cover the entire county. I fear our appearance will awaken the old rats lurking in the shadows. It would be a nuisance if those mice got away, because the task of exterminating rats has always been harder to find than to kill. So Chow turned and urged again. Let's go. The three of us should first go and see the house that Dadai arranged. Suddenly, an old man driving a 3-wheeled vehicle passed by the three of them. He turned around and asked, young man, where are you going? Do you need a tricycle? At this moment, Dihua smirked, his eyes full of mischief. The mission begins. King goes along, chatting happily. Young men, you two look so handsome and refined. Which school are you from? Are you on vacation here? I'm a local from Linshue County, and I'm bringing 2 classmates here to visit. They're currently university students in Yunqing. The old man looked at Hua in astonishment. A native of Linshue County? Who are your family members? I have no recollection of them. The young man silently recounted. My grandfather's name was Shouying. He passed away a few years ago, and I moved away after that. The old man sighed, realizing he was the son of the Yi family. Hua breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had learned a little of the local dialect on the plane, and the identity information that Hua Dai had given her was indeed true. Qin Sheng became even more welcoming towards Hua. Good, kid. It's good that you still remember Linshue County. Not losing your roots is certainly a blessing. The scene shifts to the base of the Hua Dai mission, the home of Shouying. The old man instructs him. Little E, in 2 days the most spectacular triennial festival of Linshue County will be held. You must come and participate. If Xiao Yi is afraid of strangers and doesn't go out, this uncle will personally come and call him. Hua also politely replied. I understand. Thank you, sir. Xiao Zhou went inside to observe, and seeing the mess, he sighed. This house has been uninhabited for over 10 years, abandoned, with so much weed and mosquitoes. It seems we need to clean it up. Hua smiled and walked into the courtyard, then lifted her foot. Cleaning is my forte. He stomped his foot forcefully on the ground, creating long, spiderweb-like patterns. So Chao clicked his tongue. This isn't cleaning up, it's a massacre. Hua calmly replied. It's convenient and quick. He'll go to one side and put away his luggage, while I'll go around the house installing mini cameras for surveillance. Tan Truck also went to the next room. I'll check the situation in the house. Hua, come and see this. He approached suspiciously and asked, what is it going to reveal? She looked at the eerie statue in the small room with a hint of worry. There's a small shrine here. I don't know what it's dedicated to. Hua said in a low voice. This thing was put in later. Qing Zhu was surprised. Put it in later? What does that mean? He observed and explained to her. The shrine is made of wood. If it had always been kept in this house, it would have rotted away long ago. This shrine before us, although covered in dust, still looks very new after the dust is wiped away. So Chao also came from behind and drew his sword, meaning this was what someone else had placed inside the house. I find this statue of the god a bit unsettling. I'll chop it down first and then figure things out. Tan Truck frowned and advised, wait, So Chao, don't be hasty. What if this is an important clue? We should check it thoroughly first. Hua, standing beside the painting, extended her hand and unleashed her power in response. I agree. Seeing this, she immediately became furious. Who are you agreeing with? This damn guy, at least before beheading. Let's see what's underneath the mask of this mud statue. Tan Truck slowly lifted the red cloth covering the statue's face, a sinister gaze fixed on the 3 of them. Suddenly, Hua sensed something that startled him. He stepped forward, grabbed her shoulder, and said something was wrong. So Chao, who was behind, immediately went berserk in response to the warning from the strange fire. It's definitely a disgusting thing. So Chao, kill him. He quickly gripped the sword tightly in his hand and swung it in an arc suddenly. All 3 were stunned. They were amazed to see the statue leaking, the divine image flowing out. What the hell is this black liquid? The eyes of the anomaly flashed with murderous intent. Where are you running to? Following his summons, the fake, hole-like creature advanced to grab the mud flowing from the statue. Immediately, that mud quickly transformed into sharp mouths, attacking the creature. The creature gave the order to seal it away. Qing Zhu, terrified, turned pale. What the hell is this? He quickly placed his hand on her shoulder to calm her. Qing Zhu, worried, asked, are you all right? Qing Zhu had been infected by the creature's spiritual energy and needed some pure energy to be transferred to her. She quickly replied, I'm fine. Suddenly, the fear she felt earlier vanished, and her body felt warm. The 3 of them silently stared at the monstrous creature with the mouth frozen on the ground. Hua laughed gleefully. It seems the anomalies in Linshue County are related to this strange mud statue. Our investigation has now reached a crucial stage. 2 people are guarding this thing here, preventing it from mutating. I'm going to take care of something because I left a radiation mark on the old rickshaw driver. The time has come. It's time to reel in the nets. Sir, you didn't need to come looking for me. I came here specifically. The scene shifts to Linshui County, Lianshan Temple. At this moment, the old man driving the tricycle is standing in front of the temple gate. The young monk smiled and greeted. Benefactor, the abbot is waiting for you inside. Kinsin grinned broadly. Okay, okay. The young monk quickly led the old man through an underground tunnel. The two men approached a large door, sealed with spells. The young monk smiled slyly. The abbot had brought the benefactor Lu Zhensheng, who had met the criteria for receiving blessings, here, and he said he had something to report. The young monk smiled and began to chat. The abbot, Lu Zhensheng, who had reached the bamboo blessing standard, had been brought in, and he also said he had something he wanted to repay. Before the gate, the silence made the place unusually gloomy. Suddenly, a voice echoed from inside. This benefactor, what are your intentions? Why have you suddenly come to visit? The young monk outside, still in human form, suddenly transformed, and another person, his entire body becoming a terrifying monster, knelt down in fear, clasping his hands together. A divine figure, a divine figure. From above, the feet of the anomaly rushed straight towards the monster. This kick directly shattered his head. The strange creature landed and grumbled irritably. It's so dirty. Luckily, there's a barrier separating these things from the outside. Otherwise, if it splashed onto my clothes, it would be hard to wash off. The student was utterly terrified by this scene. He is the uncle of the old translator. Suddenly, the arms of both statues began to move, and the statue next to them also seemed to come alive and began to move. Two gigantic statues with red eyes stared straight at him, the strange flower calmly taunting. Even Buddha statues can move? They'll immediately launch an attack on you. The strange flower summoned Lu Duo directly blocked the attacks of both statues. With angry expressions, they tried their best to crush the strange fire. But seeing that the situation was unfavorable, the two statues raised their unarmed arms, intending to kill him. This time, 6 arms lunged forward, wanting to inflict a beating with the strange fire. He calmly touched the ring on his finger. The spatial ring was in stealth mode to avoid detection by the enemy, and the spirit-slaying blade was unleashed. The strange figure quickly assumed his stance, grasped the saber, and drew it out. A powerful slash severed several arms that were harboring ill intentions towards him. The statue's arms fell and shattered on the ground. They angrily used lasers with their strange flames. You're sarcastically saying you can shoot laser beams from your eyes? Are you really Buddha statues? Unfortunately, this laser is too slow. Let me see what's inside your stomachs. Is it dry grass or something else? A sword slash across the faces of 2 Buddha statues revealed the mechanical components inside. Kinsin stared blankly at the scene. The Buddha statue that the unlucky old man was struck by, its rays sweeping across his body. At that time, scattered on the ground were the remains of Buddha statues. He sighed deeply. The sword was indeed not a living creature. From the very beginning, from these 2 bodhisattva statues, I couldn't sense the inherent life force within my own life energy field. But in a backward county like Linshui, how could there be such advanced scientific creations? Is the answer behind that door? Pretending to be Lu Duo, I'm a university student after all. At least I should show some courtesy by knocking. Following orders from the enemy, Luada directly attacked the giant door. Was anyone inside? The door couldn't withstand the impact and was pierced. Then a large section of the door cracked open. Dihua slowly entered, nodding to himself. There really is another cave, and yet there's such a large underground palace here, with such a huge statue. Now that all the guests have gone inside, the little mouse is still hiding and refusing to come out. From inside, a person sighed and stepped out. That person is none other than the young monk from before, or rather, the abbot. This temple has no enmity with the benefactor, so why would he come to offend this temple? Inside the area, there is a large Buddha statue standing guard. Fang Zhang sighed and inquired, "This temple, and you have no enmity. Why would you offend this temple?" Yi Hua sneered. "A robot like you must be addicted to impersonating a human, right?" Then he swung his sword, severing the man's body. The abbot suddenly reappeared behind him. This was truly a case of extremely heavy karma. Seeing this bizarre situation, Dihua shouted loudly, "Stop talking nonsense." Suddenly, something stirred on the ground, alerting him. A deep pit collapsed right where he had been standing, causing Dihua to fall into it. He quickly used his hands to support his body. Dihua cautiously observed his surroundings. This place resembled a drainage ditch. With 18 doors, was it a dam? Suddenly, From deep within the door-shaped openings, pairs of cold, blue eyes stared at him, and a horde of terrifying monsters poured out from inside, making him feel disheartened. It's the snake-like monsters again. This time there are a lot of them, each one bringing along a wave of martial artists of level 1 to 2. Moreover, the life wave intensity of these humanoid monsters is similar, seemingly all mass-produced, essentially artificially mechanized creatures. Do you intend to crush me with a brutal army? The one who did that before, the grass on his grave, is now a meter high. Mysterious yellow saber technique. Ula 3 sabers. The first saber depicts the 1,000-mile road. He mustered all his strength and swung his sword down forcefully towards the snake-like monster. But soon after, a new horde of monsters appeared one after another, taking the place of those he had just killed. Dihua broke into an excited smile. Whose underground temple is harboring such a hideous bunch of monsters? The snake opened, its blood-red mouth wide, and attacked him. A moment later, the strange flower stood on a mountain of dead snakes. Even though only his head remained, the abbot was still muttering, "Master, your karmic debt is too heavy. Master, your karmic debt is too heavy." He contemptuously crushed that head. The mentally deficient mechanized creature, already mutilated, still keeps repeating its pre-recorded lines. Who was the mastermind behind this? Still not coming out? Suddenly, a voice rang out. "It seems we've encountered a formidable enemy this time." That's all there is to it. The entire space after that voice shook violently, causing the strange flames to become alert. The enormous Buddha statue slowly moved. The statue's eyes opened, revealing a strange golden light, and from behind the Buddha statue emerged extremely modern mechanical devices. The statue opened its mouth and spoke. "Patron, you are beyond saving," Dihua calmly remarked. "That's pretty good. You can still transform." Seeing that he was still being defiant, it unleashed a direct blow, sending him into reincarnation. That enormous palm strike powerfully rushed towards the strange fire. He greeted them with a serious expression. At this point, the chief seal of the statue struck down forcefully on the place of discord, causing rocks and earth to fly in all directions. Suddenly, a strange, eerie light flashed in the statue's hand, causing it to announce something. "Warning, warning, energy exceeding burst range detected. Right hand overheating. Mistake, mistake." The energy continues to heat up. The statue is terrified. What the hell is this? At this moment, a demon controlled by an anomaly appears in front of the Buddha statue. It mumbled some strange words under its breath. "Namo Amitabha Buddha." Its huge hand lunged towards the statue. That hand gripped tightly onto the statue's head. Dihua smiled with great delight. "It's not finished yet." Malap delivered a knee strike to the statue's chest. "Taste the smell of my black, hard knees." The statue's chest shattered into pieces of metal, accompanied by a deafening announcement. "Serious warning. Multiple areas of damage to the front section have been detected." The Buddha statue wobbled, struggling to maintain its balance. Then it quickly unleashed dazzling bursts of light. "Nianzhu Fuyu said." Those beams of light powerfully struck Ma La's body. The statue continued to activate the attack, firing everything in its path, a large number of cannonballs bombarding Ma La's body. He snorted coldly. "What kind of monster is this thing? It actually forced me to use so many weapons to destroy it." Suddenly, the statue's blue pupils glowed, and a magical substance appeared with several scratched pieces of skin. "To put it bluntly, all these toys of yours are firearms, and they're useless against martial artists." He was terrified, clasping his hands together and using more artillery fire. "The vengeful spirit will not dissipate. Watch me send you to the afterlife." But before the statue could perform its technique, the figure used the personification meteor skill. "The fake monk should disappear. Hatchvudo TUC. I've destroyed your mechanical model. I'm so sorry, but you've dug such a huge cave in the mountains. It seems that inside there's either a lizard man or a mobile Buddha. It seems the person behind this is mostly some mad scientist who likes to do random research." Sure enough, there's a way down here. The scene shifts to half an hour earlier. A young man says, "Doctor, that kid has dealt with the Bodhisattva mechanism at the door, but rest assured, this door uses our latest materials and structure. He absolutely cannot get in." "It's all right, Doctor. We still have a large army of clones, tens of thousands of clones that can wear him down to death even against a grandmaster. And conveniently, they'll help us clear out our clone inventory." By the time the conflict was resolved and all the snakes were gone, The two were silent. The young man tried to save them. "Doctor, we still have a trump card. Trust our design." This great Buddha armor was specially crafted to counter large-scale, Lord-level demonic beasts. Dealing with a minor martial artist shouldn't be as easy as turning your hand over, right? In the end, the image showed a huge Buddha statue with a large hole pierced through its chest, and both of them looked up at the screen with grim expressions. The young man was optimistic. "It's all right, doctor. We still have the abbot." But the abbot had lost all patience. "Damn it, stop talking. What kind of heaven-defying poison is that? The opponent has brazenly pushed their way to your doorstep, and you're still saying nothing will happen. The guards above can probably buy me a few minutes. Quickly withdraw and activate the base's self-destruct program. Absolutely no information from this location can be leaked out." Dr. Fuang was formerly a third-level researcher at the PAM Institute and was later secretly recruited by Lei Shadiao. 10 years ago, Lei Shaniao took root in Linshui County, a small, ordinary county. In the shadows, replacing all the monks of Jinshan Temple, Lei Sha exploited the people of Linshui's faith in Jinshan Temple to begin brainwashing and controlling the entire county under the guise of bestowing blessings, luring the people of Linshui to accept body modification and become free experimental subjects, providing Lei Sha's biological research with a large amount of materials and clinical data. Unfortunately, this base has to be abandoned now. Suddenly, a beam of light shot through the ceiling, piercing the spot where the two were hiding. A sense of disharmony hung over the heads of the two people. He smirked and asked the abbot, "Where do you think you're running to?" The black-clad bodyguards rushed forward, and the doctor's guards retreated. Dihua slowly used his strength to fly forward, forcefully pushing the two black-clad bodyguards away. At this moment, he had advanced to stand before the abbot, who recoiled in fear. "What do you want? We can discuss it slowly." With just a press of the clock, Lyra planted small bombs in the bodies of every key researcher or person in charge, and our family and friends are also under Lyra BR surveillance. This is to ensure that employees fully comply with company regulations and will not disclose company secrets. But Dihua was quicker and grabbed his hand. He squeezed the abbot's mouth shut. Dihua slowly lifted him up, causing him to struggle in fear. The abbot's eyes were wide open due to lack of oxygen. Feeling that he was about to reach his limit, he released his grip, letting him fall to the ground. Dihua cast a cold, sharp gaze down at him. "Next, we need to know everything you have done in Linshui County." The abbot, after recovering a little, looked at the boy with fear. In the underground laboratory, the strange flower confronted the doctor and asked, "Did you kill 3 young martial artists earlier? What kind of devilish trick are you up to here?" Upon hearing this, the doctor burst into maniacal laughter. The doctor said this while biting into something in his mouth. "The experiments conducted here cannot be explained to you. There's a signal eavesdropping device in our brains. If we utter any keywords related to company secrets, the bomb inside our bodies will explode immediately. Knowing that death is inevitable, I choose a painless death." As soon as he finished speaking, his body trembled, and foam erupted from his mouth. Di Huang sat down, examined the body, and muttered, "Was there poison hidden in his mouth? Are all the Thunder Night birds a bunch of reckless fools?" His heart has stopped beating, so the self-destruct program here has automatically activated. But sadly, in my eyes, even death is a luxury for him. Suddenly, something red was thrust into the doctor's throat. He felt as if he were being strangled, as if it were wrapped tightly around his heart. Vampires can infect humans or turn corpses into undead. Unfortunately, after transforming into zombies, except for a few individuals with special talents, most are no different from the undead, unable to regenerate, becoming mentally disabled, and their bodies will rot. But in my hands I possess the power of the primordial beauty. Combining it with the power of the vampire, the doctor's entire body is enveloped in a blazing red light, as if being regenerated. The pupil of his left eye fell out, and at that moment someone appeared and knelt on the ground. "My lord, if you listen to that doctor speak, you can create a perfect subordinate, retaining all the memories and talents from when he was alive, moreover, unafraid of sunlight, possessing powerful self-healing abilities, and absolutely obedient to you both mentally and physically. He can't die, so the self-destruct program should stop. From now on, we will call him the Mad Doctor. Everything in your past is no longer relevant to you. The only thing you must do from now on is to serve me." He respectfully continued, It is my honor to serve my master. After careful consideration, Dihoa concluded that since he had received the primordial power, a spiritual connection had formed between them. So monitoring those things was no longer effective. Conversely, we want to see when this city was first invaded. The light from his eyes connected with the doctor. Deep within his memory, someone was eating noisily. The doctor's voice rang out. "Little Lou, it's not even lunchtime yet, and you've already sneaked out to eat. Have you finished checking the data I gave you?" The man, his mouth full of blood and gnawing on his arm, replied, "Yes, I'm sorry, Professor Feng. I was really too hungry." Too hungry, really? Conversely, the doctor ate the offal in a more aristocratic manner. "Is today's meal still raw meat? My teeth aren't good. Eating this is a struggle." The person eagerly interjected, "Professor, these things were all brought by people from the county as offerings to the Buddhist community. I heard they're from outside the town, and the 3 young men are very tasty." A voice in my head suddenly spoke. "No, that's not right." An old woman who dozed off was judged, and then she dozed off again. This time she actually fell asleep right in the Buddhist hall. There are people who even fall asleep while kneeling. Isn't that great? The doctor directly took these people to the laboratory for storage, saving both time and effort. They suddenly came here to pray for blessings. Why are they all suddenly asleep? "Doctor, what's wrong? Isn't sleep a basic human need?" The voice echoed again. "Something is wrong." Someone's arms are clasped in front of a statue with a cloth covering its head. The divine beings descend from heaven. The divine form of the heavenly kingdom. What is this? Why does it look different in my hand? It looks like a number puzzle. The answer is a string of file code. That's the company's internal file format. The computer screen displays a message prompting you to enter the document code. That person voiced their question again. This is the sound in my subconscious, resonating with intense emotion. No, my memory and perception have been altered. The doctor fell into a subconscious void and started cursing. Who dares to treat me as experimental material, as a guinea pig? He thought to himself. It wasn't until I saw the documents on the computer that I realized the truth. That string of numerical puzzles was left behind by us before we were invaded. We believe that even if our perception is altered, when faced with mathematical puzzles, we will still be curious to solve them and will certainly believe in them. The main purpose is to tell us about cannibalism, the love of sleeping with those bizarre clay statues. There is always a mastermind pulling the strings from the outside, a divine being from the heavens. After reading the doctor's memoirs, Iha exclaimed in amazement, realizing that what was called eating raw meat was actually cannibalism, and what was called the divine appearance of the heavenly kingdom. Just hearing about it makes it sound like some kind of cult. He unconsciously lowered his voice in response. This place was originally chosen by Lei Sha as a secret experimental base, but it was secretly infiltrated and taken over by this evil organization. Just like the people here whose perceptions have been altered despite their manipulation. The light in his eyes grew stronger with the questioning tone. "So, those 3 martial artists in Huadu before were also devoured by you? It seems that I and Qingzhou and Chuzhou are not beyond your sight either. We are also top-quality ingredients in your eyes." The doctor obediently recounted the events. "This is the 8th year we have taken over Linshui County. The Kim Sun base has been completely built, and the bioengineering techniques for human modification have basically matured. It is now ready for mass production. He will usher in a new era. In the future, martial artists will be replaced by bioengineered beings and mechanical creatures that are more efficient and stronger. Peiming's path is the right one." After detecting the anomaly, based on comparative investigation, the time of the anomaly outbreak in Linshui County was in February last year. This anomaly was first discovered last March, and staff were organized to conduct experiments and investigations. But each day our perception is subconsciously altered until we are completely assimilated. Although, through repeated efforts, thanks to the intellect of a scientific researcher, we have discovered logical flaws and successfully restored understanding. Ultimately, we could not escape the fate of being assimilated by Huaning, which prohibited information leakage. Because our research base at Kim Sun Temple has been so deeply assimilated, it is very difficult to escape or resist that will. The anomalies in Linshui County are divided into 4 stages. Eating human flesh until they become sleepy, then endlessly bowing to clay statues until they collectively sleepwalk. Cannibalism is the physical transformation that occurs after the mind is first influenced by that will. Excessive sleepiness is due to a deeper level of mental catabolism. Worshipping clay statues means that one's body and mind have become severely polluted, almost beyond redemption. Collective sleepwalking means that one has become food for that will. On the screen, glowing red, were the 4 words, "Divine Appearance of the Heavenly Kingdom." At this point, the doctor burst out laughing. I thought we, those who conduct illegal human experiments, were cruel enough, but I didn't expect that we're still far less cruel than cults. They actually want to offer an entire city as food for that will. Later, we finally investigated and discovered what they used to defile the minds of the people of Linshui County and simultaneously devour their life energy. Perhaps it's a demonic fetus brought out from a secret relic. Hearing this, Ihua half closed his eyes, thinking to himself, according to his calculations, the day the demonic fetus matures is, he opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "It's the night 2 days later." Just then, old Lu called from outside. "Xiao Yi, the biggest festival in Linshui County is in 2 days. It only happens once every 3 years. You must come and participate then." Yi smiled, folded his arms, and looked out. That old man driving the tricycle really gave me some very important information. A moment later, in the laboratory, the strange glint in his eyes changed as he muttered to himself. All useful memory information has been retrieved. This base belongs to Lei Shan Yao, and the so-called Heavenly Kingdom's divine demonic embryo is the direction of those 3 flower-headed martial artists. He glanced at the doctor kneeling on the ground, thinking to himself, "Thanks to you, I've also learned some secrets of the Thunderbird, including the insane experiments you people have conducted. I currently lack the strength to go to Lei Shan Yao to hand it over to Hua Dai. Let them handle it." There was also an unexpected joy. Before his death, he had participated in research on the golden gene, so he understood how to use and the effectiveness of the golden gene. This will be calculated after the anomaly in Lam Tui district is resolved. The system will then show a mark, indicating the task is complete. Dihua smirked, but had other plans in mind. Although, as requested by Hua Dai, clarifying the truth could have ended the mission, what I want now is not Hua Dai's mission reward. He flashed a sinister smile. I also want to preempt the victorious outcome of the divine descent from heaven. Next, he will go into hiding in Linshui County. I will donate my blood to you. He sought opportunities to introduce it into the drinking water system of Lam Tui district. In short, ensuring that the level of contamination was minimized. The doctor below burst out, laughing after hearing that. Absolutely insane, truly insane, I understand, Master. He wants to compete for followers with the demonic offspring of the Heavenly Kingdom. He remembered the infected people, his eyes shining brightly. Currently, all residents of Linshui County have entered the 4th stage of pollution, with almost no possibility of returning to normalcy. My transformation of them was partly for self-interest. But after this storm passes, I will do my best to help them return to their previous lives. At least under my control, they won't harm society. At the old house, which was also the base of the Ioa, ethereal flame, he strolled inside, waving his hand to announce, "I'm back." People eat this because it's the food in Linshui County. Seeing only Tan Truck's pale face, the strange woman pursed her lips and muttered, "It seems they also know what the food is like in Lam Tui district." At this moment, Suzhou bowed his head and spoke softly. "Just now, Tan Truck and I went out to investigate a bit, and discovered that the people in Lam Tui district are suspected of cannibalism. You probably already knew this a long time ago. In short, the entire city is enslaved by some distorted perception." After hearing this, he glanced at him inwardly, thinking, "That's good. This killer guessed correctly about 8 or 9 times out of 10. Suddenly, Tan Truck regained her composure and asked, "An illegal experimental base has been infiltrating Lam Tui County for many years. So why is Lam Tui County in such chaos?" Xiao Zhou, standing beside her, chimed in. "That means a powerful biotechnology organization has also fallen into an abnormal situation in Lam Tui County." Tan Truck stared at him suspiciously, questioning him. "This has gone beyond level 3, hasn't it? Do we need to call Hua Dai for assistance?" His face contorted with anger as he scolded. "Are you kidding? If you call Hua Dai, how am I supposed to stop you?" Having thought it through, he decided to switch to his superacting persona. "Don't worry, this mission is only bizarrely difficult. it doesn't threaten our safety. Don't scare yourself. If you're in danger and all you think about is going back to call for help, what good will that do? Next, we will temporarily refrain from action and wait until nightfall. Currently, the anomalies in Linshui County we have experienced include eating raw meat, worshipping clay statues, and there is one final anomaly we have yet to experience. Sleepwalking together. Perhaps this severely alienated city will reveal its full nature at night. At the same time, in Ta-Du, at the headquarters of Lei Shan Yao, the board of directors, the man in the middle spoke in a serious tone. Half an hour ago, headquarters received a notification that the self-destruct program at the Jinshan Temple base in Linshui Temple had been activated, but it was canceled within a few dozen seconds. Something must have happened. We are currently unable to contact the Kim Sun Temple base. This time the board of directors is meeting to study how to handle this matter. One of them added a very simple suggestion. Better safe than sorry. Detonate the heart bombs on all research personnel in the base, avoiding leaving any survivors. Subsequently, a task force was quickly dispatched to Linshui County to investigate the specific situation, shifting the scene to the central water treatment plant in Linshui County. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred inside. The doctor clutched the wound in his chest, his body shaking. My lord, the Thunderbird just detonated the bomb inside me. Luckily, I managed to remove it in time. I'm currently recovering in their style, and a special task force from the Thunderbird will be arriving in Linshui County immediately. The sound of discord echoed from the other end of the line. It's all right. Continuing with the plan, he replied curtly with a dark expression. That night, at a station called Linshui, the Linshan and Linhai stations, the inner corridors were eerily silent. The ship's door opened, and someone descended from above. The man with the menacing face named Nim-gu smirked and remarked, "It's so quiet. The company made a good choice for this place as a secret base." Just then, a sweet voice rang out. The company has investigated, and the Great Dragon Sparrow was not involved in the Jinshan Temple base. So who did this? The company already has too many enemies. The woman holding the child in her arms is an Aries. A man in the shadows spoke softly. Let's go to the base and see what's going on first, along with the two people standing in front of me. Kim, Xa and Ju. The one who just spoke was the Black Lion. He clenched his fist and ordered the destruction of all laboratory equipment and documents that could be destroyed. In the darkness, Nian-gu teased, "Captain, do you want something to eat? We've only eaten instant noodles the whole way." Bok Duong shook his head in disagreement. He needed to find a place to breastfeed the baby first. He put his hand in his pocket and said jokingly, "In this pitch-dark place, you can just breastfeed directly." "I'm not looking," she lazily scolded. "Get lost, you scoundrel. Do you two look anything like professional assassins?" At this point, Nianyu asked about the Black Lion again. The captain of the 3rd squad of the Thunderbird squad. Once a fearsome assassin, isn't he just an ordinary programmer? He raised his voice, then lowered it, saying, "That guy in the black suit and sunglasses is obviously fake. We call him professional, blending into the environment without being detected. Don't say any more. Assignment begins." Kim Xa and Tanju are responsible for investigating the situation in Lamtui County. I, along with Nim-gu and Bok Duong, are responsible for going to the Kim Sun Temple base to investigate the situation. In a dilapidated, abandoned house, amidst swarms of flies, someone's voice rang out. "This city is very strange, always giving off an unusual feeling." Another person replied, "That's obvious. People are even eating people. What else could possibly happen?" Qing Miao went deep inside to investigate. It seems this mission is not simple at all. Suddenly, he noticed an altar with a statue covered by a draped cloth, and the eyes of the blue bird shone brightly. This clay statue of the golden serpent is standing by the window, observing while answering a phone call. The cause of the incident at the Jinshan Buddhist temple base has been clarified. A powerful martial artist single-handedly destroyed the entire base. Over 10,000 bioengineered corpses littered the underground palace outside the base, and the Fortress-class mechanized fighter jets were utterly destroyed in an extremely violent manner. No one survived within the base. But the person in charge of the base and the highest-ranking researcher, Dr. Feng Sa, has gone missing. At least his body was not found at the Jinshan Buddhist temple base and the surrounding area that he frowned, wondering, is the signal being interfered with? Is this a mass sleepwalking phenomenon? Moreover, it seems to be surrounding us. Kim Xe looked at the dreamwalker group below and muttered to himself, "We've been discovered, bird. Hurry." Before he could finish speaking, he was stabbed in the stomach by the green bird, and Kim Xa's body trembled at the sight of the girl in front of him. Miss Can, is that expression being controlled by something? The statue in that temple was brought out from the remnants of the moon ceiling's secret realm. Under the bright moonlight, the tall figure stood silently in the wind. The eccentric figure glanced to the side absent-mindedly. The moon was so large, it always felt as if its life force was easily obscured. First, inform them of the location of the people from Chuzhou and Qingzhou in the southeast of the city. The people from Mingyu are there. If the collective sleepwalking is the process of that will devouring, then what would that devouring process look like? However, she was about to find out. Kim Xa's eyelids, heavy with sleep, struggled to open. What the hell am I? These people are the same people from the county earlier. Are they also under control? Brother Bird, wake up. I'm useless, wake up. Are you people from the Divine Kingdom? We can sit down and talk things through. The organization behind me is very powerful. My mother is completely unable to communicate with them. These people have been brainwashed by the gods descended from heaven. They can no longer be called human. They are completely demonic beasts in human form. He is perhaps even more terrifying than a monster. At least monsters fear pain and death. And what are these crazy cultists afraid of? They're not afraid of anything at all. The bells are ringing. The moon is so big. The villagers' eyes gleamed. Their smiles were maniacal. The men at the back used the man in front as a support, and in an instant they leaned on each other and crawled forward step by step. As a result, the group of people turned themselves into a ladder to the sky. They also pulled large stakes up from the ground. Ladder makers, stake bearers, advanced toward the moon from an old building near it. The Black Lion called someone and said he couldn't get in touch with the Golden Serpent and the Blue Bird. It's highly likely something has already happened. It is highly likely that the person who destroyed the Kim Sun Temple base was responsible. Regardless, a major incident has likely occurred in the city. We must take the initiative and return to the city quickly. These three people stood silently in front of the door because of the size of the moon. Ares, holding the child, pointed in one direction. Look, is that a pillar of light? Someone said in a mocking tone, as if the moon had already set, and then someone else sternly reminded them. Still talking nonsense at this point? Suddenly, Ares spoke up, realizing that the beam of light had fallen somewhere in the city. The Black Lion's eyes were spinning with terror. What the hell is this? This time, the destruction of the Jinshan Buddhist temple base doesn't seem as simple as the company's senior management thought. Let's go to the place where the moonlight shines. Perhaps this is the reason why the two Golden Serpent people lost contact. They walked down a deserted road in the village, their silhouettes disappearing into the night, when suddenly the Black Lion sensed something unusual. Someone immediately threw a throwing knife, but it was quickly blocked by the umbrella in front of him. The rotational force caused the throwing knife to change direction and hit the wall. The Black Lion raised his voice. Demon, it seems you're no ordinary person. The man folded his umbrella neatly. Truck's melodious voice rang out. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? The Black Lion grinned wryly, looking at her attire. You're not locals, are you? So you're the ones who destroyed the Jinshan Buddhist temple base? Returning to the village the Black Lion group had come from, he ordered by Yang and Yinyu. After crushing these two filthy insects to death in 3 seconds, they rushed to the Dong Tan Tuan Lin. In front are Tan Truck and So Chow, who are in a defensive position. The fat guy, Nimgu, targeted the little girl, but he should also enjoy himself a bit. Such a beautiful girl, it would be a shame to kill her. She's trying to resist. I thought to myself, that's too much force. The very next second, Tan Truck kicked out, telling the pervert to get out of here, and So Chow also unleashed his attack. The icy wall, the icebergs growing taller and taller with sharp, pointed peaks, was shattered into pieces by the Black Lion with just one move. Suzhou couldn't believe his eyes. How could his ice wall be broken so easily? Then he and Qing Zhu discussed a plan. These three people at least possess high-level strength. It's best not to get too involved with them. Retreat first. She answered clearly in a loud voice. Suddenly, both of them froze as the Black Lion approached. Exactly 1 second remaining. There are still some people who are too dangerous. Who are you? Are you one of their accomplices? Dihua introduced himself in a very cool way. I am the one who will take your life. The Black Lion heard this and laughed contemptuously. Not a bad tone. The art of Assassination, 12 illusions. Go die, kid. He didn't back down at all, a slight smirk on his lips. A martial artist of the Grand Master level, protected by his martial aura, couldn't even withstand a tank's cannon fire. Yet he could still kill. The assassination illusion was truly ingenious. I couldn't discern the true form at all, but there was absolutely no need to find it. Black Lion, real name unknown. The Assassin King had an unremarkable appearance. An arrow piercing the middle of his forehead while he still smiled. The term Di Hoa can be summed up in one word: death. I must act while the body is still warm. Your blood can help me surpass the martial apprentice realm and ascend to the martial artist realm. With those words, blood spurted out, and the Black Lion's entire body glowed, along with its withered form. Having finished the task, Diha calmly said, "Not bad. You've been promoted to 8th Dan martial artist." Pisces, watching from afar, couldn't help but be surprised. What exactly happened? The captain was killed by that kid in the blink of an eye? Ares, standing beside him, also turned pale. He even sucked the captain's blood. He's truly a monster. At this moment, the strange fire turned its attention to those two people. It's not finished yet. Next, let me show you some interesting things. The imprisoned body of a demon decides to slay the demons. Ares' eyes widened, and she stammered. That's Captain Nimgu, who couldn't help but swear. Damn, what kind of monsters are these? Why is each one scarier than the last? Are they really just martial artists? Ares decisively let go of the child and said, "Leave it to me." She tossed the child into the air, its body gradually growing larger. As soon as the child started making strange noises, Ares ordered her treasure to stop them. Niamgu turned around and called out, "At this moment, retreat quickly. The strange flower won't give them a chance." So Chao and Tantra, you two cooperate with my phantom image and stay behind to deal with this bioengineered human. I will go hunt down those two martial arts masters. Instantly, Chuzhou unleashed a powerful aura, his bloodline awakening. Ice Dragon, the monster roared angrily. He and the monster came face to face. As time passed in the impoverished village, Suzhou wielded his sword, unleashing the Ice Dragon mysterious yellow martial skill, Dragon Shadow. The monster showed no mercy either, one green and one red facing each other to see what color the creature would become. But that opportunity, Chuzhou flew down from above. Look at this sword. He slashed past the monster with dozens of blows. Suzhou glanced behind him, thinking to himself, how can a creature this big react so quickly? Is that wound from a mechanized creature? Because its head was in his eye, and wires were oozing from its neck, Suzhou dodged the attack. His speed was too fast. On the Black Lion's side, he lowered his voice and unleashed a demonic shadow attack. A series of shadow clones enveloped the monster from behind. Just like Suzhou, the Black Lion also slashed through its body. A pair of purple wings fluttered along with feather, the bright, clear eyes gleamed, accumulating power to completion. The jealousy death technique, sun flame. Don't even think about escaping, monster. At this moment, the sky was enveloped in a purple hue, and a massive energy sphere radiated throughout the village. Elsewhere, in an underground sewer, the mudfish was trying to wade through the water to escape. Damn it, the last time he ran away in such a panic was on the battlefield of the Black Triangle's military drug lords. Suddenly, he froze instantly, his keen intuition helping him dodge the blow. The voice of the Ioa, ethereal flame, echoed. As expected, cowardly rats like to hide in sewers. At the same time, in the narrow alley, Ares was running for her life. She stopped because of the light in front of her. That was the direction of the fish. Kim Exaton Ju has lost contact. The captain has been killed, and even Nimgu is now the only one left? Who exactly are those three children? No, I can't die. I must live. Where should I run to now? In this desperate situation, she remembered something. That's right, looking towards the pillar of light, Ares muttered, "Isn't that moon descent human body a masterpiece of the heavenly kingdom? I must survive, even if it means sacrificing my soul to the devil. I must live. This thing looks terrifying, approaching from afar with a sword of destruction. You want to charge in there?" Ares' eyes widened in horror. Oh no, he's caught up. We can't worry about anything anymore. She risked her life climbing the human ladder, trying to hold on to get higher, but then something made her stop short. Because when they reached the top of the ladder, a strange phenomenon appeared, a star-shaped gate. Gradually, the gate opened, and Ares was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. "Mom and Dad, I miss you so much." A white light, as if extracted from the moon, flowed down below. A gate opened, revealing ghostly figures. The strange flower appeared with a terrifying smile on its lips. His figure was half hidden, half visible in the moonlight. Dehoa looked towards the light flowing down, muttering, "Excellent, the divine form of the heavenly kingdom," using her fear to create an illusion of me and force her onto the moon. How interesting. Currently, 2 members of the assassin team sent by Lei Sha are dead, and the remaining 3 would rather die than face the consequences. Judging by the time, the people from the Divine Kingdom will arrive tomorrow, right? As for the Thunderbird, after losing its base to another unit, it is highly unlikely that it will mobilize troops, so external factors can be considered eliminated. After all that hard work, the play is finally about to begin. Very quickly, the light extraction process also came to an end. The space fell silent once again, and figures began to appear on the streets again. Tan Truck crossed her arms and said, "Dehoa, the level of strangeness of this mission has exceeded our imagination. Do you really want to continue?" Dehoa sneered as she looked down and replied, "Rest assured, I'm sure. Moreover, we are not just 3 people. We have a powerful ally secretly assisting us. They just don't want to reveal themselves." Hearing this, she glanced over, thinking to herself, an ally, after all this time of contact, could absolutely not be simply someone from an ordinary family as stated in the file. In the martial arts world, bloodline is an advantage. Therefore, high-level martial artists have created a clear gap between themselves and ordinary people. He's either the illegitimate son of some powerful martial artist, or the young master of a powerful martial artist family testing his limits. If it's the latter, then he certainly has a protector by his side. This also explains the ally he mentioned. Then Dehoa continued, explaining that Chu Chao and Tan Truck had a very important task to entrust to them today. An extremely powerful red light emanated, and a ghostly image was instantly created. Dehoa said, "The 2 of you will later join my ghostly apparition to destroy all the clay statues in people's homes in the city." So Chao moved quickly. Okay, only Tan Truck is still hesitant, standing rooted to the spot. At this point, the eccentric man spoke up, Tan Truck, trust me." She didn't respond immediately, but then Tan Truck's expression brightened considerably. "Well, I believe so. Only with the Yaowa, ethereal flame, can you trust your teammates more in the future. Don't try to shoulder everything alone." The space was transferred to several towering buildings. The doctor bowed his head. Respectfully, he said, "My lord, you have arrived." He quickly dismissed those words, saying, "Don't say more. Time is running out. We must quickly prepare for battle." They went to a pit while he reported, "The human beings that you had previously subdued are all piled up here." Dihua continued with satisfaction, "Excellent. The number is sufficient. The power of humanization is strong. That skeleton has ripped open its ribs to reveal a beating heart." The monster was absorbed into that heart. In an instant, they were submerged in the red liquid, the eyes of this body wide open. Dihua surveyed the scene, muttering to himself about his plan. First, he would use the vampire's touch virus to revive these bioengineered bodies, then use his primal power of humanization to bestow upon them humanized powers. When needed, they will transform into a massive army of immortals. Completely obey my orders. The doctor replied while taking notes. Master, the biochemical mosquitoes have been released and are now heading towards the district. Dihua looked at the mosquitoes flying up and muttered, very good. The mosquitoes' bodies contain vampire blood. They will fly into each house, bringing them warmth from me, appearing in ever-increasing numbers, flying in swarms in the air. Dihua continued to question the doctor. After the infection subsided, he went to repair the giant Buddha mecha from before. Even if it's disassembled like that, the chances of repairing it are slim. But disassembling some weapons and modifying them is still possible, right? The other person quickly chimed in. Of course, my lord, rest assured. This information made you chuckle with satisfaction. Okay, things are progressing well on my side. Next, we'll see how my opponent, the Heavenly Kingdom, will act. The scene shifts to several passenger buses. The people inside continuously presenting the divine form of the heavenly realm, the predecessor that appeared immediately upon invading the newly erupted secret realm, the faction of humanity destined for destruction that formed within society. A mysterious pope wielding terrifying power from a secret relic has caused this group of troublemakers to grow at an incredibly frightening rate. The sect's decree is to use demonic fetuses taken from secret realms by absorbing the bodies, lives, and souls of living beings to mature, thereby creating a temporarily functioning body for the deities, leading backward human civilization into the kingdom of heaven. This place, the most difficult country to conquer in heaven, is now about to become part of heaven. As the divine fetus was about to be formed, the cult members in the car began to speak. Bishop, in front is Linshue County. The divine embryo that the archbishop implanted 4 years ago is located there. They were discussing among themselves. The archbishop, he contributed so much to the religion, and in the end he was murdered by those foolish dragon sparrow people. In the end, he was still unable to see the divine child he had painstakingly conceived and fathered grow into adulthood. This is truly a terrifying world. Good people with unwavering faith, compassionate and kind like the archbishop, yet they meet a tragic end, their bodies torn apart. You who interrupted them are the one called the religious leader. Therefore, we absolutely cannot allow the archbishop's sacrifice to be in vain, nor can we allow this world to be further occupied by those fools. Otherwise, this place will become a second realm of sin. The devotees with their grotesque faces kept shouting loudly, welcoming the descent of the gods. My children, this is a liberation. We are saving humanity. God has descended to earth, heaven on earth. God descended to earth, heaven on earth fought for God. And so it continued until the late second night, when the moon appeared with a sinister, grinning face. The moon's reflection, observed by the religious leader, was truly captivating. Throughout the history of the divine religion, only 2 deities have been successfully conceived. Now we will delve into the history of the religion. The first being to emerge from the heavenly kingdom caused global climate anomalies. Volcanic tsunamis erupted, causing a catastrophe that injured and displaced hundreds of millions of people. This is just the result of the divine being acting for 1 minute. After the second figure descended upon the continent, the surrounding seas were enveloped in thick fog and underground currents, completely sealing off the entire continent. After that, there was no more after that. The entire mainland has lost contact. The area is completely empty upon satellite investigation. The actions taken by this man were highly dangerous. The cult leader harmed himself. The Allied forces suffered heavy losses. Since then, this dark sea region has been classified as an S-class life-bound forbidden zone, and no one has set foot there again. Bright red liquid dripped onto the crystal below. The formation, assisted by the believers, looked extremely eerie. Now, our religion will welcome the arrival of the third divine being right here. While the devotees continued chanting the incantation, the religious leader slowly ascended, and a massive gate quickly appeared before him. The high priest's voice rang out again as he stretched his hand forward. "O gods above, please accept my fresh blood." A line of thought appeared in this person's mind, moving forward. The high priest's footsteps were slow as he approached, his voice echoing with each step. It was the platinum coffin. The divine being that the high priest had nurtured years ago now resided within. Now, having absorbed nutrients from all the people in Linshue County for 4 years, the divine embryo is nearing maturity. Children, let us begin to welcome the gods. The expressions of the followers became indescribably horrified as the religious leader carried the coffin on his shoulder from head to toe. Yes, Father Bishop, they are surrounding that coffin, still continuously performing that ritual. The voice of the high priest resounds with immense power. The great moon, the guardian spirit in the dream realm, your most loyal servant is here to call upon you. Please allow me to call you by your given name. Moonlight wave. The bodies of the believers began to transform, and they all vanished simultaneously, leaving only screams behind. A column of liquid was soon created. Several streams of light appeared from it, and the believers transformed once again. The sect leader stared in disbelief at the strange phenomenon before him, muttering, "What's going on? The originally pure white spiritual body has turned blue? Was that earlier scream contaminated? A spiritual body? How is that possible? How could it be? How could the spiritual body of a divine embryo be contaminated by an unknown scream? Who is behind this?" Several streams of red and blue light intertwined and rushed towards him. The leader of the 7 scriptures shouted, "This is bad. The ritual cannot be reversed. These corrupted lamnins are plotting to corrupt the divine embryo." Now, behind this person, the shadow of a strange fire appears. "We apologize for keeping you waiting, Archbishop. The leader's expression immediately turned to one of astonishment. "Who are you?" Dihua asked, frowning. "Even in this situation, you still don't recognize who I am." The light continued to form as another technique appeared. He used the Azura three swords. The second sword, the killing blow, a direct strike aimed at the sect leader. "On the 6th day of the lunar month, I am the magic bell of the church, which is now being rung incessantly." The high priest, clad entirely in his robes, stood stunned, muttering to himself. The moon-shaped demon casting a shadow, the great and aloof figure not even bothering to look in his direction as he made his remarks. "How weak you are! Even with 3 life-saving magic artifacts, it's of no use." Now, voices rang out from behind. "What an unbelievable sword strike! Young man, do you wish to join the divine sect? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Shi, currently the highest-ranking leader of the divine sect of the Lower Kingdom. The man you just killed was my vice bishop. You understand, right? Being a follower of the divine cult is an extremely dangerous profession. So it's only logical that I have my subordinates impersonate their superiors, isn't it?" He glared at him. It turned out to be a body double. Then he recklessly rushed forward to investigate. Lin Shi waved his arm lightly and said, "This sacred place is for welcoming deities. You can't just come and go as you please." Immediately afterwards, he was held captive by the liquid. Dihua gritted her teeth and hissed, feeling as if something had grabbed her. "Is that psychic power?" Jia threw da. Lin Shi was a little surprised. The image of the boy was deeply imprinted on his face. "That figure behind you. Could it be that you also practice divine techniques?" He raised his hand to gather his strength, and he brought it down towards Lin Shi. "What kind of divine power is that?" "The reason I want to leave is simply because I don't want to fight near this cursed coffin." "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Lin Shi snorted coldly. "These filthy evil creatures don't even think about hurting me." With that, he used one hand to block the monster, causing an explosion. Smoke rose from the narrow alleys, and Lin Shi's body was torn to shreds like scrap paper, but he emerged instantly. "Bone to bone. I told you, you can't hurt me. I'm a person blessed by the gods." Dihua still held her head high and clicked her tongue. "Can you recover so quickly? Then there's trouble." Suddenly, footsteps approached. God descends to the human world, above the heavenly kingdom. God descends to the human world, above the heavenly kingdom. Dihua looked over in confusion. He was surrounded by cultists, but didn't panic. "I almost forgot about you guys." Those guys raised their small swords high. "We are justice." As soon as the words were spoken, they turned themselves into gold. The discordant group, surrounded and muttering to themselves, committed mass suicide. These lunatics only have this much talent. The way these heretics think is truly incomprehensible. Let's see what other devilish tricks these lunatics will pull. Then we felt a cold, sticky, and damp stream of spiritual energy emanating from the throats of each clawed creature. A 2-eyed, glowing goat, bearing the likeness of a demon worshipper. The strange flower looked at it with amusement. After all, it was just some monstrous foreign thing called a demon. Dihua smiled with delight, her eyes sparkling. These cultists are truly suicidal. Using their own bodies as a path to summon demons, are they really such ruthless soldiers? Unfortunately, I now possess both military strength and power. I won't resurrect those plague-ridden individuals in vain. They are the very conduits for this personification. Lin Shi's troops charged forward to attack. It was a fierce battle, stained with blood. The followers of the heretics have once again prevailed. A heretic has stripped off his monstrous hat. The bishop has been mysteriously murdered, and now a series of giants have appeared. Who exactly are they? He pointed to the middle of his forehead, thinking to himself, "Wait, where is that leading teenager?" Quickly use your spiritual vision to search. His target is the divine embryo. Stay still, don't get close. At this moment, Su Zhou and Qing Zhu appeared simultaneously. "Your opponent is us," he thought, his eyes blazing with anger upon seeing the two of them. These people obviously came prepared. Could they be Long K's special agents? They must have long since discovered the divine sect's plan here. From the beheading to the demon army being blocked by the giant. Now even I find it difficult to escape. This mission for the divine sect seems inevitable. Dihua put his hand into his pocket and observed. Just by getting close, he could feel a wave of icy coldness, as if freezing his soul. The name in this coffin seems to harbor intense hostility towards me. But that's understandable. After all, who told me to usurp this divine status? Suddenly, a notification panel appeared. Notification 1. The host has received 5 points of special divine energy. During the final stage of the Heavenly Kingdom's divine transformation ritual, the faith power that the Heavenly Kingdom had prepared for 4 years was finally gathered and used to condense the body. Half of this power was contaminated by the host's disharmony, and this contaminated faith power was also taken by the demonic fetus, forming a body that allows the moon demon to function in the human world. This caused a portion of the moon eclipse's divine power to be absorbed by the host with a different affinity when it was born. After hearing this, he nodded. So that's how it is. But having said that, I wouldn't even bother to look at these weaklings of the Heavenly Kingdom. My enemies from beginning to end have all been deities connected to the moon and this dreamscape. But even if my divine power is stolen, even if you are a malnourished, premature child, it is time for you to awaken. Why do you keep hiding in the coffin? The heterochromatic pupils contracted in surprise. Inside the empty coffin, he wondered, what's going on? Why is there nothing here? Even those who boast of being gods have to hide. It's so quiet. The sounds of slaughter and screams between the giants and the demons have long since disappeared. The conflict between So Chao, Tan Truck, and the vice priest has also completely disappeared. It feels like I'm the only one left in the whole world. Suddenly, a voice called out, attracting his attention. Dihua. Dihua turned around and said, "There's someone like you." Lin Chi clasped his hands and smiled. "Have you forgotten me?" The boy's pupils narrowed in astonishment. When did the moonlight become an illusion? His eyes shone brightly. Guess when I started dreaming? Outside the impoverished neighborhood, Tan Truck and So Chao were fighting the man in the red robe. He gritted his teeth, assessing the situation, and decided he could only use the great demon to hold them back. I wonder how things are going on with Bishop Lin Chi's side. That's not right. That kid's state is abnormal. I can't sense the bishop's spiritual power. Is that not allowed? We must quickly reach the divine embryo and the illusory divine needle. Once it pierces the enemy's body, it can cause blood spikes to grow inside them. Blood spikes will grow from the inside out until they twist the enemy into minced meat. The sinful soul will be punished by the gods. I will deal with this filthy body. So Chao quickly figured it out. Oh no, that guy is charging towards the strange fire. Lu Qingzhu, quickly go save the strange fire. Let me hold this guy off. Blood forbidden technique. Extremely fast freezing air. He frowned, his gaze searching, freezing this hulking figure in an instant, almost completely depleting his weapons. At this moment, the ethereal flame cast a warning glance. Don't hesitate. Our lives are not worth as much as the ethereal flame. Tan Truck soared high into the air. I know, don't die, So Chao. The man in red shrieked in pain. This is bad. We can't seal this guy. The monster was confronting the ice wall of Chuzhou. It punched down, shattering everything, and hissed from its throat. Do you think that's all it takes to kill me? Your revenge isn't complete yet. As soon as he finished speaking, he was attacked by Jian Bing, who continued to scream incessantly, deafeningly loud. A voice rang out from amidst the pool of blood. The mighty blood of Hua too flows within my body. Suzhou's body slowly transformed. At this moment, he was almost a dragon, forced to use both his passionate secret technique and bloodline breakthrough simultaneously. The rate of life force depletion would double, but to send this demon back to hell, it was entirely worth it. Having said that, Chuzhou unleashed a powerful ice dragon. Along with this blow, he shouted, "Go to hell." The monster groaned in astonishment. Yes, Chuzhou continues with his moves. Bloodline secret techniques. Ice and fire clashing, sparks flying through the air. Xiaozhou frowned in confusion. This force didn't seem right. The monster had used its fire to block the ice attack. So Chao broke out in a cold sweat, frozen in place. Never expecting to have caught my storm of sword energy. It's over. The sword's energy has been consumed by the demon's flames. I don't have many weapons left. A missile flew straight forward, piercing the beast from the back of its head out through its throat. Immediately afterwards, a barrage of missiles arrived and destroyed it. The creature descended to the ground and returned to human form. He looked up, searching in the direction of the missile. There's another expert. Could they be an ally of the Yawa, ethereal flame? The gun barrel emitted scorching heat. The one who attacked was the doctor. Fortunately, my lord left me some armor-piercing bullets. Otherwise his weapons would still be usable at crucial moments. I thought this child named Su Zhou was the weakest in the master's team, but I never imagined he was hiding such a trump card. The martial arts system is divided into apprentices, martial artists, martial masters, grandmasters, xuanwu, martial masters, masters, grandmasters, and national-level experts. He's probably about to break through from apprentice. The girl named Lu Qingzhu also seems very capable. Those who can follow the master closely all have considerable potential. In short, first use the drone to help that child recover his strength, then destroy that giant demon. It will surely be as easy as pie. The man in the red robe gritted his teeth. You're not from the Dragon Lord's faction. All three of you are younger than the previous one, and each of you is a different kind of monster. Who exactly are you guys? At the reunion of Qingzhu and Heisher and Chuzhou, we are just ordinary freshmen from Hua University. From the sky, boxes fell, blocking the face of the man in the red robe. Looking at the open coffin, he muttered, "Are these corpses?" Truck's eyes widened as she pondered in her mind. Those three were the second team from Hua University who lost contact. The person in the middle, I remember, was one of the three people who used to oppose us. The man in the red shirt laughed maniacally. The gods are blessing me. The doctor observed through the telescope and exclaimed, "Oh no, this girl, who was specially ordered to be looked after by her master, facing the encirclement of 6 zombie martial artists, is undoubtedly doomed to die." Previously, they didn't allow the giant army to reinforce Lu Qingzhu because the giants were too weak and lacked intelligence. If I came here to hinder the two of you in battle, but now I must send someone to provide support. If I fail to complete my master's mission, even death would be difficult to atone for my crime. Something landed on the ground. It was the summoned alien army of the Yifa. Truck frowned, thinking to herself, "It seems the giants are allies. They're planning to hold back these zombies, aren't they? We need to save the anomaly first." The enraged red virtual name issued the order. "Quickly stop her. Don't let her get close to the divine fetus." The coffin-carrying figures obeyed the command in unison, advancing straight towards Truck, but were stopped by the giant anomaly. Truck had already sensed the strangeness ahead. "Dihoa, wait for me." Something suddenly shot her down. Truck's arm was soaking wet, but it wasn't over yet. She gathered momentum and flew again. Truck reached out her hand, praying in her heart, just a little more. The man in red would be destroyed by the shock, because Truck had embraced the strange fire. "Dihua, I've finally touched you." As Truck raised the artifact high, she muttered, "I must quickly get this artifact out of here. I just got pricked in the hand by a thorn. It really hurts. For the time being, we can use the heart-touching flame to stop the spread of the blood clot, so it won't affect our movement. Those giants who were just here have all been wiped out, but that corpse looks like it's still alive. We can't stay here any longer. We must leave quickly." Suddenly, a loud shout startled Truck, causing her to put him down. The voice of the man in the red shirt rang out menacingly. "You've done very well. He won't blame you. Now, hand him over to me." Truck firmly asserted in response, "I won't cooperate." Then she shouted loudly, "Get out!" A wave of attack flashed through Truck's brain. Realizing it was a mental attack, Truck clutched her head in pain. Her head ached terribly. Where did that laughter come from? How annoying. She couldn't let the strange fire injure her. The pain caused Truck to lose her strength and gradually fall through the air. The coffin-like figures watched her, their heads craning as if preparing to devour her. Sharp nails sprouted from the heads of the monstrous creatures, aimed directly at Truck as she fell. Suddenly, a loud, discordant sound erupted. At the hour of Voluto, Truck is embraced in the arms of harmony. She looked up at him, and in a low voice said, "Sorry, I'm late." Qingzhu replied, "Ihi, you're awake. Everything's all right. You're not late at all." Ihi whispered, "Qingzhu, you rest well. Leave the rest to me." The demon god swooped down from the sky and shouted, "Damn it! How could this name possibly escape the illusion of the divine realm?" But even so, he couldn't possibly take on 6 disciples of the moon god alone. "Let's go together." He couldn't escape the encirclement of 7 martial artists. Dihoa quickly hid Truck, taking her to a safe place, and dispelled the Voluto spell. Was the man in the red robe still conscious and ready to kill? A gigantic hand was reaching towards them. A violent explosion echoed through the space, and a malevolent, dangerous gaze looked at them and said, "What are you barking about?" The man in the red robe trembled with fear and pain, his body gradually disintegrating. He weakly said, "No, don't torture me. Clearly, I created an illusion, but why can he torment me at will? Every time I'm tortured and killed, I feel the pain tearing through my flesh. How can he escape the dream? Or is the dream completely useless against him? He truly is a demon god. Even the gods cannot punish him. Please forgive me, Lord Moon God. I can only proactively dispel the dream realm and drive him out, the moon god said gloomily. Let him lie in the coffin. The man in the red robe, his eyes welling up with tears, called out, Lord Moon God. The moon god continued, I can only use your lowly body as a conduit to complete the entire moon god body that is beginning to form. The man on this side, with a strange and profound expression, spoke up. Even with all its power, it is ultimately just a vehicle. I have completely eradicated the followers of this cult. Just as she finished speaking, a body was slowly descending from the air. Dihua looked up and reacted, oh no, there's still one more. The moon god, clad in pristine white robes, hovered in mid-air, his expression devoid of emotion as he stared intently at the strange fire. He spoke in a harsh voice. Moon god or moon demon, what else was it called? Finally, you've decided to show yourself. In the vast space, the three figures slowly descended, their unusual eyes widening as if they had noticed something amiss. His feet were now landing on completely different land. He felt confused, as if he had turned into the moon. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. But this couldn't be the real moon, because I didn't feel the extreme cold of space at all, nor the lack of oxygen. Perhaps it's a killing intent realm similar to Master Gongka's. The realm is different from illusion, touching the spirit and soul. The realm is like a domain encompassing reality, and the damage inflicted is real. Therefore, in my mind, I do not possess immortal armor. His feet dangled in the air as he approached and calmly began to chat. Mystical Flame, I greatly admire you. In a sense, you are the most transcendent human being I have ever met, especially since you stole a portion of my divinity. Your compatibility with me is likely over 96%, truly the perfect other half for me to complete my body in the mortal world. Dihua said to himself, let him say whatever he wants. Anyway, my plan to win her over is complete. Now I just need to stall for a little more time. The three men were still chatting incessantly. Mysterious Flame, I vow that after using you to nourish myself, I will grant you the right to retain your consciousness. You will ascend from mortal to the realm of gods. Perhaps you don't know just how vast and boundless this world truly is. Whether it's the blue planet or the Sin realm, or the secret realm as you humans call it, you've only seen the tip of the iceberg so far. Your talent is your ticket to the higher levels. Come here, step onto the moon, and together we will ascend above the 9 heavens. The invitation and promise of a god. I fear that not even 10 human beings across the entire planet could refuse. At that moment, the strange fire shouted, but I refused. I thought that mysterious and unpredictable gods like you could be incredibly arrogant, but in the end, you're just a group of intelligent beings with a higher level of life. Because in a state of disability they cannot threaten me. They first bring out a useless person to fill the void, and then resort to threats and enticements. They keep using the same few tricks over and over again, no different from humanity. I must say I really overestimated you. In the face of these criticisms, the father remained completely calm. I forgive your disrespect. Humanity, after my mortal body is restored, even if I only use a body that is more than 20% compatible with the restoration to temporarily replace it, it is still not something you can resist. I only asked for your opinion out of admiration, but your opinion doesn't matter. It can't change the final outcome anyway. Having said that, he extended his hand towards the boy. The space here changed instantly. Dihua sensed that the situation was not good, and with just a wave of her hand, she tore apart the giant, human-like body. A strong gust of wind blew, and as the two stood facing each other, the boy's whole body trembled, rendering him unable to move. The old man gently placed his hand on the boy's forehead. You're just a dish about to be enjoyed. Why can't I sense his consciousness? A smug smile spread across the boy's face. Foolish, you've discovered that you're completely incapable of touching my soul, haven't you? Although I'm no match for you physically, I have the mental support of controlling capital. I had anticipated that, with a god like you, I would likely be unable to resist physically. So we took advantage of the dragon demon's incredibly powerful regenerative abilities, leaving half the body at the Mad Doctor's place, the half separated along a vertical line. This can ensure that after our main body is destroyed, consciousness will be activated in the remaining half of our body. This plan by the discordant group left even the three men speechless. While the two were still talking, a sword appeared, tearing through the space where they were standing. At this very moment, the familiar figure of Tan Long appeared. He quickly introduced himself. The head of the Long Tuok department, the great national protector Tan Long, has come here to seek guidance. The strange face broke into an excited smile. Finally, it's here. Fortunately, I told Long K about this ruined place. At first, I didn't think I could defeat this moon demon or whatever it was. I only wanted to steal the divine power that had descended upon a human body. The three men looked up at him. Is this level of physical prowess truly human? It seems the potential of your race needs to be raised. Tan Long's attitude became even more unpleasant. Are you really a demon? The purity level of your body is so low. It's too mixed. Long ago, when the first demon in human history descended to Earth, I, as the sect leader, participated in that battle. That was the first time I realized what a scene of world-destroying destruction looked like. Compared to it, although you possess a similar demonic aura, the gap is too great. He was surprised to see this. Wasn't this Lin Chi's weak physique? It was truly a humiliation. Three men asked, Humanity, have you ever been struck by the moon before? Your body belongs to me. I cannot let this battle harm you. Before the strange fire could react, he quickly pushed the boy, sending him flying backward. Tan Long found this puzzling. Why did this demon value that young man so much? Well, after subduing this demon, he would go and question the young man about it. At that moment, the three of us turned around and remembered that before we set off, Shi Jingwen had mentioned to me that his name was Yi. The battle between the two officially begins, foreshadowing an incredibly brutal fight. Please give me some guidance. No scene shifts to the distant forest. The strange flower has been moved to this place by three hands. He hurriedly sat down on the ground, trying to calm down, but he felt dizzy and nauseous from motion sickness. Where have we been transported to? The life force field can't detect the location of Linshui County. It seems to be a very distant place. This weakness shows that Yu Yin had predicted that the battle of Qinglong would destroy the entire Linshui County and surrounding areas. Luckily, I let the mad doctor, along with the two injured people, Su Zhou and Lu Qingzhu, leave. I didn't expect that guy with the three-pointed sword to have the ability to teleport instantly. If he uses it to find me, that would be troublesome, whether in a dream or under the moonlight. The gaze of the moon demon can see the master of the moon and the nightmare. It's exactly the kind of situation where you run into something you're worried about. It feels like you're being followed. It's scary. Even boys have to protect themselves when they go out. So, having left the battlefield, I finally have time to study this so-called divinity. I've put in so much effort to win this from someone else, so don't let me down. The system notification appeared. Divine nature. Divine nature is the result of a field or attribute formed through continuous cultivation to reach the limit and transcendence, or originates from innate divine talent belonging to a noble race. It makes a living being unique in a certain aspect, beyond the replacement capabilities of other life forms, and also the source of power for both sides. The expression of disharmony immediately turned serious. No wonder after I stole the power of that lecherous, silver-haired wimp, he jumped up and stubbornly insisted on keeping himself to himself. He continued reading the information about the 5 divine points related to the moon or dreams. When blessings are bestowed upon a related archetype, it will cause the archetype in this realm to evolve. If the blessing is bestowed upon a physical body that does not possess this attribute, there is a probability that the physical body will acquire that attribute. The suggested host pattern related to moon and dream is Gak de Gagagwa. The overall imperial archetype has already been subject to mutation. It is not necessary to disrupt its developmental trajectory. The expression on his face became even more serious. I didn't expect the effect of divinity to be so powerful. In short, it can improve the qualities of the specimen. The capabilities of the cuboid archetype have not been fully exploited. They have only been used instinctively as a kind of racial talent. But if blessed with the divine power of the moon eclipse, the maternal form will directly advance in the realm of moon and dream illusion. The Emperor's essence has already begun its transformation. There's no need to disrupt its natural growth trajectory. As for the giant humanoid archetype, not to mention that it doesn't fit the divine attributes, even considering it as a tool archetype to enhance the overall empire, it has no upgrade value. The Kud family's physical form, Possessing the potential for unlimited time manipulation is my most important trump card right now. After only a brief examination of the overall Imperial model, he immediately made a decision. Then level up, Vampire. System notifications kept popping up. The family's cultivation level was increasing, progressing to the realm of moon and illusion magic. The vampire bloodline begins to level up. The power of the bloodline, the moonlit frenzy of revelry. Under the cover of night, the host's physical strength is enhanced by 100%, self-healing ability and weapon power are enhanced by 150% under moonlight during a full moon. The awakened special state of the demonic moon allows the user to deploy the twin moon world domain, blood curse, and blood with hallucinogenic and invasive properties. The weak, when corroded by the host's blood, will be directly transformed into slaves. The more blood the host has, the deeper the illusion the opponent falls into, and the stronger the opponent, the more their mind will be invaded. Falling under the spell, the body is blessed by the blood magic moonlight, controlling the blood, accelerating blood flow in the body, briefly enhancing physical strength or manifesting as high blood pressure, lowering blood temperature by up to 10 degrees, and using blood contact with objects to create a flow. In the host's normal state, Gaku's speed is tripled. Under moonlight, it's 5 times faster, and 8 times faster when activating special abilities, dealing moonlight damage and reducing the cooldown of the time-stopping skill. The creation time is limited and can reach the maximum limit of the normal state. Looking at the body of the dragon demon before them, the strange creature gasped in amazement. That's really strong. Although the main abilities after advancement all require a specific scene under moonlight at night, the enhancement level is truly incredible once the condition is met. The enhancements in all aspects accumulate, and combat power in actual battle increases almost exponentially, truly making it a top-tier functional support model. Indeed, the bigger the waves, the more valuable the fish. This trip to the peculiar Linshui County was truly worthwhile. Of course, I haven't forgotten my good friends who fought so hard for me. This mission is definitely a level 4 in terms of difficulty, and probably a level 5 in terms of danger. Hoadai will definitely award the maximum prize. Nowadays, things like grades, as well as most of the Academy's resources and privileges, don't help much to me anymore, but they are very important to Lu Qingzhu and the other person. Immediately afterwards, the mismatched figure set foot on the tallest tree in the forest. He tried to observe the battle unfolding, his hands reaching out to the sides. Noticing something was wrong, his eyes widened, and his palms suddenly clenched. He used his strength to strike straight forward, and then he felt incredibly comfortable. It felt good, and he was sure his body would soon adapt to the enhancement under the moonlight. I am a key figure involved in the Moonfall event. Long will certainly summon me for questioning, but I have too many secrets to reveal. Under professional questioning, fabricating stories can easily reveal flaws. So, we need to contact the owner of Hoadai first. The so-called relationship of relying on others is used in situations like this. The scene quickly shifted to Huatu University. Dihoa stepped off the plane, preparing to enter the school. The familiar face of the man before him caught his attention. He extended his hand to introduce himself. Hello, fellow fire. I am the principal of Huada Shijingwan. He nodded, understanding. Hello, Principal T. You are an idol to all students of the Chinese community. I've heard of you for a long time, but only now have I had the chance to meet you. Qinven burst out laughing in surprise. Dihoa, I'm not someone who takes formalities too seriously. There's no need to be so polite. Just relax. He nodded, understanding. Yes, he deserves praise too. Dihoa is indeed a straightforward person. Suddenly, he remembered something. Did Principal T come to ask you about the matter in Linshui County? Jingwen shook his head and announced, Sir, I came to inform you that your team has successfully completed the strange mission in Linshui County, and you don't need to worry about any further related matters. Dihua was somewhat speechless. That's strange. Involving the cult's sacrifice and the moon goddess's descent. How could it end so simply? He scratched his head blankly, not asking any further questions. His face revealed an excited smile. Rest assured, the strange fire, trust Huadai. Leave the aftershocks of the strange events in Linshui County to our superiors to handle. I know what you're worried about. Rest assured, I respect the genius's privacy. But when announcing the school-wide mission, the bizarre mission in Linshui County will be kept anonymous. only informing your team that you have completed the level 4 mission. Of course, the reason is that year-long assignments usually require professor supervision, which freshmen are told to complete. A level 5 mission immediately seems incredibly challenging, but as for the rewards, Hwada will give them to you according to the standard for level 5 missions. Hearing this made him excited. This offer was truly so good it felt like a dream. Could this old fox have known I cheated? The next day, in the principal's reception room, the mad doctor finally sent me the post-battle photos of Linshui County. Let's see who is stronger, the Azure Dragon or the Moon Demon. Kinvan asked in surprise. If I remember correctly, Linshui County is mountainous, right? How did it suddenly turn into a vast basin? Have you ever been hit by the moon? Could that lecherous, pathetic virtual emperor really have done that? The news on my phone screen was shocking. A devastating disaster had struck Linshui County. A massive explosion of unknown origin had wiped out the entire county. Reporters received information last night about an extremely catastrophic explosion of unknown cause that occurred in Lam Tui district within our territory. The devastating force of the explosion not only completely wiped out this vast district, obliterating it from the map, but also left a gigantic, bottomless crater at the scene. Preliminary confirmation suggests there are likely no survivors from this event. After reading the news, the discordant crowd recoiled in fear. It seems the world of high-level martial arts is still too dangerous. With my current abilities, I still don't feel secure. That perverted guy even said he would be watching me. I haven't slept a wink since then. I'm afraid I might encounter the green dragon in my dreams again. That idiot. I told this story to Principal T. Kinvan. He said that the Azure Dragon has a way to continue sealing the moon curse on me. My coming here today to wait for Tan Long also conveniently gives me the opportunity to learn from the second-ranked martial artist in the Xia Kingdom. At that moment, the door opened, and Tan Long entered. Dihua smiled and turned around to chat. Here he comes, Azure Dragon. But then, his expression changed. Azure Dragon's body was now covered in wounds. He became anxious. Senior Tan Long, it seems your condition isn't very good. Without moving to the reception room, Tan Long coldly reminded, don't overreact. It's true that I was affected by the cold energy of that cunning demon's cold moon, but I won that battle. Yet, after only 100 moves against me, that wretched body has already begun to crack and disintegrate. If he hadn't resorted to such a trick to escape, I would have killed him already. You don't need to wait here for me to help you seal that symbol anymore. A smile appeared on the face of the fire demon. He hadn't expected the Azure Dragon to explain things to him. Although slightly different from the image of a profound and unfathomable master that I had anticipated, he was unexpectedly endearing. At this moment, Tan Long took off his shirt. Let's begin. I will help you seal that vision. His enormous body caught his eye. He continued to ask, Principal T knows fortune-telling, astronomy, and destiny. He once told me about your unique characteristics, so I can reveal to you a few top-secret things in a simple way. Have you ever thought that magical beasts were once intelligent life forms similar to humans? This statement instantly stunned Ihi. Tan Long solemnly announced, when I was still a Xuanwu martial arts master, I once followed my teacher and fellow disciples to a newly excavated historical site in a Class A context. Then, only I survived and came out. I was struck by a terrifying curse within the ruins. He widened his cursed eyes. He was still recounting the story of how our bodies would gradually transform into beasts, and our reason would disappear during the transformation process. Even all the top doctors in the country were helpless. I have decided to exile myself. I do not want to be transformed into a mindless monster in my homeland, ultimately harming my compatriots or being killed by them. So I went alone to the beautiful, secluded place in the great Indochina, preparing to die there. But a stormy tsunami brought us to an island untouched by human footsteps, and the remaining special secret cannot be told to you anymore. This relates to the strategic plan for the future operation of the Xia Kingdom. Dihua sighed softly, feeling quite disappointed. Tan Long continued to remove the bandages from his body. In short, there are people on the island who helped me avoid the fate of becoming a demonic beast. His body was covered in extremely strange marks. The discordant eyes suddenly opened wide. These runes, even after his eyes bled, made him scream in despair, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Although relying on the regenerative abilities of the lapis lazuli template, the eyes would be healed in an instant. Just that one glance had given a feeling of depravity as if the soul was about to be sucked in. In his mind, Tan Long silently thought, a typical grand martial artist would faint upon seeing the runes on someone's body, while lower-level martial artists would be in more serious trouble, even brain death, turning them into a vegetative state. This eccentric fellow, just by looking at him, only shed a little blood. He's truly special. Up until now, Shi Jingwen has never been wrong in judging people. Perhaps true harmony has the potential to change the increasingly dangerous situation we are in now. He suddenly pointed his finger. You don't resist. Now I will engrave 2 runes in your consciousness, and then you can sleep peacefully. Another quick thought flashed through his mind. Dihua stood there, dazed for a few seconds. A notification appeared, and Yu Yin, staring intently at the dream or under the moonlight, could see the owner of Moonlight and Nightmare. But this notification gradually disappeared, and then Dihua returned to normal. Okay, thank you very much. Senior Tan Long. He remembered something. That's right, your teacher is Kung Ka, isn't he? He suddenly remembered Kung Ka's advice. Xiaohe, it seems I used to be the gang leader at Hua University, bullying quite a few people. Now that they've all grown up, the Xuanwu martial artist is considered a low achievement. You must be careful. Don't tell anyone outside that you're my student. As if reading his thoughts, Tan Long announced, rest assured, I have no conflict with Kung Ka. He only mentioned this because he thought about how Kung Ka, before his mental breakdown, was a grandmaster martial artist capable of achieving enlightenment through killing, and felt a little regretful. So, let's have a little competition next. I want to know what level the heir of the infamous killing rose from back then can reach. The amiable expression turned dejected. Indeed, the more skilled a martial artist is, the more likely they are to engage in sparring matches. He smiled and suggested, Senior Qing Long, shall we spar under the moonlight? This situation made Qing Long a little hesitant. The moonlight shifted to the 4th panoramic arena of Hua University. Qing Long announced, I won't make the first move. You can freely display your talents, and I will only use pure physical strength in one finger to counter. If you can make me move even half a step, you win. At that time, you can not only freely ask me to help you complete a task, but you can also be directly exempted from the top-ranked examination at Longke University, receiving corresponding privileges and benefits. These words made Yi feel excited. If that's the case, Senior Tan Long, please give me your guidance. As the moon rose high in the sky, his power seemed to completely explode. Seeing this power caught the attention of the Azure Dragon. This aura was similar to the moon's aura. Could it be a mutated entity? No. Although similar, it wasn't the kind of corrosive, world-destroying aura of the demonic entity, but rather an attribute of the same origin as the moon. At this moment, he had leaped into the air. Senior Tan Long, the first move is about to come. Killing world map of Qi Noyet. He immediately clenched his fists. His aura was too strong. On this side, Kung Ka was still leisurely, sitting in a comfortable chair, but noticing something was wrong. She froze. Her expression gradually changed. She sensed a strange murderous intent. But how could it be? How could a strange being possess such terrifying killing intent after only 3 days outside? Could this kid have gone mad and massacred the entire city? The scene shifted to some hotel in Hua University. The woman, extremely curious, asked, Jian Zhuang, what's wrong? What's more important than our upcoming joy? Jian Zhuang shook her head and explained, nothing. I just sensed a terrifyingly strong murderous intent, unexpectedly spreading over such a long distance. Perhaps more than half of the Magnolia Garden could detect this murderous aura. What a show of force. The battle continues. In the 4th panoramic arena of Huada, Qing Long seriously clenches his fists, and the surrounding space has been completely destroyed. Surprisingly, compared to his own Azure 3 swords, Senior Qing Long's punch was truly simple and unpretentious. He was indeed worthy of being a top national master. Senior Qing Long didn't attempt to penetrate vulnerable points in his attack, causing the attack to instantly disintegrate like Master Gong Ka's, but instead confronted the opponent directly, engaging in a direct confrontation using the purest form of brute force. This is the ultimate technique, capable of piercing through any aura in front of it. The Azure Dragon enters the combat state of the body-turning fist. This situation left him frozen in place. A powerful blow was coming, aimed directly at him. His body was about to fall, and only then did Tan Long realize what was happening. This is bad. The battle between the strange flames has already resulted in such serious damage from the forbidden techniques unleashed. For a future pillar of the nation like him, damaging his martial arts foundation is not good. Saying this, he immediately charged forward. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Qing Long managed to catch the strange flame's body, but he seemed excited. Mr. Tan Long, you haven't even moved half a step from your spot yet, have you? I've won. Thinking to himself, I've tricked him. It's truly a blood curse. The blood mist that the senior inhaled activated, causing hallucinations and bewitching his senses. Combined with the moon curse, which weakened his physical abilities, this is what made it possible to succeed. Seeing this situation, Tan Long was somewhat speechless. This young man not only possessed outstanding martial arts skills, but also had a great reputation. All right then, Yiaoa, ethereal flame, you win. Tell me, what do you want? He smiled, making his decision. Mr. Tan Long, I want to keep this promise. Tan Long nodded, showing foresight. Very good. Your harmony, killing intent, and martial arts skills are all quite impressive. Kung Ka's teaching is very good, but it's still lacking something. Just having the ruthlessness isn't enough. After all, you don't have a powerful heroic body as a foundation. Your killing intent can only drift on the outside. He forced a smile, implying that the gentleman meant he should improve his physical fitness. Thinking to himself, Senior Azure Dragon, I haven't used the true form of the Demon Emperor's essence yet. He smiled and nodded in confirmation. But the key was who to train with, and that the physical foundation had to be solid. There was no room for error. At this moment, having the strongest teacher in terms of physical ability to guide us is extremely important. Dihua became excited. I understand now, Senior Qing Long. Tomorrow I will find the head of the Physical Training Academy and ask him to guide me in physical training. This statement startled him. Beg me to be your disciple. I've already explained it clearly. You seemed so intelligent just now. Why the sudden drop in intelligence? I am the mighty Azure Dragon. Since when did I ever proactively take on a disciple? But indeed, the Yiaoa, ethereal flame, is a good seed. Thinking of this, Qing Long suggested, Mysterious Flame. This place contains a top-tier body-strengthening technique. Years ago, after I killed a Western master, I searched his body and found it to be a national treasure martial art of some Western country. Today I'm giving it to you, hoping you will diligently practice and successfully cultivate this technique after some time. When Dihua received it, she was extremely happy. Thank you, Senior. He thought to himself, this technique is extremely difficult to practice. The reason is that it comes from the martial arts space of the West, which doesn't recognize Eastern people. Therefore, I still need to wait until I reach the Grandmaster realm, forcibly conquer the martial arts space with force, and receive the inheritance. Now, passing this technique on to the Yiaoa, ethereal flame, and Yibo, ethereal harmony, practitioners will be incredibly difficult. At that time, they will still have to consult me, which can also be considered as making me their master. Once the official title is added later, the matter will be settled. Without moving to the bedroom of the Yiaoa, ethereal flame, he looked at the badge in his hand. It had been over half a year since he arrived at the Imperial Palace, and he'd spent most of his time underground with Master Kung Ka. He'd only been to the dormitory a few times. Do I still have to practice this martial art by sleeping while cultivating it? The doorbell rang, drawing his attention. Immediately, Dihua went out and opened the door. Who is it? It's so late. Yang Zhe's familiar face appeared. Dihua, may I come in? Seeing him appear before him surprised him. You are Ouyang Zhe, please come in. He turned and went inside. What did he come to see me for? He's not trying to drag me into his gang again, is he? At that moment, Yang Zhe suddenly fell silent. Then he resolutely knelt on the ground. Translator, there were so many people outside just now, but now that we're inside, I'm kneeling before you, begging you. You absolutely must become the president of the Dragon Blood Society. This situation left him speechless. Ouyang Zhe, it's been a long time. You've changed so much, haven't you? Where's the enthusiasm, the scheming, the eloquent words about dividing the world in two with the students of Huaju? How did you end up looking so pathetic? And how did you know about my room? Ouyang Zhe thoughtfully recounted. A member of our Dragon Blood Society happened to see Igu returning, which made me suspicious. Looking through the camera, are they secretly installing it? He immediately pulled Lei Yangzi in one direction. You'll train with me. He kept pleading. Brother Dike, please listen to my explanation. We didn't install cameras in your room. Only in the hallway. and this was unavoidable. After entering the training room, He inquired, "Why did you come to me to be the chairman? What kind of trouble has your organization been having lately?" Yang Zhe's face was bruised and battered. "Our organization. Lately you've been giving him a pill. Forrest, you're being a bit heavy-handed. Take the blood-dissolving pill and then speak properly." Finally, Yang Zhe recounted the whole story. Translation: Our organization is about to cease functioning. Please, I beg you, come down from the mountain. At Hua University, students can independently establish clubs and organizations, but unless they make exceptional contributions, the university will not provide funding for their operation. When the Dragon Blood Society was first established, the summer training program for first-year reserve teams in the imperial capital had not yet concluded. This new organization quickly rose to prominence, securing significant funding from martial arts groups throughout society. Under your leadership, the Long Blood Association has connected with various discount channels of stores, providing benefits for its members and also attracting other students to join. The influx of students could enhance the commercial value of the Dragon Blood Society, thereby attracting more resources and funding, and subsequently drawing even more students to join. Originally, this was a good cycle, but with the growth of the Dragon Blood Society, we faced oppression from the student association formed by the natives of Huatu. As a result, under the leadership of the sword-wielding gang, the Dragon Blood Society suffered repeated failures. Its commercial value steadily declined. Investors gradually left, and the welfare channels from the stores closed down. The ordinary members, seeing the instability in the Dragon Blood Society, immediately intended to leave and move elsewhere. Ordinary people passing by would certainly not join the weakened Dragon Blood Society. Ultimately, the Dragon Blood Society found itself in a situation where it could no longer function. After hearing this story, Yihua pondered, "I understand now. You lost to that swordsman, right?" Yang Zhe knelt before Yihua, wanting to suppress the swordsman. Of course, he could also ask the senior students for help. But there are unwritten rules among the classes. Grudges within one class can only be settled within that class. Otherwise, if he finds the top students from the upper grades to pressure the sword sect, tomorrow the sword sect will dare to bring along the local upper grade students in Huadu to overthrow the Dragon Blood Society. Only through harmony can you meet the requirements. So, thanks to you, Yiawa, Ethereal Flame, please refrain from the Blood Alliance. He nodded in agreement without hesitation. Okay, this made Yang Zhe overjoyed. You agree? I speak on behalf of all the members of the Dragon Blood Society. You repeat that. I haven't even finished my sentence. Instead of saying you want me to be the chairman, it's better to just say you're looking for me to be a pillar of support for the Dragon Blood Society. So let's not talk anymore. Let's get straight to the point. What do you want me to do next? Yang Zhe's expression immediately turned serious. The plan to reclaim Xia was revealed to me because I knew someone. Of course, since this isn't a secret, there's nothing against the rules. Diho aside, and stop talking nonsense. Let's get to the main point. He continued to recount what he knew. The plan to reclaim the Great Xia dynasty is to gather martial artists from across the country, attack 12 cities and their surrounding areas that have been completely occupied by hordes of monsters. Universities nationwide will also participate in this recall. The upperclassmen of the empire will be at the forefront. We are first-year students. Although not the most dangerous frontline, they must at least be responsible for the areas surrounding the captured cities. This year's final exam, which is for selecting the class leader, will be held as part of this recovery campaign. So, in this recovery effort, the entire Dragon Blood Society will listen to your commands, and you must achieve the highest score. Seeing his serious expression, he knew these matters were easy to resolve. But before that, he had one more thing to do. Yang Zhe's face showed worry after hearing this. What else? Drag him out into the hallway and take that mask off him right now. Oh, Yang Zhe, you've really done me a great favor. I have confirmed that achieving just one accomplishment will give you a chance to draw a sample once. And the higher the achievement, the greater the chance of receiving a high-level model. Yang Zhe can be considered a talent in terms of management. If we can help him clear away all obstacles with his abilities, raising the scale of the Dragon Blood Society is entirely possible. If the Dragon Blood Society truly becomes powerful, then the reward for being the #1 organization at Hua University will certainly be worth more than the rewards I received in the advanced exams at Anqing. I must master both martial arts and the model. The scene shifts to the Dragon Blood Society. All members are already seated there, preparing for the meeting. Tan Tran asked dejectedly. Yin Zhenghong, has Ouyang not arrived yet? He's so slow. Hearing this, he muttered to himself. This kid, Xian Chun, when the Dragon Blood Society was flourishing, he called Ouyang chairman time and time again, and even showed me some politeness. Now, not only does he call him by his name, but his actions are also provocative. Looks like this guy isn't in a good mood today. But Qin Hung still seriously announced that the vice chairman had gone to pick up the real chairman of the Dragon Blood Society today and would be arriving soon. Everyone was curious when they heard that. The chairman, upon hearing this, was truly taken aback by Tan Tran's words. Damn it, it can't be him, can it? Yin Jingxiong, you're not putting your hopes on the discord, are you? You must have seen the strength of the first-ranked swordsmen. No one can compete with them. When it's time to let go, you must let go. Ouyang no longer had a chance to turn the situation around. After all, what he had received at the Dragon Blood Society was already enough. Retreating at the right time was the mark of a wise man. Wu Si nodded in agreement. That's right. Placing hope in outsiders is completely pointless. A wise bird chooses its perch on the right tree. The Dragon Blood Society is only temporary. Wasting effort trying to stop it will only lead to being crushed by a larger force. At this moment, Qin Hung was gradually losing his composure. What do you want to do? He laughed and declared. Everyone must know the Chu family in the imperial capital, right? They are a true martial arts family of great Xia, and the legitimate son of the Chu family. Mr. Chu Kai has agreed to give us a good place. According to young Master Chu, wouldn't it be better to stay in this half-dead Dragon Blood Society and wait for the guild to clean up the mess? The team members pondered this. That's right. Do you really believe in that guy with the strange fire? He hasn't shown his face for months, and even after being challenged in every way by the people of the imperial capital, he still hasn't appeared. That's right. No one can save the Dragon Blood Society anymore. Everyone has helped the Dragon Blood Society before, and now that the Dragon Blood Society has collapsed, they owe nothing to anyone. To find a better future by following others isn't wrong, right? That's right. Tan Tran smiled with immense satisfaction. Luckily, everything was arranged with the actors. We had already bribed those hesitant officials beforehand. Seeing the traitors, enraged Qin Hung. Right now, Uncle Kai kicked the door open and walked in. Tan Tran, why are you working so slowly? I'm dying of impatience waiting down here. Hearing that, he quickly gestured. Brother Kai, everything is done. We're getting ready to leave right away. Seeing him appear made Qin Hung angry. This is the Dragon Blood Society's headquarters. How did you get in here? Chu Kai said with complete nonchalance. What other way in? Are you going to break down the door and barge in? Don't worry, I'll compensate you after this is over. Compensation and cultivation resources? Those gatekeepers got beaten up. Maybe they wouldn't earn that much in years. They might be overjoyed. These words completely enraged him. That bastard. Just as he was about to strike, suddenly a pink-haired guy appeared. Her expression was completely calm as she nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Hung was startled and bewildered. This girl isn't simple, but that guy's recent actions infuriated Chu Kai. Useless idiot. He couldn't even sing like this big, stupid fool. Tan Tran, make Tu Vu and all those who want to submit to me, all of you, rush forward and beat him until he's hospitalized for me. This demonstrates your loyalty. The people stood there in silence, staring at each other, and these actions only drove him further mad. What? You don't want to? If you don't want to, then don't even think about standing straight and walking out of this door. Do you really think my place, Chu Kai's place, is for relief work and doesn't handle any kind of dog? If this dog doesn't obey orders and bites people, what's the point of me keeping it? At that moment, a voice rang out, causing everyone to cover their ears. Dihua coldly grabbed Chu Kai's head. Ouyang, did you leave me this mess? I heard commotion here from the second floor. He hastily explained. I'm sorry, I've made you laugh at my discord. But our Blood Dragon Society truly needs a major blood transfusion. He continued shouting. Let go. How dare you grab my hair? Do you know who I am? Without saying another word, he directly threw Chu Kai and the pink-haired man outside. Then he sighed and remarked, it's much quieter now. Both of them were thrown outside, screaming in terror. Dihua turned around and asked, is there anything else? A member quickly replied, sorry, Chairman, I was deceived just now. Hearing the slanderous words of that despicable Tan Chun, who even intended to leave the Dragon Blood Society, he thought to himself, I've already offended Chu Kai. and now I have no chance of joining the Huadu Circle. I can't let the Dragon Blood Society use me again. Ouyangze quickly stepped forward and said, "This time, we won't expel you from the Dragon Blood Society. Your positions will enter a probationary period, and if you don't meet the requirements, they will be revoked. This week, you are not allowed to participate in any activities of the Dragon Blood Society. Do you accept this punishment?" They were somewhat surprised. These discordant gazes have become terrifying. I ask you all, do you accept? Just one glance was enough to completely terrify the crowd. Acknowledgement. You repeated that, so you all can go outside first. Ouyangze, I have taken note of the current difficulties facing the Dragon Blood Society. In short, it's a lack of money and investment, right? That's correct. The complete withdrawal of the main project after 1 month will be our best opportunity to reveal ourselves. But that's too slow. I have a more direct way. Ever since I returned to the Empire, I've constantly heard the name of the Swordsman's Guild. I'll personally confront the source of the Blood Dragon Society's decline, defeat him in a battle, and that'll settle everything, right? These words silenced everyone. Suddenly, Yangze remembered something. But this morning Xiang Jinzhuang had announced he would be going into seclusion to break through to the martial master realm. This made Yi a little regretful. It meant he couldn't arrange a fight with him. He thought to himself, if he wanted to attract investment by showcasing his martial prowess, he didn't necessarily have to target only his freshman university classmates. He told himself that attracting investment in this way was essentially about building prestige. If I challenged the top students in the entire school, wouldn't that be an even bigger replacement? Long K, the top student in the department, it seems you've remembered something. Okay, how much do you guys know about him? Speaking of this person, Zheng Xiong seriously announced that Long K is the agency with the most significant reduction in our Great Xia, and the first department is the strongest research team in Long K. Members of other departments within the Dragon Sparrow are all called Dragon Sparrow Specialists, while members of the first department are all called Aces. Suddenly, a strange voice probed, "You really want to join?" The man nodded in agreement. Of course, the top department is the Club of the Strong. The department's market leader is the second-ranked person in the entire Qinglong Kingdom. Each year, the number of graduates from Imperial University admitted to the first department probably doesn't exceed 3 fingers worth. That's the place every martial artist at Hua University longs for. A surprised smile appeared on his face. I understand what to do now. To allow the Blood Dragon Society's media team to begin operations. Spread the news outside, Dihua firmly announced. I, Dihua, the chairman of the Blood Dragon Society and currently the ace specialist of the first department of the Dragon Sparrow Academy, challenge all martial artists below the Grandmaster level in the entire Hua University. How about that? Tell me, wouldn't that be a huge impact? It'll definitely attract a lot of investment. Contrary to his expectations, everyone fell silent. Only then did Qin Hung react. Brother Dai, are you really the ace specialist of the first department? Impossible. Leaving aside your abilities, how could you participate in the Long Tuok entrance exam before even graduating? Dihua replied in surprise. I didn't take the exam. I can't reveal the details, but I was directly hired. Yangze, standing to the side, was bewildered. Brother Yi, you're not joking, are you? This is not something to joke about. He answered seriously. No joke. I officially took up my new role last night, and my paperwork should be issued soon. Qin Hung pondered deeply. Then, challenge all the students below the Grandmaster level in the entire school to a duel. Listen up to this point. Dihua secretly calculated that ordinary martial artists could be crushed directly, while a few genius martial artists might require some time. Unfortunately, if you want to fight against stronger Grandmasters, you'll most likely have to bring out your trump card, but time is of the essence. But the ability to halt this time relies on the element of surprise to create an informational advantage. Revealing this crucial card for the purpose of attracting investment is not worthwhile. My sister will directly challenge the entire empire. On this side, Yangze was also deep in thought. Although he felt it was somewhat illogical, if the opponent was a Yaowa, exotic flame, then he would believe him. Because of the Blood Dragon Society, I will immediately call the media team. And so the news spread. The number 1 troublemaker of the first year disappeared for half a year, and upon his return, he had become the ace of the top department and declared a challenge to the entire university. Who would be so arrogant? Challenging the entire school. Have you heard anyone talk about this eccentric character? I heard that this year's first-year pillar is a swordsman from a family of flower-loving disciples. I think I've heard of the term disharmony. I heard he was the top student in the freshman year this year, topping the reformed entrance exam, which even surprised the deans of several academies at the time. Really? Then why haven't we heard anything about this person for the past 6 months? Whether the school-wide challenge is crazy or not is beside the point. But how did he get into the top department of Long K? The graduating students who took the entrance exam for the top department this year all said the exam was incredibly difficult, eliminating 99% of the participants. It seems he didn't get admitted directly through the exam. No exam required for permanent employment. Damn, relying on that pure smile upstairs. My smile is no less pure. What the hell is this week? Snow Leopard shut his mouth. No more talking about the Huadai hospital side. Looking at the news on his phone, Chu Zhou was surprised. This strange fire guy really can't sit still. Ton Truck immediately burst out laughing. It seemed someone else was about to have bad luck. News broke that Iha was an exceptional talent at Hua University, admitted directly without having to take an entrance exam. Everyone was constantly discussing it. Long Tuok had officially spoken up, so it couldn't be fake. Perhaps he got in through connections, but in reality, he had no real strength whatsoever and was completely unworthy of the ace title. Yang Zhe reminded them from the side. Now that the volume of breaking news has been inflated, the elites of the newspaper's editorial office are relying on you guys to guide public opinion. They nodded and handed it over to us. Various news stories keep breaking out. If you want to know if the heavenly flame is worthy of attention, wouldn't it be better to just watch it live on the Imperial broadcast? My claim of the heavenly flame being extremely powerful is definitely just hype. Behind the scenes, Vietnam and the top-ranked students are undoubtedly involved in numerous transactions. When I watch the live stream, I'll definitely see how he manages to keep pretending. Don't even imagine the true power of the anomalies here. There's a live stream. By then, watching the live stream will reveal the truth. I believe that since he called for the Iowa supernatural flame to be used in the competition and even live-streamed the whole thing, it must be real. Seeing everything go according to the plan of the anomaly made Yang Zhe extremely excited. Opinion-leading accounts are divided into factions with different personas. Some people believe in the harmony of fire, others curse the fire of fire and are preparing to see him humiliated. There are also factions that claim to be neutral, but regardless of which side they belong to, those accounts all mentioned one thing. Watching the live stream of the Ihua, with both overt and covert encouragement, the popularity of the Ihua livestream skyrocketed. Even major live streaming platforms have contacted the Dragon Blood Society to request exclusive broadcasting rights. With such a surge in traffic, advertisers are also flocking to contribute money to the Dragon Blood Society. It truly lives up to its reputation as a rare and powerful force. In just one day, our Dragon Blood Society miraculously obtained a huge amount of money, rising from the dead, and was transferred to Chu Kai's special ward. Upon seeing the news, he became extremely angry. I can't believe that before I even had a chance to find someone to discipline you, you've already organized a martial arts contest challenging the entire school. Isn't this just asking for death? Martial artists compete in the arena, but swords and blades are merciless. Accidentally killing someone is quite normal. In the blink of an eye, the challenge of the Iawa, exotic flame, arrived. Many people in the stands cheered excitedly, some even pulling out their phones to record videos of the exotic flame's appearance. The cool guy stepped out of the helicopter. The MC announced, "Hello everyone, the long-awaited Hua University Castle tournament has officially begun. Next, please welcome the main character of tonight, Mysterious Flame." As soon as he mentioned his name, he immediately plunged downwards. A loud noise rang out, a cloud of dust and smoke appeared, and the strange flower transformed into an incredibly cool hero through the mist and dust. The comments kept pouring in. It was incredibly intense. The coolest debut I've seen this year. They won't sleep tonight. Whether they'll reach the peak of their power or not is unknown, but their demeanor certainly shows they're at the very top. That's truly the key figure in this arena tournament. Descending from above, surrounded by moonlight, 3 powerful auras filled the sky. The subsequent fighters' momentum was noticeably weaker from their very first appearance. Hoek truly displayed the demeanor of a protagonist. Although it was said that he challenged the entire school, in reality, you are the ones doing the challenging. Without any commotion, the exotic flower stepped forward to the applause of everyone. Long Tao sighed, thinking, this freshman really knows how to play games. Damn, is that henchman getting closer? Long Tao, do you want to come up? The guy laughed and replied, for this view count, I have to show myself. He secretly calculated in his mind. After all, he was a doctor who had been involved in online competitions, so why wouldn't he need views like this? Being the first to compete in the arena wouldn't be a loss anyway. Winning would bring him fame thanks to these views. If the world loses, after the person behind me wins the arena battle, I can still stand up and say that I depleted most of the opponent's strength, which is why they won. No matter what, I can still piggyback on the ordinary. Immediately afterwards, the man appeared in front of him. I am Long Tao, a second Dan martial arts master, here to compete in the arena. He replied calmly. Dragon Blood Society martial artist, 8th stage, with a unique flame. Everyone in the stands was cheering continuously. The match begins. Right in the first second, Dihoa coldly kicked Long Tao hard in the face. Everything happened so fast that he didn't have time to react. My view, you also inform me very quickly. Next, this time the woman appeared quickly. Dihoa, I've come to fight you. Everyone immediately recognized it as Yao Ling, number 2. Although she is only a 5th Dan martial artist, she holds the record for single-handedly defeating 3 other students. A martial arts master of the 7th Dan, he is the most outstanding character among all the second-year students. Why is she also on the field? I wonder if she's a match for the anomaly? No matter how bad she is, she's still stronger than that Long Tao, right? He calmly remarked that the purity of her sword was too low. After saying that, he directly showed Yao Ling what true power really was. His expression was extremely calm and peaceful. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Let's all charge forward together. The remaining people, hearing this, immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed forward. Hey, freshman, don't be so arrogant. Let's all gang up and teach this kid a lesson. Long, what's the big deal? You're showing contempt for others through that. In response to these criticisms, the eccentric woman simply took up her weapon and dealt with each one of them gracefully. They were clearly no match for him. He had pushed all of them back. Everyone in the stands was constantly cheering and shouting. Even Chu Kai was trembling while watching the live stream. Damn, how is he so strong? How am I going to find someone to avenge this feud if things continue like this? I'm afraid the person I'm looking for will be in the hospital the moment they step out of the arena. Perhaps only one person could do it. My brother, the eldest son of the Chu family, Chu Yinting. But that guy is a rigid, reasonable fellow. He's certainly not the type to cover for his younger brother and not help me get even a little angry. Unless he's wearing an extremely evil smile. This side of the conflict has dealt with those who stood in its way. Who else? The knockdown men trembled as they looked towards him. Can't he be reasonable? Leave a way out for both sides. Damn it. These second and third-year students of the Imperial Academy have lost all face. Later on, everything will be different on the column of shame in the school's history. Just mentioning discord will make him drag us out to use as stepping stones for him. At this very moment, another person joined the challenge of the Yiawa, ethereal flame, and comments immediately erupted. Wow, now that Veem Din has intervened, everything's fine. Finally, a 9th Dan martial arts master who was in seclusion has come out to resolve this conflict. Chu Yinting is not an ordinary 9th Dan martial artist. After a complete transformation, his martial arts realm has reached perfection, and he can even defeat ordinary martial artists of a higher level. Chu Yin normally inherits the bloodline power of the Chu family's Sunyang bloodline. At the same time, the purity of his bloodline power can be said to be the pinnacle among the generations of the Chu family. He has difficulty controlling the immense flow of energy in his bloodstream. He has frequently lost control since childhood. Not yet released, the special nanosuit can regulate and suppress his body temperature. At the same time, he was taught music, chess, calligraphy, painting, self-cultivation, and the Heart Sutra to calm his inner self from a young age, which helped him to live a normal life. The strange flower will have to pay the price for its arrogance. At that moment, Yen Ting suddenly bowed his head. Previously, my younger brother, Chu Kai, came to your club and caused you trouble. Whatever losses you caused, we will compensate you. Dihua was puzzled. He was the older brother of that scruffy-haired guy. He nodded in confirmation. That's right, he sighed and spoke upon hearing this. I don't see you as a belligerent person. If you weren't trying to restore the reputation of that scruffy-haired Chu Kai, then why would you challenge me to the arena? Yen Ting immediately bowed his head. Actually, I'm not doing this for that disgraceful younger brother Chu Kai. I am tainted by the Chu family's reputation for discord. Although my brother is at fault in this matter, you shouldn't tarnish the Chu family's reputation. Hearing this, he burst out laughing. Slandering the Chu family's honor, what a familiar plot. As expected, petty people only know how to embellish and slander others. Well, never mind. He continued, moving forward. I want you to kneel down and apologize to the Chu family in front of all the teachers and students in the school. Dehoa calmly replied. If you want me to apologize, then you must have the courage to do so first. These words made him angry and arrogant. You're still waiting for this battle. Just seconds later, the two directly confronted each other with overwhelming power. Thousands of punches were continuously thrown at each other by the two men. The scene became terrifying. Yin Ding was completely enraged by the anomaly and went mad. Not wanting to be outdone, he charged forward to retaliate. A loud noise erupted. The power of the two individuals was incredibly terrifying. Suddenly, a change appeared in Yin Ting's skin. Even Di Hoa, who was witnessing this, was surprised. He took off his nanometer battle suit, and the temperature suddenly rose. It seems he's really getting involved in this battle. The comment that appeared was, not Duong before blood. This strange kid is useless. Up in the stands, people were discussing how strong these two were. That's right, compared to Long Tao and Yao Ling before, they are completely not on the same level. On the arena, the power of the two individuals had completely erupted. Comments appeared, saying, as expected of a martial arts master, Chu Yin-Ting's strength is truly extraordinary. Of course, who could possibly withstand a few rounds against the Yaoa, ethereal flame? Now? The ethereal flame is now the great demon king of Huada. Yinding felt surprised. Was that the monstrous form of the Yaoa, ethereal flame? Why did it look so much like a demonic creature? The more they fought, the more excited the ethereal flame became. Don't get distracted, young Master Chu. Hesitation will lead to failure. The two fought fiercely, moving from one side to the other. Suddenly a little boy cheered happily. Come on, fire-breathing brother. Take down the great demon king of the Yibo hegemony realm. He sighed, wiping the dirt from his face. How could Long Tuok possibly take notice of someone with such a brutal attack style? Is it just my imagination? Why do I feel like this kid is getting bigger and bigger? Dehoa laughed and replied, be confident. Senior Chu, I really am growing up. It's not about releasing all the humanized energy outwards to create a humanized body, but rather, through the dragon demon's transcendent ability to control flesh and blood, gradually releasing the humanized energy within the body. This way, one can achieve both speed and agility, along with improved nerve reflexes, while simultaneously increasing physical capabilities many times over each second. Now it's as easy as an adult beating a child. Realizing the true power of the anomaly surprised Yinting. No wonder this monster dared to challenge the entire school. Is such terrifying physical strength really something that humanity can possess? I thought my meridian deficiency was already abnormal enough, but compared to the anomaly, it's nothing at all. This guy is indeed a high-level humanoid monster. The bones couldn't withstand his strength. The martial arts body that I poured so much effort into creating is about to collapse. It seems I'll have to rebuild it from scratch once again. Deal with this monster in front of us. Having thought this through, Yin Ting quickly rushed forward, lunging towards the back of the strange fire. If strength can't compare to yours, then I'll use speed as my advantage to win. He calmly turned his head and replied, it seems you haven't studied any of my combat documents beforehand, and you've come to challenge me without any preparation. You're the arrogant one. As the relentless attacks came raining down, his face contorted in a grimace as he silently thought, if you take this blow, you might die. Don't blame me for not warning you. At the same time, Yinding completely unleashed the power he possessed. His hand rose high into the air, followed by raging flames engulfing his body. The spectators watching were also amazed and cheered. The heat energy was so intense, almost completely changing the surrounding environment. Truly worthy of the Chu family, experts in fire cultivation techniques. A fireball quickly appeared in Yinding's hand. Without wasting any time, he looked towards the anomalous earth-killing martial technique, the blazing sun demonic hand. After saying that, he threw the fireball straight at the strange flame without hesitation. His eyes suddenly lit up with anticipation. He finally looked a little more mature. But you think you're the only one who knows how to project waves? Perfect. I'll use you to test my newly invented martial arts technique. A very excited smile spread across his face. On Tianlong bow. The power of both individuals directly clashed with each other. No chaotic scenes, keeping everyone glued to the screen. Everyone saw that the overwhelming power of the flame court had been completely shattered. He still couldn't believe it was true. I'm about to die. The power of the Daihya reached all the way to the moon high above. At this very moment, the scripture appeared to remind him. Dihoa, you're going a bit too far. He awkwardly scratched his head and explained, wasn't it because the principal arrived that I decided to give it my all and fight a worthy match? He appeared, bringing with him Yin Ting, who had fainted after the battle. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. I just came to check it out, wanting to see how big that recent duel tournament you organized was. But I didn't expect you to drag me along as a guest like this. You did this on purpose, didn't you? He looked at him questioningly. Dihoa smiled awkwardly and explained, there's no other way. Headmaster, if you don't step onto the field, my arena will remain completely unfamous. Please help the students this one time. He sighed thoughtfully and said, your teacher keeps telling me that you're stupid and clumsy, but it seems you were just teasing her, weren't you? All right, this time I'll show you some respect and personally go into the arena to help you defend yourself in the ring. Then Kinvin used the art of transmitting sound to everyone. Next, are there any other students who want to challenge the Anomaly School? If no one else does, I will declare that the Anomaly School has successfully challenged the entire school, retaining its title as the arena champion. The remaining students were frightened by this. Hey, you go challenge a strange flame. Let me challenge a strange flame. I'll be cut into 25 pieces by his atomic breath and lose my whole lineage. Did you see that energy wave just now? You'll be instantly reduced to nothingness. Not even a shred of you will remain. So we continue to fight alternately with Harmony to wear him down. Next, it's your turn. Seeing that no one appeared, Jingwen turned around and announced, then I declare that the Discord has won this time. Dihoa, a first-year student with a lone martial artist tutelage, challenges all the martial artists in the school. No one before him and no one after him can match him. The name of the harmonious one will forever be remembered in the imperial era, praised, and become a legend. Lively discussions erupted as they looked at the search results filled with news about the Yiao exotic flame. Witnessing a new star slowly rising, a vision shared not only by Huada, but by all of humanity. This is truly the top scholar of our Anton. Never before have I felt so exhilarated telling someone that I'm from Anton as I do now. Holy cow. Since I was a child, I've known that the mythical creature has the appearance of a dragon and a phoenix. I am the uncle of the Yiao exotic flame. If you want more information about exotic flames, just follow me. The guy up there is a drug dealer. Quickly stop him. Marshal Saint Tran Kwok was injured and entered secluded cultivation. Grandmaster Du Min, the protector of the nation, is of unknown fate. 12 cities fell. At this moment, the appearance of harmony is truly like a divine blessing, protecting our great nation. No scene transferred to Anton No. 1 High School. The students continuously cheered. Ihua is so cool. Ihua didn't bring shame to our Anchung No. 1 High School. Dihoa, I was right about you. You must study hard and strive to become the next genius. Comments kept popping up. Why did the headmaster, Shi Jingwen, have to step forward to help Iha declare victory? Why would a private activity require the headmaster's family support? What was the relationship between Iha and Shi Jingwen? In other words, who was really behind Iha's support? Because of Shi Jingwen's actions, Iha's name had come under the scrutiny of countless organizations and forces. This student is probably not as simple as his profile suggests. He is an orphan, having lost both parents. The host also revealed the identity of the anomaly related to the secret of the Dragon Lord's rank. We request that all parties immediately cease all discussions directed at him. Otherwise, Long Tuok will take coercive measures. This made Yongzhe extremely happy. Very good. Everyone applauded so that Tan Tran would make those despicable people regret their actions. The Dragon Blood Society is rising again, and at this moment he remembers something. Captain Dihua, our No. 1 hero, where did he go? Zheng Xiong was surprised to hear this. He had just said he had something to do and hurried away. No scene of the alien fire moving to the dorm room. Inside the room, the mad doctor announced, Master, I have retrieved the golden ring that you hid in Anton. He asked, do you have a way to open it? The old man seriously stated his thoughts. I have a way of opening it. After all, when I was alive, I was one of the principal engineers researching the Gold Gin project. But this jar has an electronic generator attached to it. As soon as it's opened, the person who opens it will be hit with an electronic tracking signal, and the Thunderbird headquarters will follow that signal to hunt them down. Dihua asked, "Is there any way to block this type of signal?" The Mad Doctor announced, "Yes, I have now begun sourcing materials to construct a signal leakage chamber. How long will it take you to complete the investigation?" He estimated that half a month would be enough, but deciphering the complex mathematical code embedded in the jar would also require at least half a month. Dihua nodded. "It needs to be done a little faster. Of course, the most important thing is to ensure your own safety." After saying that, he quickly used the remote control to end the call. Silently calculating in his head, he thought, "I just checked the Mad Doctor's memories, and unexpectedly, Pi Man once had a close working relationship with the Heavenly Kingdom's divine form. Back then, Cam Mangu secretly nurtured a demonic fetus for the Heavenly Kingdom's divine descent, taking advantage of his immense resources. But when the pregnancy was almost complete, Cam Man betrayed the divinely descended Heavenly Kingdom. During the long period of incubation, the mad researchers secretly added a considerable amount of material, making the demon exceptionally weak when it finally descended to Earth. Finally, Bio successfully captured the first living creature in human history. Bank then cut the monstrous creature into several parts, organ by organ, to conduct experiments. With a unique life form whose level of existence far surpasses all other organisms on Earth as a raw material, and a lucky catch in the field of biological science. It's like driving an F1 car, flooring the gas pedal, and speeding straight ahead. Eventually, they created and researched based on the demonic body, such as the Garden of Eden plan that shocked the world. In this plan, P's madmen intend to create a god among mankind. This artificial deity not only aims to protect planet Earth, preventing secret infiltration and keeping demons from other worlds from descending, but it also wants to abolish planet Earth's current national and ethnic system, which is governed by a divine brain that stands above all organizations and groups. To realize absolute justice, transforming the blue planet into a legendary paradise, there are also plans to alter the entire human genome, achieving a leap forward in the survival of all species. The Fire Seed Plan. It is the precursor to the Golden Jinn Thunderbird project. Thinking of this, Iha sighed and said, "PH's influence is too profound. Because back then, when I accidentally mentioned the keyword Jinn, I was even misunderstood as being related to Pam. I have a feeling that sooner or later I'll be drawn into the mess involving Pam." That being said, I was so busy helping Ouyang Zhe that I didn't have time to study the emblem that Senior Qing Long gave me. Now is the perfect time to prepare to practice the sleep cultivation technique. When Yi opened his eyes again, a heavy rain poured down from the sky, and he was quickly awakened by this dream. Looking at the battlefield before him, he was surprised. It seemed this place had just experienced a fierce battle, but from the traces of the fighting, it didn't appear to be an attack between humans. Countless burnt marks still lay on the ground, and even the cold rain couldn't extinguish them. There were also some scratches that did not belong to a human. The scene here has become utterly tragic. After assessing the situation and considering the matter carefully, the rain has stopped. With the Westerners wearing such thick and heavy armor, can they really fight freely? Let's take it off quickly. In this martial arts space, I can't fully utilize my strength right now, so I'll have to temporarily pick up their weapons to use first. The time is almost here. The Master of Martial Arts, like the Quest NPC, should be appearing soon, right? As soon as he finished speaking, giant monsters quickly appeared. The mysterious old man glanced at the Yeoa, ethereal flame, from his carriage, then quickly left, leaving the boy puzzled as to why he had gone. The horse's steps suddenly faltered, and it could no longer move forward. Dihua held onto the carriage tightly with her hands. "Old man, why do you run away whenever you see me? Shouldn't you be giving me a challenging task?" The old man shouted angrily. "This kid has such strength that he can hold onto a horse-drawn carriage? What do I have to say to a bandit like you?" Realizing the man seemed to have misunderstood something, he was surprised. "Robbery." His eyes gleamed with hatred. "Stop pretending to be stupid. Back then, wasn't that blue-haired martial artist who stormed in also because of our family's inheritance? My unfilial children are completely useless. I can only persevere in this martial arts space to preserve the glory of my family." Who would have thought that the blue-haired martial artist, after surpassing the realm, would barge into the martial arts space and ultimately use brute force to steal the inheritance. What's the difference between you and him? Robbery. This situation left the two sides somewhat speechless. Sir, I don't care about the grudge you harbor, but as an NPC giving a quest, you can't just stand by and do nothing. Saying this, he directly swung his sword at the carriage. Guo Qinggong's actions made him feign ignorance. Hey kid, what do you want to do? He had an excited smile on his face. Sorry, old man. Since the NPC refuses to give directions, like if he runs away, I'll have to bother him by having him follow me around while I explore the map. The old man walked forward. You little brat, how dare you vandalize my car? Dihua walked behind. Sorry, since you are the master of this space, I'll have to trouble you to guide me. He walked along, muttering curses in annoyance. You're certainly more polite than that blue-haired martial artist from before. Based on these spray marks, the training location can be found. Hearing this, the demon emperor raised his head and looked ahead. Those traces of the eruption had disappeared here. What a headache. In his mind, the old man silently calculated, Little brat, do you really think I'll lead you to the training ground? How naive. Look, you're perpetually lost in this cosmic space. It seems you've already noticed something unusual. Wait, if there are no footprints on the ground, is it possible that it flew up into the sky? The eccentric speculation left the fake man bewildered. I didn't expect this kid to find such an important clue so quickly. With this observational ability, coupled with the talent he just displayed, how wonderful it would be if he were truly a descendant of our family. That's a shame. At that moment, he complained. Flying creatures, without exception, never build their nests in low places. We are currently in a vast plain. Just continue searching in this direction. The highest point that appears is our target. Sir, I'm sorry to trouble you to lend me this money for a little while. Sometime later, in a vast mountain range, the strange creature rode a giant horse across the land. The horse's eyes widened as they noticed something unusual. Finally, it let out a ferocious roar. Dihua hastily gripped her weapon tightly, her horse seemingly in danger. Looks like we've arrived. What is that? He looked up at the gigantic monsters in the sky. Could this place be a curse that devours all the stars? Jima's legendary enemies. These monsters are quite gaping, attacking directly with destructive power, charging straight towards the two of them. Before the strange fire and the old man could react, the place was immediately struck by a massive lightning bolt. He quickly returned to normal. Even though he had found the right spot, the boy was merely a speck of dust consumed by its wrath. I am the owner of this space, so I won't die. That kid is still too young. This trial is not originally intended to reveal the multi-headed white dragon. Your purpose is to find the sacred creatures guarded by mythical beasts in the snow-covered mountains, then offer them to the multi-headed white dragon to gain recognition and receive the inheritance. Of course, that green-haired guy is an exception. After breaking through the barrier, he relied on his terrifying power to directly slaughter many white dragons in order to seize the inheritance. But this kid absolutely cannot. With its cultivation level, even in the first attack, the familiar figure of the anomaly appeared on the frozen old man. That kid is still alive, but something's wrong with his body. He smiled excitedly, stepping into the cosmic space for the first time without receiving any of the power that the prototype bestowed upon his body. The main reason is the recent low level of consolidation. As compatibility with the physical form gradually increased, its power also permeated my soul. Thanks to this, I was finally able to unleash the power of the archetype in cosmic space. Therefore, the sword that was intended to be used also became useless. Let's see my true power. He was terrified by this sight. How could this be? Was this kid also a monster? Ihua transformed into a monstrous beast, ready for battle with the monster. Let Jima unleash his 71% compatibility, focusing his cellular power, completely devouring the supergiant power and performing a complete transformation. But this incredible power is not limitless. When the power of humanization and nuclear energy are completely depleted, it will escape from this demonic form. The optimistic estimate only lasted for 2.5 minutes. But that's enough. While Dihua was still calculating, a monster suddenly charged forward. He dealt with it very quickly and efficiently. The Great War of DMO caused a catastrophe that swallowed up all the stars. This horrific scene left the old man who witnessed it frozen in place. Oh my God, the space here has been so violently disrupted by the strange fire that it's shattering. He kept pushing the monsters back, and he felt excited about this battle. So let's recreate this classic battle in outer space. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, the surrounding monsters quickly banded together. All of this was observed by the Yawa, ethereal flame, trying to bully me because I couldn't borrow money. Very quickly, he thought of another attack plan. Your power has fully erupted, but don't forget I can also attack from a distance. His fierce face glared at these monsters. Without wasting any time, the monsters joined forces and attacked simultaneously. He wasn't afraid of anyone. A loud explosion occurred in the air. The serious and agitated man assessed that this was not just a simple display of brute force. He looked up at the sky and shouted, "A meteor shower?" The ferocious monsters still didn't understand what was happening, but just a few seconds later, meteor showers continuously descended, attacking them. Among the monsters below, the situation became extremely pathetic. Dihua sighed. Now there are only 3 heads left, which reminds me of some 3-headed dragon. He slowly took a few steps forward, his eyes showing determination. These 3 heads probably won't last either. Having said that, he opened his mouth wide and delivered a decisive blow. I must say you dealt with these monsters incredibly quickly and accurately. Their hearts were firmly held in the hands of the strange fire. The battle is now truly over. From a distance, the old man still looked bewildered and found it hard to believe. Could I have been struck by some kind of magic? How could someone, using a monstrous form, slaughter a multi-headed white dragon with such overwhelming power? Sensing something was amiss, the old man flinched. The strange flower threw the monster's heart down in front of him, then calmly walked over to talk. Indeed, controlling the beast's body to charge straight ahead like this is truly satisfying. Old man, after I slay this dragon, I know where the inheritance of the spatial universe is, so I don't need to bother you anymore. He suddenly shouted, "Dream on." It seems Dihua doesn't care much about this old man anymore. I knew he would say that. Let me go there myself. He used both hands to stab straight into the heart he had just taken. A feeling arose that made him. Notice how hot it was. It feels like iron is melting. My arm is about to disintegrate. Suddenly, the eccentric sensed something unusual. Found it. He crawled into the heart without hesitation, but it's a bit heavy. Shortly afterwards, Dihua returned with an item in her hand. The old man froze the moment he saw this item. Strange tentacles continuously emerged from this object. It coiled tightly around the hand of the strange flame, then formed sharp spikes that pierced straight into his body. In a short period of time, he had acquired a magnificent suit of armor made from inherited earth-shattering body techniques, the dragon-suppressing abyss armor. A radiant smile spread across his face, and the old man in the distance observed everything. He thought to himself, their strength and physical condition were too weak, completely incapable of withstanding the weight of the dragon armor or the amount of blood it required to absorb. Even though the green-haired martial artist tried to put on the dragon armor only granted him 90% of the inheritance. So this kid is the first martial artist to be fully recognized by the dragon armor this year. He immediately paid attention to the old man. He asked me how. As you can see, I just put on this armor and it's done. What's so difficult about that? The old man was so angry that his whole body was trembling because of this kid. But very quickly his arm went limp. Well, since it seems the ancestors have acknowledged him, I won't hold it against him anymore. When there is no longer an heir in the family, passing the inheritance to a more suitable person is perhaps also a fortunate thing. At least this superfluous matter isn't tainted. The eyes of the strange flame lit up. Old man, I have a feeling this inheritance is still missing something. Surely there's a sequel, right? He shouted angrily. Don't be so greedy. Do you think a mere food vendor would even dare to covet my family? He replied with a radiant smile. The dragon armor is too extreme and oppressive. It only allows for the cultivation of external martial arts. A martial artist must combine it with an internal martial arts technique of the same level to achieve internal and external balance. Otherwise, the internal organs of an ordinary martial artist would be completely unable to withstand the pressure of the dragon armor. Bones will be crushed by the dragon's armor, flesh and blood will be drained dry by the dragon's armor. Therefore, this body-strengthening technique, which combines both internal and external martial arts, is a complete body-strengthening method, reaching the level of heavenly Tsang martial skill. This is a rare opportunity. I absolutely cannot miss it. Time passed until a week later in the room of discord. Your phone keeps ringing. After Dihua answered the phone, his weak voice rang out. Suzhou, what's wrong? For For the past few days, you've been practicing in the hazy space 80% of the time. There's too much information about the dragon armor of the heavenly mandate, and you need to absorb it all from within the spatial dimension, he informed me by phone. Mysterious flame. Yesterday, after Lu Qingzhu and I were discharged from the hospital, we were notified to go to the university's activity center today to receive our mission reward. Then, the head of the student council asked me to inform you that the part of your experiment you're undertaking needs to be paid for directly by the principal. Dihua lazily asked, I'm going to the principal's office. Does the principal want to talk to me privately? This vast space was the floating central building of Hua University, the Tianfeng Tower. Manhua initiated the conversation. You with the Yaowa, ethereal flame. You've waited a long time. My name is Manhua, and Principal Shi is waiting for you upstairs. Please follow me. The emperor nodded seriously in agreement. Okay, he thought to himself. Although this woman couldn't project any weapons onto her person, she didn't seem to have the aura of an ordinary person either. Could she not be human? As the two of them entered the elevator to go upstairs, she suddenly turned around. Are you very curious about my body? He quickly replied. You've misunderstood. I just wanted to learn a little about cutting-edge science and technology. Manhua took off her clothes without hesitation. That's different. Emperor Di was startled when he heard that. What else? Wait, you've really misunderstood. I didn't mean that at all. She took off her shirt and called the mass-produced service instructor, saying that this model's anatomy was quite different from that of human females, and that the head was realistically modeled to be more attractive. He was surprised. It turned out that this other thing had startled me. Huada's technology is indeed cutting edge. The elevator finally opened. The girl quickly bowed her head. The principal was waiting for her in the office. Dihua nodded. Thank you for your hard work. He walked outside without hesitation, and something suddenly came to him, startling him. This feeling weighed down on his whole body as he sat down in the chair. Qin pondered and asked, You've slept for quite a while. Have you learned the Azure Dragon martial arts secret manual that I gave you? The boy asked, confused, Why are we here? Where is this? This is the principal's office. He gently placed the teacup down on the table. This is a type of tea that the Research Institute has improved from a secret recipe. It has a very special flavor. Come and try it, he quickly inquired. Principal, the ability you just demonstrated is related to space. Jingwen nodded in confirmation. It was indeed possible to transform space within a certain range. His eyes immediately widened. It was indeed true. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to save Chu Yanting. Techniques related to minimum space are on the same level as temporarily halting heaven-defying abilities. The time it took him to calmly bring the teacup to his lips. The points of disharmony and all resource cards up. The Empire have been transferred to your account. As the main contributor to completing the Level 5 mission, you can choose 2 sets of earth-shattering martial arts techniques and order them as high-level weapons. His expression immediately turned dejected. Right now, I don't need weapons or fighters. Then he suggested, Principal, I would like to find out about the gene key records and the privileges that allow me to access more information about the evil. Of course, I had no other ulterior motive. I simply nodded before he could finish his sentence. This made him so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Could that teacher really see the script? At that moment, the teacher stood up. Let's go. I'll take you to the archives. Dihua was startled. I haven't even had my tea yet. He calmly opened the large door to the room. It wouldn't be too late to have a drink after reviewing the files. The vast space before him surprised the alien emperor. What is this? What kind of creature's brain is this? And it's only half? At this moment, Jingwen explained that this was Manhua's central computing device, her true form. Finally, he understood Manhua, so that's how it was. Who also created that other employee? He nodded and announced that, decades ago, half of this brain belonged to PH. This news left the discordant speechless, unable to hide their astonishment. Strong back. The divine plan of the otherworldly realm, which means that half of this brain belonged to the first demon captured alive in human history, this majestic and transcendent being. Yet it was split into 8 parts during its peak, was both insane and powerful. No wonder they dared to plan the Garden of Fools. If they dared to kill a god and unify the planet, what wouldn't they dare to divide all of humanity? The scriptures called out to Manhua, a soft voice echoing, Sir, I am here. He approached the control panel, retrieved documents, and information was quickly provided. Yes, the scriptures were all compiled into a USB drive. Then he held it up to the strange fire, saying, "Master, put a portion of Nuwa's teachings into this USB drive. You can ask Nuwa about many things you want to know." This unexpected gift left him completely speechless. Only heaven knows how many core secrets related to Huada, and even how many important strategic tasks of Xia are contained within the central computer managed by Nuwa. Yet Shi Jingwen entrusted this to me. How unreal is that trust? Is there a conspiracy? You put the USB in your hand. Don't just stand there dumbfounded. Even if you are a high-ranking principal like yourself, bringing students in without permission is a violation. "It's time for us to leave," he said, startled. The principal is leading the disciplinary violations. On the other side, Jian Zhuang was still focused on his cultivation, oblivious to what was happening around him. His power seemed to have exploded. After completing his training, Jian Zhuang felt exhilarated. In the first semester of their first year, they had already completed a path that would normally take Hua University students more than a year to complete. Indeed, the disparity between people is too great. Even geniuses have different levels, and my level of swordsmanship is the highest. The familiar silhouette of the Yaowa, ethereal flame, appeared. "Hey there, are you done yet?" He was extremely excited. "You're the anomaly that Ouyangze was talking about, aren't you? You practically delivered yourself right to my doorstep." This statement leaves me speechless. "You're also a member of the Dragon Blood Society. If you have something to discuss, go find Ouyangze. I need to use the training room now." Hearing Diha say that, Jian Zhuang couldn't hide his excitement. "You're good at pretending to be stupid, aren't you? Surely you know who I am. Listen carefully, my name is Hankim Trang." That's right, it was the person who led Ouyangze underground, causing the heartbreak of those guys to almost become a historical event. The first-year student king. Before he could finish his sentence, the eccentric man struck him with his hand. He sighed and walked inside. "I told you to use the training room, but you're standing here nagging and blocking the door, preventing people from entering. It's so annoying." The rest was unknown to Hankim Trang. In any case, when Xiang Jinzhuang regained consciousness after recovering from his coma, it was already a week later. No scene of moving to the advanced training room reserved for gifted students. Dihua smiled triumphantly. "Now finally, there's no one standing in the way anymore. The king of beasts is starving and can't stand it anymore. Come here, swallow as much as you want." During this time, the magic cores I collected myself, along with the subsidies from the Great Flower and additional purchases, are all here. It's time to increase the compatibility of the overall Imperial template. Consider providing a series of magic cores to enhance compatibility in one go, which will cause the user to enter a metamorphosis mode while asleep, and simultaneously release a series of nuclear radiation bursts. I specifically instructed the female attendant to open the largest and most secluded training room. The voice of the female flower rang out. "Hello, I'm here." Yihuan nodded in satisfaction. Since acquiring the female flower, Huada felt like he was at home. Anything could be handled simply by having the female flower grant her permission. No formalities were required. When others have privileges, resentment surges within me. When I have privileges, it's absolutely wonderful. Nuwa, activate the energy shield function of the cultivation room. I want to begin. A woman's voice quickly rang out. "Yes, master." The levels of the Yaowa, ethereal flame, are constantly increasing, but the ethereal flame still complains that it's not enough. The higher the compatibility, the harder it is to increase the level, and the number of magic cores required, even the quality requirements, increase exponentially. This is also a drawback of high-level prototypes. The maturation time is too long. The required resources are too enormous. And if the acquired prototype cannot be transformed into combat power in a timely manner, it will slow down the pace of one's development. This is also why I still have to strive to learn this extraordinary martial arts system. System alert appears, detecting high-energy signals exceeding standards, blocking warning information and adjusting energy levels to the highest level. He told himself, even if he had to use hacks, he had to hack intelligently. Anyway, those hackers will die. They'll lose, won't they? Only 3 hours, 35 minutes, and 44 seconds remain, and the alien body is sinking into the thick ice. Seeing that the opportunity had arrived, he suddenly shouted, waiting for the celestial gate to open. The king of beasts will appear, while on the other side, a yacht is hovering in the sky. Jingwen calmly announced that today marks the beginning of the Great Xia's reclamation plan. and 70% of martial artists nationwide must report for duty. The warriors of Great Xia must reclaim the 12 cities that have fallen. He was standing in front of hundreds of thousands of students who were standing there. The voice reciting the scriptures became even more forceful. All students of Hua University, let's light the smoke signal for war with our blood and breath. The students nodded loudly in agreement. This pleased him greatly. The smoke and flames of war, fueled by the blood and spirit of all of you, will soar straight up to the heavens, converging and intertwining through the clash of weapons and blood. This is the fighting spirit of our people, determined to fight to the death to reclaim lost territory and restore the Great Xia dynasty. You have all the tasks and plans clearly understood. I know that many of you are also ready to make sacrifices. However, we must absolutely survive and return. Only by surviving can there be hope. The magnolia tree will always be your home. It will always be here waiting for you to return. All imperial warriors, heed my command. Swear an oath. Before my army, there is no enemy. All students repeat. Before my army, there is no enemy. Inside the training room, Dihua was still fast asleep. No one had yet managed to wake him from his deep slumber. On the other side, Australia quickly made its way to its position. The subordinate hurriedly bowed his head. Manager Su. This woman is Su Yan, formerly a second-level research staff member of Vang, and now a senior manager of the bird shooter team. She frowned and cursed, first because of the theft of gold, then because of the attack on a crucial base, and finally because of the loss of an elite team. This year, the legend of the Condor heroes has been plagued by problems, and the board of directors has begun to have suspicions. All these actions were carried out by one person, with the aim of destroying the thunder-shooting bird, but there is still no evidence. Although the Black Lion has erased the traces at the Jinshan Temple base, Long K still focuses his target on the thunder-shooting bird. If it weren't for the fact that the Dragon Lord of Great Xia has been busy recently reclaiming the fallen city, it's likely that the thunder-shooting bird would have been dealt with already. However, it was precisely because the attention of martial artists nationwide was drawn to the fallen cities that the thunder-shooting bird was able to release that monster during its temporary break. That's the Bandoza box, a failed product of the first generation of golden genes. Ignoring this could drag a person into an abyss of eternal damnation, because as an individual carrying the golden gene, even if it's a failed product, they can still sense the presence of other golden genes. Even though it's easily out of control, it's the only hunting dog that can find the lost golden gene. After saying that, Suyin quickly walked inside the laboratory. She pulled out a bunch of keys from her person, then carefully unlocked each door. The large door finally opened, and looking at the bronze statue before her, she calmly spoke. Ian stepped into this space without hesitation. Her face became even more distorted. It is time for the world to witness your terror. With the spaceship circling in the sky, inside the spaceship, everyone could easily concentrate on their work, encouraging the trembling monster to continue flying forward in the direction ahead. The secretary hurried forward. Captain, this place that the hunting dog is pointing to seems to be West City. The executive officer was displeased by this. The western part of the city has fallen, and Long Tuok is preparing to retake it. His subordinates around him hastily flattered him. Rest assured, Captain, as long as the thief who stole the gold isn't a Grandmaster-level expert, even if he's just a martial artist, we can quickly surround and kill him. That's right, Captain, under your leadership, have we ever lost? As long as we don't encounter the first branch of the Dragon Sparrow sect, we can retreat safely. He continued giving orders. Eva masked the aircraft signals and simultaneously accessed the flight control system, activating the autopilot. Eva responded mechanically as he desired. The officer in charge noticed something strange about the plane's flight path. Everyone was startled. The plane had lost control. The executive officer directly dealt with the subordinate behind the scenes. Seeing this situation, the remaining men were terrified. Captain, when did you become a traitor? He turned around and replied, That's not right, because I was never a member of the Thunderbird squad, let alone a traitor. Excuse me, gentlemen, but wait until I descend into hell, for you to punish me as you please. For now, I invite you all to die first. All of them trembled. Captain, the monster on the side laughed loudly. You're all dead, brother. Can I have some blood? I'm so thirsty. The executive officer held up the heart. The team members here are all Grandmaster-level martial artists. You must enjoy their hearts. Hunting dog, you're free now. Then he performed a disgusting act. The monster opened its mouth wide and licked everything up, and still not satisfied. It gave me everything. The executive officer nodded in satisfaction. I'm considered a special agent of the Northern White Escape, and yet here I am, feeding the dogs. It kept whispering incomprehensible words. What do you want me to do? His hand slowly moved forward. You don't need to do anything special. Just vent your anger on the territory of the Xia Kingdom. The Great Xia dynasty is now beginning to reclaim the lost cities. Their resurgence is something we, the White Dun clan, do not want to see. It's time for me to go, otherwise you'll tear me to shreds if you come out. The corpses of these great martial arts masters were left for the servants to prepare their first meal after their release from prison. After saying that, the executive officer directly left the spaceship. The monster on the side was incredibly excited. Before it was a hunting dog searching for things. Now it was a mad hunting dog unleashed on a leash. Biting people indiscriminately? That's truly disrespectful. It wants to bite and tear everyone apart, swallowing them whole, using its strength to constantly writhe and loosen screws. Next, the nails were instantly blown apart, and finally nothing could hold it back anymore. The giant monster quickly returned to its normal state, smiling with immense excitement. First, we want to add the complete golden gene, achieving a true metamorphosis. Then became a god. I want to see who still dares to call me a dog by then. The scene shifts to the west side of the city, and the signal sounds. Retreat from the explosion zone immediately. The warship is preparing to conduct a sweeping attack with firepower. Through a large-scale explosion, the entire city's beast horde was drawn here. When the surrounding forces are completely depleted, deploy the leading squad, led by the martial arts grandmaster, to charge straight into the heart of the enemy and decapitate the overlord. The scene here has become extremely chaotic. The giant monster was still tearing down the spaceship when it suddenly noticed something was wrong. The beast on the side chuckled with delight. It felt extremely happy to have switched to food with a different flavor. Next, it used its paws to attack the bird monster. Tentacles quickly appeared, and the bird-like monster could only writhe in agony and despair. Its entire body held captive by the binding force. In the end, it was just a scent for the monster. Now, this monster has become even more powerful. He burst into hysterical laughter. What a rich genetic ecosystem. My injured body could perfectly recuperate here. This is the best buffet restaurant. Everything in West City has fallen apart. A series of loud explosions rang out, and the damaged plane crashed heavily to the ground. Xiao Zhang hurriedly reported, Sister Lu, there's a plane damaged by a monster over there. Let's go rescue it quickly. Lu Hong seriously cautioned. Xiao Zhang, don't rush. The monster that destroyed the plane might still be lurking nearby. He smiled and replied, Sister Lu, you're a great martial artist, and this is still the outskirts of West City. There's absolutely no monster that can compare to you. His teammates nodded. That's right, Sister Lu. What Xiao Zhang said is correct. If we don't dare to risk our lives in the outskirts of West City, we shouldn't even dream of venturing deeper into the inner city. She's a little worried. Okay, remember to be very careful. Seeing the beast still devouring the monster's corpse left both of them frozen in place. Xiao Zhang was slightly startled. Did he single-handedly deal with all the monsters attracted by the plane crash? Lu Hong's expression gradually turned serious. Is this person who sneaked in during the chaos a mentally unstable martial artist? Noticing someone approaching, the beast stopped what it was doing and flashed an extremely evil smile. There's a bait taken. Before the people could react, tentacles continuously sprouted from the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Zhang quickly grabbed his sword and charged forward. Martial arts technique, wind slash, but this attack was useless against the beast's tentacles. He was startled and bewildered to realize that this feeling was like cutting into soft mud. Unexpectedly, a mouth full of hideous teeth sprouted from the beast's tentacles. It wrapped tightly around his body, pulling him inside. Witnessing the entire scene, the teammates became terrified. Little Zhang, having been devoured, perhaps out of sheer rage, Lu Hong immediately drew her sword and charged straight at the beast, attacking it. Damn it, it wasn't afraid of her actions at all. The familiar martial arts technique, the wind slash, left Lu Hong instantly stunned. Clearly, this beast was an extremely dangerous monster, so she quickly retreated to maintain a safe distance. That move this martial artist just used, how could it be exactly the same as little Zhang's? A trembling voice rang out. Ms. Lu was startled and turned her head around. Little Zhang, you're still alive. But it turns out little Zhang has been transformed into a tentacle of a demonic beast. Ms. Lu, distorted faces wept incessantly, pleading, "Help me, Sister Lu. I'm in so much pain. I'm about to die. Ms. Lu, save me." Lu Hong's face suddenly turned fearful. "You're all caught. It's all too late." The monster took the opportunity to attack her from behind. Sometime later, the beast took away Lu Hong's body. Although he's an elderly gentleman, his muscles are still quite firm. We can sense the golden light coming from the other side of West City. While going there, sneak into other martial arts teams. In a place where everyone you know suddenly starts eating their flesh, their expressions would certainly be quite amusing. Many powerful life forms can still be felt on this battlefield. Those must be Grandmaster-level martial artists and Overlord-level magical beasts, right? If they could swallow Jin of this level, they could easily control them like training dogs all over the world tomorrow. I have broken free from my chains and ascended to become a demon. On the other side, an alarm sounded. "Captain, a Lord-level monster is charging from behind." At that moment, Tian Yu quickly comforted everyone. "Don't panic." He rode his white horse galloping to the battlefield. With a single decisive blow, Tian Wu created his own unique power. Seeing the monster had fallen, he slowly began to advise it. Faced with an endless wave of monsters like a tsunami, the firepower that humanity prides itself on is like a small candle in a sea of waves, liable to be extinguished at any moment. This man is Tran Tianvu, the principal of Hoa Dai Grandmaster Academy, and the leader of the Pointed Hat team in the plan to reclaim Taitan. He continued, stating that only by relying on agile and powerful individual martial artists to eliminate the high-level monsters in the monster wave could the monster horde be dispersed, thus leading to the emergence of a supreme ruler. Our group of 5, wearing pointed hats adorned with magnolia blossoms, is tasked with this arduous mission, and they seem remarkably quiet. Dai Kaming, president of the Hua University Student Union and a member of the Vanguard team, slowly called out, "Teacher, the route we're taking is fine. This is the Vanguard reconnaissance team of Long K, surveying the best route to the Madam's lair." Hearing this, Tian Yu pondered and replied, "The higher a martial artist's cultivation level, the stronger their spiritual vision becomes, sometimes even to the point of being able to see their own death in a hazy vision." Therefore, Kai Min had to trust his martial artist's intuition, so the whole team stopped and became alert. He bowed his head, understanding. "Yes, sir." Immediately afterwards, Tian Yu raised 2 fingers to his forehead, sensing something, and calmly announced, "Here it comes." From the sky, a yellow creature swiftly descended. A loud explosion rang out. A cloud of dust and smoke appeared, and the unsightly insectoid approached the place. "The 4 kings had clearly set up a grand ceremony for you beforehand. So why have you stopped?" Looking at the man before him, Tian Wu immediately announced, identifying the target, the overlord of West City, Jin Jiaochong Zun. The entire team deployed in the West City battle zone. Everything seems to have been completely destroyed. Tian Wu rushed forward, using his earth-shattering martial technique, thrusting his Thunder Steel Dragon Spear towards his opponent. He only wanted to use his strength to overwhelm his opponent. Chong Zun, however, showed utter contempt. "You insignificant, ignorant human. Do you think these little tricks can hurt me? Let me show you what it means to suppress power." Having said that, he immediately countered with a punch from his hand. Realizing something was wrong, the venerable monk froze in place. "What the hell is that?" Old Man Mu was crawling up his arm, whispering, "Earth-shattering martial technique, secret art of water droplet, and stone-piercing hand." An arrow from the air was decisively launched by Tian Wu. Upon realizing this plan, the demon lord was extremely displeased. Cunning humanity, indeed. This tactical squad was established based on research into the characteristics of this king. Unable to bear it any longer, he turned around and attacked, intending to deal with you, old man, first. Tian Yu quickly grabbed his shield to warn everyone. The old man retreated, the ground completely shattered by this fierce battle. Immediately afterwards, Kai Min gave the order. Tian, charge forward. Quickly get into combat mode. Leave it to me." In Yinyang Ancient Town, a magic circle appeared in the sky under the pressure of Tian. Seizing the opportunity, Kai Ming charged forward with his fists. He decisively threw the Yinyang circle straight towards Chong Zun. He was slightly surprised to find an invisible wall pressing against him. What kind of martial skill is that? Can it seal my actions? He quickly decided to deploy his domain, and at the same time, the Venerable One realized that the space had changed, so he turned his head to look around. Is this really the place humanity is talking about? Everywhere is shrouded in a terrifying red. While Chong Zun was still trying to understand what was happening, Tian Wu rushed forward, using the Nine Heavens responsive primordial thunder transformation heavenly venerate technique to attack. The man froze for a few seconds upon seeing this, but quickly burst into laughter and offered his praise. Your human cultivation system is truly commendable. The entire body of the Venerable One seems to have been torn in two. In his final words, he sighed. Perhaps the Emperor is right. We should learn a thing or two. Two opposing forces clashed with immense power, creating a massive explosion that blew everything away. The crowd was still observing the surroundings, wondering if they had dealt with the Overlord yet. How could it be so easy? Injuring him severely would have been the goal. The entire body of the parasitic creature began to tremble. You humans are quite something. If it were an ordinary Overlord, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand this blow. But unfortunately, there are differences among the rulers, and I am superior to them. Seeing him continue to transform surprised old man Mu. Was there still such a rare metamorphosis? The insect Venerable had acquired a completely different body, the golden-horned insect Venerable. After his second transformation, he quickly vanished right before everyone's eyes, only to reappear a few seconds later. Kill the old man who's causing trouble first. Everyone hurriedly warned. Old man Mu, be careful. But it was all too late. Trung Tun attacked without hesitation. The helpless old man was sent flying backward. The speed was too fast, and the spearhead hastily charged forward to attack. Damn it, even Tian Wu combined his power with the Thunder Dragon Spear. But it was clear that neither of them was a match for Chong Zun now. Seeing him send his fellow villagers flying left him utterly helpless. No home. This time Trung Tun turned around and kicked him straight in the body. Get out of here, you beast. The man's hand gripped Gu Tianwu tightly, giving him no time to react. His cold voice rang out. Your squad wasted so much effort and still couldn't deal with a powerful overlord like me. How can you possibly deal with the overlords in West City? His expression immediately changed. What, could it be that West City still has another overlord? On the other side of the East-West City war zone, this is the internal command center of the battleship. The staff member hurriedly issued a Level 1 alert. At a depth of 1,000 meters below the battlefield, a massive biological energy reaction was detected, simultaneously rising to the surface at breakneck speed. Through computer calculations, this creature has reached the rank of hegemon. Currently, there are no grandmasters guarding the underground army. A strategic retreat is recommended. How could this be? Wasn't the sole overlord of West City already clashing with Director Chen's dagger squad? Seeing this, the captain shouted, Don't hesitate any longer. Inform the ground troops to retreat. The warship in the air moved higher, away from the ground, and also had ground-penetrating nuclear bombs ready to be dropped. At that very moment, a tentacle suddenly emerged from the air. Seeing the tentacles approaching, everyone became frightened. Captain, there's a tentacle attacking us. He coldly ordered, firing the electronic battle cannon. The tentacle quickly broke off, falling heavily to the ground below, but the remaining tentacle quickly reconnected, and then grew back as if nothing had happened. The tentacles have regenerated. The prison warden hastily shouted a warning. There is no more time to wait. We must now drop ground-penetrating nuclear bombs. Ground-penetrating nuclear bomb preparation. The nuclear bombs were pointed downwards below ground. He continued to order their sale. First, 3 nuclear bombs flew straight toward the prisoner. Chaos ensued, with flames engulfing the entire city. The prison warden sighed helplessly and bowed his head. The force of the 3 nuclear bombs hopefully allows the fiercely fighting martial artists below to retreat safely. Noticing something was wrong, the crew member hurriedly shouted, Captain, the tyrant's pathological reaction hasn't disappeared at all. The tentacles keep growing back, startling you. What? The overlord survived 3 nuclear bombs. He clenched his fists in anger, his voice hoarse with rage. Damn it, could it be that the plan to reclaim West City is going to fail? Nuwa's announcement rang out. Report, the central authority of the system has been taken over. He looked up ahead. The authority that had been taken over was Manhwa. The voice continued to ring out. Thanks to the West City war zone's decoy units for their fierce fighting. Now, hand over the battlefield to him. The captain still didn't understand what was happening. Who is he? Another officer suddenly announced that an intercontinental ballistic missile was being fired in this direction. The commander turned around in surprise. An intercontinental ballistic missile. A missile appeared in the sky, and his expression gradually changed. That's not right. A life-sustaining reaction was detected above the missile. The familiar figure of the anomaly caught the eye of the crowd. The prison warden couldn't believe his eyes. He never imagined there was a person standing up there. Finally, the Yaowa, ethereal flame, has made its move. Time rewinds a few minutes earlier at Huadai. A surge of energy flows directly into the body of the Yaowa, ethereal flame. Manhwa stepped forward and announced, "Mysterious flame, congratulations on your breakthrough. This is a special nanometer battle suit. That long tuak, prepared specifically for him. He put on his armor, then asked, Manhwa, how long ago did the army of the West City Huadai war zone set off? She calmly replied, they set off 5 hours ago. This number caused his expression to change immediately. Is it that late already? Quickly arrange a supersonic fighter jet for me. Sir, even supersonic fighter jets are too slow. Use intercontinental ballistic missiles, as intercontinental ballistic missiles are much faster. She nodded, understanding. Yes. Dehoa continued sitting there calculating. This time, there are 2 objectives in coming to West City. First, meet the Mad Doctor and reclaim the Golden Jealousy. The second step is to kill the Overlord and obtain the Overlord-level magic core. Step 1. The final step in the prototype transformation process to achieve a total match of 90% or more. Except for Lord-level magic cores of other ranks will lose their effectiveness. But even with Lord-level magic cores, each one can only provide a fraction of a % compatibility. Now I'm relying entirely on massive resources to accumulate 99%. The depletion of Lord-level magic reserves even caused the Huada market to burn down completely, but only 1% of the final match was achieved. No matter how much accumulation there was, it was impossible. Only higher-level genes could complete the final match. After the intercontinental ballistic missile was ready, Manhwa spoke. Mysterious flame, intercontinental ballistic missile ready to launch. Wishing you a smooth journey. You're sitting on this intercontinental ballistic missile. I saw this guy, and 3 nuclear bombs still haven't taken you down. It seems the last 1% depends entirely on you. According to the data displayed, a beast like you is called a Earth Demon, right? What a domineering name. Are you angry because someone mocked your name? The Emperor's temper is quite volatile, you know. One of the hands of the anomaly quickly created a layer of solidified ice, while the other hand slowly moved forward. He quickly leaped into the air, then used the demonic secret technique along with the core light sword technique to attack. A chaotic battle broke out, and the crowd cheered joyfully. Is it the Grand Master of Hua University who has come to our aid? We can liberate Xiqing now. That's great. This city is saved. The prison warden seemed extremely pleased. We can win. The strange flower is still sweeping forward, charging towards the monster. Looking at its current appearance, he laughed. You've hidden yourself well. I'll take you down in one go. Having said that, he attacked without hesitation. A burst of white light erupted, unleashing the secret magic, the heaven-shattering tribulation. The power of the anomaly is incredibly formidable. His kick even affects the entire world. Everyone who witnessed it was shocked and bewildered. Is that the west side of the city? What exactly happened there? It's dazzling. Intelligence indicates that the Overlord has appeared in the west side of the city. Don't think nonsense. Great Xia will surely win. On the other side, the body of Emperor Wu had been defeated. Tian Wu knelt helplessly on the ground. No Hong Trung Tun stepped forward and scoffed. What kind of master shield is that? It's just a piece of paper, pierced through in an instant. But you are very strong. You can force me into my 3rd form, he said, his whole body trembling. This Overlord, who had already undergone 3 transformations, suddenly realized that the heavenly blood secret technique couldn't be sustained much longer. Even if we win this battle, I won't live for many more years. But this is not important. The important thing is that I, Grandmaster Chen Tianwu, must definitely kill this demonic creature here. Kill. A triumphant smile spread across Chong Zun's face. Your martial arts are too rigid, your attacks are forced, and your idealistic techniques are vague. But ultimately, they cannot compensate for the absolute difference in strength. Tian Wu immediately used his earth-shattering martial technique, the Heavenly Thunder Spear, to directly attack. He used all his remaining strength to strike directly at the body of the insect venerable, but even so, the creature easily blocked it. Coincidentally, the Emperor has recently completed the transformation experiment of the old civilization. As humanity that I recognize, after you die, I will present your corpse so that you may have a new life with a stronger, more unbearable wind-blooded hero. Tian Wu Luo shouted in despair. Even if I die, I must severely wound you so that you cannot interfere in the battle to reclaim West City. Even though his strength was exhausted, he did not give up but charged forward to fight. Just adding this action of his is like throwing salt into the sea. He's extremely relaxed, but nothing has happened yet, and he hasn't realized how troublesome it is to be without the lives of you humans. Clearly, I have enough power to kill you all right now, yet you keep using some kind of blood-burning secret technique to forcibly prolong your lives. But it doesn't matter. I'm not afraid of trouble. The four princesses, in order to preserve the integrity of this mighty human body, have not yet unleashed their full power, but you will not receive such treatment either. You will simply be crushed into pulp. He was still gloating when suddenly Wu Huang appeared. It's incredibly noisy over there. I can hear the sounds of fighting even from outside the city. Seeing his familiar face, startled old man Mu. Wu Huang, weren't you just killed in battle a moment ago? His whole body trembled. That's right, old man Mu. Am I dead? I don't know. It turns out his body was snatched away by a demonic beast. This twisted body is constantly sprouting sharp spikes. The old shepherd and everyone who witnessed it became extremely frightened. Wu Hong's body even began to swell up like a balloon. Wu Hong's face gradually changed. Delicious. It's not the mount of a grandmaster. It would be even better if I could eat the grandmaster's flesh. I find you all extremely delicious. May I have a taste? But the very next second, the insect lord directly dealt with this demonic beast. The annoyed man frowned in disapproval. What kind of disgusting thing is this that actually contains some trace of the dark star demonic aura? Is this the insane creation of you humans? I can't believe you dare lay your hands on those demons. If that's the case, then let us rule this planet. Suddenly, strange tentacles sprouted from Wu Huang's body. The beast laughed like a madman. He turned his head to look towards Chong Zun. Hello, alien creature. My name is Yin Wan, and I've come to devour you. The man coldly retorted arrogantly. The city was quickly destroyed. Chong Zun was still relentlessly teaching Yin a lesson he would never forget. Unable to withstand a single blow, noticing something was wrong, he paid attention. This is not good. His flesh and blood are eating away at my body. Alien creature, how far can you stretch the distance? What stands before you is merely bait created by my true form. While he was still taunting, sharp teeth appeared on the ground. Do you know the lantern? The figure transformed into a giant fish and swallowed the insect into its body, quickly devouring it all. He excitedly touched his large belly with both hands. It truly is a supreme creature. I can't even digest and absorb it immediately. Now I can even writhe inside my body from afar, observing everything. Elder Mu quickly spoke up. Take this opportunity to quickly take Director Tran and run away. Kaimin was about to say something more, but the old shepherd suddenly noticed the group of people. I haven't forgotten you at all. It's very suitable as a dessert after our meals. While Yin Wan was preparing to act, he noticed something was wrong. From the sky, a blue light shot upwards. Old man Mu turned around in surprise. Such powerful energy. Could it be another overlord? Kai Ming hurriedly shouted, approaching them. Everyone pay attention to what is happening. A bewildered voice stood still there, waiting. A loud noise rang out, and finally, the creature landed on the ground. Elder Mu hurriedly gestured for everyone to protect Director Tran well. Kai Min was still confused and doubtful. Was he not targeting the Overlord, but some other monster? The scene before him had turned into a chaotic mess, a discordant atmosphere that made it impossible to remain calm any longer. We thought you had already taken advantage of the boss, so you were on our side. But now you want to take advantage of Director Chun and the others, so I absolutely cannot let you get away with it. These dark red substances are truly disgusting. Without saying much, he immediately entered a combat stance. A letter of terrifying destructive power shot straight towards the -1. He cried out in pain from the sudden blow. Before he could react, the anomaly continued to rush towards him. I won't let you die so easily. He sped like a rocket towards his enemy. In the distance, only the strange creature could be seen flying rapidly across the ground. His eyes filled with even more hatred as he shouted, "Throw the earth." Following that, the ground completely exploded. A hazy cloud of dust appeared on the ground, now so thick that its bottom was invisible. Dihua stepped onto the ground to assess the situation. System information appears. Infinite monster samples. Host incompatibility. Sample berserk accumulation. Moza compatibility level 100%. The military inflammation form has been unlocked. Please use it carefully. He stood still, observing everything around him. It seemed like the end, but the sound continued to regenerate, a disgusting slime gradually coalescing. It seems he's not easily defeated. Instead, his power appears to have merged with that of the insectoid. Your attack was so powerful. You beat me so badly I can't even remember. Since I was born, I have never been subjected to such continuous pressure as just now. This unexpected situation startled Dihua, yet he also became extremely excited. But I also thank you, because your attack just now accelerated my digestion. Now we have successfully obtained the Jin of that supreme-level monster. As a token of our gratitude, I will let you stay conscious and watch me devour you little by little. Finally, the dust and smoke gradually dissipated, discordant and unpleasant, rushing forward. Where are the dogs barking? Cuck twin Examon. He kicked the sound wave away with his foot. Thanks to this kick, his body slammed violently down onto the ground. But the more he did that, the more excited he felt. Keep fighting. You can't kill me. I'll become your nightmare. Dark currents surged through this space, seemingly unwilling to be outdone by the anomalies. This is the first time I've seen someone even crazier than me, more foolish and bigger, which only makes it easier for me to deal with you. The ultimate secret technique of the Go clan is the Emperor's Chi, a powerful attack that sweeps away everything in its path. Kai Min, witnessing this, was also shocked and found it hard to believe. Which Grandmaster is that? This speed and power. Even a Grandmaster at the butterfly transformation stage would find it difficult to find someone who can match him. Elder Mu calmly spoke from the side, while the blue energy wave was something he had never heard of before. Luckily, he's on our side. With this expert in the West City War Zone, we can rest assured. A force like an explosion that shattered the ground. The faces that were devoured by the evil spirit are now reappearing one by one. As I said, it's useless. No matter how powerful your attack, you cannot kill me. We can split it infinitely. Division, the organism's potential is fully unleashed. As your nuclear attacks continuously tear apart and destroy my body, they simultaneously accelerate the rate of my cell division, even exceeding the diffusion rate of atomic energy. Hearing these mocking words, the disharmonious man became extremely angry. What a hateful name. But the overall compatibility has reached its maximum, giving me an incredibly strong ability to sense vital energy. Although I cannot observe the exact changes in each cell like an electron microscope, I can still roughly sense that this thing is constantly adapting to my atomic energy. While he was still thinking, the man shouted, "That's right. This is my ability, invincible evolution. No matter how strong you are, you will eventually be devoured by me. You can never defeat me. I can feel the extremely powerful Jin within your body." Compared to this Jin, the third-grade main Jin we just swallowed is truly bland and mediocre. The mood of the first note changes again. Why is it that even after devouring countless living beings and constantly evolving within my body to create a more perfect bloodline and Jin, I still can't compare to the man before me? Why? I must devour you. His rage transformed into a tsunami that engulfed the entire city. Everything here has become absolutely terrifying. Kaiman couldn't believe his eyes. Not only are the powerful individuals incredibly strong, but even this monster is terrifyingly powerful. Can that mysterious, powerful being handle it? He calmly walked towards the monster. No matter how much you talk, he's just a glut. Jin Yuan Long Kai freed one hand, and with a single punch, he suddenly retreated backward, turning around and striking towards Yin One with considerable force. The wave that was engulfing the space here was instantly dispersed. Under his power, he was unable to swallow everything whole, silently watching as his own power was shattered. How is this possible? How could you? Finally, his body trembled, and everything returned to normal. This sight drove Yin to a furious rage. How is it that your power can still increase? He sighed, nodding in confirmation. That's right, my power will always be higher than yours. Gas bubbles of atoms appeared in the air, followed by a massive explosion, engulfing the area in a series of blasts. These explosions are cleansing the filth that the sound brings. Discord creates its own protective barrier, preventing anyone from touching it. He gently brushed the dust off his shirt, a smug smile clearly visible on his face. How dare you claim this is my peak period? In-1 continued muttering. Jinxi's power is fueled by deadly acid, molten iron, and he even attempted a sneak attack with his ethereal flame, and unleashed a barrage of lightning whips. Damn it, what kind of weird stuff am I eating anyway? I don't believe it. You can't possibly be more invincible than me. I am the perfect creature. Sound waves roared. Saying that, he continuously created streams of energy to attack the ethereal flame. But he remained standing there, waiting to see what the man would do. A series of chaotic attacks with that version of yours is just making fun of me. Wait until it's my turn to return that statement to you. No matter how you attack, you won't be able to kill me. After his physical strength was enhanced, the combined essence of spirit and body was also increased to a level far beyond its original state. His stats in every aspect are many times higher than my normal state, so it's uncertain whether your attack could even break through me in my normal state, let alone Geo after his stats have been doubled. To be frank, even if you stood there feigning injury all day, you'd probably still be wearing my defensive armor. The series of words just now left me bewildered. It couldn't possibly be true. Is it really impossible for me to defeat him? Even though I'm getting stronger every second, every minute, and developing more perfect jins. Finally, the harmonious conclusion was, as the gap in strength between me and him is too great, Yi said to himself, if the distance between me and him is 100 meters, then even if I shorten it by 1 or 2 centimeters, it's no different than nothing on that giant scale. Damn it, if only I had more time to develop, digest more powerful opponents, and deduce more perfect jins, sooner or later I would surpass this guy in front of me. But now it's too late. He silently calculated in his head. Damn it, it's all because the aura of the golden jin was suddenly cut off. Otherwise, after successfully replenishing my jin and reaching a more perfect state, I would only then confront this monster before me. Even if I couldn't defeat it, I would still suffer terribly like this. Thinking of this, he let out a helpless sigh. Okay, I admit you're no less capable than a perfect being like me. At least not yet. I haven't found a way to kill you, but you can't kill me either. So be it. From this city to this entire country, we will not encroach even a little bit further. We will travel to other countries, for example, the Northern Federation of White Titan. This also aligns with your policy of using other forces to balance the power between nations, right? Ultimately, we can divide Planet Blue in two, with me ruling the Northern White Titan continent. Humans dominate the Eastern and Western continents, the world's most powerful beings. If you can obtain even a drop of their blood, I can help you research a toxin that targets their bodies, assisting you in eliminating all your enemies. At that moment, Yi suddenly raised a finger, while Yi was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. What do you mean? Continue explaining it to him. 10 minutes. 10 minutes from now, if you are still alive, I will follow your family name. This statement enraged him, so you just need to clench your fists tightly. He calmly replied, anything more is better than nothing. And the negative sound began the process of his body's distortion. Kill me? You're kidding. Even I can't handle such a deadly act. Every cell in my body is screaming to evolve. How could you possibly allow me to die? He moved closer to him without hesitation. Just try it and you'll see. The hand of the strange creature gently reached forward and flew upwards. Just a few seconds later, both of them instantly launched into the air, their speed even faster than a rocket. Seeing Dihua's efforts, Yin burst into excited laughter. You can't kill me. This ordinary attack doesn't hurt, or even itch. He continued to carry him high into the air, noticing something strange that made him freeze. What do you want to do? Do you want to throw me off Planet Blue? It's useless. Cosmic radiation and the space environment at absolute zero cannot kill me at all. I will continuously absorb cosmic radiation to evolve, and by then I will wipe out all the inhabitants of planet Earth. The Dihua suddenly stopped in the vast universe. This distance was just right. No one would be able to observe what I was about to do, and it wouldn't cause destructive damage to West City. Moreover, at such a distance, he must have lost contact with those nascent entities, right? The One's eyes widened in astonishment. How do you know? The true form of the first elder is not as invincible as he boasts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been captured and imprisoned by the thunder-shooting bird all those years ago. He is indeed very difficult to kill, but each time he regenerates and reconstructs himself, it consumes his life energy. As his life energy is gradually depleted, he will become weaker and weaker. In the recent battle with the Yaowa, ethereal flame, he lost a total of 3 parts of his life energy. If we only consider the amount of energy reserves in his body, he could even rival the 3 ordinary overlords. The greatest reliance of the subordinate when confronting the anomaly is not the number of times he has been reborn, but the derivative cards separated from his body. From the moment his head was blown off by the golden-horned insect Venerable to the subsequent destruction of all his body tissues by the anomaly. These body fragments, after separating from the original body, will not lose their harmony, but will enter a state of sleep. When the most basic entity completely exhausts its life energy, it will activate the consciousness clones stored within those body fragments, performing an unusual form of reincarnation. Unfortunately, this ability to separate consciousness has not yet been developed to a truly perfect level. It is currently still limited by distance. Dehoa coldly glanced towards Inwan. How do I know? Because I'm stronger than you. In his mind, he silently pondered, actually relying on the life force field to sense the connection between the fragments separated from his body and this person's true form, then relying on the changes in the battlefield to sense the strength of the connection, and from that deducing the distance between him and those body fragments. I truly am a genius. He continued. In other words, you only have 1 life left now. The 2 bodies floated in the vast universe, one terrified by the words just spoken, not expecting to be seen through by him. I cannot die. Once dead, there will never be another day if you see the sunlight again. Having no other choice, he suddenly rebelled, self-destructing and splitting himself apart. This is my ultimate life-saving technique. You can't possibly catch me piece by piece. The eyes of the strange fire became even more terrifying. Are you afraid? The instinctive fear of death, seeing the giant hand he had created, filled the sound with despair. Damn it, how can you still transform into a giant? He decisively used his strength to tightly compress his body, not needing to grab him piece by piece, just gathering him all in his palm, and you would have nowhere to escape. Seeing the strange energy swirling around his body, Een screamed in despair. What do you want to do? Do you want to devour me? Are you a demonic beast? And you even think about eating your opponent? Arrogant. Aren't you afraid I'll swallow you whole from inside your body? Foolish. This is my only way to survive in this life or death situation. Ignoring him, Dihua continued to devour Yin's body, thinking, swallowing you is just the first step in my plan to exterminate you. The next step was the eruption of the Flame Lord. His entire body was engulfed in burning flames. Sensing something was wrong, he let out a desperate scream. Where is this place? How could any creature release stellar-level heat? There isn't a single super djinn in my djinn inventory that could adapt to a life-forbidden zone like the sun. Stop it, damn it. Are you trying to turn me into a medicinal pill? I won't accept this. 1 hour later, all he could do was scream in despair, and finally, he slowly faded away. I am clearly the most perfect being. Just give me time. Give me time to become a god. A stream of aurora energy radiates throughout the infinite universe. Rewinding to 10 minutes earlier, Kai Min announced, "This is the West City War Zone. Vanguard Squad. Please respond upon receipt." This is Dai Chiming of the Vanguard Squad. I have received a message from headquarters. The voice on the other end of the line said, Dai Chiming, the culprit of the West City War Zone's Imperial Court has been completely neutralized and is currently being successfully surrounded and eliminated. Headquarters has confirmed that all the West City overlords have reported the situation from your side. The overall situation at headquarters is now under control, Kai Ming said. Without that mysterious powerful figure, our plan to reclaim West City would likely be impossible to carry out. Headquarters, if the identity of this mysterious powerful figure doesn't need to be kept secret, please let me know. I personally went there to express my gratitude, the commander announced. He's a student at your Hua University. He was startled and surprised. At Hua University, which dean or special professor was invited? Why have I never heard of them? As the president of the Hua University Student Council, I've met almost all of Hua University's teachers and lecturers, but none of them displayed such a brilliant and extremely destructive blue light during battle. The person on the other end of the line answered, because currently he is not a teacher or lecturer, but still a student. Kai Min was completely stunned. Which fourth-year graduating class's top-tier martial arts master is this student? Why have I never heard of any? fellow students surpassing me to reach the Grandmaster level? The commander's next words left him speechless. He was 3 years younger than you, and at the same time, Dihoa was in the process of returning to the mainland. The battle with Im left him utterly disheartened. Not only was his appearance unattractive, but his taste was also terrible. The high temperature of the Flame Army has caused diarrhea in Yano's combat unit. Now let's see how effective you are. As the tentacles continuously extended from the mouth of the strange fire, he also felt the changes in his body. The demonic dragon bloodline, having advanced along with the overall evolutionary ability of God, could both refine the most powerful subtype and absorb his Jin power, inheriting his dark red lifeblood. It seems this thing can not only be modeled after clothing, but also heal the body after being injured while in a state of inflammation. He said that repairing is not as good as optimizing. It feels like everyone in the game can do whatever they want. Finally, the disagreement returned to its original state. He smiled as he gazed at the scene before him. The feeling was magical, completely indescribable. This capability is on par with a high-end model. No scene transferred to the Northern Alliance wit. At the Federal Military Command Base, the man stared in astonishment at the sight before him. He is the Federal General B. Titan Doer. The voice sounded slightly stunned. What the hell is that thing? Damn it. Federal supercomputer. Eva explained from the side. At the boundary between the troposphere and the stratosphere in the atmosphere of West China, a violent high-energy reaction occurred, affecting an area of up to 600 kilometers, estimated to be equivalent to tens of millions of tons of nuclear explosives. Dudu was startled and surprised. Damn it, wasn't the recovery plan underway? So what's this high-energy incident? His subordinate turned around and reported that General Eva had detected life activity at the center of the explosion. He was stunned. Life, an explosion of this magnitude, would turn even the most powerful experts into dust. Zoom in on the satellite image for me. I want to see what China is up to. The familiar silhouette of the Yaowa, ethereal flame, appeared on the screen. Dudu's expression gradually changed as he witnessed this scene. As a teenager, he coldly turned his head, Eva quickly translating from the side. He was secretly watching his father. This place was the North White Titan Federal Military Command Base. Seeing the actions of the alien flame enraged Doer. How could this be? Our satellite is in orbit outside Earth, so how did he detect us? Quickly identify his face. Could it be that the Great Xia dynasty has a fourth Grandmaster? What does he intend to do? The subordinate reported fearfully. The reconnaissance satellite detected a converging energy flow, and eventually, the group's recording device was completely blown apart by the anomaly. He sighed in frustration and complained. You damn North White Titan bastards. First I'll blow up your essence. Let's see how you dare to try and trick us again. The Emperor's physical form has been maximized, and the scope of immortality has expanded to a super-large scale, enough to cover the entire globe. Furthermore, it's not only possible to sense the aura of carbon organisms, but also signals emitted by machines and various other special frequencies are within its sensing range. Now that West City has been reclaimed, I suddenly have an idea. 11 S-Class Life Forbidden Zones. With my current life force, can I even set foot inside? Just remember to try once. As the space here gradually unfolds, changes begin to appear. A magnetic field envelopes the city. The tranquil figure stands there, allowing the magnetic field to envelop the Earth. The dark pink matter of the subordinate element, combined with the life force field, has constructed a complete regional distribution map, allowing the distribution of cities in Huadai to be accurately and clearly described and constructed. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. His expression gradually changed. This is Quan's sun, which collapsed due to the secret realm's power level. As expected, it failed, which is not surprising. Anyway, even the most powerful and influential individuals at the pinnacle of power are bewildered by an S-Class secret realm. The Guangshan City Forbidden Zone has failed, but what about other places? The magnetic field has spread throughout the vast empire, even reaching the eastern continent of planet Earth, crossing the Great Eastern Ocean to the North Witten continent, then the North Han Ocean, and even the Bay of Winds continent located in Antarctica of planet Earth. All of these places have been surveyed and rebuilt once again. No scene transferred to Shaodong Island. Speaking broadly, this is the Sunstar Imperial Palace. The king coughed repeatedly, causing everyone to worry. Your Majesty, he trembled as he reached his hand outside. Give me the medicine. My sensory abilities have spread to East Japan. Who is this master? Is this the old scholar of Great Xia, or Father Lai So from the Western continent? Could it be that someone hasn't appeared in public for nearly 100 years? Have they noticed anything? If you want to investigate me, you must quickly refine the divine artifact. When the army reached the legendary realm, it was also the time when the Eastern Sun conquered the blue planet in the west of the continent. The heavenly kingdom's gods descended, the sacred capital shone brightly, and the people continuously knelt down. Look, the statue of the god has manifested itself. It is the true God who has descended to earth. Indeed, the religion is real, the divine prophecy is true. Those ignorant, worldly people who do not believe in religion will eventually be cast into a bottomless abyss of death. Oh God, please bless my grandson who is suffering from a terminal illness. The woman stepped forward and asked, did that crazed look awaken him? The hideous stone statue gradually began to change. She gently placed her hand on the statue, as if performing some kind of ritual. The woman bowed and knelt down, admitting her fault. This is the competition of this servant. Please continue to rest, sir. Once again the scene was the sea off the coast, with the giant yacht sailing straight ahead. The white-haired man, steering the boat, smiled in surprise. Was this vision a sign of disharmony? He never imagined such progress in such a short time. It was truly astonishing. It's all because of that perverted, blue-haired human. If he hadn't severely damaged my mortal body, I wouldn't have had to delay my recovery for so long. Well, I'll find you again when I get out of here. Dihua, high above, sensed something unusual. The life force field has enveloped the entire planet, at least 12 places similar to Guanshan City, like a black hole swallowing up my senses, and even containing other beings. After detecting our sensory network, they even want to track our location. The waters on planet Earth are indeed very deep. A familiar voice rang in my ear. Is that a strange flame? He was startled and surprised. Is that Principal Shi Jingwen's voice? He weakly and helplessly reminded him. Be careful. Vice President Hong Sheng of the Great Xia dynasty entrusted this to you earlier. The sound transmission quickly ceased. Dihua tried to sense the location of the scripture. The origin of this signal is the Kunlun Peak of Great Xia. The principal is being cautious with the warrior Tran Kwok, Fo Hong Sin. But wasn't Fo Hong Sin supposed to be in seclusion due to serious injuries? What happened at Kunlun Peak? The girl quickly appeared. Sir, it's me. He asked if they had detected the location signal of the town's headmaster. After checking, the girl helplessly reported that they were still searching and hadn't found him yet, which worried him greatly. Can the Azure Dragon LNG of Great Xia find the Azure Dragon's signal? A robotic voice sounded, searching. I apologize, sir, I couldn't find it, but I did check the last trip of Dean Tan Long, and it was to the Valley of Death in Kunlun. The specific reason, head of department Tan Long did not reveal. Hearing this news caused a moment of stunned silence. Were those two really on the same side? Just as we were beginning to reclaim Great Xia, realizing something was amiss, he looked up ahead. Could it be that Fu Hongsheng has betrayed us? As he flew away, she muttered to herself, if Principal Shi Jingwen and Senior Qing Long had disappeared, and Fu Hongsheng was also an enemy, then the greatest strategy of the Great Xia dynasty would be lost. At this moment, a massive plan to reclaim territory and retake the fallen city is underway, which also means suffering heavy losses in vital resources. When a colossal giant like the Great Emperor descends, it means that countless oppressed nations will rise up, and the wolves and tigers that devoured the blood and flesh of the giant will all become powerful. The lack of a top-tier strategy means that the Great Calamity is now entering its most dangerous phase. Any careless action will result in a simultaneous attack. In the Valley of Death on Kunlun Peak, a place capable of suppressing the appearance of martial artists, even demonic beasts and secret realms, no traces of battle were found. The war between the Grandmasters was so fierce that they could split mountains and cleave seas at the slightest provocation. If Principal T really joined forces with Tan Long to confront Fo Hong Sin, then the place she always admired would have probably turned into the Kunlun Valley by now. There's only one direction left. Find Fo Hong Sin. But if Fo Hong Sin is the enemy, wouldn't leaving mean I'd be exposed? Damn it, these kinds of deciphering tasks aren't suited for me. I'm definitely better at fighting. Regardless, becoming strong is the best solution. Now, all 3 of my samples have been successfully created. I'm at the top of the class, and my achievements in reclaiming West City are enough to earn me 2 more samples, plus the golden jealousy that the Mad Doctor deciphered. If the great Xia dynasty truly has no more powerful protectors, then I will become the supreme ruler. It seems that the discordant group felt very excited. No scene of moving to a commercial building in West City. D had destroyed the entire space, and he cried out in frustration. Judging by the bloodline sensing, that blood abyss must be located here. That's quite a discreet way to hide it, isn't it? What are you hiding from? Suddenly, he turned and dashed forward at high speed, then landed at an abandoned location. In front of the discordant figure stood a gigantic, hideous monster. As soon as he saw it, he became extremely annoyed. Without wasting any time, he directly dealt with the situation using a deadly technique. The concept of slaying. Very quickly, this monster was defeated in just a few seconds. Diho aside and continued walking forward. No wonder she couldn't find him. It turned out he was hiding inside the monster's belly. The Mad Doctor, he hastily called out, "My lord, you've arrived. Wait, don't come near me. I'm disgusting." He was startled when he saw it. It looked quite sticky. What happened? Who are you hiding from? The Mad Doctor helplessly recounted the whole story. "My lord, the reason I'm hiding inside this worm's body is to conceal my own aura and the golden gene. The Thunderbird sent a true monster to steal the golden gene. He is the supreme being, and perhaps all creatures in the Western City will be devoured by him. Let's leave here first." Dihoa quickly showed him the appearance of the Sound One. "Is this what you were talking about?" Sweat was pouring down his face. "It's him. He's the master. Could it be that you?" The boy nodded in confirmation. "That's right. I've refined him." He thought to himself. Using the word eat to describe it is too barbaric. Using the word refined sounds better. Dr. Diane hurriedly knelt down, taking another step forward with his master. The eccentric man gestured towards the forest. Where did he learn all those feudal remnants? "Give me the golden seal." I wasn't particularly curious about this to begin with. Hearing that, he quickly searched for it. The fake Wooloo duo is completely covered in viscous fluid. Only the fake Wooloo duo's abilities can be used to extract it. Dihoa silently gazed at the item in her hand. "How is this golden gene extracted? My body is craving it." The Mad Doctor looked at him with a worried expression. "My lord, aren't you going to enjoy the golden jealousy?" The young man calmly announced. "Now is not the time to use it. After I swallow a large amount of energy, I will always undergo a transformation, sleeping soundly and exhausted. For now, West City is still a war zone, not a place where one can peacefully cultivate oneself." "Mad Doctor, you did a great job." This unexpected compliment startled him. "My lord, this is what I should do." Before he could finish speaking, the boy attacked directly. Dihua's hand reached out silently, taking control. He continued to remind the Mad Doctor. His current abilities are too weak. When faced with enemies, he still has to hide and run away. This is the dark red biomass of that Yin-type creature, which can strengthen his brain and simultaneously create hard scales. "On my body." Without hesitation, he grabbed the hard scale. Then, suppressing the pain, resolutely pulled it off. He handed it to the Mad Doctor without hesitation, leaving him speechless. "My lord, this is a message of disharmony, and here is my spinal crystal. Take it. How much power can you gain from it?" Given his level of understanding, these words completely moved him. Just seconds later, tears and snot streamed down his face. "My lord, today you gave me a drop of your blood, and later I will repay you with an empire." The young man was startled and surprised. "Why didn't I recognize you before, old man?" "All right, get back to your work." The Mad Doctor hastily wiped away his tears. "Weekly orders," a harmonious face breaking into an expectant smile. "The monster-infested West City has become too urbanized. Now, it's time for a complete cleansing." As the scene shifted to the east and west of the city, shouts rang out. "The Overlord is dead. The beast tide has completely disintegrated. Brothers, wipe out these beasts in one blow. Kill some of the demonic beasts, and those who still retain their sanity have fled into the alleys." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Leave the city to him. Everyone, pay attention. Who is that girl? Could she be the one who eliminated the Overlord of the West City?" Following the command, all the martial artists immediately retreated urgently. While the monsters were still fleeing, a surge of power rushed towards them. Dihua placed his foot on the ground, creating a tremor, and his eyes gradually became more determined. The tentacles continuously lunged forward, but only a few seconds later, the tentacles curled up into a ball, but the guns, all equipped, were pointed directly at the monster. It seems that the discordant faction has prepared very thoroughly for this battle. Surrounding the tentacles of the alien are heavy guns. He looked straight ahead seriously, letting these demonic beasts taste my new model, the power of the angel's gun. After saying that, thousands of shots were fired continuously forward. Perhaps the monsters never expected this. They were quickly hit by bullets and fell to the ground. The scene has become extremely chaotic. Discord is creating a profoundly shocking tragedy. Witnessing that scene left the captain speechless. This guy is truly a monster, not a human. He single-handedly held off an entire unit of heavy firepower, and moreover, every single shot was accurately guided. Their killing efficiency surpasses even that of the military. I really don't understand where the headmaster dug you up from. The subordinate hurriedly reported, "Captain, the attack of the anomalies has stopped." A thick cloud of smoke appeared, and he quickly guessed that the weapon looked like it had overheated. We must buy time for the abnormal fire. Filling the gap while his weapon cooled down, the 360-degree mobile energy cannon prepared to fire. The warships quickly entered combat readiness. The captain continued to give the order to fire. The warships continuously attacked directly towards the monsters. Even the magical beasts were annoyed and began discussing it. How annoying. Human weapons have improved so much. How irritating. The airborne fortress is coordinating with the ground artillery. We must find a way to destroy that artillery piece. Otherwise, we won't have time to escape back to the abyss. A monster quickly suggested, "Then you go ahead, and we'll follow you." After the weapons had cooled down, the anomaly quickly activated, firing thousands of bullets that drew everyone's attention. That shell has started the second wave of bombing. Low-level magical beasts are completely incapable of resisting. We must deal with them quickly. Otherwise, the beast tide would be completely wiped out. Even the underground vault would be destroyed. It stopped. The artillery has stopped. Perhaps due to the continuous firing, the aliens' heavy weapons could no longer be used. A three-headed monster stood up and shouted, "Kill." While that monstrous thing has just finished firing and is adjusting, quickly rush forward and destroy it. If that thing isn't destroyed, no monster will survive and return. A magical beast has returned reporting that the West City stronghold has been captured by humans. We must seize the opportunity. The staff on this side have realized something is wrong. Alarm. A massive energy reaction has occurred within the city. At least 20 Lord-level magical beasts have gathered and appeared. Once again, the monstrous beasts swiftly charged forward, wreaking havoc. The young man hurriedly shouted a warning. "This is bad. Quickly go and cover that cannonball. We absolutely cannot let those warlords have their way. Brothers, even if we die, we must hold out until the fortress begins the next concentrated firepower." Everyone seems to have regained their willpower. Don't even think about jumping over us. At this moment, Ihi slowly separated from the tentacle-like shell, and his power erupted completely. A green light swept across the entire space, eliminating all the monsters. The crowd stood there dumbfounded, staring blankly. "It's over. It's over. All the Lord-level monsters have been wiped out." Wow. All the fervent enthusiasm was in vain. Doing this makes us look like a bazaar, seen with wings floating in the air. Do you really think I'm just going to stand still? The decision to reclaim West City has been made. After tonight, West City will be free of demonic beasts. A long day passed. The sunlight shone down on the city, and the harmonious face revealed a joyful smile. Notifications and achievements keep appearing. The person who saves West City can receive one sample draw. Upon discovering that the host is participating in a major event, if they contribute more than half, they can proceed with the achievement merger and receive a guaranteed reward, a high-level sample of an A-grade sample. Reading these announcements made him excited. I'm familiar with this trick. Isn't this the same kind of card drawing game from my previous life? But now they've switched to drawing a really good template. Monster samples below rank B are no longer valuable. So after completing all recovery achievements, it's most logical to gather them all and withdraw them in one big go. At least an A-class monster, on par with the Emperor's sect? I'm really looking forward to it. At the same time, the news spread throughout the city. The first recapture campaign of the Great Xia dynasty was a resounding victory, capturing 3 cities in just one day. The first city was Lianqing, which was reclaimed under the leadership of Longshi's first department. The second city is Lamtan, which was reclaimed under the leadership of the Evil City martial artists. The third city is Xiqing, which was recovered by the team led by director Hua Dai, Chen Tianwu. My warriors of the Great Calamity will continue to reclaim the cities invaded by demonic beasts. Tan Truck, watching from the side, saw this news. The recovery of Xiqing City was thanks to Director Tran. Are you kidding? That blue light certainly wasn't from someone else. No information was transmitted to the general headquarters regarding the Great Xia's recovery plan. The chief officer quickly issued an order, ensuring the highest level of secrecy regarding the identity of the accomplice, as such a sensational event would attract the attention of many parties. The staff member nodded in agreement. Yes, Minister, please go inside right now. Chief, I have something I'd like to ask of you. He quickly bowed his head. No, you're the superior officer. He asked curiously. Then I'll just say it straight out. When will you officially give me the certificate for being the top student of the first graduating class at Hua University? Hearing this, the head of the department quickly explained. Are you stronger than the principal already? Why are you still so concerned about that title? Aren't you ashamed in front of your fellow students? Seeing his anger, he quickly spoke up. That certificate needs to be verified by the University of Hua Student Union, which usually takes a month to process. But your situation is very special. I don't think any of the first-year students in the department would object to your top ranking. Moreover, the president of the Hua University Student Council is also here and can directly issue the certificate to you. When Di Hoa heard that, she was surprised. The student council president was also here. The door opened, and he immediately turned around. You're the student council president, and I'm... Before he could finish his sentence, Kai Min quickly stepped forward. The distance between them narrowed, causing him to flinch slightly. In the following seconds, Kai Min broke into a wide, ear-to-ear smile. Senior, thank you for saving all of us. On behalf of my teacher, I would like to express my gratitude to you. He quickly responded. That's what I should do. You don't need to be so formal. Besides, you look a few years older than me, so there's no need to call me senior. He was extremely excited. In the path of martial arts, those with true strength are the seniors. Seeing how stubborn he was, the other boy didn't know what else to say. Okay, the system notification has arrived. Congratulations, student dad, for achieving the top student ranking in your class at Hua University and receiving your reward. Once the sample was drawn, it seemed that the anomaly, which had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, had finally arrived. Next came the moment of witnessing a miracle. The space here instantly changed. He silently gazed at the fading space before his eyes. His gaze fixed ahead with a hopeful look. It's here. The reward you've been waiting for every day has finally arrived. AB+ grade Hell Crystal. Seeing this scene left him frozen for a few seconds. The hellish demon slowly opened its eyes wide. A pair of pitch-black eyes still, staring intently at the strange fire. Information appears. Bloodline power. Sun-blocking frenzy. Ability to sense cosmic radiation and light energy. Freely change particle density. Guide light energy. Manipulate the direction of energy flow. Change its trajectory and efficiency. The great dark heaven devours approximately all things. Compatibility 1%. He felt satisfied with this gift. Thankfully, this is a skill set, not a D2C do-it-all type that only increases body size or other useless things. Furthermore, it is unknown whether the light and energy manipulation abilities of the Hellish Star can match the nuclear energy of the Supreme Emperor. If a perfect combination is possible, the potential for growth will be enormous. I was eager to maximize this sample size for deep mining. Seeing no scene shift to the fallen city of Tantan, Sam spoke up in annoyance. Damn it. A whole day has passed, and we've only managed to restore 2 counties around Qin City. Another person quickly replied, We are the Overlord's Decapitation Squad, formed by the presidents of various martial arts associations, and yet we can't even pinpoint the Overlord's location. Isn't that because of those cowardly rats? The Qin City beast tide mainly consists of rat-like monsters. Although there are almost no large monsters, they are extremely difficult to deal with on the battlefield. We built a complex transportation network beneath the fallen city to wage underground warfare against the allied martial arts forces. We want to adopt the same strategy as the West City Coalition, conducting artillery bombardment around the city's outskirts to lure the beast horde in, then wearing pointed helmets and carrying out the decapitations. But those rats were extremely well organized. Hardly any of the beasts were attracted by the human artillery fire, and the entire city's beast horde remained deathly silent. All roads leading into the city were completely undefended. The bald man continued. As if speaking to the Allied forces, "Hurry in." The man in the hat nodded and said, "Clearly, they're forcing us into close-quarters combat in an urban setting, which is our weakest point. Otherwise, we wouldn't have only recovered 2 counties. On the contrary, we would have suffered extremely heavy losses." At this moment, the purple-haired man sighed and announced that the news reported that the 3 cities of Lianlan and Shi had been recovered, which further enraged Wu Shun. Damn, that overlord hasn't revealed himself yet. This monster is definitely lurking deep beneath Qin City. This means that to confront the overlord of Qin City, one must traverse narrow tunnels and complex terrain and overcome billions of rats. This is absolutely impossible. Having power but lacking determination, what could be more helpless in this world? The scene shifts to Qin City, a damp and dark place. Although she hated this place, Yi still decided to investigate the situation. He sighed and complained, "This time, when I come to conquer Qin City, I can't let anyone else know. Right now, throughout the entire planet Lam Tin, besides me, no one else knows that the 3 guardian grandmasters of Great Xia have all disappeared, and the mastermind behind it is most likely the #1 martial artist of Great Xia, Fu Hongshun. Why did Fu Hongxin attack 3 top-tier powerhouses from the same country? Clearly, in terms of strength, reputation, and status, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Xia kingdom, and even the world. He was a figure destined to be remembered for eternity. But if he has already started targeting the top powerhouses of the Xia kingdom, then that shows one of his goals is definitely to weaken the Great Xia. And with my rate of maturation, sooner or later, I will become a target for elimination. Then, in the future, I will definitely have a battle with Fu Hongxin. If I want to confront Fu Hongxin, who is hailed as the martial saint, then I must accumulate more strength. While accumulating strength, one must remain discreet, waiting until he has no time to react before taking the initiative to strike. Anyway, my biggest advantage right now is the information disparity. Fu Hongxin was still unaware that I had received information from the headmaster regarding the exam results, as well as the discrepancies in information about the growth rate of the infinite monster prototype. Given enough time to develop, I won't fear any enemy. This acquisition presents the best opportunity for development. Speaking of which, after I entered the city, I used my life force field to investigate, and it was extremely dense. The number of signal creatures could reach hundreds of millions. This level of interference seriously affected my sensory perception, making it impossible to locate the overlord. No wonder the allied forces of Qin City couldn't help but be drawn to this place. Even I couldn't find the location of the overlord. He's truly cunning, and it reminds me of the blood-eyed black ape in City. Such a cunning and treacherous high-level magical beast only fuels murderous intent in people. Unfortunately, I have too many abilities. There's always something suitable to deal with you guys. Sensing something unusual, he stood still and assessed the situation. You're letting your magnetic field probe every nook and cranny. Finally, he discovered a pile of disgusting rat-like creatures crawling under the sewer. Suddenly, a mouse lifted its head as if it had discovered something unusual. All the mice simultaneously raised their heads and looked towards the magnetic field created by the anomaly. The magnetic field immediately enveloped the entire area. The tentacles gripped each rat tightly, leaving them only able to struggle in desperation. Their bodies were gradually being squeezed tightly. Finally, these mice stopped resisting. But the opportunity for an anomaly to absorb these mice. The space here is constantly filled with the sounds of rats squeaking. Outside, he was still leisurely sitting there watching the show. He even ignored the desperate sounds they were making. Probably because I'm too bored. Dihua immediately pulled out her phone and rushed forward to gather the group and beat them up. After some time, the magnetic field finally swept everything away, allowing him to move forward freely. The monstrous rats in the city have been almost completely cleared out. The black and red matter has spread hundreds of meters deep underground. It's time for them to show themselves. Just as you said, Tu Truong is still scouting the area. From the darkness, a wide open eye stared intently at it. The space here underwent a transformation. A giant foot slam down onto the ground below, and finally, the Rat King revealed itself before the strange flames. It coldly stared at him. "Human, are you the only one?" The 4 kings thought there would be a whole group of humans ambushing us. You black and red demonic humans are indeed formidable, but you are completely subdued by my sonic aura. This is the path to death you brought upon yourself. Dihua calmly glanced in its direction. On what basis do you think I only have one move? He raised his hand high in the air, and a swirling vortex of energy appeared across the city. King Zhu Ri Quangxing Chut was stunned when he saw this situation. What kind of power is this? The alien flower continues to create spatial rifts larger than Earth. Divine punishment. A swirling circular vortex appears in space. Next, the central light suddenly shot up into the sky. The angry Chut King rushed forward, shouting, "What the hell? I'm not playing with you anymore." Dihua coldly glanced at it. "Wanna run? How could a beast like you be faster than the speed of light?" The moment he finished speaking, the purifying light struck. Its whole body trembled as it turned its head to look at the strange fire. "Killing me won't be that simple." He calmly pointed a finger towards the sky, and thousands of attacks rained down from the sky onto the ground. The king was in so much pain that he screamed wildly, causing utter chaos in the area. Looking at the demon core of the Rat King, the strange harmony was surprised. It was indeed a supreme ruler. Although the body was blown to pieces, the demon core remained intact. "I'll take the magic core." Saying this, he stepped forward, intending to take it. The demon core of the Rat King emitted a strange light. Dihua immediately noticed this anomaly. From the center, both inside and outside, the mouse quickly ran in that direction. "It seems you figured out this intention. Are you also learning from Gajan?" Immediately, tentacles emerged from behind and lunged forward in a strange manner. The tentacles gripped the bodies of the rats that were trying to escape. No animal could escape his grasp, but the number of rats appearing was increasing even more. Even Harmony is impossible to manage all these rats. Sensing that things weren't going well, he closed his eyes tightly. Clearly a ruler, but all those abilities are fleeting and short-lived. A mouse will always be a mouse. It can never become a ruler. The fake hole immediately appeared. The fake hole emerged behind the strange fire. It uses its abilities to control electromagnetic waves to attack the escaping rats. He observed the situation from the sidelines. The time-stopping skill of the fake anomaly had leveled up to the point where he could sense the core of a creature. Just by attacking each core one by one, you would no longer be able to separate them. But if the demon core is just a disguise by these rats, then where is the true demon core of the new city overlord? This cowardly rat unexpectedly still has a trump card. Although this rat is the weakest of the dominant creatures we've ever encountered, its ability to preserve its life still amazes us. He was also a talented person. It's just a pity that he deserved to die. In any case, this rat has massacred the entire city. I will not use the blood of the ancestor to transform it into a subordinate. In your next life, be a human. Without shifting to the underground testing ground, all the rats ran in the same direction, looking utterly frantic. They all surrounded the Rat King. Sensing something was wrong, it slowly opened its eyes, simultaneously receiving power from the sacrificial rats. And so the Rat King was reborn once again, remembering what had happened, causing its whole body to tremble. "Oh no, I almost died. The Qin City stronghold can no longer be held. We must flee back to the sinful realm as quickly as possible. Damn it, if it weren't for the Emperor's order, those low-intelligence beasts with brainless demon cores wouldn't have wanted to come to the human world to fight to the death. I thought they could at least hold out for another month. As long as no Grandmaster from the human side intervenes, I can stay in this underground testing chamber and delay the human battlefield." In Qin City, who would have guessed that monstrous creature would arrive? That masked human could not only project mysterious substances to devour all kinds of demonic beasts, but also control mental power. Finally, I have no idea how he managed to kill all of my clones in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, I, the king, skillfully used the golden cicada escaping its senses technique. That foolish human surely won't discover that the one he killed was merely a clone. The one-eyed king left triumphantly into another dimension, not forgetting to chuckle with delight. Passing through this gap will allow us to return to the realm of sin. Indeed, the human world is still too dangerous. It's a weasel. Realizing someone was chasing it from behind, it turned around in fear. How is that possible? Has that person discovered us? Waves of energy surged from the ground, and the crowd was still bewildered. "Look, that bright purple girl is starting to attack again. What is that, anyway?" Vo Sam exclaimed in surprise. "Is it a celestial energy weapon? It couldn't possibly have been summoned by someone, could it? That would be too exaggerated. Even if it really is a celestial energy weapon, why didn't anyone inform our Qin City Alliance?" Saying this, he led everyone to run quickly forward. Go and check it out. Before everyone's eyes was an extremely chaotic place, shrouded in thick smoke and dust. The guy with the pointed head was surprised, not noticing that the swarm of rats had disappeared. The enigmatic Wuxian spoke. There's not a trace of aura. Have they all returned to the secret realm? Or were they annihilated by these purple beams of light? Who could possibly wield such powerful weapons? On the other side, the people in the city were constantly celebrating. Reporters were reporting and following the alliance. The South City and the West City, Qin City, had become the fourth city to be reclaimed. Long live the great emperor. Within a week, I have successively recaptured 4 fallen cities. We will continue to send you the latest information on the plan to reclaim Great Xia. The senior managers of the Great Xia Alliance immediately fell silent for a moment. The enigmatic man asked, "Who exactly is it?" They were arguing with each other the very next second. Who is behind this? It's just like West City. We were clearly facing countless difficulties, and then a mysterious person appeared to help us solve them. This time, Tantan was also dressed the same, only the light had changed to purple. What was he up to? He's a member of the Wuxian, Hulu brothers, but at least now we can confirm that this person is helping the Great Xia Alliance. Logically, if there is a mysterious expert in the territory who can influence the situation, the Dragon Lord will certainly take notice and investigate him. We contacted Long Tuok, and they said they couldn't reveal anything, which proves they don't know either. Whoever this person is, we must recapture the other cities first, otherwise we'll look useless. On the other hand, the situation has become extremely peaceful. He silently calculated. If he excluded the life-threatening forbidden zone like Guanshan City, then there were still 3 fallen cities that had not been liberated. 2 of those fallen cities are now under the command of Long Ke and Hua Dai. I heard that they've been winning continuously on the battlefield lately, and the successful recapture is not far off, so I can only go to the remaining fortress. The 3 cities. This city is too invisible. Every day, the 3 cities alliance sends a battle situation update at a fixed time. There are hardly any defeats, nor any major victories, and it almost never appears in the news. Previously, I used the Hellstar template as my main ability, but that standard purple celestial light was too eye-catching, so I had to switch to a different clone. At this point, the strange flower immediately acted. His hair gradually grew back, turning white, and his face transformed into that of a demonic beast. He now looked like a true demonic beast. Dehoa reached out and took the sword. It had been a long time since he'd used it. Its essence was still tainted, and he had to disguise it. You need to raise your sword high in front of you, then perform a few punches to test your current strength. Dehoa coughed a few times. This identity, based on the martial arts of the killing world, is only known to Miss Ka and Senior Qing Long. This identity should be very secure. Nuwa, when I play this song, I will still remember you. The melodious tune plays. Night is about to fall, and it will quietly fade away. The scene shifted back to Baton City, and a voice called out, "Old Lu, hurry up and get ready. We're about to go to the battlefield." Xiao Ming sighed. "Okay, wait until I finish this meal. The food at the military camp is really hard to eat, not as good as my wife's cooking." Lu replied, "Stop talking nonsense. There's nothing as relaxing on the battlefield as at home. Hurry up and get ready. The assembly hall wants us to gather." He replied, "Wait for me first." Xiao Ming was surprised. "Damn it, are you a coward or something? We're about to leave, and there's so much fuss. I don't know if we'll even make it back alive this time. My son was just born. Damn it, I'm clearly a martial artist. So why am I such a coward when it's almost time to go into battle? Damn it." Dihua watched the whole thing in astonishment from the side. Oh my god, acting without props. No wonder it just felt wrong. The ruler of Ba City is truly secretly plotting something big. Has everyone in Ba City fallen under his illusion? He seems far more terrifying. He stepped forward and struck the woman on the back of the neck with his bare hands. A sudden burst of energy emanated from this woman, drawing the attention of the strange fire. It's already rotten. The entire allied army of the 3 cities was annihilated a long time ago. It's likely everyone is dead. But the most terrifying thing is that here they are dead, yet they are completely unaware of it. The flesh and blood in their bodies rot, but they still maintain the appearance they had when they were alive. In life, it's highly likely that the last day before death will repeat itself. The allied forces of the 3 cities kept deceiving themselves, and he even deceived the Xia kingdom. This act of toying with life must be eliminated. Dihua extended his hand forward, creating a tentacle. The woman was still angry at his actions. Who are you? He wondered to himself. Blood curse, psychological hypnosis, disharmony notification, she is dead. Hearing this, she helplessly screamed, I'm already dead. That's right, I died on the battlefield. The overlord of the 3 cities is terrifying. He has killed all the guild leaders and turned them into zombies. Grandmaster, only a grandmaster can confront that monster. Having said that, the woman opened her bloodshot eyes wide and stared ahead, realizing she had turned into a dried corpse. Dihua sighed. As if the power sustaining her physical body would vanish the moment she realized the truth of her own death. Rest in peace, colleague. I will avenge your death. Let's go. Setting out to exterminate demons, we still pass through the familiar 3 cities, where the harmony creates a magnetic field that spreads everywhere. The life force field had enveloped all 3 cities, but no powerful life force signal from the overlord could be sensed. Conversely, the intensity of the life signal of each magical beast was almost identical, like the 3-city alliance, seemingly all transformed into mass-produced wooden puppets. At that moment, he realized something was wrong, and he immediately used his tentacles to scan in every direction. Well, then I'll just have to force you out. His tentacles spread throughout the city, and all the captured monsters continuously screamed in despair. Dihua remained standing there, concentrating on observing the situation, but still couldn't quite get out. Suddenly sensing something strange, he glanced behind him, as if he had discovered something important. I know where you are. The first thing that catches the eye is the mountain in the distance. On that mountain, the strongest of the allied forces, the Grandmaster of the Butterfly Transformation Technique, the sect leader of the Manhwa sect. Li Zhongshan appeared, suddenly shouting loudly to everyone. All martial artists heeded the command. Those who had been hypnotized had all gathered in one direction, and a loud, imposing voice reminded them. The ruler of the 3 cities is right in front of us, and he's alone. Kill him, and we can liberate the 3 cities. Everyone immediately cheered upon hearing this. Liberating the 3 cities, and a very smug smile spread across his face. At that very moment, a spatial portal appeared in the sky, and everyone was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. What is that in the sky? Is it reinforcements? From the moment he set foot in this space, his demeanor became extremely calm, but his eyes held an unusually intense hatred. Rest in peace. As soon as Dihua finished speaking, he used his strength to crush these deranged people. The survivors became extremely confused. Is that humanity up there? Why is he attacking us? Could it be a master from an enemy country collaborating with a demonic beast? Damn it. The ground troops must retreat quickly. In front of him, we are nothing more than living targets. Airborne troops, quickly defend yourselves. A subordinate rushed over. Commander, for some reason, all the fighter jets and missiles stored in the warehouse have disappeared. He turned around in surprise. Impossible. Clearly, this is our first expedition, and we haven't used anything yet. Before we set off, the logistics department checked everything once already. When did we run out of ammunition? Sensing the unfavorable situation, the enraged prince thought, how surprising. Has humanity discovered my plan? What a pity. I was planning to use this opportunity to attack humanity from within. While he was still fuming, a massive beam of light shot straight towards him. Of course, being close to home doesn't scare me at all. The secret technique of the Manhwa sect, the earth-shattering martial skill, the savage whale wind killing technique. A wicked smile spread across his face as he unhesitatingly confronted this terrifying power. A spatial rift gradually appeared, and under his efforts, the power of the anomaly was blown away. At the same time, my nephew also noticed the appearance of the strange fire. His face revealed an excited smile. The bodies of human masters are truly amazing, and their extraordinary techniques, known as martial arts, are also very mysterious. In the face of these challenges, don't remain silent and unresponsive. A loud explosion rang out. The scene became chaotic, and the more the fighting progressed, the more joyful the main character became. Your attack can inflict even the slightest damage on my mighty body. On the contrary, can you withstand this punch of mine? Realizing his true strength, the alien was somewhat panicked. It was too strong. He didn't even have time to dodge before the unexpected attack struck him directly in the face. He laughed, thinking he had won. hitting the bullseye. After striking directly at the face of the strange flame, the gleeful figure said, "You were able to see through my plan. You must be an outstanding talent of humanity." The mask on his face gradually cracked, and feeling it wasn't enough, he continued his attack. "Very well. You will become my next puppet. You will understand how powerless you are in the face of absolute power. Go die with regret." He attacked the body of the strange fire without hesitation and brutally without hesitation. The immense strength of the heavy body caused him to cry out in pain. Very quickly, his body dissolved into nothingness, and only then did his body realize something was wrong. No, that's not right. Killing world, killing Moonwheel. Before him was a crimson expanse of land filled with murderous intent, and his expression gradually changed. Is the plan already out of the question? While Zhong Shun was still bewildered, a surge of energy appeared in the distance. Now that the anomaly has officially launched its attack, with just one slash, everything has completely shattered. The familiar face of the Yaowa, ethereal flame, appeared. Indeed, a fake is still a fake. They cannot compare to the quick wit of a true martial arts master. Even the optical body we created doesn't recognize it. The massive hand emerged from the ground, not only seeing through my disguise, but also destroying the army of puppets I had created. Even a human body stronger than most of my rulers was still slashed open with a wound. This proves that you also possess a top-tier body. Excellent. It belongs to me now. With a disgusting smile on his face, he seemed unable to wait any longer to charge into battle. Despite his enormous size, his speed was as fast as lightning. The discordant faction also wasted no time in raising their weapons. The Overlord has seized a rare human body. The two are directly confronting each other, foreshadowing a fierce battle. The man chuckled gleefully and replied, "You can't break my jewelry, so hurry up and hand over your body." With his strength, he was immediately pushed backward. This further boosted his confidence in his abilities. Giving you the body of a peak martial artist would be a waste. I will show you the difference, the true power. Thousands of sword strikes from the discordant forces continuously attacked the main body. The dominant hand lacks power. The non-dominant hand is unskilled. The reaction is slow, and there is no proper response. Someone like you wants to use martial arts to get what you deserve? Dream on. I have to show you just how weak and incompetent you are. His anger caught the body off guard, and the attack suddenly became sharper. This is bad. Even with the strength and reflexes of a Grandmaster-level butterfly transformation expert, I can't see through all of his attacks. On the contrary, it was as if he had imagined something wrong. A feeling of unease welled up in his heart. He has seen right through me. You can change your life force field to disguise your location, but you cannot conceal your true nature. This thought filled my heart with joy. I've found you. But his mood changed very quickly. How is that possible? Clearly, I can defeat a powerful Grandmaster. This won't do. We have to retreat. Wait until I find a stronger puppet before I can fight you. How is that possible? My body feels like it's locked down by some force, unable to move. Realizing that the discordant figure was directly attacking him, he became frightened. No, don't. Now only the echoing screams of the main body remained, announcing the system's appearance, congratulating the host on completing more than half of the task of reclaiming the territory, and allowing the withdrawal of the template to ensure a minimum level of A. Without hesitation, Dehoa reached out to confirm, and began to draw. The moment he had long awaited had finally arrived. His eyes widened in disbelief. Could this light really be the perfect S-shaped symbol we've been waiting for? The anomalous body looks incredibly small in comparison to this specimen. Notification of analysis of the Infinite Monster Template, S-Rank Ghana, TR, Bloodline Ability, condensing the natural power of the Earth to create 7 types of elemental energy. The Sacred Tree Bloodline receives sacred tree cells that hold the essence of the Divine Tree. The lineage of cause and effect refers to the capacity known as the lineage of cause and effect. Upgrade status 0, compatibility 1%. Dehoa could not hide her joy. Holy cow, I picked a duck. The luckiest day ever. Dehoa happily looked at the new reward. The 10 Ghana Na models were S-Class prototypes. Simply reaching the S-Class prototype level meant possessing a superhuman system. If one could make the prototype reach 100%. However, in terms of destructive power, it may not be equal to the Demon Emperor's pillar, but in terms of skill diversity, it is probably far superior. Similar to the Vampire prototype, this is a top-tier skill template. System information appears. Detecting the owner of the common origin template that can proceed with fusion. The 10-handed family template can be added to the plant attribute mutation path of the Mad Emperor's Manhwa template. Do you agree to add this? Please note, because the 10-handed family belongs to the advanced interface, adding it may cause the final variant of the Star Pillar Emperor's magical grail template to mutate. The pattern of the berserk demonic creature gives rise to unpredictable transformations. He was startled and surprised. The common origin of the template is because the Jana and Star Pillars both have plant-based attributes. It turns out that templates can complement each other based on their characteristics, merging and combining levels like in a card game. But reality is much more complicated than a card game. The AI prototype has unlimited potential to undergo fusion. The results after the fusion are not yet clear. Success means that the two prototypes merge into one. This will not only reduce the resource burden when upgrading the template, but also help me obtain a more powerful, super powerful template. Failure doesn't necessarily mean these two prototypes are broken. Anyway, the foundation of these two prototypes is very good, starting from a high point, and the degradation isn't too weak. At least it won't be downgraded to a D-level prototype. However, after studying abroad, the model's potential for development and evaluation ranking may decline. He continued reading the information on the screen. The owner of the high-grade golden gene fusion material possesses the ability to optimize bloodline genes, which can increase the probability of positive development when two samples fuse. The expression on his face gradually changed. Golden jealousy. What a coincidence. Why do I have the feeling that the moment the golden jealousy accidentally fell into my hands was all preparation for this very moment? Isn't there some guy with the name author in a time and space I can't see leading me around today? If so, I have no right to refuse, and I won't refuse. If I have to fight Fu Hongsheng in the future, then I must be 10 times, even 100 times stronger than I am now, to undergo fusion. As soon as Dihua finished speaking, the two types quickly merged together, and a series of notifications appeared. The Pillar Emperor Mara was unable to completely absorb the 10-headed GA gene and began to mutate. Furthermore, the golden gene template was undergoing optimized fusion. After opening his eyes, the elder silently gazed at the scene before him. He suddenly asked, "Did you kill him?" The boy nodded seriously in confirmation. Yes, there's a hint of anticipation in the elder's eyes. So where are the martial artists of the Three Cities Alliance? He sighed and declared, "They're about to be wiped out, and he's happy about it." "Very well. At least don't let our bodies be desecrated. This type of monster is probably not enough to defeat you on the battlefield." Who massacred the allied forces of the three cities. The elder used his remaining strength to warn them, urging them to be extremely careful. That supreme-level demonic beast claims to be one of the Imperial Star Envoys, its abilities even surpassing those of a Grandmaster in the butterfly transformation stage. Most importantly, it can skillfully apply the martial arts techniques of a martial artist, even mastering the field belonging to its Grandmaster. Before killing me, he said he wanted to set off for Huadu. These words attracted the attention of the Yawa, ethereal flame. Upon arriving in Huadu, the Great Xia dynasty had a total of 36 Grandmasters, and normally at least 20 Grandmasters would be stationed in Huadu. Now, in the plan to reclaim the Great Xia territory, most of those with strong strategic minds have left. The militia went to reclaim the lost territories, and Long Tuok was also involved in this plan. In order to prevent enemy experts from taking advantage of the opportunity to infiltrate the territory, a large number of skilled fighters were dispatched to the border to guard it. The Grand Masters of National Protection are all absent, which means that the Hua Tua sect has now moved its cultivation base to the secret realm of the Mekong River in Hua Ta. This is a rare hidden crevice located at the bottom of the water. Long Tuc established an underwater base at that location, but strangely, the following year, magical beasts in the secret realm became extremely rare, and their ranks were very low. Therefore, the danger level of this place dropped from level B to level D. Everyone there was still comfortably grilling meat, eating, drinking, and discussing things together. That's awesome. Damn it. Being stationed in Huadu is still the best. The martial artists in other places have all been sent to fight battles, so we can still stay here and hold this leisurely position. He drank alcohol, ate barbecue, and received a ton of money at the same time. Who says we're all born with a destiny of wealth and prosperity? Even if we're members of the collateral branches of the 9 major families in the Flower Kingdom and never achieve power and wealth in our lifetime, we can still live a free and carefree life. Old Zhao stepped forward and added, "Let's drink, then play music and dance." He wasn't surprised. "Old Zhao, why are you here too? Weren't you supposed to be operating the radar detector for patrol?" He laughed. "So what? I'm on patrol, while you guys are here drinking and eating." These people quickly became cheerful together. "Okay, what's so special about this familiar secret place that it's worth guarding? Come on, let's have a drink. It's a pity my younger sister isn't here." The area remained as peaceful as usual, but just seconds later, the footsteps of a monster suddenly appeared. It quickly arrived here and wreaked havoc. When these monstrous beasts passed by, they left tracks on the ground. The long-tongued monster smiled and chatted. "Boss, the human army is still having a feast. They don't even know they're about to die." Another one reminded him. "Snow, crush everything to pieces so that humanity can feel the majesty of the Emperor." At that moment, the leader reminded them, "Silence. They are one of the 4 envoys of the Emperor of the Sinful Realm." Atula, the leader, coldly reminded them, "This time, let us, the Imperial Guard, come and massacre the top masters, eliminating as many of the remaining human masters as possible. The strongest among humankind, named Fo Hong Sin, has given us a list recording the positions of the greatest human masters. If it's a massacre, then focus on efficiency. Don't waste time on those inferior humans in front of you." Both henchmen nodded obediently, understanding the implication. "Yes, boss," Azura calmly walked forward, setting off, making this planet submit to the Emperor's hands. The poor man, defeated by Azura, calmly arrived at this place. "Even if we don't kill them, these lowlifes can't stand it. As we passed by them, they created a whistling sound. How pitiful." He continued to open a spatial portal to another place. The space-time rift was quickly kicked away by Azura, who kept complaining as he walked, realizing that true power inevitably comes with the extreme rejection of spatial rifts. If it weren't for this, the Emperor would have long since flattened the world, yet he still has to rely on what the demons left behind. How disgusting. Azura's hand grasped the cube and held it forward. The entire cube seemed to dissolve into sponge-like pieces, creating a bizarre scene. He was still enjoying this feeling. Bubbles gradually surrounded Atula's body, his feet slowly moving forward. As he set foot on the ground, Dung Chan lightly appeared, his hands raised, thrusting straight towards the layer of space before him. Sensing discomfort, Azura cried out, but he still used all his strength to slam down hard on the ground. The demonic face on one side asked, "Is that the world called Earth opposite?" The scene didn't shift to the 9 Flower Clans conference. The group was still discussing how the Dragon Sparrow headquarters had received a warning from the female flower and had issued a coded emergency alert, requesting that Grandmaster-level powerhouses immediately return to the flower capital. If it weren't for the emergency, old men like us probably wouldn't have had the chance to gather like this until we died. The old man with long hair suddenly reminded him, "Stop joking, Fu Hongsheng. Hasn't he come out of seclusion yet? The imperial capital is in grave danger. He can't continue his seclusion any longer. And where are Shi Jingwen and Qinglong? Why can't we contact them?" The old man with glasses on the side replied, "Shi Jingwen and Qinglong have lost contact. As for Fu Hongsheng, I've sent people to look for him." But another elder quickly spoke up. "How is it?" The old man sighed in response. No answer. There was no answer from Fo Hong Sin, and he couldn't bear it any longer. The old man shook his head and sighed. This situation could mean that Vice President Hong Sheng has reached a crucial point in his cultivation and cannot afford to be distracted, or that he is doing this intentionally. In her rage, the old woman shouted, "Damn it! How could Fu Hongsheng, a mere martial artist, possibly plot to seize central power in Great Xia? He wants to destroy our 9 Huadu families. I said it before, we need to suppress the preferential treatment and reputation of martial artists. Otherwise, they will definitely have more ulterior motives." This only made the long-haired old man more annoyed. "So what should we do now? If we tell the 9 families to protect themselves from the pandemic, and the women are too cowardly to help, wouldn't that be like falling into Vice Commander Hongsheng's trap? The powerful warriors that the 9 families have invested vast resources in cultivating are intended to suppress martial artists within the country. They are our foundation. If we were to wipe them all out now, even if we won this battle, our 9 families would surely collapse. The Grand Elder, with his hair tied up, suddenly suggested, "Perhaps we should first make a strategic retreat, and then wait until all the national powerhouses return to the capital before making a decision." This statement caused everyone present to freeze in place. The scene didn't shift to a flower painting. On the Mekong River, a huge wave rose on the surface, causing everyone to freeze, and even the aquatic creatures died. "Look, everyone. The river water has turned black, and all the fish in it are dead and floating to the surface." The passers-by were extremely surprised. What was that explosion? Could it be a rift in a secret realm? From the sky, the familiar figure of Azura appeared. He landed perfectly, causing both little people to perish. The long-tongued demonic beast laughed. "Truly too weak." The demonic face nodded, unable to withstand a single blow. Dust returns to dust. Broken pieces return to the earth. Azura stood still there, majestically letting out a fierce roar. This scene terrified everyone in the Dragon Sparrow Command. They watched helplessly as Allah, a supreme-level beast, appeared inside the imperial capital. The signal was quickly disrupted by Allah. This made Director Long Tuok Vong Chi Din extremely angry. "Damn it. The elite specialists of the 1st Division are still guarding the border, and Dean Tan Long and the headmaster are not present in Hoadu. We need to buy time, at least until the National Guardian martial artist emerges from seclusion, and inform all the Dragon Sparrow agents in the imperial capital." Everyone set off, a strange fellow quickly moving forward. In Huadu, the owner of the Ritual Ascent Martial Arts School, Li Dingxiang, the woman who arrived. The owner of the Jinghong Huadu Martial Arts School, Lin Hong, and 2 more people appeared. The owner of the martial arts school Hondu Hoadu, Voma Quan, and the owner of the martial arts school Kin Tai Hoadu, Lam Trung Thuan Tong, came to hear the instructions. Seeing the group of people offering live sacrifices before their eyes, Azura was excited. "Brother, look, they're showing off their power right in front of us, but they're too weak. Just wipe them all out." He stepped forward. "Oh humans, leave now. We are hunting for the strong. Not only are your strength weak, but your potential has also been exhausted. There's no room for further growth. In other words, even if you survive, you cannot influence the Emperor's overall situation. So hurry up and escape." At the same time, Ding Xiang replied from the side, "Master Long Ke, you have 3 minutes to get here. In order to prevent a demon like you from causing chaos and harming the people of the imperial capital during this time, the masters of the 4 great martial arts schools of Huadu must suppress you." At the same time, all 4 of them immediately unleashed their power, creating a barrier to prevent Azura from approaching the city. The long-tongued beast burst into laughter upon seeing this scene. "Is that so? Then we respect your choice." Immediately after he finished speaking, a punch from Azura claimed the lives of these people. He even scoffed a little, saying, "You have the courage, but without the corresponding strength, it will only lead to tragedy." Lin Hong's face turned pale with fear. So fast, the fleet's aircraft carriers sped through the sky, activating their anti-aircraft guns and aiming at their targets. Support aircraft from low-altitude bombing have taken position and are preparing to fire. The firing target has been identified. Azura stood calmly in the midst of this battle, unleashing a terrifying death domain, with guns raised high towards him. Everyone helplessly realized that things were not going well. Ranged weapons couldn't penetrate the target's defensive stance, and it seemed that firearms couldn't harm him. They could only rely on martial artists. The 2nd and 3rd branches of the Dragon Sparrow directly confront each other, while the 4th and 5th branches restrain and support. Seeing this scene excited the demon-headed beast. Finally, there were 1 or 2 human masters worth hunting and killing, and it would be possible to slaughter them to its heart's content. Crushing all the masters of the Dragon Sparrow clan, without hesitation, charged forward to fight, unleashing their maximum weapon power, pouring all their strength into holding him back. Inside the control room, the helpless staff member turned around and reported despairingly, "Department Head 2 and Department Head 3 have bravely sacrificed themselves. 50 Dragon Sparrow specialists in the 2 departments were injured or killed. Currently, Departments 4 and 5 have chosen to withdraw from the war." Summary: Department Head 4 bravely sacrificed his life. Department Head 5 bravely sacrificed his life. The leaders of the Lam Fong Martial Arts Association, the Vanheim Martial Arts Association, and the Lai Sun Martial Arts Association have arrived to provide support, but our battle situation remains unchanged. as Azura was approaching the city center. Hearing these things angered Qi. How is that possible? Up until now, for grandmasters who broke through the Qian Kai formation have already died in battle. While he was still wondering what to do, the ground suddenly shook. Qi turned around and shouted, "Have you been able to contact Mr. Fo Hongxin, the head of the Tanlong department, and the principal of the examination?" His subordinate shook his head helplessly. They couldn't contact them. He shouted in despair, "What about the 9 families of Huadu? Why, until now, have the 9 families of Huadu only sent Grand Martial Masters and a few Xuanwu martial artists to participate in the operation to intercept Allah? Where have the Grand Masters of the 9 families guarding Huadu gone? Are they all dead? Why hasn't the Huadu Gate contacted Long Ke yet? Even more unfortunate people have perished in this battle. The imperial court is in utter despair. At this rate, Huadu, and even the entire empire, will be doomed. Damn, this is the only way to do it. Special strategy, let the special strategy go." The assistant hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. "Director, those people are uncontrollable. The branch office has no other choice. Now is a critical moment for Huadu. Just let them go. If anything happens, I will take responsibility." As Azura was still strolling leisurely down the street, the knight charged forward with his sword to attack. "You beast, where are you going?" With just a flick of his hand, he sent the boy flying backward. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed and bored he felt. "I thought that Long Tuok organization was some kind of powerful organization, but it turns out they're all incompetent and useless people. That really dirted my hands." Azura was constantly grumbling when a voice from behind caught his attention. A clean-loving monster, releasing him to deal with this creature? Poking his head and staring intently at it, the mummy exclaimed in surprise. "It's unbelievable that Huadu could be devastated to this extent. It's truly amazing. Unfortunately, you still have to die, little brother." The long-tongued beast laughed in surprise. "We've been looked down upon." The demonic face on the side replied, utterly enraged. Suddenly, Azura, standing nearby, noticed something unusual. "Wait a minute, you 3 are also valuable to hunt, but not as valuable as the one in heaven, so let's deal with you quickly. The one in heaven is even more worthy of anticipation." This statement surprised the long-tongued beast. Has Big Brother finally opened his eyes? How powerful is the expert in the air that he deserves such respect from Big Brother? Even the demon couldn't hide his disbelief, but the mummy remained confident in his own strength. "Deal with us quickly. Do you know how many overlords I killed back then? I'll give a good beating to a shameless person like you later." The demonic face didn't say much, directly taking responsibility for the strange spells, and the long-tongued beast also muttered unpleasant words. 2 hands suddenly appeared from Atua's body, and 2 more hands also grew on the left side. Now, Azura looks even more terrifyingly powerful. He calmly opened his eyes wide and looked ahead, opening the mummy domain as he prepared for battle, only to realize something was wrong. What? How can a demonic beast use a martial arts domain? Before the 3 could react, he created a black void. The great dark skies landscape shifted towards the vast flower city, and a spatial rift appeared. A colossal Azura strode towards this place. Was this so-called top-tier strategy really this weak? The long-tongued figure on the side remarked. "All the obstacles in its path have been eliminated, haven't they? Humans are truly fragile and weak." Hoping that the powerful being in heaven, the one the boss values, can provide some stimulation, the demonic figure remained completely calm. Too weak to fight a strong opponent is the best feeling. Azura's eyes widened, staring straight ahead. "Let's go." He bent down and stomped his foot, assuming a fighting stance, then leaped like a bird into the air. The ground completely crumbled. Azura flew to a city in the sky. The city's defenses issued a warning signal, detecting a high-energy response approaching at extremely high speed. Magnetic shielding shield with full power output. In the face of this shield, he once again showed contempt for its uselessness. With only his own strength, Azura was able to pass straight through the protective barrier. Upon seeing the intruder, the missile system quickly activated, launching anti-aircraft missiles, which continuously fired straight at him. Even the long-bladed figure couldn't help but laugh at the scene. "Don't you humans understand yet? Hot weapons can't hurt us." The demon also nodded in agreement, blandly. "I must kill him." And so Azura activated his mode of destroying everything. Realizing something, he felt surprised. The aura of that powerful human suddenly disappeared. Could he have escaped? At that moment, Gongka appeared behind him. "You are the one who should run away. not him. The monster, with her agile body, easily inflicted damage on him. Immediately, Azura's hands clasped tightly together. He stared intently at his enemy, then spoke incomprehensible words. Deadly wind, erosion. Seeing this move, Gong Ka felt a little disdainful, thinking it was so dirty. Even the long tongue on one side asked incomprehensibly, "Brother, I have a feeling that if we are completely beheaded, even if the demon core isn't destroyed, we'll still die." Finally, a spirit has arrived. How exciting. The demon on the side is even more frenzied, yet it has wounded us with rage. Only Azura stands still, silently, and without a sound, unleashing such a pure and powerful slash at my heart. Human powerhouse, you are the most valuable being to be killed so far. Kung Ka smiled and slowly replied, "That's quite a compliment then. Should we perhaps project a slightly more urban image?" With a sudden burst of power, she leaped into the air, and Azura's feet slowly lifted off the ground. He glared angrily at her, directly opening his star domain. But the surrounding structures didn't disappear. It seemed as if the domain was merely covering reality, rather than using martial arts to construct a nearly independent space. First, let's see what effect it actually has. She smiled in response to his words. Compared to your corrosive, dirty, and disgusting stream of air, my letter is far better. Azura used his massive body to charge straight towards Gong Ka without hesitation. Without further ado, the earth-shattering martial technique, setting sun-suppressing charm, unleashed a massive surge of power directly towards her, followed by a golden light that completely enveloped the area. Not seeing any sign of Gong Ka controlling it, Azura was a little surprised. "Not there, missed the mark." Her voice rang out from behind. "Even magical beasts know how to use martial arts. If I tell Xiaohe about it, he'll definitely be dumbfounded." He turned around in surprise. Transfiguration or magic? She calmly held 2 fingers forward. "We're about to make our move." Jin's secret technique of determining the tomb's location. The space here instantly changed. Bright red blood surrounded A's body, the long tongue adding to the excitement. These drops of blood are anything but ordinary. We can see a thread of blood between every 2 drops of blood, and between thousands and tens of thousands of drops of blood. Those interconnected threads formed a dense web of blood so thick that even a mosquito couldn't penetrate it. "This time you won't escape." While Azura was still feeling confident, Gong Ka was observing from above. She smiled, winked mischievously, and began to slaughter. Seeing her appear in midair startled him. Na and I can unleash a barrage of slashes in the blink of an eye. Even a body of steel can ignore a grandmaster's attack and easily withstand one slash, but it cannot withstand thousands upon thousands of slashes aimed at a single body part in just a few seconds. Even if those black particles could heal the wounds, it wouldn't stop the next wave of slashing. It's certainly worth a fight. After that, Azura's body was covered in wounds, but that wasn't enough to satisfy him. He was somewhat surprised to find that the situation was not good. What's going on? Suddenly, his legs felt incredibly heavy, but he was small enough to keep crawling all over his body, crying out. This unexpected situation completely surprised him. Terrifying faces surrounded the place, and Azura was completely taken aback by the scene he had just witnessed. He sighed and remarked, "The test for a human like you is truly exaggerated. With such a talent for killing, if it weren't for the damage to your spirit preventing further breakthroughs, it would be a significant obstacle on the path to becoming an emperor." When Kung Ka heard this, he covered his ears with his hands. The turtle was chanting scriptures and couldn't hear. Seeing this, he sighed and decided, "Well, we've wasted too much time already. We still have to hunt down more masters. Let's quickly deal with you." Opening her domain, she felt incredibly excited again. It was the aura of martial arts space. I know that too. Moreover, now we can record the whole process on video. Later, we can show it to Xiaohe, and I must let that kid see how amazing his master is. Her hand stretched straight forward, opening a domain, a martial arts technique, and the space here underwent a transformation under Gong Ka's control, which surprised him quite a bit. Great dark heaven. Suddenly chains tightened around his body, and Gong Ka was startled to find himself dissolving. "I'm disappearing," she thought to herself, not turning around during the face-painting scenes. Azura was still going mad, constantly shouting, "Great dark heaven will wipe you out completely. You have given me a great fighting experience. Goodbye." "The human master," she shouted desperately. "You big guy, you're really exaggerating, aren't you? Let me chop you down first. The guillotine quickly came down. Azura's body quickly suffered an extremely severe injury. Everything gradually returned to normal, and only then could Gong Ka breathe a sigh of relief. Damn it, my slender waist and beautiful legs were almost gone. The martial arts field simultaneously clashed, reached their limits, and collapsed. He stood before her, assessing her. Compared to that human grandmaster named Li Zhongshan, you are much stronger. It seems I must use all my strength to kill you. Anyway, martial arts are not our forte. Now that we've shown our true strength, he angrily transformed his body. Eyes kept sprouting from his shoulders. Azura used his hands to tightly cover the two surrounding eyes. Now he held 6 terrifying swords, and you are worthy of our serious attention. Seeing this situation, Gong Ka frowned, thinking to himself, this is getting a bit troublesome. I am a master in the art of killing. At least before falling ill, I could clearly sense the intensity of my enemy's killing intent, and from that, judge the odds of winning when I killed them, or when they killed me. When using this domain, perhaps due to not being proficient in the unstable martial arts domain, the murderous threat that Azura poses to me is around 6 points, so at least when facing him, I will not lose. But now everything was gradually blurring. Right before Kung Ka's eyes, she desperately lifted her head and looked ahead. Is this scene a fated death? This is a scene that only a grandmaster of the butterfly lock technique with immense spiritual power could accidentally witness. She tried to calm herself down. It seems I'm about to die here. This is destiny. That's fine. Anyway, he died protecting Hua too. I suppose Xiao Shi will erect a sculpted wall for me at Hua University, so that students of future generations can use it as a mirror. Kung Ka had envisioned the scenario where a large statue of her would be erected in her honor. Master, why did you leave? Everyone offers comfort, harmony, and sorrow, trying to remain silent while staring at the opponent before him. But even after living for over 100 years, he still felt uneasy. Every year brings new masterpiece games that you absolutely must play. Every month has interesting anime worth watching. Every day, there's a great novel to read. I have another disciple. Little Hua, you're about to die. You must take good care of yourself. After saying that, Gong Ka glared angrily at Atu. I'll take a gamble with you. The space here immediately underwent a change. She is still rushing forward. Noticing something was wrong, she turned around in surprise. There are still masters. Who is that? A familiar cloak appeared in the air. Dihua, wearing a mask to conceal her face, arrived at this place. She was the one who helped change her destiny, and the scene shifts to the inner workings of the Dragon Sparrow organization. Everyone was confused about what had happened at the university. Could it be that something had gone wrong in the battle between the top-tier strategists, Kung Kao and Azura? Chi Din was so angry that she clenched her teeth, muttering, "Damn it! Why is the magnetic field in that area so chaotic? It's impossible to see the battle clearly. What exactly happened at Huadai? This kind of situation has never happened before." A frightened little boy clinging tightly to his mother. Mom, are the monsters about to be destroyed? A strange whirlwind has appeared in the sky above the city. It seems like it's about to suck the whole city inside. In this space, harmony has finally emerged. Atula pointed his sword at him and shouted, "Human warrior, state your name." He didn't say many words, but directly blurted out 2 words, monster. These words left Gong Ka and Azura speechless. Monster, Dihua introduced himself seriously. I am a member of the monster organization. You can call me the demon child. Thoughts kept surfacing in his head. This organization of monsters and demon children is truly strange. In the information about powerful individuals that Fu Hongsheng provided us, there was no mention of this organization, nor of anyone named Demon Child. Was it an oversight, or did Fu Hongsheng have other intentions? Well, let's just kill him first, and then figure things out. Thinking this, Azura immediately leaped into the air. The human strongman was ready to die, creating his own martial technique, the Dark Annihilation Slash, and he calmly and unceremoniously met such an attack. He glided past him like a gust of wind, moving so fast that he startled and turned his head. Does it feel like the slash wasn't right? She's still not dead? His calm voice rang out, and a stream of purifying purple light appeared. Even Azura was left speechless by this overwhelming power. It was huge. A massive explosion occurred in the middle of the city. Dihua stared intently at the monster before her. Although the suitability of the humanoid genetic mold is still in its rudimentary stage, And the skill power is not yet truly strong. It is still more than enough to deal with a monster like you. Anyway, the Supreme Being has already evolved. Get up, stop pretending. A demon beast of your level can't be easily destroyed like that. Hearing the strange voice, Azura slowly sat up. That's interesting. He flew up into the air like a flash of lightning. He probably felt extremely refreshed and amused. His body was constantly soaring through the air. Dihua opened her eyes wide and looked towards Allah. Ever since acquiring Jinan's 10-headed passive causal eye, everything he sees seems to be slowed down. So this statement surprised him even more. That's interesting. He pondered for a short while, then decided, since these two are my first battle after unlocking the S-rank template, I'll use you as a test subject. Refining the treasure. After saying that, the disharmony separated itself into a new body. Seeing this incredibly powerful technique for the first time left Azura stunned. Before him were hundreds of different anomalies, leaving him at a loss for what to do. What's even more surprising is that these entities are exactly alike. He used his body to surround him, utilizing the sacred wood spirit cells to create clones, and then further strengthen them with black and red matter. It can be said that each of these clones possesses enough power to rival the combat strength of my original body. Although the clone's body is much weaker than the original, its cells would collapse and disintegrate under high-intensity energy output. It is still extremely terrifying. Furthermore, it has the added ability to channel the light energy of the hellish star, allowing it to continue planting layers of nuclear energy, multiplying its power exponentially. Only now did Azura realize the situation was dire. He had to avoid his attack first. It was all too late. The peace was calm. Why you do? His whole body was controlled, unable to move. What kind of ability is this? Now it's time for you to retaliate. He's completely terrified. It's over. The announcement of the disharmony is something I've painstakingly prepared specifically for you. The great particle array of the Immortal Master used its power to continuously fire towards him, causing the scene to become extremely chaotic. That's all, guys. If you want to continue following this series, hit the subscribe button right away, and while you're at it, give it a like too. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye, see my love.